A breathtaking noble girl sat right beside him, turning every head as she walked. A secret little place where he can finally forage. No one's watching, and he finally gets to build exactly what he's been dreaming of. A life wrapped in total peace, thanks, respect, and pure happiness. Everything he'd ever dared to dream. Why Kide A, the court's blacksmith who got bullied every single day. Smith like that had never even dared to imagine it. But back then he was nothing more than a battered, overworked tool, grinding himself to dust. A grim black workplace crept in day by day and squeezed the life out of him. But now, bam! It finally becomes a happy ending, and we're about to see it all go, right at the beginning. Because sometimes the best upgrade hits you the moment you least expect it. It's not power you're chasing, it's your life, right on the line. This story kicks off with the main character, Fake. He stared into the mirror and tugged at his clothes until everything sat perfectly. And hair and yelling, "Great start, let's go today." Today he stepped into the court blacksmith's seat, hammer ready. He'd busted his ass for years to make his dream come true and become the very best. The world's greatest blacksmith is striding toward his future, hammer ready for destiny. In the bright, hopeful workplace ahead, he spotted a lone tree and couldn't believe it. A tree stood right there, and the cherry blossoms caught his smile. Then he leaned in and said, "Cherry blow." Blossoms burst into full bloom like the world was cheering for him, and he'd push himself to the limit to prove he truly deserved it. In the middle of the garden, he suddenly spotted a girl. Alicia Barnestow is on the hunt, caught in the moment as falling leaves crashed down like fate. She was so stunning, the moment she laid eyes on him, it hit like lightning. Alicia came up to him, leaned in, and asked, "Hey, are you a blacksmith by any chance?" Mac, shot her a confused look after she asked that, and immediately clocked just how stunning her voice sounded. She looked like pure aristocracy, top tier, no doubt. And then, at last, he finally blurted it out loud. Out loud, yeah, exactly. How did she know that? The girl burst into a laugh and shot back the answer. His license was sticking out of his pocket. He caught himself with a jolt and blurting it out, barely stopped the license from slipping. Then he shoved it into his pocket, like, "I'm not thinking clearly," he thought that. If he didn't have that, he'd never be able to work. So yeah, you could call it getting away with something. Ruffling his hair, he gave Alicia a shy thank you, and she just grinned back, like, "What are you even talking about?" Then she snapped, "It's nothing, but..." And for a kid this young to be a blacksmith, he's practically brand new. Fake snaps to attention and blares, "That's right." Today, he jumps into his duties, and right after, he leans in and tells her his name. When he clocked her surprise, embarrassment hit him hard, and he blurted out, "And nah, not like that," he was rehearsing. "Please don't judge me so harshly," Alicia said with a grin. "It's fine, he's genuinely kind." Then she cut in and introduced herself right there. He snapped back to you, bowed with perfect manners, and asked, "She's an aristocrat." And when the girl finally admitted he was right, she made it clear there was zero need for all that formal talk. He brushed off the formalities, because when her words hit, the protagonist froze, then burst into laughter from sheer shock. The protagonist demanded, "How did I end up here?" And she shot back that she was meant to be at the ball, only now tons of gentlemen were closing in, hunting after her. Chasing after her attention, she bolted. Then he caught it like, "Oh, I see." She hurriedly asked if she could ask him a question. "The MCC," he shot back, "Yes, of course." Then Alicia leaned in and asked if he even knew what he wanted to become, and it hit him so hard he couldn't hide the surprise. The girl admitted she didn't trust herself yet. She didn't even know what she truly wanted, but her heart was desperate to find out. And then Fake leaned in like, "Okay, so what does he really want?" "He wants answers, so what's the dream?" "Easy, he's chasing one thing, becoming the greatest blacksmith in the whole world." The girl gasped, "The best in the world? Seriously, is that true?" And the protagonist nodded, admitting it won't be easy, but promising he'll give it everything. Then she gazed at him with shining pride, smiling as she said, "Please, let it be so, yes." Yeah, she's sure of it. She's praying he'll grow up to be the greatest blacksmith of all. Smith stepped into the world. He burst out laughing and shouted, "Of course!" To be honest, the protagonist was completely thrown off. He never saw it coming. She's counting on getting that kind of full-throttle support from me. They just kept mocking him for it. And on top of that, she was downright sweet. Sweet, they said their goodbyes. Then he bolted out the door, convinced that now he was at court. So does that mean he's gonna run into charming ladies all the time? And maybe, just maybe, One day he'll find someone and get married? At last, he slammed to a stop by one of the doors and let his thoughts run wild. And that's how we land at the forge. His heart hammered with pure excitement. Then Mech made his decision. One mort to A is off and back. Awesome. Now we need the greeting. First impressions hit like a punch, and they decide everything right away. He burst into the forge, flashing a huge grin, and called out a bright good morning to everyone. At that exact moment, a brutal wave of power slammed into him like a thunderclap. A brutal slap landed across his face, and it left him completely stunned. Morgan, the forge's hard-edged owner, snapped at him with iron certainty. Jake just stared, completely dumbfounded, like he couldn't even make sense of how this was supposed to get him to work. Morgan shot back irritably, and this question hung in the air as the owner tried to figure out what he was even doing. He made it clear, put the sword back exactly where it belonged, and don't walk away until it's fully done. It was over, only he wasn't done yet. With his cheek puffed up and throbbing, the protagonist stared like he just couldn't believe what he saw, because the colorful life at court he'd dreamed of was about to implode. So that's where his personal health nightmare truly began. Hell. Later, after what felt like forever, the protagonist stumbled into the forge and realized 3 brutal years had slipped by. Ever since he took up his job as the court blacksmith, his whole job was to bring weapons back to life. Once, back in the village, he was a blacksmith, but his last days weren't kind, and the rest breaks off here. His gift didn't stay hidden for long. Soon word reached the highest halls, and just like that, he landed at court, bursting with dreams of honing his craft in the very place he'd always imagined. But the truth hit like a truck. Morgan, the forge owner, the guy running the whole forge shop, he barked at him and demanded he slow down. But when Mick apologized and said he was sorry, Morgan snapped back, clearly annoyed. What's the point? That Smith's talentless. He'll claw the money back from his monthly salary for this fake mistake. Bake tried to protest, but the forge shop boss stared him down and snapped, "What's the problem?" And Bake blurted back at once, "There isn't one." He figured he couldn't dare argue. Normally a whole forge shop would have handled that much ammo, but now they were pinning it all on him. He stared at a worker wearing a sarcastic grin and thought, "Great, are they really gonna punish me for snapping off with that guy?" Morgan slammed into the protagonist again and shouted, "Enough," because he's determined to teach him a lesson. The protagonist pressed his bruised skin, grimacing as regret hit him. 3 whole years already, and he was still stuck here. They kept snapping at him, and somehow he got used to the sting of every word he spilled out. Yeah, even when his apology broke him, because he'd spent too much time being sorry for the work. Workers swarmed around him and started mocking him out loud, and he could only sit there realizing it was happening. Workers. They were right. He wasn't ready to step into that workshop yet, because he didn't have the skill. So yeah, people couldn't stand him, and instead of talking, they beat him down. That's why his salary stayed lower, and it kept getting worse. No days off, just non-stop blame. And it was all on him, because he wasn't talented at all. Morgan grilled him about his behavior, then ordered him to get up and have every weapon set and ready before the holidays end. Max shot back, "Yeah, I got it, every bit of it." Then the workshop leader chimed in, "Good news, you're invited to the ball." And Max started to trail off. He can't slack off, he's got to do his job right. And as they walked out, the workers erupted with pure joy. It's been ages since they last laid eyes on sweet Alicia. Guests from a neighboring state are arriving for the feast, so you'd better greet the lady the right way. Bake sat there, listening with a heavy heart. Then once they were gone, he stormed to the forge and started scanning the place, like something was about to hit. He stared at the mountain of work ahead of him, and if he didn't crank it all out by the end of the week, as he was starting his new job, the protagonist snapped, "I'll have to take the night shifts tomorrow, and the day after." He'd finally catch his breath, but first he had to smash out that weapon right now so he could hand it to the knights himself. So yeah, rest was off the table, because even if you wrapped it by Monday, you'd already be walking into another work week. He had to get at least a day off, because this can't keep going like this, not when he's so completely incompetent. He'd have been done way faster, because the protagonist just set a magical inlay onto the sword he'd forged. See, a blacksmith's got 2 big jobs. First, craft the blade, and second, enchant it. That enchantment cranks up the sword's sharpness and boosts its durability. Because of this, the weapon needs 0 extra maintenance, never rusts, and it's all thanks to magic, though the enchantment only sticks around for about a week. So every single week, a massive wave of weapons slams into the forge, and enchanting them is almost too easy. First, you had to crack the weapon's magic code. so you went to a special system and opened it like your life depended on. Every bit of information was right there in front of him. He used magical power to fix the mistakes, and the enchanting just went. They pulled it off by tinkering with the magical symbols, adding a mark here, changing a line there. But if the weapon was mishandled or left sitting too long, those symbols would fade right away. If the sword's enchantment was still blazing, all he had to do was renew it. If it had faded, he slapped the magic back on, and the meek got to work. He kept working, restoring, and enchanting without a break, huffing with exhaustion every now and then. Then, after a while, the thought hit him. That thought hit him hard. How good it felt, like a cozy wave rolling in with a soft, warm scent. But then, what on earth was happening? Could he have fallen asleep? He jolted up in panic and blurted, "What a shame! I don't have time to finish the job, Alicia." With his body sprawled on her lap, he reached up, gripped her forehead in a panic, and blurted it out to him. Told him it hurt. He jerked back in confusion, like, "Lady Alicia?" As if he couldn't even place what he was feeling. Totally flustered, he started bowing and blurting out apologies, swearing he'd disrespected the Duchess, while she hurried in to calm him, insisting nothing horrible had happened. No apology like that was necessary. He figured she must be genuinely into blacksmithing. Every time she gets an invitation to the ball, she shows up here. So yesterday, Morgan and the others were talking about it. Spinning in confusion, he started talking about Lady Alicia's invitation and just blurted, "My God." He didn't even bother changing, still stuck in his work uniform, and he hadn't taken a bath yet. Alicia's cheeks burned as she blurted, "Wait, what happened? If you sleep here, you'll catch a cold." Was he okay? Fake answered. "Yeah, I'm fine." But deep down, there was something else that mattered even more, because it was all. Morning had already hit, and he was convinced the match was done for good. Then he realized Alicia had likely stayed the whole night and made up her mind. He decided to swing by one last time before heading out, even though he was supposed to finish the job yesterday. At least that's what it seems like, and now he can't remember a thing. Remember this, he did everything he had to, and Alicia swore he looked so pale it was scary. Is he sick? What's going on with him? How does it feel? The girl's fingers brushed his cheek, right over that bruise, and he snapped into a flinch. He jerked back at her touch and snapped that he was fine. Then he stared at the bruise, realizing Morgan must have smacked him yesterday, because bruises don't just appear out of nowhere. His behavior yesterday must have lit a fuse in someone, because nothing good was waiting for him today. He saw the girl's sympathetic face and finally understood. Alicia knew they were mocking him in this very moment, and he didn't want her. He wanted her to realize he liked this girl, even though it was obvious she was out of his league, because no matter how hard he tried, he still wouldn't win her. He gave it everything he had, because he couldn't stand the thought of looking pathetic to her. He needed to show her in that moment what a real man was. The girl leaned in with worry and asked if it hurt, and he could tell it broke her heart. She didn't even have healing ointment. So the protagonist blurted that she shouldn't fret, she should let him go and forgive him. But with all that work still piling up, he barely had a second to offer her tea. Alicia beamed and told him, "Don't stress," but then she looked at him like, could she really watch him work? He had no choice but to watch her slide the sword in, like there was nothing he could say to stop it. Straight ahead, his mind latched onto a mysterious symbol. The symbol is gone, and right before their eyes, the markings start vanishing. As the sword went suddenly empty, the mech snapped into action, and after a short while, they got to work. After a little time passed, Alicia finally caught on, and yeah, she was sure of it. He was so razor-sharp and precise with every detail that when he finally asked, it hit everyone like a shock. She's convinced of it. She leans in and says it like it's obvious. "Look around, there are way too many weapons here." Did he really charm every single one of them himself? Fake shot back. "Yeah, that's what he thinks." "That must be brutal," she said. "So, do all blacksmiths work like this?" The protagonist shot back. "Yeah, he's right down at the bottom, and if he can't even pull that off, then honestly, he should forget about his dream of becoming the best." Alicia couldn't help but marvel. She never knew a blacksmith's road was this thorny, but his craft earned respect, exactly like a proper court weapon master deserves. He answered with a shaky, sheepish grin, nothing flashy. The truth is, he still has zero experience. Then, out of nowhere, Alicia took A. He grabbed my hand and whispered, "Just imagine what he could do when he's standing on his own. He's absolutely unreal, seriously." And the wild part is, the protagonist was so embarrassed he even thought, "Nope, that's not how it really is. People say he's just a total loser." But he has to put on a strong face for Alicia, no matter what. Tears streaked down his cheeks, and she froze. So she finally blurted out, "Wait, what's going on?" What's wrong? The protagonist snaps into action so fast. He shot his hand over his eyes, blinked hard, and scrambled for the right words to tell him. Alicia suddenly wrapped her arms around him and held on tight, and demanded he spill every last detail. Then she leaned in and added, passionately, so let him spill it to her, because if he won't, she's not letting him go. The MC's hype was absolutely confused. He stared at her in disbelief. He never saw that explosive outburst coming, and after he finally wrestled his own excitement down, surprise, he said those weren't tears of grief. He was just rinsing his eyes, because most people don't cry at all, and that's why blacksmiths are so damn skilled. Alicia, sharp with water magic, refused to believe thoughts like that, so she stared him down and repeated it with fierce force. Let him tell her. Fake went stone, still, totally lost, then slid down and sat on the floor. Shame burned in him, but he still forced himself to explain everything that happened. The moment he started, he couldn't stop, because he'd never told anyone this before. And now, with Lady Alicia, the Duke's daughter, standing there, he had to wonder, did he really have the right to act like this? Like this, in front of her? Panic slammed his chest. Was that even okay? He spilled everything to her, and then, right at the end, he confessed it was his fault, because they had no talent for it. They were just trying to teach him, when the Duke's daughter suddenly reached out and stroked his head, her eyes full of pure compassion. Her eyes flashed, her voice cut through the air. Nonsense! Let him forgive me! She should have begged sooner, and as he took her hand, he couldn't help noticing how warm her palm felt. He snapped out loud, no, he's the one who should be apologizing, because he'd talked way too much, and the shame of it crushed the protagonist. Shame-struck tears spilled down his face again, and he hated the idea of her seeing him like that just as the forge door blasted open, and Argos stormed in, roaring at the MC like he was nothing, telling him to quit because he was hopelessly incompetent. Quickly enchanted his sword. The protagonist gasped, Master! Mr. Argos, bless the work of his hands. Then the knight spotted Alicia, snapped his attitude on the spot, and loudly announced, She's here! Argos just laughed nervously, absolutely stunned she showed up. He figured something would have attacked him by now. But this time, the rules changed completely, and it had to mean something. It had to be Alicia, because the knight called his name and asked, politely but firmly, for an enchantment. He grabbed the sword, and the hero shot back, of course, while pleading for forgiveness with every breath. Right when he started working, he realized that sword had been swung with reckless abandon. He'd only laid that enchantment down a couple days ago, but it was already nearly shattered. So he bowed to the knight, begged it to be gentler next time, and admitted the enchantment was badly damaged. Argos let out a wicked chuckle and said, That's exactly why. Someone totally incompetent cast it. The boy stopped for a beat, remembering Alicia, then corrected himself mid-thought. Couldn't they be enchanted even stronger? Thankfully, the protagonist stepped up and swore he'd unleash a seriously powerful enchantment. But the stuff they used to forge those simple knightly swords is junk, so the enchantment can only do so much if he starts losing his footing. In the heat of battle, that magical structure shattered right before it could hold. Argos swallowed his fear, glanced sideways, and finally, with the weapon in his hands, he checked it over. He figured the restoration was done, then handed the sword back to its owner and swore, It's good as new, ready to swing. Right after he left, Argos wheeled toward Alicia and asked, Want to join me for a stroll? He promised he'd show her the palace grounds himself. The girl lit up with a sweet smile, thanked him, then shook her head and gently declined, still wishing him all the best. Argos. Joe Spot nodded, said he was good, and asked permission to slip out. Leave. He just watched him vanish, and when Alicia finally asked, he couldn't even finish the words. Does this kind of humiliation happen all the time? The protagonist froze, convinced he was pathetic again. He couldn't even keep his dignity intact in front of the girl he liked, like some total loser. The girl cringed with awkward nerves and murmured that he shouldn't drive himself that hard, or he'd wreck his health. He snapped back that if he couldn't handle his job in the palace, then nowhere else would be any better. Alicia? Misha stared in shock and blurted out why, and the meek snapped back that they'd rip up his license. Truth is, he'd already tried to quit after just 1 year. He marched up to Mr. Morgan and snapped, I can't do this anymore. Fire me. But Morgan snarled back that if he walked out, he'd rip away his blacksmith license, and that's the truth. No license means no practice, period. Even if he tried to keep working in secret, if only. If anyone caught him, cops would haul him in for illegal activity. Alicia stared at him, totally baffled, and then he grabbed her hands in his. He stared into her eyes like he was begging forgiveness for what happened, and the girl answered in a shy, shaky voice that tripped over her own words. She showed up because she wanted to propose. Fake was stunned and couldn't even process it. Propose what? He managed to ask, and she immediately looked away, cheeks blazing with embarrassment, then blurted out, "Why didn't they just get married?" The moment he heard it, his mind went completely blank. He stared, baffled at her words, like maybe he'd misheard, yet it didn't feel that way. So what was she really saying when she said, marriage? He's stuck trying to get the marriage idea across. And marry. So is that what he's thinking? So what are you even thinking about? Are you asking if a man and a woman just live together? Alicia clapped her hands to her chest, mortified, and dropped her gaze to the floor as a deep blush spread across her face. He stared at her, totally baffled, and then it clicked. Turns out they were all hinting at the exact same thing after all. He just couldn't grasp what was happening. Fake blurted it out, half stunned and half confused. Marriage, Alicia. Alicia snapped back, totally thrown off. No, not like that, I didn't mean that. The girl stammered mid-sentence, blurting out that none of it was supposed to mean anything like that, then pushed the rest out in a rush. Suitors kept lining up to marry her, but she refused them all, so she latched onto him as her perfect cover. He was a blacksmith, just like her father, so she thought she could win him over. The protagonist blurted out, totally baffled. Convince, huh, what do you mean by that? The girl shot back that she was born into a family of blacksmiths. Her ancestors once handed the king a sword that's now a national treasure, and in return they were granted a noble title. Her father busted his tail to climb his career and earn his way into the aristocracy, so Fake demanded to know what that even had to do with her. Alicia snapped back that her family could never run without a blacksmith, and that real skill for smithing isn't something you learn overnight. It's blood deep. Man wasn't something that ran in the blood. One of their members could just use it, and if she really inherited that innate talent, then she could marry whoever she wanted, and the girl shot back. She'd had the exact same thought. So would he finally be her fiancé? She was practically pleading with him, while a whole swarm of candidates pressed in on her, and she was sick of every last one of them demanding her attention. She swore she'd marry only the man she truly loved, so until then, he could play her fiancé, because this little act was meant to scare everyone else off, and if he even dares to go to her. With her by his side, she'll make sure he lands a fresh license, then nobody will be able to torment him ever again. It's a deal that benefits both of them, so why would he refuse that offer? The protagonist grinned and asked, "So this is my condition, marry a gifted blacksmith, because talent is exactly what he doesn't have?" And fear slammed into him as he realized he might not be able to help. The girl. She snapped, furious and certain. That's not true, because she'd watched fakes get exposed at work, and she'd always believed he was the most talented blacksmith in this whole place. It wasn't. It wasn't just his talent or his grit. His hard work was the real reason she couldn't stop admiring him. So, would he be her fiancé? The mech couldn't stop thinking about it. She was always that kind of destined. She's always been nothing but kind to him. This sweet, compassionate girl who makes his world feel warmer every time she shows up. Girl, and he tried his hardest not to stare at her like that, because why? Tell him why was she? Why was she grinning at him like that? Because one wrong read, and he'd be totally doomed to get it all backwards. He shot back. "Should I really play along as a fake groom? How would that even work?" Alicia replied, cutting in like she already had the answer. Well, she imagined it. Instead of marrying some random stranger, she decided to turn the tables. She'd pose as a fake bride. The protagonist snaps back. "You can't just say something like that. She's wrecking his head." It's just a cover story, truth is. She probably doesn't want a relationship like that with him. Still, something in her heart just ached for him. Sorry for this poor man with nowhere to turn. That's why she picked him. Even if fate never planned a marriage, he still had a real shot at happiness. Standing by her side as a blacksmith, the protagonist only managed a shy little joke. "If you're really sure, then I'll be your groom." Alicia's cheeks burned red as she blurted out, "Are you really sure?" Then she nodded like it was destiny. "All right, then there'll be another ball today, and after that, they'll—" Mac nodded along and said, "Got it, are we leaving Monday morning?" As they confirmed they'd head to her place. Right. He's got to get that resignation in, like right now, but he's stuck wondering if he can really walk out that easy. He thinks it through, then he hears the warning that if he quits, he has to give 2 weeks' notice. And last time he dared to bring it up, he got a brutal beating, but this time he's got Alicia on his side. She smiled and told him, "Don't call me Lady Alicia anymore. I'm your fiancé now, and your status doesn't matter one bit. Right?" So from now on, they ditch the titles completely, just straight communication. The Mac is stunned, baffled, and he reluctantly blurts out a hesitant, "Yeah," like he isn't sure he's doing the right thing. She smiled and thought, "Good news, he's no stranger anymore." Later, after everything finally sank in, he stormed into the management office, spilled the whole story, and flat out said honestly he can't keep doing this anymore. He wanted to quit by his own choice. Morgan snapped in a rage. What the hell is he talking about? Had he really forgotten the years of sweat poured into him when the other workers closed in and started bombarding him with questions? Who else besides him would ever put up with a mediocrity like himself, especially when they drilled etiquette into him before he'd even learned how to act at court? Had he really forgotten that? If he walked out, where would he even go, and who would still need him? A man like him, stuck in mediocrity, couldn't survive anywhere. And that's when the protagonist's thoughts started to burn in his head. He froze in confusion. He never would have thought to argue before. He would have just stayed quiet. But he promised Alicia, and he couldn't back down now. He snapped, "Please, let me go." And the truth hit hard. He couldn't stomach that job anymore. Morgan asked, baffled. If he walks out that door, what's he supposed to do then? Leaves. So what's his next move? Mick hesitated, like the answer was right there, but he couldn't grab it. But he nodded along because his boss had ordered him to, and he was just assuming that's what it meant. To prove his license, he shot back a fake yes without even blinking. "Yeah, sure, Morgan, right here." He passed over the card. Morgan raged, ripped up the license, and screamed that he was done being a black. So he was a blacksmith, and this country wouldn't take him anymore. So where was this once usable weakling supposed to go once he was done for? The other guys started laughing at him, straight up saying he shouldn't even dare hope to get his license back, because issuing it was their jurisdiction, and if he wanted it back, they told him to stay put and work for them. That's when the protagonist started thinking he was done with this country for good. What was the point of a license if it meant nothing here? Morgan promised that if he kept crushing his job for one more year, a promotion would be his, and then he'd hire. Mick flashed a confident grin and told him he'd already moved on. He didn't work for him anymore. The boss roared in fury, demanding they stare right at him. He hit a dead end. Did he seriously forget that if he kept doing this illegally, they'd haul him in and arrest him? Right then, the other workers started yelling. If he walked away, he'd be stranded with 0 people willing to even stand him. No one but them would put up with a useless screw-up like him. Once he clocked it, they'd watch him crawl back begging for the job, so the protagonist snapped them off and marched straight for the exit, only to realize he'd never step into that place again. No matter the cost. Alicia met him in the hallway, and he just stood there, awkward as can be, trying to figure out what the hell was going on. Heck, he wondered if she'd caught the whole conversation, because if this room wasn't soundproof, she definitely would have heard it. He'd already heard every word they threw at him. He wanted none of it. Then, out of nowhere, suddenly, Morgan burst out of nowhere, and when the girl came into view, he dropped his head and muttered, "It's been ages. Easton, to want to Easton." The longer it's been since he last saw her, the more she lights up his world day after day. She gets more and more captivating. Alicia flashed him a smile and demanded to know if the fake had been fired. Then the man stared back, totally baffled. He shot it down, then admitted he'd still shown up, because honestly, he wouldn't have helped a bit either. So they built the perfect setup for him. And still he blew it, like he never learned a thing, not even once. At least, Alicia grinned and casually said, "Oh, by the way, he landed a job at my place." Everyone, right down to the leader himself, stared at her words, utterly baffled. Morgan blurted, completely stunned, "Wait, what does she mean? He can't even fake a sword right, so there's no way he's casting spells for some." The girl shot back, "Honestly, Fake is one insanely talented craftsman. Don't worry, she can take him, right?" the man said. And then, of course not, but wouldn't she rather have someone like him? So what about him? How does she really feel about that? Wouldn't it be smarter for her to hire? To get him? Alicia shot her down with a grin. She said she wasn't interested. All right. She and Fake are finally about to leave. The girl snatched his hand and grinned, and Mech blushed with sheepish thoughts like, "Wait, I'm just her fake fiancé." But day by day, that fake label started to crack because he was falling for her more and more. After some time, they hauled themselves onto a carriage, and he shot one last look because they were finally leaving the Revenant behind. He tore across the Empire, then went barreling south toward the kingdom of Narstay. As they arrived, Alicia's father was already waiting at the bar, ready to meet them the second they walked in. Barnistow family estate sat a whole day away by stagecoach, and when they finally rolled up, they were right there. After what felt like forever, they finally pulled up, and the protagonist sprang out of the car. The carriage creaked and swayed, and Alicia leaned in with a bright smile asking if he was tired, because that long day had finally caught up to them. He shot back, not at all, but even if that weren't. Because, if it weren't, it wouldn't mean a thing. After all, he'd been grinding non-stop for ages. They must hold up at the forge from dawn till dusk, and the girl confirmed she already told her father, so yeah, he's probably waiting for them. Her words set his nerves on fire, but he clenched his teeth and tried to keep his emotions in check. Then things escalated. Then, right out of nowhere, he snatched her hand, went beet red, and blurted, "Please. Please forgive me. I just figured it made sense to do it." Alicia shot forward, clutched his hand, and told him, straight to his face, that everything was totally fine. Until it hit her, out of nowhere, and she didn't see it coming. Then the protagonist rushed in and apologized. He apologized again, snapped that he'd crossed the line, and admitted the engagement was a sham. Then he went too far. The girl shot back, "That's not true," and he was left stammering, like he'd almost confessed too much. Might have caught her off guard, sure, but that wasn't a problem. He didn't need to panic. Still, confusion hit him, and he blurted, "Wait, what are you talking about? So does that mean everything's about to look more natch?" So when they improvised, Alicia nodded and agreed, and then the mech slipped his hand into hers with a grin, saying he finally understood. Should everything, so they would improvise. After a while, they burst into the mansion, where Goral, and yeah, Alicia's father was already waiting for them, right there. He stared at the fake for ages, then fired off the question, "So, were you?" He's the blacksmith the girl had been talking about, and the girl just stared at him, stunned. People stared and said his talent was 1 in a million. Like there was no way another mind like his could ever exist, and it showed. Let her father witness it. Watch as he throws his enchantments into the air. Goral handed him a sword and commanded him to show exactly how he enchants it. Take the risk. Let him refresh the enchantments on that weapon. The protagonist stared at the weapon with razor-sharp pro-level focus, pulling it free from its. He stared at the scabbard and gasped at the flood of magical symbols carved into it. Like the blade was hiding secrets no one had seen before. He compared it to the blades he'd restored at court, and this one felt totally different, like it once belonged to some high-ranked hero, maybe even a knight captain. The craftsmanship was unreal, the kind of detail that came with exquisite instructions and razor-sharp inscriptions. Goral burst out, saying he'd only have 1 week to finish it or else, because he'd never seen work this exquisite. And then the cold truth hit, he didn't belong here. The protagonist leaned in and promised him, "Don't worry, this job won't take long, not all." Not every symbol had rusted away, so the whole job stayed surprisingly easy. He started poking at the enchantments, and then his eyes widened when he realized only a handful were actually damaged. Damaged or not, he just has to plug the right symbols into the empty gaps, and if you're wondering why, it all comes down to that. Right at the symbols at the start and the end, it finally clicks. He starts to grasp the enchantment's true idea. After that, Alicia grinned and asked, "So what is it?" And the me snapped back that reproducing the enchantment wasn't something you could just do. He wasn't stuck with that exact enchantment. He could cast a near-identical one, and he knew plenty of spells that hit with the same effect. After a while, he finally spoke the enchantment, slid the sword into their hands, and thought, "Yes, this actually worked." Goral snatched it up, then flicked the weapon around with a sharp little wave, and with a sharp little breath, he stared in awe and muttered, "This can't be." He never once saw it coming. He was so gay it hit him like a shockwave. Absolutely gifted. When the protagonist heard that praise, pure joy hit him, and he fired back his thanks right away. Felicia's father locked eyes with the protagonist and bluntly told him he wasn't ready to accept him as his daughter's future husband. Then, the antagonist shot himself a mental apology, admitting that at first he judged the man as way too harsh, only to realize he'd been wrong. He'd been wrong all along, so he bowed his head and swore he'd grind non-stop, and Goral answered right back that he fully expected the same. He expected nothing less. This mansion workshop was completely his, ready for him to tear into with all the materials he needed at his disposal. And he'd handle the supplies, no doubt, because he'd already applied for that license and he couldn't afford to lose it again. Max stared at the papers, baffled, and asked, "So, can I actually practice with this?" Goral confirmed it and pressed, "So he's a blacksmith, right?" Then he snapped that only he gets to choose how to use his skills, because fate had already weighed in. He was stuck with spells only, always had been, but now they let him bend magic into metal, and he couldn't even believe his luck. The protagonist beamed as he thanked him with all his heart. Goral sized up the knights in this place and realized they might soon need his help, so he'd already called the servants to let them know. Talk to them, and then he'd have to jet out for business for a while. The man shot him a brutal glare and warned, Touch my daughter while I'm gone and you'll regret it. Gone. Then the protagonist's jaw dropped when Alicia's father flipped from harsh to kind in the blink of an eye, and promised that everything would be okay. The moment the man walked out, Alicia grinned and said she was sure she'd talked her father around, then Mech snapped back that he hadn't. He hadn't fully accepted it yet, but he swore he'd fix it. Then she caught the truth. That was the first time he'd ever praised anyone like that, and it lit a hopeful spark in her. He smiled, and in his mind, he thought, he started counting every last debt he owed her, thinking, if I can pay back even a tiny bit of her kindness, it'll feel like justice. Right then, the maid Leffy came striding up to them in. She stepped in, introduced herself, and promised she'd show him the whole estate. He shot back his name, then flashed a warm smile and told her how happy he was to finally meet her. Then the girl swept him along on a tour and broke everything down for him, explaining. He pointed out that a blacksmith's workshop was right there, hammer smoke and all. Yep, this whole place was custom, built just for Lady Alicia's fiancé. The protagonist stared into his thoughts, because every blacksmith's workshop was basically laid out the same, and that realization hit him so hard he blurted out, shocked. They even have a forge? That kind of thing is pure rarity. He couldn't remember the last time he'd seen one, Mac thought. They'd usually stick to magic only, so tools like that don't get used much, but every once in a while, it's awesome to finally get your hands on them. Luffy told her, if you ever need anything, just say the word. I'll make sure you're taken care of, every last bit. Aye. The protagonist took one look around and realized everything he needed was already there, every material ready to go. He was satisfied. He didn't need a thing more. He thanked her, and when he did, she just smiled and said, in that case. After that, he should have let her lead the way. She guided him straight into his room and said, This is where he'd live, so if he ever needed anything, he'd hit her up. That's the rule the protagonist followed. Magnus soaked in her words with a grin, thanked her, and sent her off. Then, alone, he sank onto the sofa in his room and started thinking hard. Just when it finally felt like his life was turning around, he had to keep working in conditions so dangerous they could have crushed his health at any second. But now, for the first time, he had a truly wonderful, kind girl standing right beside him, his fiancée. Even if it wasn't real, it still blew his mind. There was no way it could have gotten better than this. Better? Because right now he isn't just getting by. He's finally free, and nothing's left to chase him except that work he'd have to finish by. Morning hits, and he thinks he'll finally get real sleep and even take a day off every day. But nah, that's way too good to be true. This won't just mess up his engagement. It'll slam his reputation into the dirt, and he doesn't have to lift a finger. So that's what free time really is. Either way, tomorrow hits and he starts his duties, because now he's finally making the choice for himself. He keeps asking himself how much he works, and back then, he couldn't even take a step without getting beaten. He's praying that from now on, things finally change. From now on, every single day will feel like sunshine. Then, after a while, Leffy hurried back to Alicia and reported that Fake was safely tucked into his assigned room. The girl beamed her thanks and said that she'd busted her ass for it, and the maid leaned in, asking what her next move was. Alicia answered, and somehow everything turned out even better than she ever dared to hope. Leffy burst out that she was so relieved to hear it. So then, in that case, so when was she supposed to get word like, exactly when? The Duke's daughter hesitated, refusing to give the answer they wanted, and the maid just stood there muttering, completely lost. As she stormed out of the residence, she promised she'd ask him to marry her, and Alicia snapped, "That's not what I heard." Luffy shot back, "Wait, didn't she ask him to marry her?" And the Duke's daughter threw her head up and agreed. She added, "At least she tried." And she actually thought it through, even if it wasn't a real relationship. They still talked about marriage, so it didn't feel wrong. But a wedding that sudden? It shocked her how calm she could be about it. After everything that went down, unease crawled into her gut, and Leffy even muttered that she feared she still didn't fully get it. Once the wedding date finally got set, Alicia hesitated again and went silent, refusing to answer. The maid clocked it right away, and that's when everything clicked for her. Got it. She popped the question to her fiancé, and it was just a disguise. Then the girl blurted out, "What? What kind of reaction is this?" she blurted, throwing everything she could at the moment. Yet all the girl managed was a helpless, "I don't even know." Alicia figured that if he was even a little interested, he'd catch it from her actions, then blurted, stunned, "Is it that obvious?" Leffy nodded and said she was sure of it. Mr. Fake knew everything, and it wasn't subtle, it was blazing obvious. The Duke's daughter tightened her frown, sure she'd been hiding it well, until now, and now she felt even more awkward. Leffy clocked her feelings, flashed a smile, and told her that even if it was only a cover story, she'd already made the announcement, so they'd kick off wedding preparations ASAP. Elisha clocked the truth. Her father still hadn't given them his blessing, and the maid snapped back that if they wanted it done, Mr. Fakes had better prove he could swing as a blacksmith first. He kept waiting for Master Goral to finally see just how good he was, and when it happened, Elisha admitted she'd been right, because their family had already earned a solid reputation in blacksmithing. So she was left with one brutal truth. She could only marry a truly talented man, because as a noblewoman's daughter, she had lost the freedom to choose love, and it crushed her. Well, she'd always known. At least, that's what she told herself. If it was fake, then it didn't matter. Elisha turned to her faithful servant and asked, didn't that mean she could marry the one she loved? Leffy nodded, but warned it was still way too early to rejoice. Meanwhile, a hush fell on the Blacksmith's Guild, and a secret little meeting was forming right there. Sita's hands shook as she blurted to Morgan, "What are you doing?" "He needs to hire someone new, because that fake idiot still hasn't shown up yet." He couldn't make heads or tails of what was happening. This guy was showing off way too much for an apprentice, so he decided to slash his pay by half and hit his monthly bonuses too. Then the guy asked, "So we don't need an apprentice, right?" And the man nodded, realizing they didn't need it anyway. Reuben nodded along, then turned to the leader and pressed, "So, how do you feel about it?" Morgan leaned in and asked Seta what he knew about House Barnistow Alicia's bloodline. "Alicia's bloodline," the young man shot back. "Not much, people only know them by their title, but the rumors say they'd even pick the most gifted blacksmiths to marry their daughters. And at first, the Barnistows were just ordinary smiths. One glance at his fake work tells you he's mediocre, and you just know nobody's going to hire him." Morgan said he tried to hand Seta a couple of orders, but Seta couldn't even grip a hammer right. And Seta muttered, "That means he'll be fired soon," so the head nodded and agreed. He admitted he'd lost his way, but promised he'd crawl back to them. Question is, how long will the Barnistows keep taking the hits before they finally kick him out? A week, maybe. No more hunting those with nowhere else to go. People eventually circle back, and once they point it out, Morgan realizes he'd be stuck with a week of work plus the week he missed, so they pawn the whole thing off to that fake again, and Morgan just keeps thinking it over. Everything for the next 2 weeks was already locked in, so there was no point starting early. Fake would be back soon enough, and by then they'd have all the time in the world. He had to take this punishment, because he earned it. "Ost, Aldous," he shouted at Sita to go tell the knight first that they couldn't start work yet because something urgent had come up. Then he grabbed his sword and set out while the message landed. Sword in hand, the captain would finally see how worthless the fake really was. He'd only be a matter of time before the torment came back, and he'd crush him again like a disposable servant, pushing him harder than ever. Morgan smirked to himself, daring him to take on the mountain of work he'd left behind, like he could just walk back in and handle it. When Morgan finally tossed him out, he was ready with a punishment that would hit perfectly. Later on, the protagonist snapped awake before dawn again, caught in the same eerie pattern as before. By now, it felt like a ritual. Back when he served at court, he'd shoot out of bed at the first sunrise and crush every task all by himself. Sometimes they had to mop up whatever was left from the day before, chaining it straight into the grind daily routine that kept hauling in fresh orders like clockwork. More responsibilities than any blacksmith should ever carry, day after day, dawn to midnight, hammering and repeating, until now. But he woke up super early and still, nothing, no work. It had been ages since he'd even set foot in the forge. The protag, the villain, rose, cracked his knuckles, and announced it was time to start swinging. Then he marched into the forge and snatched up the... He held the ore up and grinned, because it looked amazing. A rare, special metal that was razor-sensitive to enchantments. It was indispensable for blacksmithing because only this could be enchanted. Once that magic hit, the steel strength shot up by leaps and bounds. And the craziest part? It's over fast, and you can get it easily, right from demons. Iron. You've got to waste your time in the mines. One mine runs dry, and then you scramble to the next, just to get what you need. Or you just kill a demon. So the Mac yanked on his gloves and froze, because the demon leather was ridiculously tough, shrugging off brutal high heat like it was nothing. We think blacksmiths forge their weapons with fire, water, and earth magic. First, he'd need fire, and that means grabbing the right witch ore. There are tons of types, but the absolute rarest, top-tier stuff is grade S. Then the world hands out grades A through F. And yet most people live stuck on the bottom, with F and E being the ones you see everywhere. These aren't exactly top-tier, so today, he's going to keep it simple and start warming up. He's not trying to forge the deadliest weapon on Earth. This is more than enough, because he's set on one thing, making a knife. Bake clocked that the ore was red hot, then slammed it into the casting mold without wasting a second after. Then the heat gets cranked up even more. Back in the day, blacksmiths would temper metal right over a blazing fire pit. Today, this tech is basically ancient now, because the material turns pliable, then softs up and loses its edge. Then, with a flick of his hand, he summons earth magic to shape a clay mold, pours the metal in, and sets the whole thing in motion. Then the mold gets blasted with water magic, and a steel ingot is forged and set in place, is scraped from it, then it gets gently heated to soften the edges, and after that it is. Mech slammed the hammer again and again, shaping it exactly how he wanted, and the words, "I'll make it right," hung in the air as he drove on. That sound was in a league of its own. He just couldn't stop thinking about hearing it, even as cold sweat and burning heat battled inside him, and hammering that steel again and again, heating it over and over until it came out sharper, cleaner, purer, and built to last. And the metal's magic keeps surging. Today, he barely has time to use the knife. Next time, he'll line everything up ahead of time. Once the plan is complete, the antagonist clocked that the shape he forged was nearly identical to the one in his head, so now it's time to start molding the clay. This will blast the blade's heat away, toughen its core, and crank up the material's magic power to a whole new level. Before the grinding even starts, you've got to spread the magic evenly across the whole surface. Grab some cold water too, and after a bit of that, the Mac muttered under his breath. A mind-blowing pattern popping up right on the cutting edge, like it was born there. Perfect. Now we've got to sharpen that blade, because the wind magic won't hit right until it's razor ready. He put the skill to work, and in an instant, it got razor sharp. He sharpened the blade, watching the edge bite sharper by the second. The knife's blade had been polished until it gleamed, smooth, shining, and ready to strike. Shiny, and that was it. Now all that remained was to cast the enchantment, and after a while the antagonist finished the last steps, threw his head back, and declared that everything was ready. Now he finally tested it, and he shaped a brick from clay, carved it cleanly, and later said the edges were razor sharp and the weight was just right. He hadn't pulled off something like this in ages, 3 full hours of grinding just to get it done. By the time he realized it, he'd totally blanked on breakfast time. Back then, because the workload crushed him, he could only squeeze in the occasional snack, nothing more. Snack sitting right there in the forge. Then Mick spun around, and he spotted Alicia staring at him like he was something special, and she even had that fake little smile, so he stumbled back, eyes wide, heart pounding, and blurted, "Wait, how long have you been?" Standing there, she smiled back, and about an hour passed. He told her he'd be in the workshop all day, so she rushed over to meet him. Then the protagonist blurted out in shock, realizing he didn't even clock her. Then she grinned like she'd been waiting because he was so locked in on what he was doing. Fake glanced at her outfit, cheeks burning because the girl clocked it and noticed. She caught his stare and snapped, telling him not to look at her that way. Then she watched him react, and admitted she was embarrassed. Then the protagonist snapped his head away right on the spot and apologized immediately. He knew she was right, so why did he just stare like an idiot? He'd messed up again, plain and simple, so the mech swallowed his pride, apologized again, and told her she looked super cute. Alicia blushed and shot him a reassuring smile. "I'm fine," but the truth still hung there. She was his fiancée. So if the timing was perfect, then there was nothing wrong with how he looked, right? The main character frowned in pure confusion. What right moment was he even talking about? Wait, hold up. He can't just invent stories. He's not her real fiancé, and she pretended she didn't see him staring at the... An awkward silence hit. He blurted that she'd trekked all this way just to see how he works, and he didn't even clock her standing there, so yeah, he asked her to forgive him. But Alicia snapped back that he had nothing to worry about. She loved seeing him pour his heart into that knife, and it showed. Mac couldn't stop thinking about it. Her smile hit different, shining brighter than the sun itself. Then she asked. She stared at the knife, and he jerked his chin toward the table like, "Yeah, go ahead." The girl grabbed it, gazed at it with pure wonder, and went on to praise this. "That knife is jaw-dropping, look at it. It's made of E-class ore, the blade is razor-sharp, and the enchantment around it makes it shine like it's got a mind of its own." She can barely wrap her head around it. "This is only E-class?" She blurted out a sheepish thanks, and he confessed he'd been busting his ass trying to make something good like. For real, he'd hoped that if he'd just had a little more time, he would have blown past his own limits. He'd have done even better than that. If he'd known Alicia was watching, he would have pushed twice as hard. Then, out of nowhere, Alicia started to, twirling the blade between her fingers, then snapping it through the air like a warning. The protagonist blurted out in shock, asking if she really knew how to wield a blade, and the girl flashed a grin and said she'd been taught to bathe with one. He explained just the basics of fencing for her self-defense, and then he couldn't help but say she was absolutely killing it. It was unreal. Then she caught his intense stare and blurted, "Did I mess up somehow?" Something felt off. He kept staring at her like that, and the Mech mentally berated himself for doing it again. He finally broke the silence, rubbing the back of his neck, admitting he'd gotten a little distracted. Distracted, she glowed with beauty. Alicia leaned in and teased, "Only beautiful?" And the protagonist just stared, caught. She looked him dead in the eye, then quickly glanced away and blurted, all shy, that it was absolutely stunningly beautiful. Then she grabbed his. She grabbed his sleeve and demanded he say it again, staring straight into his eyes. He went red and stammered back. It hit him like a punch, so breathtakingly beautiful. Then the girl flashed a smile and thanked him, and the protagonist started questioning the engagement that wasn't real, because she played the part so flawlessly, it felt painfully true, making him wonder if her feelings were genuine, even when doubts started creeping in. If you really think about it, he heard that almost any girl could pull off that convincing act, at least that's what they told him afterward. So yeah, Alicia pulled him into breakfast, and he said sure, but only after he took a quick shower. A little later, they slid into their seats at the table, and she leaned in like, "Wait, you've always been this good with spells?" The mech blinked and laughed it off, saying, "No way, it's just that the job always demanded lightning speed, and the weight of responsibility crushed down on him. Yet somehow, day by day, he sharpened his skills until he was ready to pounce. Those brutal, hellish days forged him into someone who could cast spells at lightning speed, clean and effortless." Alicia said that's why being with him warmed her so deeply. Right then, Leafy swooped in with the food. The protagonist froze for a second and remembered it. On his way to the forge, he'd caught the smell of fresh bread. "Do you always bake it in the morning?" he wondered, then tore into it and just stared in awe. The bread was warm, soft, fragrant, and straight-up delicious. Fake was so overwhelmed with gratitude, he nearly broke down. Alicia snapped into worried mode and asked if he was crying. What happened? The mech apologized and started to explain that he was crying. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd seen food this exquisite, and she nodded like she got it. Then she leaned in and said she'd love to hear all the details if he didn't mind. About his past. "He told me he usually worked past midnight, so he barely ever had time to eat. He crumbled his life down into work all day, and when he finally clawed out a moment to grab lunch, he ate on the go, no time to savor a single bite, not even 4, so back then he had to force himself to swallow it while he still could. But the second he shared a meal with her, that breakfast became the best of his life, and those weren't tears of pain anymore. They were tears of pure joy." Alicia flashed a smile and told him, "Go ahead, take your time and just enjoy yourself," and after a while, everything finally started to feel easy. While breakfast finally wrapped up, she asked if it was good, and when he nodded, the girls practically bounced. "Let's hit town." Afterward, she would take him by the hand and show him around, and they finally landed in exactly the right place. Alicia yanked on her hood and told him, "Check, make sure my face is covered good." Mech studied her outfit in obsessive detail, then couldn't shake the feeling. Why was she hiding everything so intensely? She told him she almost never saw new faces in town, but at the festivals, lots of people would crowd up and introduce themselves to her father. So yeah, someone might have clocked her just by looking. He paused and went. So that's what Leffy meant. This whole city is fixated on Alicia because she's got beauty that stops people cold. If they clock her, that calm stroll goes up in flames, because the girl with the... An embarrassed smile slipped out as he asked, "Come on, doesn't it feel like they're on a date?" The protagonist, stuck between panic and embarrassment, admitted, "Yeah, it really does look like a date." He just couldn't wrap his head around why everyone was making such a huge deal after those words. Alicia erupted into tears and he blurted, totally stunned, "He's not really her fiancé." Did he seriously not get why she was bending over backward just to go on a date with him? And he kept thinking, if he could make it as a blacksmith and win her father's approval, then that would mean everything. That was enough for her. She refused to marry a total stranger, so she'd gotten engaged to him just to stop it. Her show, right? He was nothing but a decoy. She didn't have to fake dating him. Right then, Leffy swept in and told them Mr. Gorel wanted Alicia to marry the gifted blacksmith, insisting he was doing everything he could to secure her happiness. Then he went on about it, and he made sure she'd marry for love. He wasn't about to push her into it, right? Alicia burst out that, yes, that was exactly the case. This date mattered to her just as much. so don't stress over a thing. May's cheeks heated up, but she swallowed her nerves and accepted her answer anyway. After that, Leffy said, "Let me go, please," and wished them an incredible time before slipping away. He couldn't stop wondering. Had she been nearby the entire time? He hadn't clocked her once, but honestly, he should have expected nothing better from the attendant servants. So Leffy finally understood what their bond really meant, and it hit him in the chest that Alicia knew too, making the whole thing feel a little less heavy. Alicia. Alicia snapped out a call to him, then jumped back into the conversation and asked about how, if she could just hold his hand, would that be the key to winning her father over? The protagonist stared at her in shock, grabbed her hand, and told her they'd have to stick together like that to sway Mr. Goral's mind. Right? The girl gave a nervous little nod and admitted you never know when they'll suddenly lock eyes with one of his knights. He swore he'd held her hand before. Then the real hit, they were actually on a date. He showed up late, so nerves hit him harder than usual, plus her hand felt warmer than it did last time. What if she stared at him like he was a man, right now? After that MCC, he grinned and admitted he couldn't even remember the last time he'd wandered through the city this peacefully, believing it could really be this calm. Alicia spoke back softly, telling him that from this point on, he didn't have to sprint anywhere anymore. Even though he didn't have to grind through work anymore, he still pushed himself to master his craft, because if this kept going, he couldn't help but wonder what might come next. Maybe Mr. Goral would actually take him. Alicia nodded along with his hope, then pressed him to promise he wouldn't do anything reckless. He nodded back, agreed, and swore he'd promise her his mutt. Way too long. Then, after a while, Morgan stared at when he heard the weapon say it, he just froze. How strange. The fake was gone over a week ago, and now he's still not back. The guy snapped in rage, blurted out, Did this idiot just throw professionalism out the window? Have some patience. Barnosto's home is miles from the capital, and if the fake gets fired, he's screwed because he'll be forced to march there on foot. Forge Master wasn't wrong. Of course, the outcome would be predictable for a useless no-good like him, because they're the only ones he can count on. This kid doesn't even have a blacksmith's license, no papers, no work, so he has no choice but to report, to sprint back to court for fresh ones. His return comes with one clean rule, no pay. For the first 2 months, he got next to nothing, just a tiny pittance. Then out of nowhere, boom, a knock. Morgan knocked on the door and demanded, "Tell me, are you faking this?" Finally, that idiot hauled himself in barely, like he could barely keep standing. But the one who burst into the guild wasn't the man they'd been waiting for. It was Ron. The Forge Master greeted the captain, stunned to see him, and Ron blurts that they haven't crossed paths in ages. Morgan finally admitted it was true, then leaned in and asked the captain how he could help, only for Ron to snap back that he'd been given a commission to handle enchantments. The guild master leaned in and asked whether the captain would actually be satisfied with his candidacy. Then he practically glowed, because being offered the highest honor was more than flattering. He couldn't believe the audacity of the knighthood in this backwater. He thought he was being offered a direct commission by a man like that. Sure, he'd already got his own blacksmith, pure genius at work, but he still wrote in to beg for one more. The guy blurted, totally confused, "Why would someone this important personally come here?" And shocked, he blurted, "What are you talking about?" Right then, Morgan blurted out that his commission would get accepted right away. Then Ron cut in fast, yelling not to rush because he needed to clear something up. He's dying to meet the guy who enchanted his sword. And Morgan blurts out, totally confused, because this blade is supposedly tied to some ordinary knight, and their apprentice, Fake, was the one messing with it. Ron blurted out, "Wait, so you show up just to gripe about those idiots' useless work?" Then he scoffed, "Seriously? What a blessing for our current knights." The blacksmith guild leader stared at him, totally baffled, and demanded what he meant. Then the captain shot back. "Back when I was just a common knight, the swords we got were barely enchanted, basically no different from regular steel." "Ordinary ones," Morgan said. "I get it." Then he nodded like, "Yeah, turns out he never really relied on enchantments back then, there wasn't a single opening. Fake wasn't even a proper enchanter. His spells were always wild, ridiculous, and nowhere near decent. Even with barely any effort, he'd outdo his own work 10 times over. Yet the captain is saying something downright strange. The swords from those days in his memory were so worthless they felt like straight-up trash. The captain grinned and praised the blacksmith to the skies for enchanting that sword so expertly. Even a plain knight should be honored for skills like that. Morgan stared at Ron, baffled, because Ron wanted to hand over this fake and even add his own sword to the plan. The captain snapped. Was I unclear? He needed the fake to cast the enchantment, so where could they find him? The guild stared back, confused. Why him? Ron shook his head and said he couldn't read magical writings but his. The blacksmith swore this blade was forged to perfection, and he'd rushed here just to find the master. But where was he? Yet every guild worker, even their leader, gawked in stunned confusion at the knight, while Morgan blurted, "This kid's not that talented, he's letting him in." Ron blurted, confused, "Wait, what do you mean not talented? What does that even mean?" The guildmaster said he might have pulled off a decent enchantment once, but that was pure luck, an exception, not the rule. He couldn't stop picturing the protagonist tossing out dozens, even hundreds, of enchantments every week. Sure, a few might have looked decent, but the rest were pure junk, and there was zero potential in him. No matter how hard he clawed at it, he'd never become a master. He blurted into the night, asking if he could cast the enchantment. Since he ran this guild, he was sure he could crush the job better than the protagonist. The captain shut that down, saying he was on vacation so he'd be back soon, right? Let him take his time, he had it. Then he should send his regards. Yeah, and wait, hands itching, for the results of his work. Morgan nodded and said he got it. But inside he was seething, because this captain only ever talked. Just before he left, the captain muttered that he was dealing with something fake, and that he was counting on you to make it right. Once the job wrapped up, they should have told one of his knights, and the moment Ron left, Morgan stared at his sword, stunned by the total nonsense coming out of his mouth, because he'd even claimed he couldn't see the match. Magic code, if he could be this blown away by some fake moron, what would he think of the real thing? Compared to that whole fake act, his spells would get carved into history. A co-worker blurted out, totally lost on what he was even planning, and the boss just smirked. Catch luck by the tail, like a chance so big it barely even existed. Stuff like this shows up once in a lifetime, and the guy's eyes went wide. He blurted out, "What are you talking about?" Morgan snapped, "He'll cast the spell himself." Then his confused colleague blurted, "Wait, are you sure he can even do that?" The leader snapped that if even those fake spells hit him that hard, the real thing would blow every last one of his expectations out of the water. And once that deal went through, he could become the captain's personal blacksmith. So the workers just stared at each other, utterly baffled. Wildermint couldn't shake the feeling he was getting way too cocky. Didn't that order go to the whole forge shop? Anyone could pull this off, no fake needed, because the enchantment was so thin you could barely even spot it. Morgan snapped that he'd take this chance, and the profit would be his. He was taking the job, he thought. This command is mine. As the captain's personal blacksmith, he'd hammer his name into history. Born the fifth son of a count and handed almost no future, he never expected a chance like this. Now he's pounding steel at the court forge, and his sights are set on one dream, becoming the captain's personal blacksmith. With the sword gripped in both hands, he felt it. Opportunity was hanging right there in the air, and today he snatched it for himself. While the protagonist gets hit with the next twist, handed. He swept Alicia through the grounds, then pointed at the building and said, "That's our chapel. It gives us the most beautiful view of the city." She couldn't stop smiling as she said, "I can't wait to see it," then kept climbing toward. On the observation deck, he grinned and said, "All right, almost there. We're right on top of them." And then the protagonist, panting, he blurted that this long staircase had already worn him out. Tired of climbing it now, he turned to Alicia and asked how she was feeling when they finally hit their destination. She couldn't wait to ask what she thought, and he just lit up, because it was his favorite. The girl beamed and said, "It's incredible, look, the whole city feels like it's right in the palm of your hand." She's like, "It's gorgeous, thank you." And she's already imagining the city lights at night or sunrise, because that view would be just as perfect, she admitted. "Yeah, at night it's stunning." Then Alicia smirked and said, "If you want, we can stay right up until sunset." She loved watching the fake shiver, and she murmured as he climbed the steps. He was drenched in sweat, and now the wind turned icy, so where were they supposed to find shelter? They ducked out of the wind's bite. Then, out of nowhere, they spotted a couple stealing kisses right in front of them. Right there, in front of everyone, they froze and stared back in stunned disbelief. And the protagonists immediately started to believe. Alicia has some serious nerve. She has no business watching that. Watching it all unfold, he pushed her to ditch this place and take a breather somewhere else. Scooting a bit to the other side, he blurted, "Wait, was the view really that beautiful?" Alicia just stared off, clearly miles away in her thoughts. The antagonist called her name straight into her mind, but said nothing out loud. Then they just sat there in dead silence for a beat, and honestly, it felt painfully awkward, like he was itching to break the tension and talk about anything. But what? The girl's cheeks flared red. She froze, stammered, and blurted, "What if, just hypothetically, he didn't?" He couldn't bring himself to pull the same move on her like those two did, and when the time came, she nearly choked out the final words in pure shame. Maze. He just stared at her like the question hit him like a punch, totally stunned. He didn't see her asking something like that coming. Then it hit him. It wasn't that he wasn't interested, so he scrambled for the right words. Something. Yet the words jammed in his throat like a lock. He tried to think it through. Were they just pretending, playing out a relationship, and nothing more? Alicia, blazing with humiliation, still held her breath, waiting for his answer. Then, boom, the couple's voices erupted into a full-blown argument. Arguing. He snapped that she had it all wrong, and the girls erupted in screams and just irritation. What's there to understand, honestly? He's a cheater, plain and simple at least. Alicia frowned in confusion. What's all this for? And then her eyes widened as she blurted, "There's another." Another girl stepped in. They spotted a guy stuck between two girls, totally lost, trying to get the new girl to hear him, only for both girls to slap him, and they stormed off. He got left behind, staring at them like he'd been dropped in the wrong world, totally confused. Then he blurted, "Where are they going? This isn't cheating," and he snapped, "I just made a miss." A mistake? That girl who kissed him was fuming like, did he seriously mess up? Because yeah, he sounded like a total jerk. The protagonist and Alicia watching them burst into laughter, going, "Wait, so the guy got caught cheating?" Even the Duke's daughter had to chime in. Cheaters are a hard no, right? When he looked totally lost, the girl snapped in a clear explanation. She thinks that's the truth, doesn't she? The Meg is totally lost, hanging on every word, trying to figure out what she even meant, because he'd never dare to think that way. After a while, Goral leaned in and said, "You're a master blacksmith, huh?" Then demanded he prove it right there. The protagonist nodded and said he understood, and Alicia's father chimed in that the fresh license would let him trade the city. He could dream up anything he wanted, build it with his hands, and sell it right at the town shop. The protagonist snapped in with a grateful nod, and Goral cut in, "Please, just trust me, he's not. Don't even think about mentioning that he's Alicia's fiancé in this city." He understood perfectly. Mech bowed with respect and said, "Of course," then promised he'd start forging from today, and the man followed up by saying he'd cover him with any amount of F and E grade ore while he handled the better stuff himself. Fake nodded along, thinking he could turn out killer tools for regular people. E grade would be plenty. He burst out of the office, exhaled like a weight finally dropped, and thought, "All right, time to move. All right, time to get back to crafting." First, he'd lay out the materials. A day later, the protagonist sank into deep thought, weighing every angle. He crunched the numbers and realized the shop's best-selling weapon was always the long sword. First, he had to figure out how many to make. Then he worried about quality too. Even if the weapon was top tier and perfectly balanced, nobody would buy it if he priced it too high. Most of his customers were adventurers, ranked from F all the way up to S, with S being the absolute top, but S-level fighters were freakishly rare. So you mostly saw D and E, and sure, an adventurer would love a sword that didn't need replacing every time they leveled up. Maybe he'd try something like that. Just not the swords he'd forged for knights. First, he had to shape it. He hadn't forged long swords in ages, and now it would. It's going to take real grit. He's clocked in and ready to go, so focus. He zeroed in on every single move, locking onto the exact shape. They had to be tough enough to stand their ground and refuse to warp under the weight of their height. In Hebie, raging heat surged, and the witch ore melted into nothing. Make knew that if he dumped liquid ore into a mold and froze it with water magic, the metal would cool fast enough to actually hold its shape. In a flash, things moved along, and after some time, Fakes finally said, "This thing's almost done. Now I just have to look and see for myself." He pulled out the blank, checked it over, and blurted, "Perfect, excellent, very well, nice." The protagonist kicked the heat up again. He heated it again to toughen the metal, then polished it until it shone, all thanks to wind magic. And a razor-smooth blade. All that was left was to carve a couple of wooden. He drove wooden nails in to lock the handle down, then bolted both halves to the tang and snapped everything into place. They huddled together and slammed the nails into those drilled holes, and at first he even thought about snapping them to the base of the handle. But after a while, the protagonist leaned toward the system window, exhaled, and said he'd chosen a different method. He spoke it like a promise. Then he forged a simple longsword with his own hands and tested the blade's edge to make sure it was razor sharp. He grinned and said, "Perfect," then built another one just like it, same energy straight to the next step, after some After a while, he started enchanting for real, spreading the lie that, at court, even the weapons were packed with brutal enchantments and shipped out every single week for adjustments. Knights could be called at any second to take on monsters so brutal that a mere guard couldn't stand a chance. A regular adventurer wouldn't stand a chance with enchantments like that, so in the end, he forged 3 deadly swords. With each strike, he couldn't even figure out where that crazy strength was coming from. His magic might have been fading, but somehow it kept him going, and it looked like the power just wouldn't run out. So the court's overtime grind kept dragging on, and it piled up into a non-stop shortage that hit the protagonist hard. The protagonist let out a deep, shaky breath and hissed, "Alicia will be here any moment," and then, in the end, he didn't stop at 3 swords. He hammered out 5, and that was the whole saga for today. Right as he stormed out of the forge, he couldn't help wondering, did they even have any towels here? He suddenly had to dry his face, right then and there. Suddenly, Alicia burst into view, scanning the crowd like she was hunting for him. He called her name, and the girl leaned under the table while the protagonist gulped it down, like he couldn't wait another second. He smirked, then couldn't help wondering, was he really hiding right there? With a towel he snagged off the shelf, the mech tiptoed toward the girl and let out a sharp, sneaky laugh. A sharp laugh came from behind. Then his hands touched her shoulders. Alicia froze, screamed, flinched hard, and whipped around in a panic. She snapped the glare into him, flashed that fake smile, then practically declared, "Mission accomplished," only for her to storm, demanding, "Where was he?" And the protagonist finally answered. In the break room, she snapped, "Wait, are you serious? You trying to scare me?" Then he just laughed and said, "Yep, I win." And she had. Alicia hadn't even clocked him. She let out a sharp breath, slipped into the forge, and when she spotted the swords, she blurted, "So, is he done?" With the weapon finally in her hands, the girl gasped. She'd seen all of this in just one day, even the hilt had a real emblem, and the protagonist answered. Surprisingly, he wasn't tired one bit, so he could have pushed a few more, Alicia gushed, amazed by his insane stamina, and Mac just rubbed the back of his neck, admitting he'd been grinding through way harsher conditions for the past 3 years. So yeah, he's totally not tired anymore. He's even convinced he should forge another sword, until Alicia shuts that down flat. "No way, you need to rest." And the truth is, he's been grinding non-stop since this morning. He figured that serving in court would have crushed his strength to nothing, yet he keeps feeling better, like it's building up instead of breaking him down. So is this what they call personal growth, or has he somehow already gotten immune? Immune to fatigue, Alicia just sighed and muttered that he was a workaholic, period. Fake let out a heavy breath and warned him to be careful, and Alicia asked if he'd sell swords tomorrow. He nodded and shot back. "Shh, I go into town?" The girl said it with zero doubt. Merchants were flooding into the city in the next 2 days, and right now, the protagonist only cared about one thing, selling a couple of swords. And see what kind of praise they'd earn, because those pieces turned out surprisingly great, even after being forged from E-class ore in his home village. At first, they treated that kind of work like gold, and somehow, despite his humble beginnings, he finally got a spot at the royal court's forge, only for everyone there to call him a total failure. They handled it with brutal efficiency and didn't hold back at all. Now he'd have to stand his ground with way more confidence. Alicia asked if he'd picked a price yet, and he answered, yes. He had it all mapped out. He was going to demand 30,000 to 50,000 crowns for each sword, a totally fair deal for the main weapon of some down-on-his-luck adventurer, and then the girl gasped. Perfect, E-rankers just had to try a little, and they'd get their hands on those too. The protagonist agreed, and that was it. Tomorrow, he'd go sell these swords. The Duke's daughter gasped in awe, swearing his shining moment was right around the corner, and she'd help him the whole way. Then the protagonist shot back an objection, rejected, and her father warned him to never mention he was Alicia's fiancé, so he couldn't use her influence to rake in sales. The girl paused, then said, "All right, I'll start with math." Mask gasped, shocked. "Wouldn't that look suspicious?" she told him, calm as ice. "Don't worry, everything will be fine. Besides, you know he does everything for me." So she's stepping in to help him. She's got his back, and they're doing this together. He's about to decide. Max stared at her for ages, and he said he gets it. But before anything happens, they've got to talk to her father first. Alicia practically erupted with joy. "All right, I'll go tell him." She's convinced he won't care about them teaming up, and he shoots back. "All right then, go ahead," as if he's ready to dive in. That evening, he's counting on her, while the fake version lies in bed, reading a book. Alicia was holding the book when, bam, someone knocked at the door, and she shouted, "Come in!" He swung the door open for her, leaned in, and asked, "So, how'd it go?" She lit up with a bright smile and said, "Father." Her father finally caved in, but only if she kept her identity locked away like a sacred secret. The protagonist lit up and said, "Great news, then he's got something to look forward to tomorrow," and the girl blurted, "Yeah, she'll go all out to prove his goods are the best, no doubts." He thanked her, grinned, and realized Alicia is busting her ass for him. He'd been terrified he'd sell nothing, but now, that's overselling anything is basically guaranteed. The next morning, he jolted awake, got himself ready, and couldn't stop thinking about his big debut. Today marked his very first time stepping into the trading game. Before he ever stepped into court, he lived on barter. He tossed away daggers, armor, and swords, and in return he hauled in food, clothes, and a place to sleep. The village was small, and everyone learned from everyone, but at court he had no time to dig into the tangled world of market relations. He just assumed. Now everything's gotten even messier, so he can't even guess what price to slap on his work. And every merchant has to factor that in, but he still convinced himself everything would be fine, until he finally reached the market, and the owner snapped that he couldn't step in unless he paid the entry fee. If he made that payment, they'd let him buy and sell goods all day long. The surprised protagonist handed him the money, and he started to. Alicia strode into the market with zero trouble. Then he shot the girl a question. Why shouldn't she? So you don't call her by her name in public, right? Alicia, hood up, glasses on, leaned in and told him yes, and if they ever found out he had connections with. The Duke realized he was about to break the promise he'd sworn to her father, and yeah, it hit him hard right then. "Exactly," he muttered. Everyone needed to move like they were walking on glass. She asked it with a bright smile. "So, what's your nickname?" he answered. "Yeah, I guess." And then Alicia blinked and said, "So what do you want to call her?" After a beat, she offered, "Ali," and he nodded, agreeing that out in public, he'd call her only that, Ali. He went along like nothing happened and let the problem die, and they rolled forward. Then Mick asked if trading was only allowed during the fair, and the girl shot back that you could trade at other times too, as long as you were selling goods and you needed your own. Fake nodded and said, "Yeah, I see," he figured. For now, he'd start with a normal stall, anything but those fake docks, and then the plan keeps going. And in the future, he'll finally open a real shop. Real trading thrilled him so hard he could barely breathe. After some time, he stared at the trading license he'd applied for, and once he got the approval, it unlocked a place for him, and pure joy exploded on his face. He nodded like everything was finally okay. Then once he flashed the emblem, he decided, for now, he'd sell just 2 swords. Staring at his goods lined up on the counter, he muttered, Well, all right, let's kick it off." After a while, he stared at the crowd sliding past, and disappointment sank in hard no. Nobody even looked at his goods. No footsteps came near. Not a single buyer in sight. Alicia was also. And she's freaking out too, because she's been wrecked with worry about him ever since. The girl thought, yeah, right. She never expected it to go down this smoothly, and yet somehow it all spiraled into disaster. She didn't see it coming when the protagonist glanced at the stall next door. It was packed shoulder to shoulder, and the crowd swallowed the whole street. And realized the place was packed to the brim? Was he even showing off the right way? Everyone else looked 10 times better, so yeah, next time. He'd have to figure out the presentation, right then. Alicia shot a quick look at the guy strolling past. She shouted to him, "Hey, are you an adventurer by any chance?" Any chance? They had weapons up for sale, and MESC just stared at her, stunned. Surprise. He even turned and stared at her like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He shoots her a look and blurts, "Wait, are you talking to me?" The girl leaned in, stared the adventurer down, and blurted out, "You got interested?" Then the guy just spun around and walked off like that, leaving you hanging. Mike glanced at his furious companion, grinned anyway, and realized the fish had slipped right out of reach. What a brutal shame. Shame hit hard, so Alicia swallowed her pride, apologized to him, and admitted she was probably more of a burden than a help. The protagonist snapped back, "No, that's not it at all," because deep down he was relieved she'd called that guy, and honestly, he was just grateful. Relieved they were finally side by side, she glanced up at him with a shy little smile and said, "All right." She's not about to let him down. He shook his head sadly, and somehow nobody came near them, while Alicia frowned in total confusion. Those swords were top-notch, and she just knew that something was off. The protagonist couldn't stop thinking about it. Back when he worked in the village, people didn't swarm him right away either. He knew the first sale would crush him the most, but he trusted his skill, and every time he aimed for that target rank, his adventure was ready to begin. I'd kill to get my hands on those swords. Then, out of nowhere, Ava's came charging in. He strode up to them, leaned in, and blurted, "Whoa, are they really selling long swords?" The allies had basically given up hope. Then they stared down at the bottom. The buyer jolted in surprise. Then the MC leaned in and asked, "So, do you want to check?" "Go ahead. Feel that weapon in your hand." Alicia snapped, then leaned in. "Yeah, show him. Please, I've seized one of the swords, then scrutinized every inch like it might bite. He tested it a few times, tried it again, and then, boom, he couldn't stop smiling. Fake leaned in and asked, "So, are you really an adventurer?" "Right," he answered, grinning through the doubt. "He's stuck at rank F right now, but don't worry, he's leveling up to rank E." His sword felt weightless in his grip, like it belonged there, and he flashed a grin because he'd poured a special enchantment into it. Eva leaned in and, with pure admiration, said that compared to this blade, every other sword felt clumsy to wield, and the protagonist, grinning as he spoke, couldn't help thinking. He figured it might work, so the guy shot him a question. Would he really sign off on 10,000 crowns? The moment the protagonist heard what the buyer was willing to pay, fury snapped through him. Under different circumstances, he would have started bargaining on the spot. But this time, things were different, and no way. He couldn't just blurt out how much cash he had on him like that, because then he'd be doomed, plain and simple. Ibis leaned in, desperate and hopeful, and he finally cracked, yeah, he'd go for that price too. Then he added, "Actually, the price of this sword." "Whoa, 5,000 crowns for a sword?" The guy blurted, totally baffled, and the mech just grinned like he'd figured it out. "Nah, that price isn't real. It's only 30,000. Even if he gave a little, he'd never drop the price under 20,000 crowns. But today, he didn't come to bargain. He came to make a name for himself, so he's left with no choice for now. Eva looked at that sword with regret, the one he'd adored, and told him with a sad nod that she thinks the price is worth it. This, Fake said, "Honestly, that's pretty good. And maybe, just this once, he'd break his own rules and let him take it for 10,000. He snapped in shock. Really? And then his mind raced as he tried to finish the thought. Then it hit him. Maybe that recommendation could pull in buyers, so he blurted it out loud. Yeah, it was true. And if he knew any adventurers who needed a sword, could he point them in their direction? Every week on market day, he's posted behind the counter, waving a flag like this. He jabbed at the emblem and started. With a grin, Ibis burst out. "Of course," he'd tell his friends, and that's exactly why they decided. He pocketed the money, spun on his heel, and left with a bright grin, waving goodbye like he'd just won, fully satisfied with the deal. He stared at the coins, feeling the number fall short of his dreams, but hey, it still meant profit. The Duke promised he'd send materials in any amount, so Alicia didn't have to stress about costs anymore. She lit up and said, "You did it." And at last, they closed their first sword sale. He nodded. "Yeah, we reached the goal." The goal he'd set for today hit her like a shock, and the girl just stared in stunned disbelief. He'd still got a shot at his goal, but they had 4 swords left, and the protagonist admitted he'd be hard-pressed to sell everything. So he decided, right then and there, that once this young adventurer flashed his sword to everyone, he'd sell at least one, no excuses. Little by little, his customer base started swelling. Right then, the Duke's daughter burst out, "It'll totally work." After all, he forged the swords himself. Mick nodded along, fully backing her words, and then added, "Next time, it's going to hit even harder than today." Later, when the allies rolled back home, he glanced at his earnings and realized his very first sale netted him 10,000 crowns. Crowns, at least. That's what he told himself. It was a solid start because they'd just bought his sword, gripping it like it was pure gold. Coins clinked in his palm as he muttered, "Okay," because now he had to. He had to rush back and report everything to Mr. Gorille after he went to Alicia's father. All off. It asked how things were going in the city, and the protagonist answered with a sheepish grin. Today, one massive long sword was sold down to the last detail, all in one go. Today he slapped the purse of coins onto the table and, he added, "For the materials and the workshop access, this is my thanks. I really hope the master will accept it." Then Goril said, "Now, about that witch ore." He wasn't about to skimp on supplies, so there was nothing to worry about. Then the protagonist shot him a thank you, and the Duke carried on saying, 10,000! Making 1,000 crowns proves it. He lowballed the price just to seal the deal, right? The mech dropped his head, blurted out a guilty, "Yeah," and then snapped back to work. The Duke sat there, dead serious, and said he couldn't let that man near his daughter with things the way they are right now. Fake slammed the man with confidence, insisting sales would only keep climbing from here, no doubt in his mind. The protagonist snapped, "If you really think that's true, then don't just talk, back it up with results and make him believe it." All right then. He's Alicia's fiancé, Goral fixed his gaze on him, sharp and unblinking after. After a while, the protagonist sprawled on his couch, stared at the ceiling, and realized, all right, it was time to dig into the market for real. So how do you jack up sales? What would it take? And which weapon class is the hottest commodity in the whole city? Maybe tomorrow we'll finally crack the truth. So the next morning, the allies marched straight for Adventurer's Street, and Alicia slipped into disguise again, just like she did at the market. The protagonist says this place is packed with weapon shops, each one stacked with insane variety, and he tells himself to dive deeper. First, he couldn't help but nose around, checking how the shops laid out their wares. Then he spotted a forge and felt like there were two different shops right here. The protagonist noticed two men scrutinizing weapons, figured they were adventurers, and then realized there was a real demand. After all, once people started craving longswords, the choice got simple. Give them two blades that hit the same, and they'll still grab the one that looks way more intimidating. So maybe he should go all out and carve the handles too. So why not spice up his lineup with daggers, because they can be thrown too. Utility knives are selling like crazy, and apparently housewives use them for. Then their day life finally caught up, and Alicia blurted out that they'd arrived, right as he blurted, "Wow!" at an adventurer's guild, and the moment it hit him, realization started to dawn. He could run into representatives from every rank right here. So this was big for him, because the guild was packed with adventurers talking up a storm, and he hadn't registered yet. Do we really have to check in somewhere? MC said he'd need to at some point. So if money's what he's after, it looked like this was the place to earn it. Alicia cut in. Then let's go register right now. The allies scanned the area and spotted a stand packed with guild member notes and strict admission rules. Bakes grinned, eyeing two adventurers who were downing drinks at a tavern. Then he watched as the table got flipped into a full-on bar counter. Adventurers never change, especially that beer stench. The girl burst into laughter and said it was because the adventurers lived for every wild second, he told her. I'll go register, just wait a minute. And she nodded. Then the adventurers watched them with sharp, curious interest. He tore past the counters. First one stamped orders, the second screamed sales, and the third was exactly what he came for. The adventurer registration office. And get this, there wasn't even a line. It just looked like it was going to be quick. He already knew registration only asked for two things, a name and a personal file. He had to get one. So now he'd start the application from zero. He strode up to the receptionist, slid over his blacksmith's license and said, "Great, all right." He'll stamp out a guild membership card under that name, and he practically begged her to punch in the details of his magical abilities. After a moment, the receptionist finally leaned in and told him it was all taken care of. She thanked him, told him everything was officially registered if he ever misplaced his documents, and urged him to reach them ASAP because they hand over the first card for free, but if he lost it, they'd charge him. They'd take a small fee, and when the protagonist said he understood, the girl grinned. "All set," she said, and then she wished him luck. "Success," Mick shot back to Alicia, threw his hands up in apology for making her wait, and then, right at that exact moment, a B. Then he spotted two adventurers closing in on the girl and shooting her a cheeky line, like, "So, are you an adventurer?" The Duke's daughter fidgeted with her hood, acting like she couldn't believe where her life was headed. The adventurers cackled loud and demanded she stop hiding her face, then asked if she wanted to tag along for a few errands. Alicia just mumbled, "I'm waiting for someone here," and the moment they spotted the fake approaching, they burst out laughing again. "Forget that puny guy, these C-rank adventurers are the real deal, so why don't you roll with them on a quest?" Then, right out of nowhere, the protagonist threw himself in front of the girl, blocking the danger with his own body. Fearlessly, she stared straight into the eyes of one of the adventurers, and with a shaky voice, the girl called out to her fiancé. He whipped around to her, grabbed her hand tight, and said, "All right, it's go time. Everything's done, and now they're finally moving out." They hauled themselves away, and two adventurers yelled, "Wait!" as they chased after them. Total confusion. Turns out they weren't silent at all. They were talking. The protagonist rushed to apologize to Alicia and insisted, "We have to get out of here now." She shoved through the crowd beside him, and when she finally nodded, her voice shook pure fear in every stammer. Two insolent men came charging after them, until a hooded stranger stepped in, cutting off their escape and blocking the way. The adventurers barreled at him, screaming for a demon to get out of their way. Then the guy just stared right back at them. They froze on the spot, his face twisted in horror. Then he demanded, "What did you say?" While the chaos inside the guild raged, the allies ditched it all, stormed out into the open air. The MC grabbed the trembling girl by both hands and demanded, Are you okay, Alicia? Alicia managed a shaky yes, because nobody had ever come at her like that before, so she felt her courage shake, and he met her gaze with regret etched all over his face. He snapped and said it was his fault. He should have taken her with him. She fought back, protesting hard, and then he finally showed up, like he had to make things right. Showed up at the exact right moment, because Leffy was lurking nearby too, ready to step in the second trouble hit. Bake nodded along, told her not to stress, and they headed home. Then the protagonist leaned in like it mattered and said he'd almost wrapped up his research on market demand. Maybe they could finally break loose and grab some fun right now? The girl lit up at his idea, saying they'd already come all this way, so there was no reason to hold back. Then they should grab a bite to eat. Later, after they got back home, the protagonist headed straight for the forge. Ore gripped in his hands, he figured he still had time before the next fair. So today, he was determined to push the ore's quality higher. He'd find out what this ore could really do once he judged its daggers for himself. First things first, he had to smelt it the old school way. Now pour it into a mold you forge with earth magic, because things don't wait around. After all those twists and turns, he forged it into a steel plate, then went straight for the next upgrade, pushing the quality even higher. Of the steel. Then he threw himself back into work and realized the witch ore was hiding something even more valuable. A bunch of ugly components stood in his way, and he knew one thing: he had to crack the problem with math. Ritual-like magic techniques that yank the unwanted element right out of the material. The May cranked up the plate's heat, swung that hammer non-stop, and kept going until it held the exact required temperature. They'd have to blast the heat again and again until the metal finally came out perfect. And not on perfect. After he finished everything, he studied the completed plate with pride and called it excellent. Now he had to test the magical code before he could start working on his next plan. He clutched his plan tight, and then froze, stunned to see the runes still scattered out of place. Chaos erupted, because he knew one wrong move with magical techniques would spell disaster. They could smash the magical code wide open. He kept pushing, directing the magical flow while pounding away, and once the steps were done, he ran the magical code again. Still rough, but he definitely smoothed out a few things. Right at the very end, they made the last tweaks to the enchantment, after everyone else was already done. Other work was already locked in, right up until the moment the final rune. The runes roared back to life, like the magic was saved, and it didn't need to start from scratch. He could keep delaying it till the very end, wiping sweat from his brow like he was buying himself a few more seconds. Fake snapped into action, saying it was time to shape the plate, turn it into a blade, pounding it like a hammer. The protagonist kept grinding the blade down, then dunked it in water to cool it off before pushing on again. He owned his magic and sealed it tight with wind magic. Finally, the blade was primed. He slammed it down and sliced the stone clean through, then stopped. He split the stone in two with the blade, and then declared, loud and proud, that it was excellent. The blade's edge was razor clean and perfectly sharpened, slicing ready for whatever came next. The darkness rolled in with zero resistance, perfect cover, so this knife was ready to strike. It can be swung in battle, or sharpened to slice through meat, turning a simple magical component into something brutally useful. It took forever, but once it was done, that knife was on a whole other level, sharp, solid, and way better than anything else. He was slamming at that standard E-class weapon, completely losing it, yet if he didn't stop for a breather right now, Alicia was going to start panicking. The protagonist called it for the day, promising he'd forge another knife later, but for now, that was all he could take on. He figured it out. Turns out the work itself lit him up so hard he couldn't stop. Hold it, if he keeps doing that, he'll make Alicia worry about him again, and right when everything is about to. Right when he started thinking about her, a sharp knock crashed through the door, and the Duke stood there. Luke's daughter burst in and declared she was entering, then stepped into the workshop and spotted the finished knife, and she shot him a proud smile and said, "Excellent work." Then she leaned in and asked, "So, how's it going?" The Mee grinned and said, "Pretty good. I'm just finishing up." Would she even want to see it? After a bit, Alicia grabbed the knife, grinned, and blurted, "Wow, this quality is even." He busted out laughing again, going even higher than last time, and said, "She always knows how to impress, thanks to her, after what she said." He scribbled out a new idea, desperate to make one more. Then the girl glanced up at him, shy as could be, and told her straight up that the auction is only days away. He's about to start. But maybe, just maybe, today he won't sprint, she says, voice heavy with sadness. She loved watching him work, but he poured so much time into the... She realized she was getting lonely. Yeah, she knew it mattered to him, but she could have been happy if she just. Wondering if she could steal even one more second with him, she froze. Was she getting in the way? He stared back, baffled, and in his mind it screamed, why is she? Why is she seriously that cute? The protagonist snaps out of it on the spot, no guessing, no daydreaming. Imagine things, because Alicia is not his fiancée, and right at that moment, a maid. The protagonist popped in to tell them dinner was ready, thinking he had the moment figured out. Then Alicia spotted the maid first and bolted into an instant embrace. She stepped into the role of the bride and he couldn't stop his thoughts from running wild. She played it so perfectly. They can't predict when everyone's eyes will lock onto them, so they've got to. He had to play it like he was totally head over heels. So when she asked, "Am I bothering you?" he shot back, "Not at all," because all he could think about was being with her. Even if it was only for a second, he couldn't stop himself. So yep, his shift was over. Now he and Alicia would finally spend the whole day together, and she just couldn't believe her luck. Her heart was so loud with emotion that blushing hard she thanked. He thanked her for agreeing, then froze when he saw her flushed face and blurted, "Hey, are you okay?" Because hers was completely beet red. The girl answered with a shy, sheepish smile that she was. She was fine, at least, that's what it looked like, because the maid watching them couldn't stop her tears from spilling with pure love. Soon enough, the market day finally rolled around, and the protagonist Alicia burst into the market, and she quickly noticed just how insanely crowded it was. Way farther than where they'd been last time, and Mac just grinned like, "Yeah, yup, that checks out." He wanted to. He tried to leave early, but before he knew it, he got swept up and lost track of time. He knew it'd be smarter to stay put somewhere people could actually remember him. But out here, that's a nightmare. First come, first served. Then he slammed down the weapons and announced, "Everything's set." Alicia's eyes snapped to the swords on display. Like last time, right? And the daggers? They look incredible, no doubt. Fake says the knives and daggers are even better made, and they take way fewer materials to produce, so he's planning to sell them for about 20,000 to 30,000 crowns. Alicia's smile lit up the room, because she instantly got it, and right after that, she started. He blurted out loud, begging customers to check out their wares. But the protagonist just cringed, because the truth was brutal, he had no sales at all. As the Duke's daughter tried to sell to every poor Alicia, you could tell right away, getting customers to bite was going to be a brutal uphill battle. She called out to him, and he shot back immediately. Her voice rang so clear that they could actually hear every word. She said the words wouldn't make it to the shop, she barked. "You've got to speak with pride." And then he started to say, "He's got X." With those excellent goods in hand, he moved forward with way more confidence and acted like he belonged. He grinned at her and finally confessed, "Yeah, she was spot on." Then he jumped into the purchase call and actually pushed it forward to buy their website. He finally lowered his weapons, then muttered, "Yo, it's been a full hour already. Is she tired?" The girl snapped back, "It's fine, I'm trying." And right then, Ivis's voice cut through the air, and the boy shot up. "There he is." The protagonist froze, stunned to spot his first customer, standing shoulder to shoulder with another guy. Ivis waved him over and said, "Hey, I've got it right here, he brought some." Just like he promised, someone finally spoke up. Then he grinned and said, "This is Wazir and Adventurer too." Boom, same team. Ivis burst into laughter and went, "Oh yeah, you didn't tell me your name last time, did you?" Then he began to talk. He blurted out his name first, and the mech shot back a grateful smile, then told them his own. Weathers stared at the goods with wide-eyed curiosity and blurted out, "Wait, how is this real? Can I see that sword?" The fake blurted, and the answer was an instant, "Yeah, sure." The guy snatched the blade and started closely inspecting it, piece by piece. Ivis also couldn't stop praising the sword he'd taken from them. It was effortless to swing, razor-sharp, light as air, and it felt amazing in his grip. This thing was way better than his old weapon, and yeah, he was totally convinced it couldn't get any better. "Couldn't be better," the protagonist shot back. "Thank you so much," and you could tell he was absolutely thrilled. He liked everything. "I told you." This sword pushed him up to rank E last week, and the guild said his progress had been on fire. Things moved so fast that he'd basically become a brand new celebrity, and the protagonist couldn't believe it, genuinely. He seriously congratulated the guy, and the second it landed, he snapped, "Wait, didn't you earn this with your own talent in the first place?" Ivis blurted, "That's a lie." Right then, Weather snapped, "He wants the..." "Whoa, how much does this sword cost?" The mech stalled for half a beat, then snapped, "Would 40,000 crowns be enough?" He stared in pure confusion and asked, "Can you sell it to me for 30,000? Dollars? He throws it at you. $30,000 as the fake deal, and if you're into it, you get what you want back. The quality? He'd smile, take the win, and gladly point them out to his friends. No hesitation at all. The guy thanked the protagonist and handed over the money. Then Ivis clocked the real threat. They had knives too, ready for anything. Today, the protagonist shot back. Yep, these things are versatile as hell, deadly in battle, and perfect for butchering prey. Neva leaned in, eyeing the knife for harvesting like it was something she could actually use, then asked, "How much do these cost?" Because normally she'd go for a sword. Mech quoted 30,000 crowns per one, and Ivis froze in confusion, begging him to lower it. Then Mech tossed out a fake explanation, like, "Hey, I'm not just doing this for nothing," and Ivis immediately sensed something was off. It seemed he had. This time, he's got bargaining power. 30,000 is the absolute ceiling, so he might squeeze it down a little. So, he blurted it out, and then he grinned. Since he showed up with a friend today, how about 20,000? The guy blurted, and he lit up like that was perfect. Then the protagonist leaned in and asked him straight up. He blurted that he uses his sword for butchering, then snapped, "Can you even see my blade when?" When Ivis thrust the sword into his hands, the protagonist stared it down and muttered, "The enchantment's fading a bit." The other guy gasped like he'd just seen a ghost, then blurted, "Wait, does he even know how those enchantments work?" "You're telling me we reply to make the swords even stronger, right?" The mech shot back. "Yeah, because every single sword is packed with a so-called magic code." And his gear was already getting worn down. The adventurer shot him a question. "Can you fix this?" Fake grinned and said, "Of course. I'm a blacksmith, so this won't be a problem." He'll renew the enchantment for free on the first go. Once Ivis started working, he fired off, all set, and wrapped it up in a blink, no problems left, and Ivis thanked him with full-on blazing enthusiasm. And he warned, "Next time, it's 5,000 crowns, so treat that weapon with care. They even run the service, so if anything goes down, you better contact him." Ivis said it with a bright grin, and then she added, "Of course, if he's about to rake in a ton of money with that." Then it was over. Alicia and them split up right there, and she thanked them for the purchase like that's all it took. "I have us too." He leaned in, stared at her, and fired off the question, "Who is this girl?" Carl shot back, "Yeah, she's his assistant, Ailey, and that guy's built different." I flashed a grin and couldn't help wondering, was she really his lover? Makia DM cringed so hard his face burned, then couldn't stop thinking, why did I just say that? The daughter's cheeks flared, and a shy smile slipped onto her face, like she'd just been caught pretending. Alicia really was his fiancée, but it was just a cover, so he didn't dare say it out loud. He said, "Wrong." The girl snapped that she was just an assistant at the shop, and Ivis nearly blurted, "So, that's it!" Still, he couldn't hide how nice it sounded to work with his beloved. He's got one dream all his own, someday hitting the road with some adorable adventure, while the protagonist faceplants into full-blown embarrassment, and he can't help but wonder. Something about him felt off, but he didn't let it show out loud. He just said he wished them luck. The adventurers thanked him and walked out. He couldn't believe it. He never thought he'd make this much, not after all the grind he'd pushed through. Last week's effort was already paying off. Then he spun around to face what came next. He glanced at Alicia and said, "So things are going great, right?" The girl snapped back with sharp indignation, because she's his fiancé, and he could've. The mech had a point. Yeah, she could have said it, but if she did, wouldn't it instantly give away who she really is? He told himself, right there, that their engagement was never real. Then Alicia tilted her head, smiled at him, and cut him off. He blurted it out. Then it hit today. The sales were actually that good. Sales for today? Fake nodded along, praying these two would finally deliver big results. With his weapon gripped tight, he dared to dream big because he couldn't wait to see how their fate would play out. Then came the long wait, and somehow it was already noon by the time he finally checked. And in the end, after all that effort from Ivis, they still hadn't managed to sell. Don't sell anything else. Yeah, they just got hit with bad luck, so don't rush. Take your time and handle it right. Slow down. Then Alicia snapped his attention, shouting, "We've got a customer, a guy named..." Rig showed up in a wild outfit, then asked, "Do you sell swords and daggers, right?" "Right?" The protagonist shot back, "Yeah, that's it. He wants to take a look at the goods." Then that guy snatched a knife and blurted, "So that weapon's forged from their E-class witch ore, right?" The surprised protagonist shot back, "Yep, got it." But he caught himself thinking, he looks like a merchant, and he's got to be insanely experienced to have sold out every last thing so fast. So Quickrig just shrugged and said he's been in this business for ages. Thank God, because the weapons are insanely high grade. They look so high-end you'd never guess they're forged from classy ore. He's got swords and knives, so yeah, now he just needs one each, pretty please. So, what price is he asking for all of this? And right after that, they slammed into a full-on haggling war. The me wanted 50,000 crowns for it, but this guy swooped in and bargained like a wizard, somehow talked the price down. After a moment, Fakes leaned in. Voice cautious. All right, he's giving in. Then it's 25,000 crowns for everything. And could he really push his wares onto someone else? Riga shot him a grin, easy as breathing, sure. The protagonist just realized at the end of the day, he'd cut the price way more than he wanted. Oh, it was heartbreaking. Especially because his masked assistant was impossible to forget. Alicia thanked him, totally thrown, and asked, "Is it too conspicuous?" The murder. The merchant snapped back. "No, trust me, that's a good thing. This fair's packed with stalls and he'd come straight to their booth just because of her mask." Her gorgeous voice totally reeled him in, and the girl blushed and thanked him again. Rick waved and promised they'd meet again, and the protagonist shot back. "Yeah, thank him properly. Now the merchant's gone," and he turns to Alicia like, "This is all because of you. I owe you so much. Thank you." What is he even talking about? This is all his fault. Looks like this guy might just pull in a ton of new customers, and the mech even said, "Yeah, I'd be glad if that actually happens." Then he summed it up in his. He swore he'd only sell 2 swords and 2 knives today, and boom, the final tally hit 85,000 crowns, a massive leap from last week. Just one more step, and Lord Goral will finally be satisfied. So when he marched up to the Duke and dropped the purse of money in front of him, the Duke couldn't help but grin. This time, everything went smoother than ever. But blacksmiths were all over the place, ready to rake in that kind of money, and Fake had no choice but to swallow his forced agreement. He knew it sounded true, even if not everyone did. Incredible. It's still not good enough. He thanked the Duke out loud, then basically declared, "All right, then I guess I'll be leaving." The world cut him off and declared, "A blacksmith named Robert is coming tomorrow to propose." After that, everything changes, and he has no choice but to follow. He's about to claim his house's title and rise to become a viscount. The protagonist was locked in place. Couldn't even breathe without fear, because after hearing it, moving an inch felt impossible. "Yes, finally," he muttered. "I see." Gora stared at him, shaking with worry, and the protagonist's mind snapped to one terrifying thought. Is this just another one of Alicia's suitors? She said that company is weighing her down. So does that mean he actually showed up because he finally couldn't escape his responsibilities? The Duke leaned in and said, "Robert's got big ambitions, and the man's in top shape too." Max snapped his head up from where he'd been sulking, eyes suddenly blazing as he looked. Staring at Alicia's father, I was totally baffled. Then he burst out laughing like he knew something I didn't. What was he even talking about? Goral. Fake's confusion hit hard. He raised his fist to his mouth and, in total silence, begged the Duke with everything in him not to say it. With that stone-straight face, he could barely smother his laughter, and Goral went on, bragging that his daughter was downright beautiful. The protagonist admitted it was true, but then he froze. Why did he say that so suddenly? Yeah, Alicia was gorgeous, but he'd always had the feeling she wasn't into guys like that. Turns out he was right. When the Duke carried on, it turned out Robert had already warned him he had plans for his daughter, but Alicia didn't buy it at all, and his relentless push only made her colder. Still, they couldn't dare show Robert even a hint of disrespect, because he was also fighting for Alicia's hand, and the protagonist feared his own talents just wouldn't be enough to win her father's approval, so yeah, it wasn't exactly shocking when more suitors started showing up, and Goral even warned that Robert could come off a little fake, because deep down, he feared his daughter would end up unhappy with him. Yeah, turns out that fake compliment hit harder than the real thing, and the Mc awkwardly thanked him like, "So that's how I'm red?" Then he couldn't help wondering if it meant he didn't look like a woman at all. Yeah, he wasn't wrong, but the truth hit hard. He'd never dealt with women before, and the Duke warned him, don't get carried away, because he still hadn't accepted him. Yet, still, he hunted for that sweet spot, meeting his demands without crossing the line and leaving anyone else's needs behind. Fake swore he wouldn't let her down, and he silently clocked it. This Duke wasn't just a villain's shadow, he was a genuinely wonderful father. His noble status demanded a good marriage match, but deep down, he wasn't playing. He truly wanted his daughter to be happy. Goral told him to try, and the protagonist froze, heart pounding, aching, because Goral loved his daughter so much. And still he was deceiving him, raising him with big hopes as if he could carry it all. She takes care of him, yet he still stomps all over her respect. So if he wants to keep that position, he'd better level up his skills because this is getting tough. He came back to his room, and just as he did, Alicia showed up and asked, "So you're back?" But her father still hadn't so much as acknowledged him, so she dropped into a seat. The girl slid down beside him on the bed and watched him think. "No," he shot back. He said he still wasn't satisfied with how the sales were going. Her voice cracked. "I see," and even then they kept pushing with everything they had. He shot her a look, and got stuck on the scent of soap. Her hair was still damp, like she'd rushed to him straight from the fresh out of the bath. She slipped into clothes that were way lighter than usual. She really should have been more careful, and now he was dying to tell her. Make her realize she's one of the most beautiful, noble girls in the whole world. But he just stayed silent. And deep down, she knew her father had to be stressing over the exact same fear, so the MC shoved every prank thought out of his head. Bake crept up to the window and told them that right now he could only make one trade a week, just enough to show up at the market. More and more, he realized he'd have to open his own shop soon. But even then, customers wouldn't just magically show up. First, he had to carve out a name in the trading circles. Alicia pointed out that he was right, because running his own shop burned money fast, so he had to land regular customers first, and the moment he thought that through, he realized he still had a ton to get done. But it was all for Alicia. If he couldn't cover for her, he'd lose her for good. And yeah, another suitor only showed up because he messed up so badly he slumped and admitted, "Yeah, I hate to say it, but that aristocrat Robert is set to show up here tomorrow." The girl dropped her gaze with a heavy sigh and whispered, yes. She already knew she couldn't shake him and that he was going to stick around. He basically said, "That's just how it is," and begged her to forgive him, claiming that if he posed as her fiancé, he could stop everything from falling apart. He tried to scare off the other suitors, but it didn't work, and he'd already failed. Alicia shot back, furious. "Wait, what are you even doing?" He tried to downplay it, but she still didn't feel at ease at all. She tried to rub shoulders with this aristocrat, and once their meeting was finally done, she burst out. "So I can still see him, right? He'd be holed up in the workshop, and she could show up any time." Then he thought, yeah, he'd even want to stay with her too, but even Goril would have called that a slap in the face to Robert. Alicia flashed a small smile, thanked him, and kept staring a little longer. Right then, she clocked it. He wasn't acting like himself at all, and the protagonist was totally thrown, like something big had just gone down. She kept glancing around, wondering what on earth she was talking about. Then it hit her, she'd been stuck there like that for ages. After a moment, when she shifted, he caught sight of her breasts, and her dress was so revealing that even her forearms were exposed. He couldn't help it, and demanded to know what she meant. He couldn't figure out what she wanted, why she dressed like that to test him. Then the girl suddenly blurted out, "Everyone's got a saying like, dress like that, and guys will fall head over heels for girls just like you," he blurted out, stunned. Who even told her that? She snapped back one short answer, Lift. Liffy bristled in his mind. So this is the so-called mastermind? They're basically fishing for his opinion just to weaponize it on the other suites. Suitors, he froze for a beat, then finally said, "I won't speak for myself, but if I'm being real, I'd have no complaints marrying her. Right now he can't resist her." She blurted it out with hope, praying he wouldn't fall for the fake wave. He flailed his hands in panic and blurted, "No, nothing." But she shot back, "No, really, so yeah, he's totally in love with." Smelling trouble in his own feelings. He was totally confused about being in love with her, and then his words just crumpled in his mouth, like he couldn't even finish the thought that men, in general, would. Alicia stared and said, "I get it, so he's into her." The protagonist, cheeks burning with embarrassment, muttered, "It's amazing." Then she looked down, voice heavy, "Of course." Was there any problem for him? A surge of electricity ripped through the protagonist, and he stared in total confusion, thinking, what kind of questions are these? Her breath hitched as she pressed close to him and blurted it out like her life depended on it. "So, he likes curves, but what did he think of her? Just look at that figure," he blurted, nearly losing his mind. Then his hope crumbled as he gasped, "Why are you doing this to me?" After a bit, Ruben blurted, "So Morgan's the Knight Commander's personal blacksmith now. That's awesome, which means the Forge Master spot will be open real soon," Seda snapped. "Exactly," and right then, Morgan smirked to himself, thinking, they'll apply, he'd bet on it. Today, the Knight Commander is about to put his sword enchantment to the test. Can you feel the suspense? And whatever he wins, it better be big, because the least he's getting is the gig of the captain's personal blacksmith. The captain. Right then, the floorboards creaked outside like a warning. Forge Master's eyes narrowed. So it's him. The captain walked in, sweeping the room, and Morgan lit up. They hadn't seen him in ages. He fumed to himself. Just give him the promotion already. But the captain stared him down and snapped, "Is the fake here?" Morgan gawked at him, stunned and pissed, thinking, "That idiot again," and then he snapped out loud that his return is still expected. Ron cut right to it, insisting he had to talk about the sword he'd been trusted with. The captain pulled it out, stared, and Morgan quickly bragged, "I personally cast the enchantment on this blade." And the captain's face lit up in shock. "Wait, what are you saying?" Ron burst out that the forge boss noticed the fake was on vacation, so he'd been stuck doing those duties himself. Yeah, and suddenly everything clicked for him. Morgan, Slatebow, asked, "What would he say about his work?" Ron said nothing. Then he swung his sword in a blur where? Right in front of Morgan's eyes. Everyone gasped in shock. The weapon exploded into shards. Then he lunged and snatched the head of the forge by, yanked him by the collar, snapped a burst of rage into his voice, shoved the shattered sword to his throat, and growled, This is trash," Morgan stammered, stunned by what he was even talking about. Then the captain snapped back, irritation flaring as he demanded, "What?" He dragged his personal blacksmith to inspect his enchantments, and the guy stared in disgust. "I've never seen work this bad," he snapped, "because when the sword hits full power, it crumbles into dust," and he cut him off mid-sentence. I'm not putting up with this incompetent fool any longer." He'd already nailed it. Fake, get the job done. So where was he? Where was his vacation? Rage boiling, he jerked Morgan away and shoved him off. Barry's father, one of the most powerful men in the country, could make people drop to their knees on sight, but Sato's voice shook as he told the captain, "He doesn't work here anymore." Ron snapped with fury. "What the hell? Why isn't he working here?" He stared at the ground, baffled. He was so talented even his master would want to meet him. Morgan felt that same bewilderment crash in. "Talented? No," he scoffed. "Work can't be any worse," he muttered. Then the truth hit. The protagonist truly quit on his own, and Ron was left stunned. "What? He just walked away?" The forge's master breathed. "Yes, and they even apologized for the sword's quality." Rita did leave, so the captain's side resigned too and demanded to know where he was headed. Morgan knew about Alicia, but he blurted, "No, he doesn't know." The captain nodded. "I see," and it clicked instantly, because ever since they haven't carried out a single order. Morgan's fury kept rising and he snapped louder and louder. "Wake up and get that enchantment right, then let them deliver the knight's weapons or they'll have nothing to fight with." Morgan opened his mouth to fire back at the captain, but he cut himself off. Could he really say the knights would soon have nothing left to fight? They'd been counting on the fakes to handle everything, so why wasn't he back yet? Ron snapped, annoyed, demanding why they were still just standing there. Hadn't he? He spoke up loud and crystal clear, and the workers instantly nodded along, hustling around like, "Got it! Everything makes sense!" They'd start right away. The commander caught that and then told them, "Contact him the second they figure out where the fake one was." With those words, the captain slammed the door shut and stormed out, and Morgan just muttered, totally lost. How in the world was that idiot suddenly so in demand? The workers demanded to know what they were supposed to do with all those swords, and not just those, because more weapons kept rolling in every single day. Morgan snapped, stared them down, and barked, "Get to work, right now!" Immediately, he snapped with furious thoughts that it was all because of that idiot protagonist, and the captain barked at the workers to finish the job on time, leaving the fore. Rage boiled in Ron's veins as he forged. Something felt off about those court blacksmiths, and he knew it after a while. His personal blacksmith spun toward him, baffled, and blurted that the captain needed his attention right now. The captain snapped, "What's going on?" And the guy shot back, "I'm talking about that sword shipment we just got a—" Ron stared in confusion. He'd been sending those swords to the forge for enchantment renewal first, and the blacksmiths. Smith admitted they hadn't delivered fresh weapons in ages, and they'd been scraping by on whatever they could salvage. But the enchantments kept unraveling, line by line. Like the new shipment only patched the wound, not the whole thing, because the enchantments were just way too weak in quality. The captain frowned and demanded, "What did you just say?" Because he had to verify the magic code right now, and the blacksmith stood there looking totally lost. "Yeah, of course. But will it be okay this time?" Ron nodded, admitting the last test nearly wiped him out, and he promised he'd play it way safer now. He snatched one of the swords, stared at it, and realized his power still wasn't strong. or sharp enough to crack the magic. Trying to decode the fake's magical enchantment was brutal. When he pushed past his own level, pain slammed into his body. Effort. Even if he kept pushing, there was no way he could decipher enchantments like that. Trying to read the protagonist's magic had basically turned his mind into ruins. They twisted him inside out over and over, so hard it basically screamed, "Your power level is way higher." And this time, the spells weren't cast by the same hands, but by the court's blacksmiths all over again. So yeah, Morgan aside, these guys were the best blacksmiths in the whole country, and their craft could have absolutely crushed him, until he started reading the enchantments, and pure shock hit him so hard he couldn't even finish the thought. He gaped in shock. No bounds? What the hell is this? They look like a kid's scribble, and couldn't even process what he was seeing. These enchantments don't just weaken a blade, they wreck it from the inside out. The captain hunted down the blacksmith and demanded to know if he'd ever sold swords like that to anyone else. The boy shook his head and said no, and honestly he thought they were awful too. That's why he told him to inspect them. Ron shot back that it was the right call, because those swords were brutally impossible to handle. He snapped that this nonsense would wreck the weapon, and then he'd be forced to rewrite the entire magical code from the ground up. He didn't see this coming. You'd never expect people like that to be so awful at their jobs. Honestly, they should be the best in the world. Hunter shoved the question at the blacksmith, demanding to know if any quality swords were still left. Then the boy admitted there were a few, but not nearly enough to pull off the plan to wipe out the monsters, and Ron's. They said, "If that's the case, we'll hand swords first to new recruits who can't buy their own yet, and you better not burn them out." The blacksmith nodded and swore he understood. The commander demanded they track down another blacksmith who'd forged his sword. When the blacksmith pressed for a name, the captain shot back, "I'm Feiger." He forged his sword himself, and that same stubborn soul refused to trust anyone, especially when he wondered if his master would even buy a simple enchantment, at least for now. Now he had no choice but to lean on him for this. So he tried, snapped irritably, "It's all because of those incompetent." At the Morgan Forge, those sharp blacksmiths would handle things first. Then, later on, he'd kick off a full internal investigation, and yeah, he had to track down where the fake was now, and the captain paced, thinking, because in that royal court's private world, shady deals were always cooking, and every decisions were cooked up in the shadows, and new recruits got slammed with brutal training the moment they arrived, because he knew for sure there was way more happening behind the curtain than anyone could guess. After all those premium swords over the last couple of years, what if they were all forged by the protagonist himself, and that means even he can't explain it? That ignorant nobody's rare gift was screaming in plain sight. Just how many blacksmiths in this whole country could match a mad ratio of sheer quantity and top-tier quality like that? If the protagonist walked away, progress would get shoved back 50 years, and the blacksmith, he just stood there, baffled by the muttering spilling out of his mouth while the captain, stepping outside, he clocked it. Those court blacksmiths, and even Morgan, were shoving something under the table, and he just knew it. Knew it for sure. Then, a little later, Robert finally showed up at the Duke's mansion, looming like a dark promise. The window said it? So yeah, this whole thing is Alicia. Alicia's suitor strode in, a genuinely handsome man, the kind that turns heads the second he appears. Jealousy clawed at him hard, and he couldn't stop it even if he tried. Her father went on and on about his male health, and she's like, "Do I really greet him? Nah, he's not just anyone, he's a suitor, so he might accidentally set him off. And, honestly, it would be best. It's best to lock yourself in the workshop that day. Then you can dive into it a little later." Robert and Alicia burst into his forge, stepping right into the heat. He crouched behind the lie, then sheepishly apologized to him, like he had no idea how to face what he'd done. Robert demanded they meet at least once, staring hard as when I looked at him, I went, "I get it, so you're Alicia's fiancé." The main character lit up, blurted that he was thrilled to meet him, and shouted his name. Then, the other guy snapped back the same enthusiasm. And then, just like that, he finally gave his own name in return, after a quick handshake, right as the moment was slipping. Robert clasped his hand, then leaned in and started a close-up inspection right away. The protagonist furrowed his brow and blurted, "Wait, what's wrong?" He shot back, "It's fine," and then, like his thoughts drifted to it, he just kept staring at how beautiful his hands were enchantingly strong, and his skin was so thick and rock-hard. The mick was straight-up stupid. He tracked it down, squinted like he was trying to decode what he was saying, then yanked his hand out of the guy's grip. Robert stared at the girl and blurted, "Do you always duck behind other people's shoulders?" and it hit them both. They hadn't seen each other in ages. And back then, she even hovered behind her maid as they traded stories of books in the garden, and honestly, he couldn't help feeling a little offended. Alicia shot him an apologetic look, then awkwardly hauled herself to her feet. Robert slipped out from behind the fake, and in an instant, he looped. He stared at her in shock and blurted, "Oh my God, she's grown so much." So much is going on, he's completely thrown off. But then he blurts, "Okay, so what happens now?" Robert pinched his nose, winced hard, and then snapped, asking the protagonist, "Does he actually like it here?" Mick blurted out, because that question hit like it came out of nowhere. Question. Alicia clung to his shirt, and that sudden weight made him stop and think. Somehow, it came out awkward, anyway, like Alicia wasn't used to talks like this at all. He couldn't just let the conversation slide. He refused to let him catch on that their relationship was fake, and honestly, he had zero right to lose to this guy, period. Regardless, no matter if she loved him back or not, he locked eyes with his opponent and stood there, dead straight, staring them down. With a straight, unshaking gaze, he leaned in and said, "I love you." Robert watched him closely, because he's totally smitten, like, straight up obsessed with this girl. Carefully, he nodded and said, "I see." Then the guy spun toward her and asked whether she would. She agreed to let him talk to that guy, just the two of them. Then, after a while, as soon as the girl walked away, the fake turned to the guy and interrogated him. Curious as hell, Robert moved up to the weapon stand and asked if he could. If he'd had the chance to see it, the protagonist would have snapped back, "Yeah, absolutely." He figured he was just sizing up his work, and with Robert being a gifted blacksmith, that meant he had to be a candidate too, right? Right. He ran his fingers along the blade like he could feel the power, muttered about magic ore, and then just went. "What a fine sword." The protagonist thanked him and swore the blade was forged for magical ore, and Robert just said, "I see. It's actually really good, and that last enchantment gets applied so smoothly it's like the sword snaps back into place on its own." Then he adds that sometimes he can blurt out all kinds of things, but Mick just shouldn't read too much into it, because when Mick asks, confused, "What was that?" he doesn't exactly give a straight answer. What was he even talking about? He grabbed a knife, dragged it along the table, and spouted weird nonsense. Yeah, he's not. He's no prodigy blacksmith, and he couldn't care less about forging. When you stack him up against the others, he's already got an excuse forming in his head. He's stuck right in the middle. So, yeah, he's pretending to be an aristocrat, throwing out fake inquiries, and then he hits you with that question, what is he really trying to pull off? Robert hurled the knife, snapped it out of the air, and then blurted, "Alicia is seriously the most attractive girl." That girl? Tons of men would kill for the chance to make her their bride, because she's unbelievably beautiful. She's as delicate as a flower, yet time won't spare her. And the protagonist. Paganus stared, utterly stunned. She was only 18. Did he not realize that? Then the guy brushed off the question and kept going. She used to be so tiny, like one solid squeeze could snap her in two. The protagonist's confusion skyrocketed, and he blurted, "Wait, what on earth is he even talking about?" Robert said with crushing despair, "She's really matured. She's absolutely breathtaking. A beautiful young lady. But that still doesn't cut it. He's only into younger girls. If only she were 20 centimeters shorter, and her figure wouldn't look like that. So curvy, and yet, her whole look does nothing for him at all." May's standing there, baffled, like, wait, what? What? Confused out of his mind, he stared. What was he even talking about? Didn't her size perfectly match her refinement? And then it hit him. What was he thinking at all? Talking to himself, he blurted out what he was really trying to say, and Robert just smiled back, admitting he didn't feel that same fire anymore. For her Faye blurted out, stunned, "I see, so that's how it is." So the aristocrat flat out said he was done with it and no longer cared. And yeah, he was fully convinced it was true, because deep down he had zero insatiable ambition. Chasing the prestige of an aristocratic title, he'd hoped to break even further free and do more as a true independent. An independent warrior with his eyes set higher and higher. Then he heard the Banished. The Casto family was hunting for a blacksmith's son-in-law, but he'd rather chase monsters than hammer steel. But because of what was going on with his family, he had to keep up the act. His parents were. They wouldn't quit, not for a second. Then the guy slid his hands onto the protagonist's shoulders, grinning like he had a plan. He grins at him, blurts out, "Good luck," and secretly prays their talk stays going. A secret wrapped in the Barnestow family's shadow. Then the protagonist locked eyes with him for a beat, and just said, "Okay." All right, he totally gets it. He really thought he was just getting tired. But then Robert blurts out, "Wonderful, by the way." All right, and get this. He's totally latched onto that sword he'd been eyeing. Can I really buy it? The Mc grinned. Yep, absolutely. Then the aristocrat leaned in, eyes sharp. All right, what's the price? Fake bragged that this sword was way better than the one he'd sold to Ava, pointing out how the hilt was loaded with extra decorations. So he had the guy on the hook like, should I charge more for it? And demanded, 10,000 crowns, huh? The aristocrat grinned and joyfully declared, perfect, take it. The protagonist braced himself for a crazy high price, but of course this guy was an aristocrat, and at that very, Robert yanked out his magic attribute, and the protagonist froze in pure confusion. Wow, it's a tiny inventory. Boxes like these can swallow a set number of items, and each one is worth a commoner's whole year of wages. Robert yanked a fat wallet of money out of the vault, then shoved it. The guy told the McKay 10,000 crowns. The Mc thanked him and pocketed the cash, then remembered the tip the guy had warned him about. So he pressed for that one last promise, and when the protagonist swore he'd remember, Robert leaned in, grinning, saying that someday he'd deliver the weapons, and he'd be thrilled if he could team up with them. The protagonist said, I get it, and just like that, he decided to wait. Then Robert grabbed his shoulders again and snapped, all right, then we're dropping all that familiar stuff. The mech stared at the guy, totally baffled by that heartfelt look, then just muttered, okay, because clearly he wanted to be friends, and, yeah, the guy was asking. The aristocrat stepped up to him with real feeling like he was begging him to take care of him, and Fake just stood there utterly baffled because it felt way too close, like a trap. Finally, when Alicia came running up to them, they shouted her name, then she froze, stunned by the sight of them. Prize. This sword is the protagonist's. So yeah, this is exactly what he came for. The guy, he said, yeah, it's that. But then he leaned in and insisted on talking to him like something was about to blow up. He was a master blacksmith, so he grabbed his own sword as a sample and went to buy it. He stared at the protagonist and said, he just hopes they'll stay in touch down the road, and the meek shot back, yeah, I will. The aristocrat who was slipping out finally shot a wave over his shoulder, and with that, he tipped his hat and wished them nothing but the best, because he's coming back to see Lady Alicia again. When he left, Fake let out a shaky breath and said, so it worked. She burst into laughter, patted him on the back and cheered, well done, thank you for today. Today, he said with a sheepish grin. What's wrong with her? Because she'd actually done an amazing job. Then he pushed for answers. Besides Robert, there'll be others too, right? The girl finally admitted the truth. The protagonist ruffled his own hair and shot back. Got it, I understand. So there are going to be a lot more cases like this, right when Robert turns out to be a shockingly good guy. But who can predict what comes next? He doesn't care. He's locked in, pushing even harder, because he's not just working for himself anymore, he's doing it for Alicia. How long can he really keep his peace? Then, just like that, the day of the market finally hits, our protagonist and the Duke's daughter. His daughter rushed to the market, laid the goods on the counter, and told everyone he was praying today's sales would finally pick up. The girl asked, can I inspect the goods too? And jumped in to help him spread the weapons out. Then he let out a heavy sigh. And he said they'd kick things off with the top-tier stuff, 3 knives and 3 D-class swords. Robert had even just bought that same sword from him. Then comes the lineup of D-class knives and swords, 3 apiece, all bought by Iva. After that, he unveils an E-class knife and sword, the exact kind Iva and Weezer snagged, plus some F-class goods too. Now he's got a killer selection across every rank, and he's planning to toss F-weapons to adventurers who are working with a tight budget. Looks like the market's packed with brand new faces today. This time, he brought a stack of budget options ready to sell, and the goods are plentiful. Today he's also going to bargain hard with the buyers, and Alicia noted she fully agreed with him, the most. Right now, the whole mission is one thing, get people to buy their stuff, and he basically snapped, all right, today we go all out. The girl clocked it instantly, and right on cue, the bargaining began, her eyes tracking every move the people made. The MC blurted, looks like we've got more people here today, Alicia shouted. Perfect. And then he leaned in and told him, now speak up. He never forgot that first customer. Turns out it was. So he tells him, be an adventurer, then sells him an F-class knife and a sword. The guy thrust an offer 12,000 crowns for the goods, and he snapped up the offered price. Sure, he still wanted more, of course. He wanted to land $15,000 for them, but this guy, he was the steal of the century. And honestly, he was dead set on backing it all the way, fueling the adventure with everything he had. If he can finally get in touch with them, then maybe, just maybe, it'll work. It'll work out like it did with Avos. He'll swear this is an investment in the future. In the future, right at that moment, Rig barreled in and burst out with joy, shouting, Long time no see, he beamed the second they showed up again, and the young man stepped forward, tipping his hat with perfect politeness. He tipped his hat in greeting, and asked how they were doing, and the protagonist froze in surprise. Traveling merchant? He prayed he'd run into him again, then Rig bragged that his sword was insanely good and it had saved him all across his travels. Turned out that blade was way lighter than he ever imagined, insanely tough and easy to swing. So the merchant beamed, thanking him, and even added that the sword had top-tier magical transmission too. No way. That weapon was forged from E-class ore. The protagonist stared, stunned, then burst into joy like, "Wow, I love it that much." The young man said the magic even steadied the blade while he used it, like a miracle in metal, and then he leaned in and asked to buy more today, with a little bit of everything. Would that be okay? One glance says it all. These swords and knives are way better than last time, and he can't stop staring like a kid in a candy shop. He even asks if he can take a look, while the mech just listens in total bewilderment. He snapped in surprise. Was he really pointing out D-class goods? The dude's got sharp instincts, and you can tell he picked a weapon for a reason. Rig thanked the fake, demanded what he owed the protagonist, then calculated everything. Turns out there were 12 swords total, and Rig pressed for the final amount he needed. Swords and knives. Rig hesitated for a beat, then nodded and said, "All right, I'll take it all," but he cut himself off like, "For tea." The protagonist stared at the merchant in total awe, then burst out with a joyful, "Yes!" "Yeah, thank you." Right after that, he whipped around to Alicia and told her to pack up every single thing Rick had picked out. The merchant pointed at the price and declared it chosen, and after a while, he grinned and told him, "Shake," and the protagonist blurted, "All right, this time we're landing on 500,000. And crowns." He knew wrestling with Rig would be tougher than dealing with Robert, because traveling merchants can haggle like it's an art. And yet, he ended up getting way more than he'd hoped for, and the merchant practically beamed, thanking them for the goods. Then added, "You still haven't introduced him yet." Rig realized it was him and his name was Rig. Then he spotted the sword's hilts, etched with the word fake. And the question hit him hard. Would he, "Rig, would it be okay if I used it?" Mac asked. Then Riggs cut in, smiling, "Not at all, you can use it," and he promised he'd be. So grateful, Fake bowed his head to him and blurted, Thank. So thank him too. He'll get it." The merchant waved hard and shouted, "Then we'll meet again." Once Riggs said his goodbyes, he turned and left, while Alicia Shix practically burst with excitement and told the protagonist, "You!" He did it. He went all in and bought everything, and just like that, their dream finally came true. You're right, she's bursting with joy because just like she hoped, he's about to drop something absolutely amazing, an amazing weapon, so he swallowed his pride, thanked her with a shy grin, and felt her words slam confidence right into his chest. Confidence. Yeah, they'd keep it going, but after a while, to the Allies' horror, the stock vanished. Somehow all those different class options in the mix must have played a part, and he realized he'd have to factor that in too. Account in the future. Alicia gasped. They sold so much too. Today, the protagonist snapped back. It's all because of that peddler Rig, and yeah, of course. And yeah, of course for her. Thank her for everything. But the girl shot back. Not yet, now we eat. Wait, what is he even going on about? They sold tons because he's got top-notch goods, and the good stuff is coming right up. They pushed on toward home, and when the weather finally caught up with them, Eva was right there, greeting them with a bright, cheerful smile. With a bright grin, he asked how they were doing and if they were headed home, Mick replied. With a smile on their face, they felt proud. Then the weather flipped on them, turning fake and starting to thank him for all his work. He couldn't stop gushing. His sword was absolutely amazing, so easy to swing that it blew everything out of the water. It exceeded, he admitted it with an embarrassed laugh, every last expectation, and then just said, "Honestly, I'm really glad you feel that way. Thanks again. This is seriously such an amazing, high-quality product." Oh, and he's got a request. Do they even take custom orders? The Allies snapped to attention, shocked beyond belief. Because wait, are they hunting for something specific? Aves jabbed his weapon forward and said, straight to the point, "This sword is super handy, but I still need. Give me something a little shorter. Can you do that?" The protagonist wondered, clocking the truth fast. A dagger would hit harder than a sword. "Weather," he blurted. But he needed the exact opposite, something longer and wider. So the MC snapped back that it could be done, yet he'd have to dig into what they really wanted, because custom orders would cost extra. They all cheered and promised they'd meet again later to spill every detail. and the adventurers couldn't wait for that next get-together. That fake thought finally burned away. He'd start taking custom orders next, and he couldn't wait to get things rolling as fast as humanly possible. Ivis asked when would work best for him, and the protagonist shot back, anytime, then suggested right then. Then I blurtingly suggested, maybe we can meet tomorrow in front of the Adventurers Guild. And I couldn't stop there, so come on, wouldn't you want to? Let's go on an adventure, he blurted, eyes blazing. Then he dragged them to the weapon shop like it was pure treasure, so what did he say next? He teased an adventure. Then his grin lit up as he added, all happy and excited. All right. He's got to watch both of them swing in real combat to figure out the exact sword he needs, and that means he's going to have to go see them. He hustled to a weapons shop and hunted down something just like it, using it as his blueprint. Then, the adventurers blurted out, perfect, everything's settled. Eva chimed in, he's on his way, and he can't wait to see you tomorrow. And just like that, they said their goodbyes. Alicia asked, and suddenly it hit him. Wait, so they're really running off together tomorrow? He couldn't believe it. She jumped in and said she was coming too. She'd heard he could fight as well, and he nodded, admitting he'd already gathered every last bit of the material. He'd forged the materials himself before stepping into court, and then the girl launched into an excited explanation. She's desperate to see it too. Then the protagonist snaps back. No way, it's too dangerous, and just wait, there will be. Monsters are waiting for us there, so bringing her along would be a deadly mistake, Alicia snapped, her voice shaking as she said. She's been drilling swordsmanship for real, just in case she ever needs to defend herself, and she's dead. Makes Pav he clocks that it won't be a burden on them at all. Convincing her wasn't going to be easy, so he swallowed his pride and said, got it, I understand. But no matter what hits the world next, he'll put himself in the way and shield her. Tomorrow, his side. The girl stared at him like she'd just seen a ghost and demanded, say it! He couldn't shake the question. Why did she blush and say it so shyly? It felt amazing to hear, and he begged her to say it again. Fake scratched his head, mortified, and muttered under his breath, because suddenly it hit him. He felt painfully awkward, and he couldn't stop wondering, what was she doing? With a sudden sigh, he muttered it again. Tomorrow, she's staying right by my side. When not each pole was after, and Che. Tomorrow he'll protect her. Felicia practically burst with joy and blurted her thanks, while the protagonist stared, thinking, was she gonna? Is she mocking me? He blurted, heat rising in his face. Then he froze. Why would she say that if he was the one asking? He blinked, caught in the swirl of confusion, and demanded, so what do you want? He was dying to know if she liked him, like, maybe that was the vibe. Then he went, no, that's too plain, because the girl just said, I want to. She wanted to be close to him, and the second she said it, a jolt hit him like lightning. What did she just mean? Alicia blushed hard and asked if those were. They were the exact words he'd been craving from her. Then his mind exploded with panic, racing so fast he couldn't breathe. Was it too soon, or had he just shoved her into an awkward moment? Utterly mortified, he blurted, wait, no, that's not it, but the worst part, he said the real thing without even thinking. She crumpled down right away and stared at him with a heartbreak-filled look, and as he scrambled for a reply, Alicia stomped forward, walked away. The protagonist tried to stop her, but the girl just smiled and said, if he wants me to say it, then I will. He froze, thinking about it. He finally let out a breath of relief. At least she didn't make him say that remark again, right? A bit later, Mac rushed into Goral with a report and blurted out that today raked in a massive 12,000 crowns. And he blurts it out in total shock. What the heck did he just say? Mac jumped right in and revealed a whole lineup of weapons, each one from a different class. That peddler looked at his wares like they were magic, so he bought the whole shipment wholesale. Goral gasped, I get it, I understand. He figured that if the merchant bought the story this time, he'd come back for even more next time. Yeah, that's why they called it a fake. He credited it all to the amazing work setup he'd built for him, but the Duke snapped back loud and rude, then told him to go ahead and list it out. Listen up. He's still stuck on probation, hasn't approved a single thing yet, and the protagonist is left completely baffled, like, of course, he'll keep grinding. And he figures, maybe for aristocrats this isn't even that big a sum, but Goral is searching for. They say she's a first-class blacksmith, and the Duke even slipped that he heard something from Alicia. So tell me, is she really about to drag them into an adventure? In Adventure Tomorrow. The main character shot back eyes, a little shy. Yeah, that's true. They're about to link up with adventurers who already pre-ordered them to witness their power firsthand, and he's dead set on forging his craft. Forge a weapon that fits them like it was made for their fate, because every adventurer lives or dies by a sword that matches how they fight. And he wants to see it with his own eyes so he can carry out the order without a single mistake. Goral murmured thoughtfully about how meticulously he closes in on his work, and Mech straight up says it. He's leaving nothing to chance, putting every ounce of effort into it. The Duke ordered top-tier work, then promised to stick them with an escort just in case, and he'd have them watched from afar. Distance. Any sign anything happens to Alicia, and he's cooked. Fake snapped back. Got it, and the man pressed on. When they asked if he'd ever fought, the protagonist grinned and said that before stepping into court he'd already gathered everything he needed. So yeah, he's more than skilled at handling trouble. Handling those low-ranking monsters, and Goral lit up at the news. Maybe one day he'd finally test his power. And the protagonist nodded right back, promising that when the time comes, he'll show what he's got. The Duke snapped. All right, let him rest today, and tomorrow too. Let him keep his life and protect his duty. His daughter. Later, Max sprawled on his bed, stared at his hands, and let the thought hit him like thunder. And then it hit him. It's been forever since his last fight. He drew the spell in midair, tracing every sigil like it was calling to him. 2 fingers slammed onto his hand, and he clocked it instantly. But then he remembered. He remembered that feeling crystal clear, and somehow, he was dead sure everything would work out. The very next day, the allies showed up at the exact spot they'd agreed on. Fake said, All right, time to go. Then, on the way, I just turned to address the... With a respectful nod, the protagonist asked everyone to ditch the stiff formalities and start talking in a more neutral way. What did they think? The adventurers immediately went along, saying that Ibis should address him more simply, but the adventurer blushed and insisted, I can't too much for me. Still, they worked it out, landing on simpler words and a smoother way to communicate. MC turned to the guys and blurted, So what's the plan for today? Ivos grinned and said, The guild gave us a quest. We're hunting monsters in this forest. And MC's jaw dropped because monsters and... The guy said, Yeah, wolves and goblins are right here. And the wolf leader even warned if you push deeper you'll run into orcs. No stronger monsters around, he added, and Fake snapped back. Got it? I'm not planning to go any deeper into the forest. Right? Ava says today's mission is to show off their fighting style, so watch every move closely, and the protagonist shoots back. Got it? I understand. Then, after a bit, the hero suddenly pressed his hand to his chest. Alicia's eyes shot wide as she blurted, Does it hurt? No, he said. It's just... He was basically casting a spell on himself. Then the girl gasped, Wait, on yourself? He broke it down. It's like enhancement magic, a way to boost his body and keep a close eye on how he's holding up. It was like tempering a blade. Careful, steady, and never letting it get nicked. He believed this was the only way to protect her, so he told her, If anything feels off, tell me right away, okay? Iva beamed at them and said, right off the bat, that he could tell they weren't wasting a single second. Mac warned him not to mess with his head, but the adventurer just barked out a laugh he absolutely didn't mean to. They just looked so cute, no joke. Hey, does his girlfriend even know how to fight? Alicia snapped. Self-defense, so what? The adventurer shot back. I get it, then she'll probably need her partner's protection, he said. Alicia only managed a shy, sheepish reply. Iva whispered like she was lost in a daydream, saying she'd press in shoulder to shoulder with him, then turn their contact into a searing embrace, while Weather, clocking his partner right on the head, told his allies to shut it down and ignore this idiot, and Iva played along with fake heartbreak. Sadness. Why are beastmen so strong? Alicia shot back that everything was fine, then snatched up the fake clothes, while he stared at her in shock. She asked if she could walk beside him, and he laughed. Yeah, of course, it's pretty dangerous around here. The protagonist slid his arm around her shoulders and tugged her in close, just gently enough to steal the moment. She froze in scorching embarrassment, but her face screamed pure joy, and his heart hammered so hard it felt like it might leap right out of his chest. He was done hesitating. He'd protect Alicia, you have. You've got to stay razor alert in the forest. Then, out of nowhere, the Weather cuts off mid-roar. He freezes, listens, and says, The wolves are closing in. Get behind them and don't move, because once the enemy finally shows up, everything changes. With fear in his gut, Weather snapped at his comrade to push ahead, and the whole party surged forward into the enemy. Enemies. Then he just stared in shock at how blazing fast they moved, clocking their agility, their speed, and that razor-sharp precision. In precision, Iva screamed, Go first! And snap one deadly strike ended it as he smashed the first wolf in a brutal strike. Then hot drops of his blood splattered across Ivor's face. The remaining monster snapped out of its assessment. Or, the ass assessment, weather bellowed, and the second instantly echoed it, smashing the air and cutting down A. He struck that next enemy with one clean blow, then spun around like he'd already decided the fight was over, definitely, and then he crushes the last enemy in a single blow. Right after that, he flashed a grin at his allies and leaned in to say, "That's it, Ian Ivers bumped fists." His comrade blurted, "Well done," and the protagonist thought, "Ha, that worked." Happily, he nailed it. While Ivers had the enemy riled up and locked down, Weather stepped in and finished him off. So that's the plan. Ivers hits with speed, darting and slipping past every strike, and Weather brings the brute strength to crush them. Beastsmen are monsters in the best way stronger than regular humans, and it puts them on top from the start. Ivers fired off, "So, how's it going?" And the Mick grinned, "Awesome." He already had plans for what weapons to forge for them, because, yeah, they're both strong, and together their combo hits harder, speed plus raw power like a perfect tag team rush. He's certain this forest has no monster that can beat them, and the adventurers are so embarrassed they can barely look at him, yet he keeps praising them like they're legends. Fate grabs his weapon and asks, "Can I try too?" The adventurers freeze, staring at him like, "Wait, what are you talking about?" "We're talking." Then, before long, they're already lurking in the shadows, and suddenly Ivers blares out in a panic. There, the protagonist froze in shock. Two goblins popped up right in front of him, and they still hadn't spotted them, perfect timing, and then the agonist froze when he spotted a rock on the road, grabbed it, and somehow, magic surged through his hands as he lifted it. He cranked it up, and launched it straight at He exploded from cover and launched straight at the enemies. Rocks crashed straight into one of the monster's heads, and with the second lunge, he takes center stage to MC. He fakes it, then braces, just waiting for that goblin to finally come closing in. Lunged at him and slashed his sword in a brutal strike, blasting the enemy out of existence with a single, perfect strike. The rock smashed the goblin. Then it snapped upright and came lunging straight for the protagonist. The protagonist just froze in place and waited for the perfect moment, then tore through that monster like it was nothing. Then, he wiped the sweat off his brow and exhaled like it was the first breath he'd earned, before everything cut out. Ivor burst out in awe, gushing that he'd never seen strength like this. Then he laughed because he was already used to it, hauling the materials himself back in the day, so this battle was nothing new to him, and he swore that with him in the mix they'd instantly become the strongest. The kingdom's toughest adventurer crew. "Let me join them," the mech said, because sure, he'd take their forgiveness, but right now, he's way more obsessed with blacksmithing. Alicia said with wide-eyed admiration that he was honestly incredible, and he just sheepishly thanked her. Then Ivers erupted, shouting. "It looked like she was getting a kick out of watching him too," Fake said. "Let them show him a bit more of their tactics and then They'd head back to the workshop, and the boys lit up and agreed on the spot. Then the main crew spent real time drilling their fighting skills. Seeing how fast and nimble Awa was, he knew the answer was clear, a light, short sword, just right for him. A longsword fit the battle weather perfectly, and before he stepped into what came next, he'd been far more at ease swinging something heavier. He kicked things off, knew he had to figure out their preferences, and sprinted back to At the workshop, he cornered Ivas and demanded to know about his short sword. The adventurer stopped dead, sized up the weapon the other guy handed him, and snapped that it was way too long and way too heavy. Then the protagonist pressed in, asking, "Be honest, how do you feel about daggers?" The guy muttered, smiling awkwardly. "They're too short for me, but the way to you, it's just perfect," the protagonist breathed. Then his eyes lit up like he finally got it. He needed a shorter, lighter sword. He whipped around and barked, "What about mine?" The guy snatched the weapon and promised, "This sword's weight will slice right through any enemy that steps in your way." Once the goodbye finally came, Mac pulled the adventurers close and thanked them for every second they'd spent with him. Now, he finally had a clear picture in his head of what their perfect weapons were supposed to look like. Looked like it mattered. The guys shot him a grateful nod, then immediately grilled him. "So, how much did we pay for this weapon?" Fake froze mid-thought, staring at the price like, "Seriously? Do I have to pay that much? With that custom order and all those materials piling up?" He didn't want to sell himself short, but these were his very first clients, so he stepped up and promised that if the final weapon measured up, he pitched the Ivaz weapon for 40,000 crowns and the Wezer for 60,000. And Ivaz nearly choked, stunned. It was even cheaper than he'd expected. The protagonist snapped back and said the price was set on one condition: they'd hand over their old weapon so he could melt them down. If Ivas didn't accept it, another 40,000 crowns would have been slapped onto the price. Ivas blurted out, pure joy bursting from him, because he totally got it. Losing his old weapon would be a small price to pay for a discount this good, and the protagonist finished there, so they struck a deal. No games. The weapons would be ready by the next auction. Thanks for today, he said. The adventurers thanked him back, grinning as they promised they'd be waiting for his creations. He smirked. Perfect. Then he leaned in and swore he'd start building tomorrow. They shoved him off with a burst of well wishes and disappeared, and Alicia stared at her fiancé like he was something legendary. The very next day, when MCC, he burst into the workshop, yanked his sleeves up, and boomed out his announcement. So, he's going to kick things off by arming himself with something for Ivas, a blade that blends dagger speed with short sword power. He needs a sword that hits like a dagger but stretches like a full blade, and he'll have to cut down the magic ore he uses for forging. But that's the trade-off. So the weapon won't last long because Ivius and Weather are partners, and they're not done fighting yet, so their weapon has to be strong as rock-solid reliable. He's going to grind hard for it because he's already set. He finally made it back to work, and after a while, that iron plate was ready to go. Next, a fake began. He forged the weapon's exact shape, and the moment it was done, he started chanting the enchantments, fully realizing he absolutely shouldn't. Don't go wild with the enchantments. They're there for a reason, not for show, to fine-tune what needs adjusting. The magical code, one solid hammer strike can shatter it, but thanks to the enchantment. Repeat this process again and again, and the magical code will burn itself deeper and deeper into place, into the sword, flexing like human muscles that grow stronger the harder you push, to the very limits. Once the protagonist mastered it, he started tempering the steel, jumping back and forth, between blasts of water magic that heated the metal and moments that cooled it back down. He finally got the exact result he wanted, and the moment he started sharpening, his mind wandered to the usual way he did it, on his personal feelings, but in this case, he better be ultra meticulous. Then the protagonist. Agnes snapped her gaze to the hilt, yanking a strip, which wrapped leather around the hilt for pure convenience. Once he finally grabbed it and decided to put it to the test, the piece proved its worth. He swung his blade and hacked a post, and the cut section dropped off on the spot. May's eyes widened. This blade was razor sharp, and it caught him off guard so hard he couldn't even finish his sentence. I hadn't even slapped on any extra enchantments yet, and with those added, this weapon will blaze even sharper, so people prayed this sword could help either. So let's pave the road to the top, and keep his bright, cheerful spirit blazing the whole way. Spirit. After a while, fate finally caught up, and it slammed the door shut, nothing left to do. His sword was single-edged, weirdly close to a Falzio's, and he was dead certain that one razor blade was all he needed for the job. His blade could handle it, turning out to be shorter than a sword, heavier than a dagger, and still light as hell compared to a sword. Sword. Ivas got exactly what he wanted, so the protagonist finally sat down to catch his breath, and that's when he noticed that he was worn out. But there was one thing left, make the scabbard, and then he'd basically be done. He hadn't even realized how far he'd already come. Just one order could drain him to the bone. This was the first custom-made sword, and he prayed the customer would be satisfied. With the scabbard finally done, the protagonist slid the sword in, then Alicia slammed a knock on his door. He fired off an, "Of course!" and swung the door open as she asked if she could come in. Then the girl blurted, "Look at you, you've been grinding," she said, clocking the effort on him. "Did you already finish part of the order?" Mick replied. That's right. He decided to kick things off with a weapon for Ivas. Would she want to see it? Alicia made her feelings crystal clear. He studied the sword up close and grinned in awe. It packed raw power and still shimmered with the kind of elegant enchantment that takes your breath away. "It's like a real masterpiece." He blurted out a gasp of embarrassment and thanked her for all that praise, and Fake added, It wasn't all for nothing. The sword alone nearly drained him." The girl flashed a smile, then fretted. She was worried because he still hadn't shown up after noon, so she hurried over to check on him, and when he realized she was there, surprise hit him. How long did it take? Because in his head, he'd only just started working that morning. Morning hit, and it honestly felt like it took him forever, about 5 straight hours, to forge that sword, while Alicia asked if he wanted something to eat. The protagonist shot back, "No, I'm actually trying to sleep." The girl tilted her head, looking genuinely sympathetic, and said, "If that's..." Then she let him sprawl out on her lap, and she dropped down right away. She dropped to the floor, patted her knees, and beckoned him closer. Confusion hit the protagonist as he blurted, "No, that's not acceptable," she snaps it out. "He's tired, right? And then we move. Let him crash down and shut his mind off. No more thoughts, no more overthinking." After a quick pause, he dropped his head into her lap and sank into pure bliss as his thoughts drifted. He couldn't believe how soft it felt. Then the girl locked eyes with him. He cradled it gently, shut his eyes, and wondered, how the hell could you even? He can't even rest here. Nerves are chewing him up, and he just can't let himself relax. Alicia, hands on his head, leaned in and asked what he planned to do today, and the me shot back. He shot back that he was gearing up to churn out a couple of items for sale and wrap them up by today. And tomorrow, he had to kick off an order for the weather, right, she confirmed. So he could finally stretch out a little longer. With a fake plan spinning in his head, he tried to do something that would protect the people he cared about, and as he sprawled in his beloved's lap, he felt like the happiest man in this world's chaos. The next morning he threw on his gear for work, and, yeah, he figured that much out. Turns out the weather sword wasn't like Ivis's at all. It demanded a ton of magical ore, so it would drain his wallet and hit him with a much bigger price. Next, he forged the plate with earth magic, spreading it wide in a mold, then poured in molten magical ore and let it set hard. Afterward, he tempered it again, just like with. And just like the sword for Eva, he had to run the exact same moves over and over again. Then he slammed the metal into the perfect shape, and then, again, he cranked the heat higher. After doing it again and again, the mech started weighing the question. Should he really enchant that sword? He scanned the spells one by one, grabbed exactly what he needed, and then he cast magic into the blade, and as the spell settled, he stretched his shoulders, still buzzing with tension. He chose to push his weapons to their final form, unlike his partner, who was stuck obsessing over the weather. He's a total master with every kind of blade, so he set his sights on forging a double-edged one, because that's exactly the kind of weapon he wanted to create for. Just as the adventurer had dreamed, he finally got his hands on a long, broad sword. His weapon can't just land hits. It has to crush every foe in its path, and in their deadly duet, Ivis draws. Beezer grabs the spotlight with an instant finish, so everything turns into a clean, unstoppable, therefore. That sword has to be heavy in the hand, and sharp enough to cut down an enemy with one clean strike. Now, listen, Now all that's left is to pour in the magical knowledge, and then, everything. Forge again and again he tempers that steel, and each pass sharpens the sword into its final, flawless form. This is magical eerie iron, and if you do it this way, it turns into something even stronger. Though, nope, it's not done yet. Anyone could have forged a colossus like that. If he hadn't blasted a spell straight onto himself, he would have ended up with He was stuck in a brutal, difficult time, and after a while he stared at the empty space like it was staring back, thinking, "This is it, I finally." Locked in the exact shape and the perfect weight for the Vaser sword. Peering out the window, he froze. Noon had already hit, and he couldn't even finish And yeah, once he started thinking about it, he realized this sword was going to take way longer than the one he'd made for Ivis. He needs to rest for a bit, then once the break is over he'll pick right back up and keep going. By evening, the protagonist pushed through without stopping and finally wrapped up the inspection of the piece. Piece only had a heartbeat before he realized the weapon was brutally heavy and tempering it hadn't been anywhere near easy. Easy? Because that long sword demanded real work-wind magic just to sharpen it took way more effort than usual, and then, finally, running his fingers along the blade, the protagonist could barely believe how much harder this work felt than he'd ever expected. Still, he should have slapped a much higher price on that weapon. After that, after hours of grinding and shaping, he finally forged the hilt, and just when it was done, the mech snapped, "Now, alright, this is my last shot. Before I cast the final enchantment, I've got to test it." He threw the test out there, then set the dummy right in front of him, and as he spun, the strike smashed right into the object. The blade's edge switching sides, over and over, was cleaved with flawless precision, and then he grinned and swung his sword into a joyful full-throttle fight. He could drop monsters in one strike. Because of that double-edged blade, he could slice through anything. He only had to trust it to do the job, relying. With that crushing weight in place, the final touch had to be the right enchantments, because they'd awaken the weather's full power in battle. After what felt like an eternity, he beamed at the weapon he'd forged, muttered a quick blessing. After a whole day in the workshop, that sword was finally ready. He dropped onto the floor, flung his head back, and let out a breathy, relieved, "Finally." I couldn't stop wondering if the boys were going to love the new weapon I handed them. He just couldn't wait to hand it over the second Alicia showed up, came to his workshop, and she tried to hoist the sword. Blurted out, "Whoa, this is heavy," then faked a laugh and spat. He forged the sword using Weather's own build and wild wishes, then he swept in and asked for her hand. As soon as she reached that moment, he slipped his fingers over her wrist and murmured, "He's temporarily supercharging her physical abilities right now. Now she can finally raise that weapon, so go on, make her try it." Alicia snatched the sword and hoisted it up. He stared in shock and realized it was legit heavy, like dangerous heavy, because there were only 2 people on the planet who could forge something like this with magic ore, Stunned, he blurted, "Seriously? Because I don't buy that one bit." The girl said she'd crossed paths with tons of blacksmiths, but only a tiny few could forge something like this. Of course, this guy was a blacksmith so incredible, it felt unreal. She blushed at what she'd said, shot off a thank you, and then snapped back that he still had plenty to sharpen. Alicia just smiled and said, "I know because you've been grinding hard." He toiled without stopping in the workshop for 2 straight days, then blurts out, "Dinner?" "Yes, because he's starving," and she burst into laughter and told him he could eat as much as he could. Then after a while Ron called Morgan over and snapped, asking what their forge was even doing. The leader froze, totally baffled. "What do you mean? What?" And the captain kept going. He'd called him because that sword, his sacred trust, was in Morgan's hands, and now the job looked butchered. "So tell me, Morgan, why was it done so badly?" Morgan stared at him, utterly baffled, thinking, why would anyone hate a weapon that's this enchanted and this strong? And he blurted it out like, "What's wrong with A?" With a snap of magic, every knight in his guild got an enchanted blade, and the forge never stops, working almost day and night. It takes pure, brutal effort, because their forge is already roaring non-stop. This art demands a mountain of money, sweat, fuel, and endurance, so maybe he should tell his. Ron had a point about his knights needing to treat their weapons better, but didn't their forge promise to deliver fresh weapons every month, an agreement they'd already made about 3 years ago? Morgan said, "Yeah, that's it." Then, like a punch to the gut, the faker, he rolled into their palace, got settled, and then, Boom handed every last responsibility to him alone. They hashed it out, agreed to make him suffer even more, and then they rewired the supply system into what it is now, fake. Fake swallowed those problems like poison, and as guildmaster it drove him up the wall, so he threw his weight behind the knights for a steady supply of weapons. Then the captain pressed on, saying that before this, supplies used to arrive once every 6 months, or, if they felt like it, every 3. Ron shot the captain a vicious glare and snapped that if they kept cranking out swords with that weak steel, Morgan warned, the forge would shut down for good. Targan couldn't even believe the words that just left his mouth. He demanded answers from the commander, stunned that they were willing to risk everything for quality, and then he pushed, asking what the captain's order actually meant. Captain blurted that the sword he'd been forging didn't even come close to the one the protagonist had carefully inlaid, so he started to wonder, were those high-quality swords they'd handed over before really forged by the same people, or was there more to it? Even the protagonist's swords were useless, none of them would work, so he had to grind through the enchantments on every single blade. Morgan's grin turned sharp with indignation as he shot back, "Trust me, we're already on it." They worked even on holidays, no time for that, or was he just making excuses? As Ron got ready to jack up their wages, he snapped back that if they kept pushing out weapons if they pushed the quality down, Morgan knew they'd have to slash their wages, and he was right on the edge of snapping back. But then the captain cut him off, saying the swords they'd brought were still wearing those MC charms, and they could use them as a sample. The forge master snapped in outrage, couldn't even bring himself to look at that shoddy mess. Ron's boldness stunned him, and irritation snapped through his voice. How dare he say that? Even Ron, who can't read magical code, could still see it plain as day. He was stuck in a storm of thoughts and confusion. How dare he speak to him like that? Who did he think he was, anyway? The forge master thrust his arms wide and snapped, "So the captain still doesn't get it. Unlike me, he doesn't have. He can see magical code, right? He said he could himself, so he can't tell the difference between that rough, hacked-together stuff and the real deal. And yeah, that's the point. His charms are so awful they're basically beyond saving. No charm hits harder than this. Every blacksmith won't even dare to stare at them, and if one ever tried, he'd instantly get hit with a level of disgust so unreal that every single one of them would have to stop working on the spot. Yeah, that's exactly how bad it gets. About a year after he'd become a blacksmith, disaster struck. He botched a sword, and his rage-wreathed master hauled him in and screamed at him as punishment. He told him he had zero talent. Starting now, he'd be stuck in the workshop every single day, enchanting every sword by himself, and after that, he never even so much as glanced at it again. Still they won't. And the captain snaps in disbelief, because Morgan just confirmed not a single one of them wants to. That's right. The commander drawled it out, basically saying that every blacksmith only got into their workshop through favors and connections. And he's basically throwing it away like it's worthless. So that's what he's trying to say? The forge's head was thinking, and the confusion hit. Total confusion, yeah. Even he ended up becoming a court blacksmith, and somehow everyone figured it out that way. Through connections, sure. But even then, they've got real talent, and you can't lump them in with commoners. Ron shot up, tense and wary. All right, that's it, let them. Let them. So they can actually use them. He enchants the sword at least, making it usable. He's out of words. Now let him go. Morgan storms off after snapping at the captain, muttering angry curses, and he's still bossing everyone around with non-stop one-sided demands. Because I've never seen someone so reckless, even while they push themselves to the limit, like a captain of the night. This whole country is doomed, because if he'd ended up as this man's personal blacksmith, his life would have ended right there. Thank God. No way. That totally didn't happen. Morgan's rage finally started to cool off as he muttered, I'm done. I'm tired. I'm out. Let the others handle today's work. After fighting to the point where they finally dragged themselves to rest, the captain stormed back to their forge with a sharp reprimand. Morgan froze, shocked, while the surprised workers stood behind him, and all he could think was, what is he even saying? The commander spat again. They're all talentless. And then the boss. The boss snapped his head side to side, baffled, staring at his comrades, and then he demanded again, what are you talking about? They had to be court blacksmiths, right? And yeah, rage surged through him as he fumed about the captain. He couldn't even get a real look at the charm. Ron shot back, that if they'd actually been able to prove the results, he never would have filed the report. So yeah, the audacity of that claim was wild. He shot the whole situation to another department. And at first, he just wanted to put a fake sword through the test, until that, however, hit. He never dreamed they'd bring this parody of a weapon back to him. Those idiots had some serious nerve. He barked those final words like they were born from pure rage, and the blacksmiths just stared at him, baffled. They never saw that reaction coming. Now pure terror hit them, and Morgan, barely holding himself upright. His voice poured out like manna, so strong the other workers crumpled on the spot, while the captain kept screaming at the top of his lungs. The second he started digging, more and more of their evil deeds spilled into the light, so much that there was still more to uncover besides. Even outside the main character, every blacksmith who tried their luck here bailed out. None of them lasted a full year. It's totally their fault. Specialists are fleeing so fast Morgan couldn't even finish a sentence. Yep, yeah, they've got a small squad of specialists. But that's where it gets interesting. But it's all because today's youth don't have the guts. The commander sterlingly shot back hard, because according to his info, the workshop manager has been bullying his new subordinates ever since those. Right after those words left his mouth, the captain snapped and yanked Morgan up by the collar, rage burning in every grip. The collar yanked him in close and practically whispered, I'm talking about you. And right then the manager started yelling, babbling at first. Then it hits. He's not bullying anyone, he's training them, barking out the command. The commander blurted out in disbelief, seriously, as he stared at the protagonist's grueling workload like he'd just seen someone get cursed by labor. He chanted the swords every single day, one-handed, from morning straight through night, no breaks, not even once. That's it. Nothing but non-stop grinding. No real days off either. He's forced to burn the night away in the forge. So tell me, where's the training supposed to happen? Morgan tried to hammer steel, but it felt like he was just a torturer. Pure fear ripped through him as he cried out. It's not true. Because the captain couldn't take his insolence 1 second longer. He tore loose on the spot, jerked back, and shot his fists up like he was about to hammer the next person. He snapped back at him, knocking his confidence down and shouting for him to shut his mouth. Then he swung with full force and cracked him straight across the face with. It hit with a brutal impact, sending him flying backward, and blood erupted like a fountain. Even when it flared from his nose, he still stared at the commanders, pure fury blazing in his eyes. Rage twisted his face as he brazenly demanded, "Does he think? Do you think violence is ever acceptable?" Ron slammed his foot into his face and snarled, "Regret drips off them, so tell me, how many skilled blacksmiths have they buried because of? Compared to this, his pain is basically nothing. He's got to dig up those fakes again, not just for himself either, and then he'll call back." They were going to drag every blacksmith they'd ever lost back into the forge, every single one. And the workers will crawl on their knees before them, apologizing to the ones who walked away because of them. Then he'll go straight to them himself and tell them that he's no longer running the workshop. He got fired, just like every other person who tried to. He bullied them while they worked for him, and now he's down on his knees begging them to come back. Did he seriously not get that? Morgan, clutching his busted, swollen cheek, snapped in total confusion, "Wait, what did you say?" Then his voice trailed off as he tried to process it. Morgan got yanked out of the job, fired on the spot, and the captain snapped, "It's obvious." Morgan shot upright and swore, "I'm not kneeling for the—" Ron muttered with heavy gloom, "If we can't bring back the blacksmiths, we're all getting fired." And yeah, he'd already laid out the whole situation in detail for his family. "And it looks like they've decided to disown him," Morgan blurted. "No!" In panic, his mind screaming with horror as he realized he's not the court blacksmith anymore. So if they rip away his titles too, what's left for him to live for? The captain said yes. If they still pull it off and bring every blacksmith back, then so be it. He'll let them join the Night Corps, but they'd better brace themselves for the brutal training ahead. They're training, but they'll shove all that aside. Right now, go grab the blacksmiths. Morgan froze in pure confusion. Why? Why was the universe doing this to him? And while that chaos swirled, the protagonist handed the adventurers their sword. He gripped his blade and snapped, "What do they think they're doing?" Gazing at their brand new weapons, they broke into a grin and tested every one right away. Eva burst out in awe. "That length is perfect." The blade was light and compact, yet when he touched it, he felt a crushing amount of power humming inside, because the protagonists, he said the weapon had been tuned to match his fighting style, so it wasn't built for head-on clashes, but he still pushed to make it as durable as he possibly could. It might work, but if it slams into a real powerhouse like a weather-level opponent, that blade may not survive the clash. Weather aside, so he better stay sharp. Ava replied that he got it. He thanked her, big time. Offer time. If he fought like he always did, there'd be no trouble. Mick said it straight, no doubts. Then he glanced at Weather. One hand stretched out, weapon steady like it weighed nothing, and he couldn't help thinking, wow, he can hold all that with just one hand. He tossed the words over the counter and asked the guy what he thought of it. The adventurer lit up, grinning that it was exactly how he wanted. Fake just said he was relieved to hear that. But Dina, what about Dina? Weather just shrugged, "That's fine too." He stared at the sword, stunned, because it's perfect, exactly what he dreamed of. For the first time, he finally grips a blade that fits his hand like it was made for him. The protagonist said he lives for one decisive strike. His style with Ives locks in perfectly. Then his comrade snaps the enemy into the open, and he annihilates him with the blow. "Droids them?" the guy said. Awestruck, "Yeah, thank you." Then he added, "I'll cherish this sword forever," and the protagonist grinned. "Don't worry. Don't stress. Let him swing that sword as much as he wants. If it breaks, then we'll deal with it when it happens. Just hand it over to him." This, he thought, grinning like a blacksmith in heaven, is the greatest joy of the craft. But he wouldn't let them go wild, nothing beyond what those swords could handle. Then he said it straight out, and with that, the deal's agreed amount, it was. Wezzer's sword cost 60,000 crowns, while his sword fetched 40,000. When the adventurers finally settled up, the protagonist nailed it in one sentence. The deal was done, and he couldn't stop smiling as he cut off his. He figured the sword they paid him with was still in great shape. Just needed a bit of tweaking to the magic code, and it would be ready to sell, while Iva told him they were gearing up to take the promotion exam any day, and with blades like these, they'd be unstoppable. Max snapped, "Yeah, right, if it's that easy, no one's gonna struggle." Then he pushed, "Try the weapons first, get used to them." Ivan nodded and said, "Agreed, the exam's tonight, so we've got time, and even if they didn't, with blades like these, they wouldn't have a single problem." "Definitely pass," Weezer said. And, yeah, Fake sounded just as sure with a laugh. It felt like he'd wielded that sword for years, and he was relieved to hear it, but still, everyone needed to be careful, watch their own backs. If they botched the test with his weapon, then he'd start doubting. With his blacksmithing skills, he let the adventurer's confidence hit. "You'll pass, no doubt," they promised, and Weather blurted, Yep, you'll become a swordsman worthy of this blade. Ivas nodded right along, and so did he. Then the satisfied adventurers finally walked off leaving. Alicia leaned in and told him. It worked, and just like that, they lit up so happy he practically admitted it himself, and the girl's grin, before the rest of her sentence cut off, clenched her fists and whispered, "Please, let us get through this test." They'd prove it, no doubt. After all, they've got his weapon, he blurted, trying to sound confident. But it came out sheepish, and hey, at least that would be nice. Nice after a while. The protagonist finished forging the weapon, and they shoved it back into his hands as part of the payments done. Excellent. The enchantment is complete. He slid the sword into place with the goods, and Alicia just stared in awe. Wow, they all look unbelievably perfect, and, right then, a female adventurer barreled up to them, greeted them with a bright hello, and made it clear she was dying to check out the merchandise. He shot her a greeting, and told her, "If you want, pick any of them and take a look." She glanced at the blades, then tapped one with her finger and said she'd like. He couldn't resist keeping it for himself, but then he tossed it into her hands right away. She took one look, flicked it up and down, and blurted out, "So, what's the price?" Anne Mech grinned, already sure the sword. It would cost 50,000 crowns, so she snapped, stunned, if they could sell it for less, and Fake begged for time. He thought it might fetch 40,000, and with a grin, the girl teased, asking if she could do him a favor. He stared at her curves and blushed, then told her he couldn't drop the price much, but he could drop it just a bit. Then, Alicia shot him an irritated look and said, quick and deadly serious. He demanded 50,000 crowns, and yeah, this blade is top tier even right from the start. Price? Yeah, that's a full-on steal, Alicia snapped. So she's a girl? And the adventurer only stammered, "Why, yes." So the buyer got flustered, looked down, and muttered, "I see, she understood everything. She's going to snatch that sword for 50,000 crowns. Mark my words, that's the deal." The Duke's daughter thanked him for the purchase, then, straight up, refused to take it. She snapped her irritated gaze away, and the girl poured the coins into the bowl. He lunged, then bolted back at full speed, barking out a quick goodbye before vanishing. Surprised, he blurted, "Alicia, what's wrong?" And she quickly shot back, "Does he like me?" "Curvy figures," he snapped back, baffled, then blurted, "Wait, what's her problem?" She caught it, but he kept his eyes locked on the adventurer. Mac mumbled, really, like he couldn't believe it because he certainly hadn't. He was into curvy figures, just a guy thing, and when he accidentally stole a glance at her, his eyes snapped back to the coins as he flipped through them. He yanked one out and stared at it, clearly feeling out of place, while Alicia just watched, frowning hard and saying nothing after. After that, they hawked 2 F-rank daggers and swords to the fresh adventurers, and by morning, their stash had racked up a sweet 80,000 crowns. Fake declared they'd keep it up, and after a while, Rig finally closed in on them, and they greeted each other, saying they hadn't crossed paths in ages, and the protagonist burst out with pure joy. Then the moment sank into something heavier, deeper. And yeah, it had been ages, so when the merchant told me his swords and daggers were flying off the shelves in the neighboring town, I just had to believe it. He'd hyped it up perfectly, so the protagonist practically burst with joy. He was ready for a fresh wave of new orders. "No way, are you serious? That's awesome. Thanks for the shout-out too," and Rig just said that it wasn't only adventurers buying. Even the knights were snatching up his weapons. Then they started bragging to the others like they'd won something big. Mick just stared, totally confused. Wait, don't knights? Weapons from the kingdom or from their own lords. That's how it worked back home, and that's why they had to force mass enchantments of weapons every single week. Riggs agreed he was right, but it wasn't that simple. These weapons he handed out weren't exactly top tier. Once a knight hit a certain status, they got their own proper gear, so that's why he's back again. Just how many of these high-grade weapons? Wait, what weapons do they even have? Fake set? They look confused, but there are 10 of them. Swords and daggers. Riggs' eyes snapped to the weapons. He checked the weapons and grinned. Top notch, he'll take every single one. Then the protagonist practically beamed as he thanked him for the purchase. The merchant demanded a price, and 800,000 crowns was the answer. Rugg just laughed and tossed out a bid, claiming he buys in bulk anyway, then muttered that maybe, just maybe, he'd cut him a discount. Like 700,000? That's what you think is too low? No way. Mick snapped back like, if that number's too low, then it's bad news, so you're getting this wrong? Bad for business. He pushed a shady plan. Swap in lower quality swords and daggers, and jack the total up to $770,000. What did it sound like? The merchant blurted. Perfect, excellent, and Bake nodded and thanked him again for the purchase. They shoved every weapon into a crate. right there beside the peddler's assistant. A huge, stone, silent man hoisted up and dumped onto his shoulders. Rig leaned in and told the protagonist, "Hey, just so you know, I'm heading out soon," and he didn't mean it for a quick minute. "So you can't even go see him?" The protagonist snapped, furious. "Is that really true?" And yeah, that hit hard. The merchant started talking. Then he leaned in and said his apprentice, a girl named Almi, will take his spot in a week, so he needs a favor from you. Can he really set up a whole lineup of weapons? Some trash, some top tier, and even grab the one she rejects? He's dying to find out if she can actually judge a weapon's quality on the spot. She looked at him, and Mech told her, "I got it, I understand, and I'll do exactly that." The peddler grinned, thanked him, and then said that by that very day, he'll need 10 top-grade swords and daggers, plus a few cheap items to sell. Can he really pull off all of it? "Yes," the fake promised. Rig barked, "Of course, I'll have everything lined up the moment she arrives." Then he grinned, "And this slave will go with her, so I'll know." Alicia recognized her instantly, then leaned in and whispered, voice shaking, "Are you sure you can pull all of this off in a week?" He shot back just as quietly, Yeah, he's used to this grind. He could knock it out in a week, easy, and she still told him, "Don't burn yourself out. Trust me, okay?" He ran the rig check with him, "So tell me, how much is all this crazy splendor anyway?" He checked the total cost, thought it over hard, and then the protagonist finally snapped back, about 1.5 million. With a smirk, the peddler tossed out his offer, 1,300,000 million crowns. Crows in the air. Then the protagonist blurted, "What?" Alicia snapped back, "No way, that's way too low." "She agreed to at least $1,450,000, right?" Mac asked, and he said, "That's right." Then Riggs snapped, "Okay, baller 400,000. The fake was ready to seal it. The Duke's daughter snapped, "Don't even try 1,450,000, and she slammed it down like it was final. Period. So yeah, they even decided to help him train his apprentice, and the peddler confessed she was right. Whatever they said, it was locked in. He'd pay for every last bit of this. The protagonist gave him a slightly embarrassed thanks, then promised they'd have his apprentice there right on time. Riggs told him he was counting on him, then bolted out, and the protagonist barely had time to react. The protagonist. He finally caught sight of him and let out a shaky breath of relief. Thank goodness, and then he stared at the girl and shot her a thank you, and she shot back indignation like it was fire. As always, he hands out discounts like candy, and when the moment gets messy, Mech shoots him an apology and says, he blurted out that he's just overflowing with joy because someone finally wants his swords. Alicia knows. She said she finally understood his feelings, then paused, because those blades were priceless to her, and she demanded pay that matched his worth. Let the payment be commensurate with. He stared at her like he could read her heart, then told her, "Got it. I'll make sure I don't pull that same mistake again." After a moment, the girl smiled and accepted his answer. When she finally asked the apprentice about the rig, he shot back, "Yes, because even the blacksmiths do too. He trains apprentices, and teamwork is normal for them, except he's got magic in every attribute, so he hauls the work himself in the workshop. And if the master doesn't have that kind of luck, and yeah, for his own convenience, he brings in an apprentice, splits the work right down the middle, especially when a giant order hits, and he's even thinking about taking on another one later too." Alicia shot back, "So you really want a girl as your apprentice too?" Fake froze in shock. Why did it have to be a girl so fast? Then, out of nowhere, he snatched her hand and blurted out, "I've got a plan. Why shouldn't you become mine?" His apprentice. He could barely contain his excitement at the thought of forging with her, and honestly, besides, he took the shot and asked, "Can I see you in your work uniform?" And that's exactly what Alicia thought. Only now her cheeks burned as she looked totally flustered and blurting out, "Wait, what? I'm genuinely perplexed." "But she's nowhere near that good at magic," he says it straight up. Yeah. He figured that if she could read magical numbers, she'd pick up blacksmithing like it was nothing, but it was way heart-aching. The girl whispered that if she had the power, she'd say yes on the spot. No hesitation, no second thought. He had the thought, but the moment he picked someone else as his apprentice, they'd be stuck in the workshop every single day. She clutched her head, gasped, "No, you asked," and then snapped, "What's wrong?" "Wrong." Alicia snapped that she wasn't letting him take other girls as apprentices. The protagonist shot back, completely thrown. Then, after a beat, she finally asked where he learned blacksmithing, and he hesitated, like the answer was suddenly heavy. The journalist leaned in and said he hailed from a village where his parents forged metal as blacksmiths. They swept him in and taught him every secret they had, and he really believed they'd always be there until the cruel truth hit, because they're gone now. Alicia asked him, and confusion crushed in. Then they grabbed him in and heard his story. When he was little, his biological parents vanished and left him an orphan. She looked lost. I see. And when he spotted her crushed, he snapped, "Don't let her worry about this." He was barely even old enough, and he couldn't remember a single face in that crowd. Alicia was. For a beat, everything went dead silent. Then it spoke, staring straight at him. She managed to learn a bit more about him than most, and when he looked at her, it felt like everything shifted. "Ah!" He cradled it tenderly, then snapped his eyes to the flag bearing his emblem. After a bit, they finally started gearing up to head home, and Alicia couldn't stop smiling, saying they were crazy lucky to have sold out. Then he nodded and said it was absolutely worth the grind. Keeping the store open that long was totally worth it. Right then, Easeless and Weather burst in, calling his name with pure joy. He leaned in and asked if they'd already cleared the exam. Then the adventurers answered in perfect sync, and the Meek stepped up, praising them hard. "Well done." "So, what were the results?" Iva blurted out, laughing. Then she grinned. "They passed, and boom, they got promoted to D rank." Weather chimed in, "It's all thanks to his weapon." Fake and Alicia locked eyes and grinned at each other, reeling from the joy of their brand new friends. They couldn't stop. Then the story hits a roadblock. The protagonist said he was happy to help, then congratulated them for leveling up, and Weather burst out that he couldn't believe just how thankful they were. His weapon was feather light and deadly easy to swing, and it had everyone thinking they'd reach C rank in no time, until he stared them down with serious eyes and said, "Don't miss the point. It's not just the weapon. We only got it recently." They picked it up so fast it felt unreal. Thanks to their powers, the exam got passed, and the adventurers snapped back. "Hold up, it's all because of him," as the protagonist said, dead serious. He told them, "If you need a weapon again, just ask." And by then he'd been scrambling to forge something stronger in magical steel, because he was convinced the current stuff would fall short of their level. Ivis chimed in. "They'll sing its praises to their friends." He flashed a grateful smile and sent them off with a fierce, "Good luck." So they finally got their lucky break for rank advancement. Then they waved goodbye, and the adventurers tore off, leaving the protagonist with one burning question: why? Watch them charge forward, his heart pounding as the soldiers who got the weapons he'd forged with his own hands began to rise. As it shot up into the top right corner right before his eyes, pure satisfaction hit. He couldn't help smiling as he said, "Yeah, he'll be just as high." Alicia grinned and said, "Let him try," and later, sure enough, he went back to report to Goral. The numbers hit like a punch. Total profit, 1.2 million crowns, and then the Duke leaned in and demanded a massive custom order from a merchant. "Yeah." The protagonist snapped back, and right then, other adventurers started rolling into the shop too. One by one, people began to recognize his wares. Even the Duke said things were finally starting to look up for him, and he just grinned back. "Yeah, more than enough." Goral admitted without hesitation that his skill was undeniable. Then he paused, like he was letting the moment hit, caused the whole team to shrug him off. The mech straight up asked, "Did something happen?" And Goral shot back, "No, someone only just delivered a letter." Then the man shoved an envelope into his hands. Envelope in hand, Fake clocked the address, and Robert Goral, who was watching, burst into surprise when he spotted it. He tore open the envelope and blurted out that he'd gotten a second letter from the same mystery guy. This one was offering a commission to a blacksmith. After reading that letter, the protagonist froze in pure confusion. "Wait, a commission for a blacksmith?" "Smith," the Duke fired the question. "So, will you take this?" And the protagonist snapped, "Of course," before the smiving deal even finished running. With a grin, the man said he'd gladly take the commission, then promised he'd fire off a reply right away. The mech beamed as he thanked him and promised he wouldn't let him down. Then he slipped out of the Duke's office, he thought, only to find that an order straight from Robert himself would be brutally hard to satisfy. A little later, the aristocrat himself finally showed up. He flung his arms wide and shouted at the Fake, "We haven't seen each other in so long." For so long. He crushed him in a hug and blurted, "I can't believe you finally took on that commission." Fake fired off irritated thoughts. He shoved his way back into his own space, then blurted out, "So, what weapon do you want?" Robert flicked his magical storage box to life, reached toward it, cracked the chest open, and declared that he had to take. He leaned in to take a closer look, and the moment he saw it, he froze, then blurted, "Wait, isn't this?" "That's the magical iron of Aria." He checked it, confirmed it, and said, he said that's why he came to see him. And with a bright, happy look on his face, he thought, magic. You can pull magical iron straight out of monsters' bodies, but you don't even need it. To rip something valuable out of a brutal monster, and it all comes down to luck. 1 second you're swinging at an orc, the next, that iron might just drop. An ordinary goblin, so adventurers keep roaming day after day, chasing a sliver of luck. And Leverett asked, isn't this awesome? They nodded and pressed him. Wait, is this the magical metal, Viria? And he grinned, yep, it's an F. Inferior to Arya, sure, but for him, this is a rare shot to prove what he's made of, and his black. Maximizing his skills on something that metal, yeah? He nodded, totally agreeing, and figured that kind of area is almost never up for sale. Swords forged from it are family heirlooms, guarded and cherished like the apple of his eye. Then he grinned and said this wasn't even the best part of what he'd set aside for him. Right into his chest, and with a stunned look, he blurted out that it was the dragon's claw and fang, no doubt. He confirmed it with a grin. Yeah, he'd breached his own territory, and they'd crushed the monster there. Then they grabbed the... That's why the area around him swarmed with claws and fang, and that's why he snapped his head toward him for an order. With a grin blazing across his face, the protagonist practically laughed, because knocking down a dragon wasn't something you got to do every day. A lone dragon. He took it down by himself, then swore it never happened, insisting it's impossible to beat a monster like that solo. The knights all rallied together, and only through their combined assault were they able to bring it down, right until the very. And at the end, they handed him the honor of claiming something from this victory. He stared in shock, saying it was just unreal to forge a weapon from those rare materials. Is the best reward for a blacksmith, Leverett said with a grin, and then he couldn't hide his excitement. That's it, we're inspired, he said, then pushed forward, use the area as the base and Viria will fill in the missing volume. He stared at the magic stones and instantly felt it. Viria wasn't brought here by chance. That kind of area by itself just isn't enough to forge a real weapon. He spun toward him and demanded to know if he'd passed along materials from the dragon itself. He nodded and said that, by his plan, the Fangum Claw would finally make up for with the lack of material, we finally turned it around and boosted the product's quality. He said it was good, but then, even so, it would still turn out worse than a true alloy. Yet he refused to quit. He stared at what he had and insisted, I'm still making a sword with this. Then his shoulders sagged as he sighed, admitting, we're going to have to compromise, it's inevitable, and he cut off there, right as he was about to begin. He put his faith in his own skills and flashed a small, confident smile, vowing he would never let him down. Staring at the material spread across the table, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was something bigger. That was just how every blacksmith felt. But when he laid eyes on so many rare materials, a warm, pleasant thrill washed over him. His anticipation was through the roof. He could barely wait to get to work. Then he stared him down and asked, so what weapon do you want? Leverett yanked out a sword, shoved it into his hands and told him, straight up, to forge it. It had to match the exact shape of this sword, so he yanked it from the sheath, stared it down like it owed him answers, and then said, right there, that it. It was a sword forged by blending the Virae and Soraya metals into one unstoppable blade. Sincerely and painstakingly forged blade. Then the enchantment sealed it at perfection. He nodded and said, this time, I want you to use materials from. He fused dragon-forged power with area metal to forge a blade that was even deadlier, way more perfect than before. The mech asked if he could pull off only different enchantments, and he answered in a calm, unshaken voice. So if that blade came out sharper than the one he had now, he didn't sweat it, he trusted his gut, judging by its weight and length. He measured the length and shape just the way it felt right. Then he said, I get it, I understand everything, and promised he'd try to forge a sword that actually matched his wild expectations. Leverett dropped into a chair nearby. He tossed the magic stones into the bowl and sank into thought. He figured the first move was simple, melt them down and blend the two metals together, so here's where it gets real. Just follow the usual steps, nothing messy or hard, and he finished. He melted the metals down, swore they'd fused perfectly, and then he stared at it. He stared at the dragon's materials, and knew they all had to be melted down and thrown together. A faint warmth crept in, like a heartbeat had just started living inside him, and a strange sensation surged through him. Then he shoved the materials in. He huddled in the bowl, whipped out fire magic, and swore it wasn't giving him an inch. Apparently, dragons can't handle high temperatures at all, so he'll have to find a way out fast. dial into the spell's magical rhythm, crank the power higher, and push the heat past the record. He hit the required level, and then he saw the material start melting, like the world was burning in his hands. Said that the shape had finally started to twist and transform. Everything was changing. Leverett froze in shock, and admitted he never saw it coming. He didn't even expect anything, because there's no way he thought you'd figure it out that fast. Nothing less from him. Ordinary blacksmiths can't even match this. Even dragon-grade materials? Only a true specialist could pull that off. Does this? Then he snaps into the move instantly. Only a real master can do that. He finally melted the materials down, and for a split second he thought, this was it. Everything was completely fused. The molten metal and those draconic ingredients had to be blended just right. To mix it, he threw the blank in, and then he fused the two reds together. Red-hot metals clanged as he declared, with absolute fire in his voice, that the synthesis of magical. Every single material's properties had worked out perfectly. Leverett stared at it in pure disbelief after pulling it off, then blurted, and he called it stunning, an absolute masterpiece. Bake smirked, thanked him, and promised he'd start shaping the sword, only for it to still look nowhere near finished. So, would he really push it to the end? He nodded with sharp interest and said that kind of skill wasn't something you stumble into every day. Then he insisted on staying by his side until the very last second, calling the whole experience priceless. Experience. He didn't even argue, he just kept working, and as he did, he couldn't help but think, damn. The forging followed a tried and true algorithm to the letter. To the letter, with magical parameters being watched closely, because once magical metal mixed with draconic parts, their very essence, they weren't synced up yet. Everything outside looked solid, but inside, they hadn't caught up. As he forges the blade, he braids magical currents into the steel. Once the alloy finally locks into a perfect form, he snaps it apart on purpose, shattering its structure before it can hold. To rebuild it, only this way works, right? The steel hardened into something unstoppable. He kept working and couldn't stop thinking that. This whole day just got swallowed up by that mission. The continuation got yanked and shoved back until morning. The next morning, Leverett, who'd slept there all night, was already sprinting out before his sentence even finished. He stood at the anvil and fired up for the next stage, ready to forge the blade after the final shaping. Blade, he double-checked that the length and width were exactly right, perfect in every way, but before anyone sharpened the blade, a final check had to happen first. A quick scan for A. If it's a double-edged sword, only perfect symmetry and tight balance can keep it cutting clean. Next, he's got to carve a handle out of that area. He grabbed the metal piece, slammed it onto his sword, and finished the job. He finished forging the blade and leaned in, asking if he wanted to swing it right away. Test it first before you lock in the final finish. Then they went out. Outside, he snatched the sword and clenched it in both hands, swung it a few times, then spun back to him with pure, burning joy. A joyful grin lit up his face. Then he checked it out and asked, "So, what do you think?" Leverett said it was downright wonderful, like, the kind of amazing you can't even explain. So yeah, they loved it. It was dead on the original sword. An exact clone, and getting it right in one forging was so impossible that only Flaw could pull it off. Lawless, he cracked a grin and said he was relieved. There'd been no trouble, then he'd just move on to what came next. To the final finishing. They stormed back to the forge, and there while he kept grinding with his magic, he watched the whole thing from the sidelines, eyes sharp and focused, and said that his wind magic level was downright impressive. Turns out, if you can command every element, you don't just gain power. You unlock the kind of mastery that forges you into a true master. With a sly little smile, he swore that all those years of training still paid off. The sharpening was finally done. Now he was ready to seal it with the last, dangerous enchantments, and the thought hit him hard. He figured the enchantments would almost mirror the ones on his sword, only this time he'd patch the weak spots, tweak the design, and reshape it for the magical. Metal gleamed a little later, once he finally finished applying the. Leverett grabbed the sword again and said it didn't just fit, like the enchantments were made for his hand. The magic transfer worked so flawlessly it felt unreal, and the enchantments came out sharp and perfectly controlled. Mech even laughed and said he was just happy that he'd liked it. He flashed a joyful grin, told him that if a masterpiece like this ever cracked, he still wouldn't be able to fix it alone. Then he burst into laughter and waved it off like, "Don't sweat it." With that alloy and area metal doing the heavy lifting, everything held up for roughly 2 months. Then he yanked his hands close, shoved his face against theirs, blurted that his own palms were pulling off real miracles and couldn't help but envy their blacksmithing skill. He jerked his hand back, shot him a disgusted look, told him to stop, and then, quietly, thanked him. Thanked him and said he'd push to get the payment rolling right away. Then he cut himself off like, how about when the bill hit him, a jaw-dropping 5 million crowns, he froze, stunned by the sheer size of it, and said it was just too much to handle because, really, he knew exactly what he was doing. After all, he himself. He handed him every last material and did it on the spot instantly. The sword's shape led him step by step, and he could walk away with a jaw-dropping 300,000 crowns for his help. Levert said he'd clocked every little nuance on purpose, and honestly, not many people can even turn material like that into something worth reading. He tacked on extra fees for rare skills, and weapons forged from rhea metal. Those things sell for 10 times the price, aren't they? He shoved a tiny box into his hands and said that those items inside held the key to the entire. There's a lot more than I expected, so I'm stunned and ask, aren't these the rare artifacts that only pop up once in a while in the dungeons? He couldn't just swallow that price. He snapped back that the blade was worth every coin, and he didn't stop there. He had to trust the truth in his hands. A sword forged from Irian metal could even trade blows with steel made in Estlia. So he pushed to keep working with him, because that power was too good to stop. As a blacksmith, it's the kind of skill that'll pay off later, so it'll serve him when his future finally comes. Bake nodded and agreed to take the gift, thanking him right away. Then he turned around and thanked him again for the sword, and swore he'd grow into a warrior worthy of what he'd been given, and if anyone ever needed him, he'd be right there, ready to help. Soon enough, in the room, Alicia grabbed his attention and told him his skill was truly incredible. Leverett's sword didn't just impress, it shattered every expectation I had. Forging metal and dragon gear like that is already a miracle. Heck, her father stared in awe. She just knew he'd spot his own handiwork. He lifted a cup of tea, smirked, and said he hoped one day it would be just that easy. Then his gaze dropped as his thoughts churned, because if he truly recognized him, what would that change between them? After all, he was nothing but a fake suitor, a human shield to keep the other guys at bay, and he couldn't help wondering, would this trap really never end? If he could still be useful to her, then sure, he'd keep smiling. But how long could they keep dodging the Lord's gaze with lies? Still, the end was clear. When she finally finds someone who truly loves her, his part would be over. It all began with her pity, because she was kind enough to feel sorry for him. The guy everyone laughed at. He'd already shoved it out of his mind and then started scrambling, desperate as hell. He was desperately hammering away at blacksmithing, trying to claw his way into recognition, and honestly, it felt painfully childish. She clocked the fear in his face, waved him over and snapped, "Did you screw up?" He felt sick and wiped out from forging that sword, so the protagonist lifted. Riggs lifted his head, swore it was all fine, and shut down the claim, straight from his apprentice. Apprentice, Almi, is set to roll up on them next week. There were still a couple of orders from other clients, and he hadn't even sat down to work on selling it. And she told him, "You've already poured so much time and effort into that sword." For Levert. Now he had to gear up for the new work week, and he nodded, saying the truth. This hobby of his was what paid the bills. So he didn't even gripe. She called him and told him she'd asked him to rest more, and he said he wasn't even tired. Alicia, eyes wide as she stared. She admitted she was worried sick about him. Could he really get some rest this week? He sat there, weighing the proposal in his head. He made the proposal and told them it was totally fine. No rush, take their time. Then asked if they could slip away somewhere just the two of them and grab something to eat. With a bright, joyful smile, she agreed. Then he couldn't shake the feeling that whatever came next was going to hit them like a wave. But he couldn't ignore the hunger for forging blades worthy of legends. He wanted his swords to find many hands, because that desire was the whole point of his existence, and it was unshakable. He wasn't chasing glory at all, he was just hammering out his duty as a blacksmith, exactly the way his heart commanded, and Gorel stood in his office, stared out the window, and let the memory of how Levert walked into his life hit him hard. He told him he was truly grateful, because with that permission, he could finally commission counterfeit weapons from his blacksmith. With Arion's magical iron, Varia's magical metal, a dragon claw, and fang in his hands, he managed to combine it all, every last piece. He forged all those materials into one blazing blade, and the result blew past every wild expectation. He stared at the sword in stunned silence. He gasped and demanded, could a blade like that truly be forged? Then he leaned in and asked. Once he got the nod, he moved forward. He leaned in and demanded to know why he'd ordered the sword in the first place, because both of them were still going toe-to-toe as serious contenders. He'd even learned to forge for his own daughter's hand, and since he was a blacksmith himself, that question hit him like a punch, so he blurted back, Lady Alicia's challenge was so intense, she took his talent to the max. And now, as a blacksmith himself, he couldn't wait to prove what he was truly capable of. And, yeah, he even admitted that reshaping those materials wasn't a walk in the park for him either. As a blacksmith, he stared in disbelief at what his own hands could do, and it wasn't surprising at all when the lady picked him out of everyone else. Goral strode up to a tiny chest, popped it open, and leaned in to see what was inside. A steel blade pressed in, and his serious eyes didn't blink. He said it with a bittersweet look, like, maybe it's this one, and I hate that it might be. After a while, the meek finally burst into the bazaar, and right then he thought, today, after a 2-week break, they burst back onto the street, snapped into their usual spot, and got the stall ready for business. They split the goods like always, by quality, and then carved out a special batch for Alma and Riggs's apprentice, adding it to the mix while everyone else watched. He kept forging more swords and daggers, hammering out weapon after weapon to lure customers in. With a sly little grin, he said those levered, sent items in the box came right in handy. Alicia stood nearby and told him, because of that, I could carry way more, and soon after, curious people started coming in. He came back into view, clocked his shop instantly, and swore he'd bought that sword from a traveling merchant. The traveling merchant last time too handed over goods so top tier they were almost unreal. The piece fit his hand like it was made for him, and he even gave his comrades try it, and suddenly everyone's craving that very same sword so bad they show up in person. Like, can you even blame them? When they inspected his wares, he lit up with a grin, nodded in joy, and thanked them for the praise. He watched the customers stare at his wares, and right then, the traveling merchant's thoughts started to run. The merchant looked totally rigged, even though he insisted he advertised his wares. He didn't see it coming. Customers started showing up for him immediately. The customers picked exactly what they wanted and shoved the whole list into his hands. With a burst of joy, he thanked them for their picks, then called out the price of every item they had chosen. Then he stared at the money in his hands and swore he'd sold them for a discount. Yet even so, still, that deal handed him a whopping 200,000 gold. Customers rolled in from early morning pure luck. Then, right on cue, more customers showed up. Some hauled their friends along too. He was grateful for every cheer that hit his blades and every tavern that welcomed him, and a few showed up just because of. Whispers about Avis's power were flying around, and he picked up even more from merchants. Then by midday, the shop was packed wall to wall. Alicia stood by the empty boxes, blinking in disbelief, saying it was unreal, because the customers never stopped pouring in. Today, Fake turned to her, nodded along, and said he was truly grateful that she'd choose him for such an amazing ad and chase fame. She stacked the empty boxes to the side, nodded, then snapped that his students needed to hurry because they were about to. They'd soon be out of blades, just like he warned. If things kept going like this, it was really happening. Then he snapped his eyes to the side. And I swear there were way more people than last time. Yeah, not everyone was buying, but the crowd was packed just to look, like this place was buzzing with anticipation. An excellent sign. Then, later, another man rushed up, shoved money into their hands, and blurted that he wanted to. She set her sights on those 2 daggers and 2 swords, and once the deal was done, she lit up and thanked him like he'd just saved the day, and told them they should not sell everything. Then he snapped back that, no. More and more eyes snapped away from them as if something was wrong. So he spun around and scanned the market. And then a girl caught his eye. This wasn't just any girl, because men all around kept staring and going wild over her. She glanced his way and asked, "Wait, are you talking about that stall over there, right?" "Right?" She strode right up to them, beamed a bright smile, and introduced herself like they were already best friends. You confronted him and asked, "So you're a fraud, right?" He nodded, confirmed it, and then leaned in like he had more to say. "She has to be Riggs' student, right?" She laughed and nodded, and that's how it went, like her teacher had probably already said. She stepped into his spot today and praised his products so hard that it felt like she was telling everyone, firsthand, just how great they are. He started bragging that he makes weapons so good they're basically legendary, and then a wave of nerves crashed over him because she leaned in way too close and fired the question, "Is that really true, Alicia?" Aisha stared at him with a stone-cold serious expression. "I do 1, 2, and need 888. When you understand it mean about UN." and he told her he'd already forged a weapon just for her to test. He marched up to where his products were scattered, then grinned and declared he'd readied several top-tier ones. She picked through the goods like a kid in a candy shop, grabbing whatever she liked best. Then she shot her hand up and thanked her. She thanked him in a bright, cheerful voice, then dove right into examining. He'd tangled top-tier gear with junk, and the protagonist couldn't shake the fear. So now the real question is, will she pull this off, or will it all fall apart? She checked every weapon he slid over, picked out a sword and a dagger, and told him she'd take 10 of those. Just that. No questions, no extra talk. He blinked in shock, wondering how she could tell the difference when, to him, it didn't look all that different at all. She picked the absolute best, and he warned her it would set her back 145,000 crowns, or so he claimed. She closed the distance, slipped her fingers into his, and squeezed his hand like it meant everything. She was pulling him in, and pushed for the payment. If she asked the right way, he might have cut her a discount. He and Alicia were left speechless by what had happened, and she blurted, in a bright, cheerful voice, as she asked for something varied, "You get a tiny little discount for being a regular customer. Ideast is 80. He tried to say no, but she pushed back harder, and he couldn't help but stare at what came next. She started to wonder, was she really going to seduce him? Then it hit, she picked the wrong guy. Dude, he really did get the one he loved, though. Yeah, to be honest. Nothing about those things grossed him out. Then he realized, if she ever got disappointed in him, if you force him into that decision right now, it's basically a death sentence. He yanked his hand free from her grip, slammed the door on a discount, and snapped that was the final number, and it crushed her. She let out a heavy sigh and snapped that the seduction trick never worked. He hadn't felt this weak until Alma thrust the bags of money into his hands and said, "And yeah, this guy was a total master at his craft, so where'd he even work before?" He dumped the cash from the bag into the chest, claimed he'd served the Revanaled Empire, then added that he'd just barely managed to get out and move here. "Maybe we'll meet again," she said with a soft smile, and that's why she was gone. Just like that. She wasn't saying goodbye at all, and the man who'd come with her kept hefting the weapons he'd just bought. She blew him a kiss and whispered, "See you soon," and the mate didn't even blink, because he figured he couldn't be fooled that easily. He whirled around and told them they were insanely lucky to unload all those weapons at a great price. Then he called out to Alicia. Alicia. She'd finally blurted out her name, cheeks burning, because he hadn't answered, and she asked again, embarrassed out of her mind. After all, he's into the big ones. Wait, he froze at the question, totally baffled, and asked back like his head was spinning. What was she even getting at? With a worried look, she claimed he'd been staring at Lady Alma's body, and he immediately shot it down, denying it. She said everything felt totally different, but she didn't buy it. She even pointed out the way he looked at her, and then he asked. He leaned in, demanded she listen to him, and honestly, who was he? Just some guy, a male, right? Wild males usually snap into action the moment they spot movement, a chance at prey, or a real threat, pure instinct, and it hits before they can even stop it. She shot him a worried glance and blurted, "If I don't have that kind of body, does that mean I don't get any attention?" Then he answered. He snapped back that wasn't what he meant at all. Then she slid right up to him, seized his hand, and sent him into an instant, mortified blush. She looked him dead in the eye and asked, "So if I can't, what about a body like mine? Are you even saying I'm not?" He didn't act like he was into girls like that. He flat out denied it. Then his mind kept whispering that he really did like her. He liked her more than anything, and you could tell his whole taste was built around her first. Based on her reaction, Alicia finally loosened her grip, let him go, apologized, and said that she'd shoved him into the most awkward spot imaginable, and when he snapped back that it was all fine, silence crashed down on both of them. Then he realized trading must be done for the day, with the last customer being Alme. Today, they raked in 320,000 crowns, an all-time record at the market, and then, after a while, he rolled up to Goral's office with the cash in hand, and the shock hit him hard, because today was suddenly going way better than he ever expected. Fake nodded and said the orders were coming from a traveling merchant. He bowed too, and told him that, and that was it. He nodded like the moment was over, then asked to leave, and told him to wait. He paused and stared at it with a dead serious expression, until he snapped his gaze back at him. He took a breath, gathered his nerve, and admitted plainly, no sugarcoating, that he was absolutely stunned. He never, ever imagined he'd have the power to pull off something this big. He was pulling off wild deals in a foreign country, and nobody there even knew his name. He lit up when he heard that, then shrugged and said, "I'm just lucky." Right now, nearly all his money comes from that merchant. If he slips up, everything collapses fast. His followers' belief in him starts to crumble. His profits will sink hard, so he can't stop thinking about just how many people are truly backing him. They backed him. Ivas, Vesser, Rig, Almi, Levert, and Alicia, and every single one of them kept his dream alive. It was because of them that he was. He stared at it like it could be real, then slid into his chair, leaned over his desk, and asked himself, could that really be true? Before he even finished the thought. His income depended on just one merchant, and with a sly little smile he said he was saved, because some adventurers who bought his goods had praised him to their own comrades. So yeah, little by little, his name explodes in popularity, and he even whispers that this is only the start, because turns out, these weapons don't just help, they bring people back. It came back to him because of his skill. He stood there, stunned to the core, bowing and thanking Gorlst with all his heart. All shot up from his chair, brushed past him, and tossed out that he needed a favor too. The protagonist followed right behind him and demanded to know what he was after. Wasf, he pushed the note away, then stormed into his office, cracked open the chest and demanded, did you manage to open it? If he could bring this sword back from the brink. Gripped the sword in his hands and demanded they let him take a look. Just look at it. He shoved closer to study the enchantment, but the moment the density hit, a sharp, horrible weight crushed his body and he suddenly felt way worse. The sheer density of data hit him, and he caught himself thinking, like someone slammed a whole library straight into his brain in one brutal instant. If that blade could stir him like that, it meant it was packed with deeper magical knowledge, way more than he could even sense. He suddenly felt sick, blurted his name, and asked if he was okay, then snapped his head back to him. He nodded and demanded the guy give him room to focus on the sword. Then he leaned in and studied the system windows. Sure, the enchantment looked simple, but the sheer amount and raw punch of the magic packed into it was downright unreal. The damage was colossal, wounds everywhere, etched into the world, and if you swung a sword like that while it's in that condition, it would shatter instantly. No matter what, it breaks eventually. He told Gorl he'd found the real problem, then asked, can I fix it? He nodded and agreed. But he admitted that with all that insane mountain of magical information, there was no way he could set it right in a single move. Doing it would take him about a day, and he got the message, then told him not to rush. Do it the right way. Go all in, be dependable, and don't leave a single thing half done. He nodded and swore. That's exactly what he'd do. He slid the sword back into its sheath, and a wave of meaning hit him, like this blade carried more weight than anyone could see. It begged for the master's touch. Every part needed a deep fix, and it had to be done fast so it could be shoved back into the owner's hands as soon as possible. The very next day, he stormed back to the forge, slammed it down, and he shoved on his gloves, eyes blazing with purpose, and said he still had the strength to take this on. They could finally get to work, so he dug into the sword he'd just received, staring hard at it like the sheer amount of data was about to blow his mind. But it still felt impossible. Rows of shattered symbols littered everything, and whole sections were dead, completely non-functional, and he'd have to rebuild the whole spell with perfect precision to keep the original magical structure intact. So he kept going, kept studying the system windows, and swore this sword was forged from an Aryan L alloy. Dane, Elios iron. Just by the materials in his hands, he could tell this wasn't some amateur's work. It was forged by a true master. Peter's mark hit like a lightning strike. Its magic sealed inside was on a whole other level than any ordinary weapon. And yeah, the repairs weren't going to be finished as fast as he'd hoped. He dug in and started working, already wondering who had. They poured these enchantments into the work, and there was no way they hadn't been grinding on it for days without sleep. Rebuilding it all from zero would be a total nightmare out rest. A hellish task. But he could fix it. Still, the wildest part? These spells, they didn't lose their power for over 10 years. So tell me, could a simple alloy of 2 steels really pull off something that impossible? No, it was pure skill. Without a top-tier blacksmith's craft, none of this would have been possible. So even after all this, his art still had one more level to climb if he ever goes and builds a weapon like this. So yeah, this will outlast the ages, not because it wants fame, not because it needs a spot in history. Even after he's gone, his blades still rise to the fight and keep protecting people. Enough stalling. No more thinking, people, and by noon, the bulk of. The whole thing is finally done. Just a couple finishing touches left to seal the deal. If thee have a two open share, He tried to touch what was left when, knock knock, he whipped around, just in time to hear the door get blasted open. Banished barged in, said she'd caught him deep in the grind, and then demanded, "So how's the repair coming?" Bakes bragged that he'd already crushed most of the work, and all that was left were the finishing touches. Then she cut in, "So how'd you pull that off?" To pack all that into half a day. And he said it like it was totally normal, like this was a regular. She repaired the sword, pressed her fingers to the blade, and gasped, "This is unreal, it's really incredible." Incredible. This blade was forged by her father's father, like it had been hammered out of destiny, and, wait, her story cut off mid-sentence. His grandfather. He couldn't believe what he was hearing, and the question was right on the tip of his tongue. But she insisted he'd died 10 years ago. Then she looked at him like he was right there. He stared at the sword and asked, "So this blade is truly worth a fortune to Lord Goral?" She nodded, and then he leaned in and said, he admitted it all came down to this. He'd asked the guy to fix something that mattered more than anything to him, and he couldn't even believe he'd trusted him. She handed him this blade without a second thought, and she told him straight up, her dad tried to mend the sword, couldn't pull it off, and then sank into grief for ages. Her father had zero gift for blacksmithing, so he couldn't fix the blade he inherited after her grandfather died. He knew it, and with a grim expression figured this order had to be a test meant just for him, like the master knew exactly how he'd handle it. He still hadn't fully clocked just how deadly his talent was, yet he kept handing him that blade, so it's about to get dangerous. This means, at the very least, he's got faith in him, and that sword, it's packed with memories he treasures, he said, with a faint smirk clung to his face. Now he'd have even less room to mess up. She flashed him a bright smile and wished him good luck, then slipped out of the forge while he kept on hammering and fixing that sword. He leaned forward, convinced that a few solid hours had already slipped by since the last finishing touches were put on. At last, the finishing touches clicked into place, his repair wrapped up right on schedule, and he double-checked every single detail. Scrutinized it again and again, hunting for any tiny flaw nobody caught, then asked himself if he could recreate the original too. Enchantment to get it right. He tinkered again and again, dozens of tries, until it finally clicked. Later, Alicia showed up. She slid up to him and asked if she could take a look, and he nodded. Sure, though he warned her it might be tough for her to make sense of it. With so much magical info flying around, she can't afford to let her guard down. She vowed she'd take it all in, then leaned in to study the enchantment. Felt it hit her at once, and he leaned in, eyes wide, asking if she was all right. Then she blinked, looking confused, and said it was beautiful, even though she only caught a quick glimpse of it, because the emotions hit her like a wave. It was like her grandfather had poured his soul into that blade, awakening it, flooding it with fresh power. She bowed with a tiny smile and thanked him for bringing the old strength back to the sword of House Barnasto, he smirked. And with that calm little grin he said that no thanks were needed. Those words hit him hard, and it showed. Okay. All right, he's snatching this sword and racing straight to the master right now. With a bright, joyful smile, she insisted her father would light up with pure childlike excitement the moment he heard. The protagonist blinked in shock, then stared at the master with a worried, thoughtful gaze. So, can he? She told him that if he really wanted to act like that, he'd be shocked. Her father could be surprisingly sweet. She even watched him remember the past and admit that when he really thought back, he actually saw this once before. Back then he was terrified, but now he can't wait to watch his reaction because she told him to run to him. Faster. The moment he stepped into his office, he blurted it out with a face full of shock. If he'd already fixed that sword, he nodded and said, I brought it back as best I could, then leaned in and asked him. He told him to take a look, and once he agreed, he snatched up the sword. With a grim urgency, he slowly pulled the sword from his hands, like he already feared what came next. He jerked the blade from its sheath, and the grief in his face hit like a warning sign, so strong it made his whole body tense. Nervous jitters wouldn't stop him. Then he threw a few swings with the repaired blade. He slid the prepared sword onto the table. But even two-eye ideas unseal the enchantments. Boom, struck, gritted his teeth against that terrifying magic, and he started to. He leaned in to study it up close. Then, right after he was done, he sucked in a deep breath and admitted, yeah, this was. Indeed, his father's sword was right there, cut to the exact same design as the day it all began. That day, he finally handed it over to him, and the moment trust hit, tears just started pouring out of him. He beamed with joy and declared, this right here is the very sword. He never imagined he'd ever witness this sword's old legendary power again. Then he called him by name and said, "Ah," that he was a blacksmith so legendary, it felt unreal. His praise caught him off guard, and he immediately bowed and thanked the master for it. He bowed low, and this time he shouted his name right back at him. He said by name that he finally recognized him as Alicia's his fiancé. The news hit him like a truck. He was completely stunned, and with a sly smile, he insisted that only he was worthy to protect his daughter. And the shock hit him hard, because somehow, it felt like a lifetime had already slipped away. Would sprint past in silence right until those words finally hit his ears. He thanked him, but deep down, sadness crushed his chest, and he realized in his own way that he was just her fake fiancé. Then, Goral closed the distance and approached him. He ruffled her hair and told her she mustn't let her heart sink. He nodded, slid his hand away, and leaned in to ask his daughter for the exact picture of. So yeah, he's got that charm, doesn't he? And he agrees, no hesitation at all. A doubt clawed at him, and he admitted it. Then he warned that if he ever gave in to those base impulses, his head would hang on that picket fence like a warning. He understood him, then spun around and walked off, abandoning the moment. And he said, by mutual agreement, maybe I'll let it slide. He shot the guy a confused thanks, then his eyes narrowed like, wait, what just happened? They were jawing about the sword, and then, boom, everything flipped, he told him. Don't quit blacksmithing, keep your hands sharp and don't let that skill slip. And from here on out, he has to stay sharp, keep his ears wide open, because the moment people realize he's the only man left standing for his daughter's hand, everything is going to change. Once word spreads, shady characters will swarm him like flies. Mick made a promise to remember that, then he said, he told me he could go, and I had to run and tell her this amazing good news. Then he stormed out of the office and stared out the window, worry gnawing at his face. He stared at her and blurted, what do we do now? Because right then, he had to race to her and talk fast about their fake engagement. At the same time, Alicia flashed a bright smile as she briskly wiped the forge tools clean with a rat. He barged in, spotted her, and asked if she was ready to tidy up a bit. She lit up and agreed, and he started looking too. She spun around and proudly said she even swept the floor, because the forge was so spotless it looked freshly reborn, clean. Gratitude hit him like a wave, he thanked her for it, and she just broke into laughter. Tapolian demanded to know what her father told her, and he said that the gentleman was. He grinned at the finished repair, totally thrilled with what he saw, and she let out a relieved laugh, saying, this is perfect. Was nothing but good news. She planned to slip over to him a little later, because she just had to see firsthand how thrilled he really was. He was, and when he spoke, he said he recognized him, her fiancé, she was. She froze in shock at what she heard and demanded to know. Did he really? He didn't just say it, he confirmed it, and she lit up with the happiest smile. On her face screamed that they had succeeded. She was about to speak again, but he shot her a heartbreaking look and said he needed to talk about their fake engagement, and his feelings were getting heavier by the second, building and building. He can't shake the feeling that maybe he's gone too far with this lie, and it's starting to haunt him. His words hit her like a punch, and she yanked the rag from her hand as it slipped away. He held his hands up and demanded, what did you just say? Said, Lord Goral genuinely cares for her. He always makes sure. She threw her feelings ahead of noble rules, even while she tested whether, before even asking if he deserved his daughter, the man still addressed him, right there, to an ordinary commoner, as a, standing side by side as equals, fully accepted and officially approved, even with all their differences. So he couldn't stomach the lie anymore. He had to come clean, spill every single truth, and start telling him everything. Tell her this, there was never any real love between them, not from the very first day. She was totally stunned, and he couldn't believe his own thoughts. He never expected it to happen like this. The words he was about to say promised to slice open his heart and leave him in brutal pain. It looked like he was falling for her even harder than he'd ever expected. Alicia clenched her focus for a couple heartbeats then dropped to his knees and begged for forgiveness. Forgiveness hit him like a wave, and he couldn't make sense of it. His face flushed. He snapped his gaze away, and he finally admitted, yeah, the truth was. Right then, shame clawed at her throat as she admitted it. She'd misled him, and he tried. He tried to catch what she meant, but it just wouldn't click, so he blurted, what are you talking about? And she told him it started the day she asked him to be her fake fiancé. Turns out all that talk about cover and disguise was a straight-up lie, and she should have just said the only thing that truly counts. She took a deep breath and confessed her love to him, and she admitted, straight to his face, that she'd loved him from the very first moment their eyes met. At first, she wasn't chasing romance yet. She was just curious about who he truly was, but his smile hits like the sun-pure, blinding brilliance. She had no clue how badly she wanted it back, because the second she saw him, she fell for the way he hammers away in the forge day and night, obsessed with becoming the absolute best, right in the middle of his dream. Every time he lets out that soft laugh at her nonsense, it turns the moments they share into pure magic. Every inch of him, down to the last particle she swears she adores, is fake, and the moment she heard it, confusion hit him like a wave, so he blurted out questions. She was finally pressed. "Is it true?" And when she nodded, she swallowed hard and admitted she was sorry for lying to him. She dragged him into all of this for her selfish reasons, and all this time, he kept putting up with it only to realize he'd been left with everything. Was always burning with one goal, pleasing her father. He'd always been so kind to her, and still, no matter what, everything in her life felt brutally hard. It hit him hard. And just when he thought it couldn't get worse, she dumped him too, leaving his unrequited feelings hanging in the air, writing her feelings all over him, and begging for forgiveness. Then she looked up with an, "I'm really sorry," kind of intensity. He jolted with shock as he pulled her into a hug and demanded to know what she meant, was spilling his feelings, then blurted out that he loved her and said he swore he'd always loved only her. And in that moment, the past came crashing back like a flash of fire, and said the only reason he could keep grinding at court was because he had something to hold on to. Her presence in court was the real headline. Those rare visits to the workshop hit like an event. His only light, his lifeline. She was waiting in the shop. She called him, cheeks burning with embarrassment, and he still couldn't stop replaying the past, and he admitted that even so, he always believed she was Anne. It felt completely out of reach, especially since he was the court blacksmith, and still just a lowly commoner, and she was the Duke's daughter. So he tried to talk himself out of falling for her and begging his heart not to race out of control. And somehow, even after everything, he still loved her. To be by her side for real, no fake engagement, no act, no games. He leaned in close and kept whispering, "I love you," again and again, but her panic hit hard when she drifted out of reach and still demanded. He told him to stop, then demanded she explain what was wrong, and embarrassment flooded him as he begged, "Please, don't say the word love so much." She clapped both hands over her face and blurted out, "I'm making this way too scary." His terrifying face lit up with pure happiness right now. Then he grabbed her in another hug, grinning like the world couldn't touch him. That's when her embarrassment hit even harder, the main character calling her out. He called her and asked, and now they're finally ready to wipe the slate clean and start all over again. Right, again. She finally cooled off a bit, nodded along, and said that now they'd drop the act. No more fake bride and groom and make it real. He agreed. Then they plopped onto the floor side by side, and Alicia leaned in and asked him if he could tell their story. He leaned up, eyes searching, and demanded she tell him why he fell for her, then shot the same question, did she always show up to the forge? She remembered agreeing to it, grinning as she admitted she just loved watching him work. He stared her down and said he had no idea, because it meant the world to him, and almost nobody except her ever treated it like. She treated him with pure kindness. Then she literally saved his life, shoving him forward when he had no choice but to move on. No matter what she said with that worried look, she still couldn't stop pushing the question, what about me? But what would have happened in the forge if only she'd caught that attitude the moment it started? He came in earlier, and with a calm, easy smile he told her, "You can't be here every single day." So it wasn't her fault at all. He just figured the forge masters behaved. She kept her manners spotless around him, until she finally clocked the bruise on his neck. At last, was the truth finally going to spill from his neck? He leaned in and begged her to admit it, if only now, after everything, would she finally tell him when she fell for him, because it started and she was still hiding it in the silence. Heat flushed his face with embarrassment, and he blurted, "Are you really interested?" right after getting with a bright yes. She leaned in and asked if he still remembered how they first met under that tree 3 years ago. He let out a grin and said, "Yep, this is it. After all, it's only our first meeting." She said, voice cracking as tears welled up, that her mother had left this world that year, and he nodded back with a sympathetic look. He couldn't even explain the tone, like it hit him out of nowhere, because he was sure he'd never seen her mother, and he'd never once wondered where she was, until now. And suddenly, he knew, she remembered the past and told her the last thing she'd ever said was to chase whatever makes her heart light. Still, she just went through the motions, studying etiquette, magic, and fencing, yet she didn't do it not because it pleased her, because everyone expected it. And when those heavy thoughts crashed over her, she decided to. He decided to slip out for some fresh air to his mother's favorite tree, and that's where he ran into a smiling young man. Then his nerves stirred a little. Feeling a little embarrassed, he told himself it only dragged him back into old memories. Then, hope surged in his chest until just a few hours later. Hours later, he was swallowed by despair, until she leaned her head on his shoulder and confessed she still remembered asking him that what a dumb question. Yet he lit up anyway, answered it with pure enthusiasm and kindness, and carried that warm, smiling image everywhere he went. With every single ball, she scanned the court with her eyes like she was hunting for him. Then it hit her. That's how she realized. She finally realized her heart belonged to him. Then he asked, and everything clicked. So in the end, she chose her dream. She stared into his eyes, lit up with joy, and said she wanted to live with him and laugh with him every single day. She wants to stand beside him for every dumb mishap, every brutal hard moment, and every bright wind cheering him on all the way, because the instant he becomes the best blacksmith in the world, she wants to be there first, watching it happen with her own eyes. Now, doesn't that sound wild? He shut down the doubts and swore he was overflowing with happiness. She'll stay right by his side. What could beat that? And then he looked back at the version of himself from the past and thought that, still chasing the dream of becoming the greatest blacksmith in the whole world, until one day it slipped from his mind, and all he could think about was, only one thing mattered: how to claw his way out of this hell, because there were days when he honestly wondered if clinging to life was even worth it, to the title of blacksmith if it would help him escape. But now, he'd become the best for her, his sweet wife. It didn't hit him right away only after they finally dared to open their hearts to each other. They stormed into Goral's office. He called her first and told her she'd just received another. And just like that, another invitation to the ball landed in his hands, and to top it off, a letter followed right after. The MC thanked him, and he leaned in to say that one of the two letters showed up for him. And yeah, he tore into them the second he saw the writing. He snatched the letter out of his own hands and declared, with absolute certainty, that it came from the power of God. Morgan sent them straight to the palace blacksmith's workshop, and he was freaking out over what that info could mean. After all these years, he couldn't help wondering, what on earth could he possibly need from him now? For many years, he finally cracked the seal of the letter, and Alicia's name lit the page with a single word. With a worried look, he demanded to know what was written there. Then read it out loud, word for word, right as the moment there. Their workshop was crumbling, and they couldn't forge the knights the quality weapons they needed. Every blacksmith is hammering nonstop, like the forge is on fire. He has to rush back the moment he can, and then he looked. He stared him down and said the letter he'd gotten demanded he pass along a message, whether he was still working at this estate, and if he'd already been fired, they'd apologize for the inconvenience, while he stewed over whether he was even being used. Useless. He would have gotten kicked out of here fast. Of course, that's what they scribbled. Goral said he'd heard that he was. Is he really not scared that once he's back, the same court vultures will push him into working himself to death? He finally lowered his head and basically admitted, yeah, that's probably exactly what's going to happen. He asked if he'd come back again. If you're looking out for the good of their house, the Revanald Empire crowns the court blacksmith with an insane honor, worth more than gold. He convinced himself he'd earned a worthy role, thinking once he was inside the ducal family, all his plans and benefits would finally pay off. It's totally earned. Handing the ducal family the title of imperial blacksmith would light a path straight to glory. He said that for a noble, such a calculation carries weight, but he also made sure to drive home this truth: power isn't the only goal. Their class isn't chasing just any goal. It's balancing power with the happiness of the kids, because that's what keeps everything in harmony. When it's time to choose, he weighs both of those things. Then he slams the brakes on the one decision that could make his son miserable. Alicia's face lit up as she asked, smiling, so was he really already treating him like his son? He muttered, with a tiny flash of embarrassment, don't twist my words, and then his thoughts began to race. She told herself, thank the Lord, I'm not married yet. With her beauty and standing, she could have been a. Long ago, he chose her happiness above everything. Then he bowed to him, begged for forgiveness, and, he said, and then slammed the door shut. He didn't want to go back to the Empire at all, and he demanded it with a fierce call. With a calm face, he would then pen his own refusal letter. It hits harder than you think. He thanks him, and Goral says, we treated you like. Still, They'd make do with whatever was there. She dialed her dad and told him they'd deliver the letter themselves, would rush to the ball and hand it to him herself, and when she saw him waiting, she demanded, "Why?" She definitely didn't need the extra hassle, and she hated going there in the first place, so why on earth would she need to? She nodded and said yes. Then she admitted the truth. They invited her to their balls only because they thought she'd be easy to take advantage of. So she'd roll out her fiancé to the whole world, and he'd catch her meaning, then call him by name. The girl named it and demanded his answer, and when the protagonist nodded, he told himself it only made sense. If she was ready, he'd be ready too. And he realized he couldn't keep hiding anymore, because he finally had to tell her. And once that moment hit, he wanted to declare it to everyone. Everyone's relationship felt real to him too, so when he said, "Let it be," he made it sound final. He'd craft the letter, and they'd brace themselves for what comes next because it's not going to be easy. For departure. They nodded and agreed, then bolted out of the office. He thanked her as they went. She tried to brush it off, saying it wasn't worth the trouble, because she was the one who wanted to shove the letter out in public. They humiliated her with that arrogant letter in public. How dare they judge her husband like he's nothing? Fine, let them try to work for. Working in their own little workshop would never let them stand toe-to-toe with his genius. Once word spreads that he's now part of the Barnistow house, they'll be crushed by pure shame. He planted his hands on her shoulders and told her, with real emotion, that she'd done everything for him. Without her, he wouldn't even be standing here. And now I'm standing here. Alicia insists that's not true, because he helped her too. It's all because her dream of happiness is like this, walking right beside him, and he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, thinking, now that the truth finally came out, and she started spilling her feelings like she couldn't hold them back anymore. Often, she would press close to him, whispering it again and again that she adored him, and the moment he realized it, his embarrassment exploded like wait, he was sure he was, but the words hit him like a curveball, and he had no idea how to respond. She stared right into. He locked eyes with her and said, "You're still nervous, but you're glowing with happiness." He shot her a tiny smile and asked, "Is that really so?" And she answered, "Yeah." He reached out and demanded to know if his heart was pounding out of his chest too. He nodded, and then he said that if he got any happier, he'd just snap in half. She burst into laughter and demanded, "What are you even talking about?" And he realized he'd only just started to think after saying it. He thought he could live by himself. Then he watched those lovers together and couldn't wrap his head around how anyone could spend that much time with one person. Now, every single day with her feels like pure joy. She tells me we've got to get ready because we're leaving for the Empire. Meanwhile, Morgan wore a deeply displeased look, like he'd just swallowed something bitter. He slammed his fist on the table and bellowed, "Why is there still no answer?" And it hit just how far he'd been brought down. Humiliation burned in his chest. Why wasn't this pathetic nobody answering? If he was standing beside Lady Alicia, he should have been responding. They'd better fire back with an answer right away. If not, then House Barnistos needs to treat him with real courtesy. He reached out to the other guild blacksmiths, then dropped to his knees and crawled forward. He begged, some even came back, then he stomped on his pride just to stay alive, but these freaks won't even reply, and they sure as hell don't plan on coming back. But he's the one calling the shots. The commander is dead wrong, and he's the one who knows the truth. He's no genius blacksmith. If he can prove it, then his reputation's about to take a brutal hit. At least, things will get a little better. He remembered exactly how he'd come here before. He marched up to his father, begged for help, and warned him that without his support he was done for. So tell me, he wouldn't just abandon his own son, right? He stood with his back turned to him and coldly said that once the commander of the knights decided to cut him loose, he wasn't welcome in this house anymore, and they'd already hauled him into. He slid into court on their connections, and then decided to pay it back like this, because he ruined the family, and it was all his fault. He treated them like absolute trash, worse than yard dogs, and he should have been grateful he only threw him out instead of demanding payback. He begged his dad for one more chance, and his dad snapped around, thrusting a finger straight at him. He slammed into the moment and shouted that he'd been kicked out of his family for now, and the second it hit, his tears burst out as he started thinking that his home and family were gone, and he was left to huddle inside these walls, barely holding on. These walls, and with them everything else. His position crumbled, and his subjects vanished. He crawled away like rats in panic, and then he caught fragments of a conversation about Alicia burst in with her fiancé, and the shock on her face said it all. Wondered if it was truly him. But no, this couldn't just be that. No way. And right then, they kicked open the doors and spilled out of the car. Make snapped his gaze to the massive building ahead as his carriage rattled to a stop. He told him he hadn't been to the palace in ages, and then he admitted he thought that the ball was going down in the royal castle with nobles pouring in from all over the world. All these countries had shown up, and servants flooded the place, everyone linking hands as they moved. He kept swinging his hands as he strolled down the corridor, grinning like crazy, and told me it brought back that sweet. Nostalgia hit her hard. She burst into a laugh, admitting that the long trek had wiped her out, and then she said maybe they should stop and rest for a bit, because after all, a room was already waiting for them inside the palace, and he nodded along. Sure, he'd heard that most nobles, they're meant to rest there during the ball so guests don't feel stuck, and everyone can get comfortable while staying in place. In the Empire, at least, that's what Liffey swore to him, but then the truth hit. He didn't just wander in, he came here as her fiancé, and it didn't look like it was going to end well. They started sweeping their eyes across the giant room and he went, "Wait, married couples usually share a life together, even though they weren't. They weren't married yet, but legally they were already husband and wife." She looked him in the eye and said, "Now." They were sharing the same room, and he nodded along with a confused tone. Then his thoughts raced back to the moment before. Right before he left, Mr. Goral leaned in and warned him, "Don't pull anything stupid or you'll regret it," so he just crash on the couch somewhere. She lit up, stared at him, and asked if he was. He sounded relieved but confused, and he agreed. Then he just blurted, "Wait, what about you?" She crushed him in a warm hug and blurted out that she was over the moon, and when he hugged back, curiosity sparked in him. How was she this happy? How could he possibly smile when the love of his life was standing right there? Right there beside him, they wrapped their arms around each other. Then Leffy slapped the door and knocked. She called them up and straight up, asked if she could come in. He swung the door open for her, and she bowed deeply, then apologized for barging in and ruining their rest. She jabbed her finger to the side and told those gentlemen point blank that they wanted to. He couldn't hold back. He marched up to Alicia and, with a hushed voice, asked her something. She asked him to come with her, then flipped it, "Don't you want to?" And he just said that. He insisted. No, he was certain. This was on him, plain and simple, because he was her husband. Then her husband was left behind, and the moment the aristocrats rolled in, non-stop greetings exploded, shaking their faces with nothing but stunned shock. A jolt hit. People had been whispering about an engagement, and the rumors suddenly felt real, right down to the bone. He finally caught up to them, and then, bam, some of them recognized him, because, yeah, he'd been the blacksmith around here. Their cheeks twitched as they forced on a welcoming smile. But the way they looked gave it away. No one expected. Everyone expected the chosen one to be nothing special. A commoner, but then Morgan, lightning fast, blew that right out of the water. They sprinted back to their room and, with a worn-out voice, begged her for forgiveness. His eyes went wide the moment he saw him, and he blurted out, stunned. He shouted his name like he couldn't believe what he was hearing, then demanded, "What do you mean by that?" So what was he even trying to say? What was he doing here? A fake. He started to feel pure panic creeping in about this meeting. "Yeah, is," clutching his chest. And she clocked the moment his whole reaction changed. The action finally hit, and she spun back toward him with a sharp grin and with a grim look on his face. He blared her name and demanded. She blurted, "Why am I even here with you?" And then and it all came down to one thing. He was her fiancé. The moment he realized it, his whole body froze in shock. And then, right there, he said she'd only marry a skilled blacksmith. She stood there with a calm, unshaken expression, and that was the exact reason he ended up becoming her fiancé. He shouted, "With all due respect, he's mediocre. Maybe he can, He tried to start forging, but she barreled in, cut him off, denied it, and then praised him to the skies, telling him he was an incredible blacksmith, a true master of his craft, and that even her father, Lord Goril, had recognized his skill. Then Leffy pulled out a letter, shoved it into his hands, and handed it to him and said it was meant for him. "This is Duke Barnastos." As he read his recent letter, his body suddenly tensed, like something big had just hit. Rage thundered in his chest as he snapped, loud as a siren, demanding to know what it all meant. So he meant he'd never go back to the palace. He dared to be powerless instead. He shot him a disrespectful look and kept talking, but the protagonist shut it down before it could land. Extreme fear swallowed his voice whole. He couldn't hear a thing anymore, and he started thinking that everything was falling apart. She didn't serve him anymore, and he didn't even have the last of what he needed. He had zero control over him, and now he wasn't anybody at all. He remembered. He looked back on the past and couldn't understand it. Why did 3 brutal years of pain dig so deep into his life? His whole body went numb, and his voice jammed deep in his throat, so pathetic it hurt, and he still needed to snap back to reality. Alicia grabbed his hand and stared, met him with a calm, confident smile, and that small moment gave him the strength to pull himself together, convinced that every single thing she ever did pulled him back from the edge, then snapped his courage into place and stood his ground, closed the distance to him and blurted that he never meant to march back to the palace, because he wanted to spend his whole life as hers. As her husband and blacksmith, Morgan became even more, rage flared even hotter, and she stormed closer until she said she had no clue why he was begging to bring him back so fiercely. But as his fiancée, she refused to let him go anywhere injustice could strike. Justice got drowned out while bullying ruled the day. Then he snapped his fist into a hard clench, rage ripping through him, and said he'd done more than enough. He broke free and swung at him, shouting, "So this is how you plan to pay him back? Repay him!" He swung his fist hard, but Leffy just stood there unshaken. Right in front of him, it blocked the punch, stopping his strike dead in its tracks. She yanked him by the sleeve of his jacket with a movement, slammed him into the ground, and yanked his arm until it twisted hard. His arm was the first to break. He screamed at the top of his lungs, writhing in agony, demanding that she lets him go, then fires off a question. "What do you think you're doing? And who gave that maid the nerve?" She cut him off in a serious tone. He didn't even get a chance to finish. That he tried to hurt her master. He'd better not forget he's part of that team now, and he needs to act like it. Of the Duke's family. She yanked her hand free and snapped that anyone who dared to hurt the ducal family of Barnistow will face the punishment they've earned. He broke into tears and crawled to him, reaching his side like his last lifeline, sank to his knees, and blared. He snapped back and took his words cleanly back, because that's exactly what happened. It was a lie. If he doesn't come back, he'll lose everything. All his courtly duties, aside from the time he needed to be somewhere else. The court blacksmith title is a massive win for them, right? Alicia flashed a grin and said, "You remember, right? We've already talked about with their father." He backed their choice like it was fate, and they didn't have to let that. The court blacksmith, Mac, stared at him with a grim, unshakable expression. She broke into tears, thanked him for every single year, and promised him she wasn't coming back. Morgan jerked his leg back and pleaded at the top of his lungs for him to change his mind, and swore he'd do anything, then calmly urged him to let go. "Let go." He snatched her hand, yanked you close, and then he said, she'd demand he pulls his hands away, because if he dared defy her master again, she'd have to report what he'd done. So she grabbed his hand and started pulling him out. They shoved him out of the room as his loud sobs filled the air. Then, finally, relief hit them like a wave. Relief flooded through him, and Alicia threw her arms around him, praising him like, "That's right, you're such a good boy." And somehow, he'd held up strong. He thanked her, and just as the moment hit, and his body started trembling with pure terror, because those monstrous days in the court's forge came rushing back, he couldn't. Escaping that place solo was impossible. She was the reason it all worked. She snapped that it wasn't true and insisted he'd done plenty for this too. He told himself he wasn't coming back to the palace. He could already feel the brutal problems waiting ahead, but he was still cutting the sentence off. They were sure, side by side, they'd smash through anything. After a while, Fake started grabbing supplies at the market and asked. She shot back with a bright grin that, yep, they'd sold it all again and raked in about 800,000 crowns too. He admitted sales weren't really climbing lately, and that this was where they had to stop for now. With how efficient the work is and how solid that magic iron is, there's no way he'd jack up the price unless they really wanted to raise it. Sales finally started climbing, so they had to level up their work with higher grade materials, and that meant hunting down exactly where to get them. He'd usually turn to Rig for advice, but was it even worth pouring money into it now? Then he stormed into Goral's office and started talking about how today's revenue, it came to 830,000 crowns. He stared at those overflowing bags of money and snapped that sales haven't been climbing lately. He dropped his head, nodded in acceptance, begged for forgiveness, and then snatched the leaflet. He ripped leaflets out of the closet and snapped that he didn't need to apologize. It was way better to stare at it, so he snatched it up, checked it over, and demanded to know what the heck it was. He said the building was first raised as a forge, and back then, every basic tool was already sitting there, ready to use. He took a long look. Now it was up for sale, and he couldn't wrap his head around it. With a confused stare, he asked, "Wait, what did you mean?" He smirked and said it was easy, so why not just open his own workshop? It'll boost his fame and make every sale feel easier. And that caught the protagonist off guard, because he just couldn't stop thinking, was he? Was he really handing him his own workshop? He sounded baffled, saying he still had to learn noble manners and couldn't get away yet because of other duties. He demanded to know if his dream to become the greatest blacksmith in the world was still alive. Then snapped, "Did Alicia tell you about it, or did you already toss that goal aside?" He shot the idea down and insisted there were way bigger priorities right now. He just wanted to become a man worthy of his daughter, because honestly, she was on a whole other level, noble to the core, kind and beautiful to stand next to. So he had to study first, because if he showed up in society now as an uncle, he'd never hear the end of it. An uncouth commoner? That would stain her name, and he couldn't let it happen. Goral blinked in surprise and snapped that he'd better learn noble etiquette fast, because he'd already set up a tutor, though things had already started. He knew she deserved the best husband of all, the greatest blacksmith in the world, and that kind of honor needed proper etiquette. It was huge to him, but deep down, all he wanted was for that guy to claw his way up to the very peak of mastery. Mastery? That was the whole point. Didn't he hear him? He agreed with a rush of joy, and then he stared at the chest right next to him and told him to take it. The moment he saw the cash, he couldn't just stand there. He snapped back right away that he refused to take it, he said. He spoke in a calm voice, telling him to just open it and take a look. He yanked open the chest, ready to say whatever was on his mind. Then he hesitated, claiming he'd only added something, like he wasn't even sure it would matter. Don't stress, he made that money himself, and yeah, he's her fiancé. So he had to become the best blacksmith in the Banished house, and he blurted out aloud yes, shouting that he definitely set his sights on becoming the best in the world 3 years ago. And Alicia sprawled on the couch, eyes drifting as she wondered what wish would finally shake her world. She'd only gotten to one wish, and she clung to what he'd told her, his dream to become the very best. A blacksmith in this world stared at her and couldn't shake the shock. How in the world was she that age? Yeah, maybe he was a bit older, but one thing's for sure, he was the best blacksmith in the whole world. When he said those words to her, his eyes practically sparkled. Then she froze, cheeks burning with pure embarrassment, and she couldn't shake that strange feeling because somehow, that smile just kept replaying in her mind. She confessed she'd never felt anything like it. Then her heart sank hard, even as a strange, cozy warmth spread through her all the same. Leffy shot a worried glance at her and asked, "Are you okay?" She was honestly stunned. She couldn't believe she hadn't even noticed her, and she demanded how long she'd been sneaking up. "You shouldn't scare me like that." "Scare her like that?" She flashed a tiny smile and said she'd called you a bunch of times. But she was clearly lost in her own head, so what happened to her? Her cheeks burned with embarrassment as she hurriedly blurted, "Nothing's wrong, everything's fine, I swear, I mean it," and she paused like she was about to spill the whole truth. Ever since she'd gone to Ravanald, she'd been walking around spacey and forgetful, like her mind was stuck somewhere else. "All the time," Alicia begged her. "Don't say stupid stuff." And then she answered her right back, like she couldn't help it. With a gentle smile, she asked if she'd caught someone's eye there, and then she quickly shook her head, denying it. It started to sweat with nerves, wondering how she could possibly know. No one's seen them. At least, that's what it feels like, and she needs to stop staring at her like that. Leffy wore a small smile and said that after those lonely walks, her thoughts suddenly got sharp. Then she trailed off like, "Why is it?" She was so sharp she flashed a smile, marched straight to the mistress, and asked right away if she had. She'd fallen headfirst in love, and that scared the hell out of her, so she denied it, then blurted out, "In Thai." She admitted that once she'd been through so much, the truth was written all over her. Her cheeks were blazing red. She's been looking after her since the day she was born, clocking every tiny change the moment it happens. Then her face flames with embarrassment as she blurts out that she didn't mean it because the truth is, she asks. Then she can't stop thinking about him all the time, right? She admitted she has no clue what she even feels for him. But then she said she's thinking about him non-stop, right? She blurted it out, mortified, and still couldn't tell if it was real love. She'd never loved anyone, so she had no clue what it even felt like. They only met once, barely talked, and now you're telling me they can jump in that fast right away? She couldn't believe what she heard and she snapped the question back at him. So, is this love at first sight? Even she couldn't believe the thought that popped into her head, and Leffy blurted out what she felt the moment she thought about him, sounding totally lost as she asked, "Did she like him, maybe?" When she replays their conversation, warmth floods her soul. His smile was dead sincere, and it lit her up, firing. After her mother died, her days fell into a cold, empty gray, like the world drained the color out of her. And then it was as if he brought something back. He handed her a piece of light, then she sat right beside her and said, "So this doesn't mean I'm falling for you, right? And yeah, maybe you'll roll your eyes, but these first feelings, they hit harder than anything, and they matter a lot. She's finally found someone like that, and she can't stop smiling about it. If he truly matters to her, then these feelings deserve a shot. Maybe he's the one who finally steps up for her. So move now." Right beside her, he poured out his whole heart and loved her like nothing else. Then she called out and asked if she'd ever fallen in love herself. Alicia was totally thrown off. She looked at her and blurted, "Honestly, I never thought this would happen, and I'm still in shock." But she was way older than her, and when she blushed, she admitted she just hadn't found the right partner yet. She thought it over and admitted, "Yeah, there are hardly any men in this house," then threw herself into caring for her in this place, because she had no time. It's time to let love in and deal with her own life. Leffy broke into laughter, smiling as she said, "If I'm happy, then I'm also." She's happy too, so she blurts out, "Please let me keep observing my feelings," and she figures it'll be on her next visit. When she reached Reginald, she'd pull him into a conversation again, then test whether that feeling was truly real, and she agreed. She nodded and told her she was right. She'd come back and talk to him again. She thanked her with a bright smile, and then promised she'd wait for good news. Then she finally got the news from him, and after a while she marched back to the palace, convinced she'd been called again to Revanald, where he lived. But she usually despised those places and dragged herself there reluctantly every time. Now her soul is so light-like, the world's finally letting her breathe again. After all, today she'll see him again, and it's been way too long since that separation. Morgan opened the door, spotted her, and blurted, "Darn, can't believe it's been so long since we last saw each other." Alicia thought it had to be the blacksmith from the workshop. The family business they'd handled together felt way too familiar, and the way they exchanged those formal pleasantries only confirmed it. She said hello a few times, but honestly, she wants nothing to do with him, and that confusion in her voice gives it away. He leaned in and demanded why she showed up today. Then she spilled the truth. She heard that a blacksmith named Fake started working for his court, and she looked like she was about. He was about to blurt something else, then snapped in surprise, "Wait, did that rascal do something?" And panic flooded his face as he apologized. If he'd caused trouble for her, he didn't even get a chance to assume it. She snapped that he did nothing wrong because he was brand new in his workshop and she just wanted to greet him. All right, he finally cooled off, said he was working in the workshop right now, promised he'd take her with him, and then he knocked on the door. He burst into the scene, and the moment he did, surprise hit his face. Then he blurted, "Wait?" Asked how he could help. He called her by name, and the moment he did, her face lit up with pure awe. He couldn't believe Morgan remembered her name. And then Morgan explained she wanted to welcome a new face into his shop. Still before, had they really met? He said it was only once. She then asked for his name with A. She wore a confused stare, thinking, no matter how she said it, I still remember his name by heart. He gladly nodded and admitted, "Yep, that was his name." Then pure joy lit up his face, because she actually remembered it. She spun back toward him. She thanked him for staying by her side, told him he could get back to his official duties, then insisted they talk a while longer before she finally slipped away. He stared at the protagonist with a grimace, muttered that he'd do whatever she wanted, and then stormed right up to. He flashed him a warm smile, clamped down on his shoulder, and told him that he should. He had to carry himself with dignity, so he stormed out, leaving them in that room. Then he started shaking with nerves, and he, completely thrown. He shot her a refusal look and called her by her last name, and Alicia's eyes went wide. She couldn't believe he'd say it like that, like, on their very first meeting, she flashed her first name and introduced herself like, "Hey, She said his name to catch his attention, then waved off the formalities, telling him to drop the proper stuff and just call her by her first name. He was totally stunned and blurted, "Are you seriously saying you want me to call you by your first name?" How could he possibly do that? He wasn't an aristocrat at all, and when she realized, she rushed out an apology, saying she never imagined he'd be embarrassed by it. He tried to shut it down fast, saying it wasn't like that at all, he was just a plain commoner, and she blushed, looking a little embarrassed as she started to say, "There." Turns out, there weren't many girls her age in the palace, and she really wanted to talk to him now and then, maybe even go farther than that. Friends, if he didn't mind, of course, he said, sounding shocked. So that's what it was. She shot him a worried look and asked if he was truly against it. Then he called her by name and and he blurted that he was just happy to get this chance, while she froze in shock and apologized to him right there. If her request felt selfish to him, he shrugged it off and said there was nothing wrong with it. Then he asked, straight up, "Are you really sure you want to be his friend?" She nodded, thanked him, and leaned in to ask, so from now on, would he really mind if she paid him a visit? He grinned and happily said she could drop by any time. She mumbled him good luck for his work, cheeks burning as she finally managed to say it, and they promised, "We'll see each other again." Then they leaned in and said, she said goodbye, slipped out of the room, and with a bright, joyful look on her face, she thought. She still couldn't stop herself. She was desperate to close the distance to him. After that, every single time she showed up at a ball, she bolted straight to the foyer. He barged to the forge to find him, and at first, their conversation felt painfully awkward. But slowly, the nerves drained away, because being around him always felt so right. Time blew by in a blink. She wanted their meetings to stretch on forever. She kept pouring into every single conversation, and somehow her feelings only grew stronger with each one. His voice, that winning smile, the way he carried himself, how his mind worked, what they talked about, and that kindness, every bit of him felt unforgettable. Kindness blazing in his heart, and the wild goal of becoming the best blacksmith on the planet step by step. He keeps pushing forward, step by step. She started falling for him, down to every weird, beautiful thing that made her different. Later, Alicia strode up to him, greeted him, and the moment just kept spinning around him. Mac whipped her head around with a weary glare and asked, "So, did you come?" He begged to come back and see him again, then cracked with a tired, tearful apology, utterly drained. She clocked the change, stared at him like something was seriously off, and realized it had been building for ages. A little while back, she shot me a worried look and asked, "Is everything okay? Did something happen in the workshop?" He shot it down hard, saying he was buried in work, then denied it all over again. He shut her down and snapped that the only reason was his work. He was buried, so deep he didn't even get a second to change out of his uniform, and when it was all said and done, he finally faced her. Covered in grime, dirt, she shot him a quick apology, flashed a tiny smile, and said she understood nothing at all. Then she promised she'd come back and visit him again. Another time, she realized he always sounded the same, but something was off, so off that even she couldn't ignore it because he was the only one. Only one person she spotted in the workshop, and at first, she told herself it was just pure luck that he'd been there alone. Just picture it. She'd never seen a single other soul in that workshop, and the more time went by, the more he crumbled right in front of her eyes. As each day dragged on, his clothes stayed filthy and torn, like they'd been through a war. Ragged and worn, like he'd never truly stepped away from the forge hammering day and night until later. Later, back at home, Leffy leaned in and told the mistress, "You don't even have to investigate, just reading the facts is enough," pointing at his own worn-out look, the fact he worked alone, his shabby rags on his back screamed that other blacksmiths were bullying him, and Alicia, her face full of worry, nodded in agreement. And after telling her this was the only choice left, he asks, "What is she supposed to do now?" As someone from a neighboring country, she didn't have the right to touch the situation at all, and then she spoke anyway, like she couldn't stop herself from saying it out loud in a soft, thoughtful voice. He admitted his feelings, and before he could even finish, she said, "I've been thinking about it too." Then he just drew. Dreams of becoming the best blacksmith in the whole world, and if he'd finally owned up about the bullying at court, she was sure everything would turn around for him. They'd fire him, and he'd stumble a couple steps backward from his dream, but it still haunts and drives him so hard that he can't let it go, that he's ready to power through even this nightmare, shutting himself down and refusing to tell her about the nausea. She's watching him like a storm brewing, but she's terrified he can't keep living like this forever. Then she tries to speak up, and right as the words rise, she blurts, and the moment cuts. He called the lady and promised they could save him. She'd offer him a spot as her groom, and hey, their country was famous for its blacksmiths. And the Barnistow house is packed with everything she could need to forge steel. Plus, if Lord Goral catches wind of her dream, he'll make sure of it. Sure, she'd back his candidacy, but then she hit him with the real condition: if he became her fiancé, his status would change too, as a member of the Ducal F. He got handed serious responsibilities, and he had to learn proper etiquette too. She worried it would steal his focus from his goal, and people might even write him off as nothing more than an unskilled blacksmith. Smith agreed to play the Duke's third daughter's fiancé. Then Leffy warned him that saying yes meant a whole new pile of responsibilities, and it would only get more. It made everything he needed to focus on feel impossible. Except she clearly forgot The gentleman wasn't helpless at all. He was a talented blacksmith with a strong and unbending will. That's what he had. If the palace couldn't shatter his resolve, then being the duke's daughter's fiancé definitely wouldn't sway him, not when she was someone he truly loved. Alicia looked him dead in the eye and nodded like it was destiny. She loved him, and she was ready to help him any way she possibly could. She could, and when she looked at her, a bright grin lit up her face as she happily said, she figured he'd be way happier with her by his side. She clasped her hands, leaned in, and told the lady she couldn't shake the feeling that this gentleman was, and he kept chasing that chance to be around her. Because he wasn't just interested, he always made time for her. So why won't she just hand it to him? If he doesn't want it, he's not being dragged into anything, she asked. Leffy sounded genuinely stunned. Like, wait, you really believe that? And she shot back, no way, she can't think anyone on this earth would stand against her. Becoming her fiancé, she was still totally thrown off, but thanks to her. Her words snapped her back to courage. She nodded, thanked her, and promised, I'll talk to her. To him. Because she knew she could make him happy, and she was craving a man like that too. Then her husband's wife beamed at her with a joyful smile, telling her she had this best of luck, and after that, she headed off. She stormed into the forge and spotted the fake one passed out on the floor. She slid into the seat beside him, eyes full of worry, and started to think. He was stunned that the blacksmiths didn't even flinch when they started carving bruises into his face. She brushed his cheek softly, whispered his name, and, just like that, he started to move. Scant slowly cracked his eyes open, then shot upright like something just snapped him awake, crashed his head into hers and shouted, full volume that he had. He didn't even get a second to register the sword. Then before he could think, he was out cold, sleeping. He finally slept in his room when he snapped awake to Alicia calling his name, wishing him good morning. He blinked awake, and there she was, sitting right in. She stood right by his bed, smiling at him, and he froze in shock, then blurted out whether he was still in his room, and she nodded, confirming it. He nodded along, said she'd come just to wake him up, and apologized for scaring him. Then he shot upright, greeted her, and wished her. He walked up and said, Good morning, did you really sleep that long? Then admitted with a slight tremble that he was a little nervous. And even after they were officially declared bride and groom, they still couldn't help but feel like something was missing, and they didn't. They sleep in the same bedroom, and she admits she's sorry she didn't wake him sooner. He's passed out so hard that he's still calm as anything. He told her everything was fine, and honestly, he couldn't believe she showed up. Then he leaned in and asked, By the way, what time is it right now? But she swore it was only 7 in the morning. But her father wanted to meet him too. So would he come with her? He shot up out of bed, worry tightening in his chest, and told her he had to hurry. Worry gnawed at him, because he really believed he valued their bond, and that after that fake engagement, they'd finally crossed the line into a true bride and groom. He couldn't afford to lose something this precious. Everything about marriage gets decided by the parents, so in the end, he had to keep his composure and stay on top of it. She leaned on her bond with the Lord so hard that breaking their engagement never even crossed his mind, and then she ordered him to wait. He turned back and muttered that his hair was shaggy. Then he stared at himself in the mirror, but he nodded, snapped that he had to clean up this mess on his head ASAP, and figured the Lord might actually notice. I'm gonna ask, how in the world could he marry off his beloved daughter to you? What a total mess of a man. She grabbed a chair and brought it over, She called him up and promised she'd help, then told him to sit right there. He dropped into the chair, and she snatched up a comb and started working through his hair. In his hair. The protagonist rushed to apologize for dragging her into all that trouble, and she told him he didn't need to say stuff like that. Stupid things. One of her duties as his future wife, keeping him looking flawless all the time. Her words lit up his face with a tiny smile, and Alicia immediately poked him. She flicked him in the cheek with her finger, and he spun toward her like he was just about. She was about to ask, broke into laughter, and blurted out, Who? His cheeks turned red, and without missing a beat, he poked back. He poked her cheek with his finger and said that, though her cheeks were, and there it was, bright red everywhere, and she went bright red with embarrassment too. He fired back loud and strong, totally denying it. And then he claimed her ears had gone a little red too. Was she really that mortified? Because she swore that if he kept pushing, he'd stop before he could. To mess with her. She swore she'd stop combing his hair, so he went wide-eyed and blurted, and called it way too cruel. Also, this is the first time anyone's ever helped him tidy his hair in the morning. She blurted that her servants always fixed her hair and makeup, and then he shrugged like, Yeah, that's exactly what nobles do. She confirmed it, and he suggested he should grab the servant's help as early as morning. Then she shot him down right away. She refused and insisted she'd do his hair herself. He froze in shock, then blurts out the question, was she? She was 100% sure it was helping him, even if it left him wiped out every day. So rage burned in her chest as she demanded, how can you be so narrow-minded? Don't you get it? She loves him. She's totally into him, ready to help with anything he needs, and then she catches him in the morning, half asleep, hair all messed up like he just rolled out of bed on. His head is the perfect prize for her, right? Wait, does he even agree? She keeps talking only about herself, but somehow she might. Maybe he didn't like it? But then he jolted with a deep blush, hands tied by embarrassment, and admitted he truly loved how she cared. She beamed like it was destiny, and just like that, everything was decided. With a flushed, awkward stare, he thought that if she kept showing up to him every single morning, his heart wouldn't survive all that love. Just a short while ago, he never would have dared to dream they'd end up as husband and wife. Every second felt like a sweet, happy dream, but he can't breathe easy yet because they're only at the start. For now, he's got to toughen up, work his heart out to become the greatest blacksmith in the world and prove he's worthy of her. She just soothed his hair and grinned, saying, "You did an amazing job." She told him his hair was still damp, so he should. He'd better dry it with wind magic. And yeah, he actually did. She handed him fresh clothes, and he shot back a grateful thank you. Then she just stood there beside him. Beside him, she flashed a joyful smile. Then he apologized and asked her if she wondered if she could just wait outside the door while he changed. And the thought had her cheeks burning with pure embarrassment. He bolted out of the room, threw out an apology, and couldn't stop wondering if every single morning would feel like this. So this is how it ends for him. Later, the two of them marched into the office. He greeted everyone, then immediately threw out an apology for keeping them waiting. Wait. Goral spun toward them and demanded, "Are you late? Did something happen?" Then he backed it with a baffled apology like he couldn't believe it. He shot back a refusal and told them he was only getting himself together for that meeting. Lefty swung the door open and snapped that, yeah, they'd just had been flirting with each other all morning. Then, out of nowhere, they got hit with a shockingly surprising twist. He said this, then admitted he was sorry for dragging them out so early in the morning, until worry suddenly crawled into his mind when he started to think. He mulled it over, dialed him, and told him they weren't even husband and wife yet. Fake's face burned with embarrassment, and he snapped back, insisting he'd misunderstood everything. She'd only been helping him comb his hair after waking up, nothing more. And after that he finally cooled down, only to blurt that, in any case, he was appalled. He apologized for calling so early, then admitted he'd be slammed with business all day, so he just had to talk to them before he left, and that's why he quickly got things going at the top. He called him by name and straight up asked if he still wanted that aristocratic education. Yeah, he agreed, and for a moment he thought, finally, I've settled things with the court after that ball. That day, he totally embarrassed himself. Greetings, basic manners, even dancing all turned out downright disgusting. So what was he supposed to do? He'd lived like a commoner up to now, far from noble rules, but that couldn't fly anymore, not if he wanted to avoid dishonoring House Barnistow's name. Goral told him straight up that there's no rush. He'll still need to learn the basics first, because with his workload piling up, he won't be stuck out in public for long. He flat out denied it, saying it's impossible. There's no way he'd ever disgrace their family, and then he hit them with his next suggestion. So the training gets handed to Alicia and Leffy, because they've got the skills to pull it off. And yeah, that's not all. She smiled like sunshine, convinced that when he finally got free time, he could study in the warm company of his loved ones, and it would make everything feel way easier. It was excellent. So that meant they'd be stuck together studying, side by side, and he shot him a heartfelt thanks. He looked him in the eyes and swore he had nothing against it. Then his serious face tightened as he started to say, "Yeah, but he can't go overboard. He has to remember his one real job is to see the full." Goral agreed, then grabbed something in his hand and announced they were done with that and ready to move on to a whole new topic. He handed them this tiny book and told them, "We're talking about buying my shop," and the whole plan suddenly felt way more serious. All right, it was time to pick where he'd live. He had several spots lined up, and he could choose any one of them. They thanked him like it was settled, and honestly, yeah, that felt right. They still hadn't even picked a date or location for the workshop. They both started digging through the catalog, and he blurts out in shock that this shop's prices are ridiculously cheap. She just nods, totally agreeing, and he leaned in and declared the price was 3 times lower than everyone else's. And it sat right on Adventure Street, So when she heard it wasn't just a store, it was a full-on forge, right on top of it, and he even claimed there was living space tucked right beside the place too. The other properties had forges too, but they were cramped, or the tools were junk, or the whole setup was in the worst possible spot. He was stuck poor, and every other choice looked like trash. He swore it was the most ideal option of all. She asked, "So does that mean he wants to buy it?" He agreed, but Goral, looking a little worried, said they should wait. Wait? He'd definitely tossed it onto the list, but he'd never tell them to try it. They demanded the reason, and he said he swore the deal was too good to ignore. Until the catch hit, a ghost was living there. He was completely lost. Alicia looked terrified, and he couldn't even tell what he was trying to say, because sure, monsters made sense, but ghosts? Ghosts don't exist. He said it with a stone-cold, serious face, like he was pointing to the previous owner, and the one before that too, had tossed the whole property idea aside in a heartbeat, because the ghost wouldn't let it go. MC froze in disbelief that he was even saying it seriously. He admitted he'd heard that a blacksmith. He'd died there on the job, and now his spirit drifted through the workshop, haunting every corner. That's why he dug in his heels against it. Then she blared out to her dad and demanded how he could even think about offering them that. A creepy place. He swallowed his confusion and blurted that the equipment there was absolutely top-notch. Then he decided it had to be included for the sake of completeness. But when he spoke, a slightly confused look crossed his face. He couldn't even finish the sentence. He had that fused look on his face, like honestly. Ghosts weren't even in his world, and none of that spooky stuff cut it for him either. Mysticism didn't faze him a bit. Then she blurted it out with a terrified look, like, "It confuses me." That said, this was the best move of all, because rumors could be the match that sets everything on fire. Just wait, they might be leading to something huge. Rumors flew around, and she pressed, "Why did every owner bail on this shop?" He leaned in and asked, maybe it was pure coincidence. He just assumed skipping this option wasn't a real reason because ghost rumors are stupid, and wasting time on that would be a total disaster, especially with that location right there. It's tucked out on the edge of Adventurer Street, but trust me, that's the prime spot to run a real business, and once he opens that workshop, right here, a flood of potential customers will stream past, so he has to hammer his way into the greatest blacksmith in the whole world. Not even close to the caliber of a wife who'd truly deserve her husband. He still doesn't know what will crown him the greatest, but one thing's for sure, he'll never end up being the owner of. Because this shop is bleeding money, and he needs the perfect spot to turn it around. This location is it, but those two still look terrified. Bake pushed for it and told them to at least check out the shop before anyone decided. Goral stared back, nerves written all over his face, asking if this was really safe. "Aren't you scared? Are you sure nothing's going to go wrong?" Fake shot back that if this were some spooky ghost monster, then sure, it would be a totally different story. But if it was really just a ghost, it should have been fine, because ghostly monsters and actual ghosts weren't the same thing to him at all. Demons could be beaten, but ghosts couldn't, and yeah, the rumors popped up now and then, but they all sounded sketchy, and he still couldn't figure it out. Then he can pick the building he wants most. And he sealed the deal by making arrangements with the owner. The owners snagged the keys ahead of time, and he grabbed the whole set in one go. A set of keys was handed to him, and he looked relieved enough to thank them. Then he just said, "That's all." Right after the two of them left his office, he had to head out on business, and he muttered, "Great, great. The plan for the day is locked in." So they head out to check the options, and right when he sees them in person, something changes. Alicia looked totally freaked out. She asked what was wrong, like, "Why? Don't you want this?" He agreed to still check out that store with the ghost, then teased her, asking if she was really that scared. She confirmed she was, and he grinned, saying it was kind of cute, before he asked what came next. He asked if maybe he should go by himself. Then she snapped back in a frightened voice, refusing to be left behind, saying that even with her fear, she'd go too, and he pushed one last time, asking if she was 100% sure. She told him they'd run the store together one day, even though they weren't married yet, and she had to stay solid, steady, like the wife he'd one day build a life with. Then he told her, "Go, don't stress, I'll be there," and she brightened up and agreed without a second thought. He nodded and told him to protect her. Then he agreed, and together they marched off with Leffy and the guards to the back in the city. The villagers clocked them instantly and shouted that it was Lady Alicia with her fiancé. So yeah, that's how it all started. Everyone's buzzing about that blacksmith. He's insanely young, and the villagers rush up to him like something big is about to happen. She looked her straight in the eyes, greeted her, and told her she was drop-dead gorgeous today. She smiled back, thanked them for the compliment, waved, and then the protagonist couldn't believe it. How could he not be used to those looks? That's the whole deal with being an aristocrat. He told her to start with the main suspect, the very spot where the ghost showed up, and she shot back, asking if he still wanted to chase it. He nodded in agreement and said the place had nothing that could touch it, then admitted he never, ever thought he'd be able to pay for a workshop like that, let alone one within. In his budget, she lit up with joy, until the ghost story hit, right? If they make sure it's safe in there, she'll finally breathe easy, right? She called. She shot Leffy a worried look and demanded her thoughts. Was a ghost really lurking there? Leffy met her gaze and said she didn't believe in ghosts either, but there were. Yeah, bad rumors were flying around this place. Sure, people talked about ghosts, but others swore the residents had snapped and lost their minds. And in the dead of night, you could hear metal screeching. Pre-made meals vanished without a trace, and all kinds of other terrifying weirdness kept popping up. Most of these tales were probably made up, but they couldn't ignore the buzz until they finally knew whether the rumors were real or just smoke. She wouldn't tell them to risk themselves for this place, so he leaned in with that careful, thoughtful look and asked, "Really, is it true?" No way. So scary. They finally rolled up at the right spot, and he couldn't believe it. It looked way more intense than in the drawing. Alicia, pale with fear, blurted that the whole thing felt weird as hell. Ominous vibes hit him first, and yeah, this place looked kind of shabby, but under all that grime it was still just an ordinary building, until that shabby. Just look at it. It even drips with that old workshop charm. She trembled and said in a scared voice that she was so terrified she couldn't even bring herself to look at it, and he spoke softly, telling her that if she was scared, she could just wait outside. She rushed right up to him, wrapped him in a tight hug, and promised that if he stood between her and danger, she'd take on anything, no matter what, and he nodded in agreement. And the guard straight up told them, "If anything goes down, we'll wait right outside so you can call us." Then they stepped inside. With Luffy, she suddenly heard a brutal creaking sound, and it scared her so badly she couldn't even finish her. She grabbed his attention and screamed at the top of her lungs, demanding to know who was the. As the scene played out, Rig burst into view, called out to her, and got everyone moving. And then he clocked McRight beside her, and blurted out in shock, "What?" If he was the one pushing to buy these premises, he nodded and agreed. Then he grinned and said it all made sense now, he thought. He recognized the name instantly, but when he saw it was coming from the Barnistow house, he never in a million years expected it to be this. This gentleman, he barely managed to keep his composure when the guy called him sir, shocked that anyone would switch up how they addressed him, but yeah, apparently they did. Because the status gap decides everything. That's just how the world traps you when you climb into aristocracy. So he asked, "Was the merchant running this shop?" He nodded and admitted he owed it all to his comrades. Turns out the girl in that mask was none other than that lady, and Alicia didn't even hesitate, she agreed with a huge smile. He was her fiancé, right? When the memory of what happened earlier hit him, he bowed, caught up in the moment. God finally apologized, admitted he had no clue about the relationship, and admitted that he'd acted so rude to them. Fake froze at that, insisting he could lift his head, while she snapped back that it was them who'd been hiding their statuses. If he still hasn't figured it out, then, for her, it's a total win. She smiles because he's already agreed, telling him not to hold back anymore and to talk to them just like before. He dug his heels in and thanked them for their kindness, then didn't argue at all. He told them to drop the pleasantries and get to business because today they'd come to inspect these premises. He asked if he'd take them around his place, and he insisted that right before they showed up, he'd clean himself up spotless. He'd started cleaning, and it hit him. These folks were showing up way too soon. He apologized fast and told them, "You're right, we're just as excited to see the store in person, so we rushed right over." And then he kept talking. He said, "Since we're here, if you don't mind my company," and before they could even answer, he went, "Of course you don't, you're counting on me," and Rig pointed at He pointed to where they stood and shouted, "This is the trading area." Shelves lined up, stands everywhere, like the whole market was waiting. All the tools for the trade were still right where they belonged. So when the protagonist stumbled on the spot and checked it out, he realized it was set up just for him. And he swore that all you had to do was buy the goods and boom, open your shop right away, saying, Behind the counter sat a hidden doorway. Step through it and you're right in the storeroom corridor. A long, dusty corridor stretches ahead, lined with empty rooms, until you reach the door that leads straight to the linked to the main building. Overall, they already knew the place was ancient as hell, but the gear and tools were still right there, so they spun around and started looking. He grinned with satisfaction, praising how insanely good the gear was, and yeah, it was clear the last owner was just as obsessed with blacksmithing. He nodded and told me he'd heard. The first owner of this building was a legendary blacksmith. His skills were said to be every bit as legendary as, with the founder of Banished House in the mix, they kept upping each other again and again, turning every new challenge into a better creation. Alicia blinked in surprise, and the mech snapped his gaze to her. He asked her if she'd heard anything about it, and she nodded, then shut down before spilling the details. They claimed he churned out jaw-dropping weapons by the dozens, and Riggs just grinned, calling himself a legendary blacksmith, with creations so priceless that even a few still somehow survive to this very day. In his later years, he worked with an obsession, yet some folks still swear his name carries a bad reputation. The whole session felt like it was teetering on madness. Then she whispered, shaking, that he was talking about a cursed weapon. They nodded in agreement and swore the finest ill swords were treated like cursed creations by everyone who knew their names. People. He froze in disbelief, blurted out that he'd heard about it, and admitted he'd always thought those cursed swords were just rumors. They're downright dangerous. People claim a weapon that soaked up the creator's or owner's resentment can't be held back. He jabbed his finger sideways and swore the blade dangling there could twist the mind of whoever dared to wield it. One of his wild creations stared back from that wall, and when he finally laid eyes on it, fate took a sharp turn for the worse. Alicia stared at it, snapped, "What's wrong?" then asked, "Are you okay?" And he answered, "Yeah." He nodded, then paused, right when a brutal spike of pain tore through his skull, like it might have been real or maybe just in his head. He thought it over and said, "Perhaps, maybe the blacksmith should have stayed away from this place." Rig pressed him, demanding to know why, and asking if he'd heard any rumors. Rumors about this building, right? He nodded, saying this happened back when he didn't even own the place yet, like the story was waiting for him. The blacksmith who bought it ahead of him snapped, "People say he couldn't even keep practicing his craft anymore." Craft. He couldn't shake the worry in his chest, wondering if any of it was actually real. He said the real reason was a mystery, and they even called the church in for a saint. He studied the sword inside the building, but every search came up empty, nothing was found at all, and he started believing the curse could be broken if magic hit it right, and a saint could wipe it out for good. But most cursed blades stay right where they are, feeding on the dark until their power surges, and only a soul with iron will can finally control them. The protagonist stared at the sword and snapped, "Is it still cursed?" He admitted he didn't know, then Bestel had. He handed it over so it could be displayed here, and since that king owed him big time, he let him keep the sword. He couldn't stop wondering if those curse rumors were actually real. Right now, everything's a blur. Riggs then says he wants to show him the living quarters on the second floor, and they dive in to inspect the room. He stared around, then realized, if he opened a workshop here, he'd be stuck spending the night too. The place was massive, packed with every comfort, and the rooms were decked out like a dream. Perfect. So housing security is the play, and it's the best option they're even thinking about. They finished checking the place, and he asked what they thought, while the Mac leaned over the balcony and stared out into the distance, and told him that, yeah, the bad reputation was loud, but the conditions were top-notch. He was honestly blown away by everything. Everything. Yeah, but they decided to dig into other options first. And I'm like, "Can we think it through a bit?" He agreed and said he'd wait for his decision. Then he told her to call the two of them over and promised that she'd take them to the next property. Like, right after that, they finally got to look. He checked a few more spots, and the rumors split. Some swore the forge was roomy, while others insisted the store was cramped to the point you could barely breathe. Space felt cramped in some places, but in others it was the exact opposite. Living quarters, that is, no. Even with good equipment, the Bestel's workshop left everything else looking bland and weak, like they were all just second-rate compromises. And it didn't light a single spark of excitement, because everywhere you looked, prices were sky-high, and that mix was exactly the problem. This combination of, the only place offering a deal like that is right there, purely because of one strange, specific quirk of that location. School feels brutally depressing. Every other spot is miles away from Adventure Street, so pulling in customers is going to be a nightmare, and then, if he were a famous craftsman wouldn't sweat this. But for a nameless blacksmith like him, it was a real stumbling block, and later the three of them headed to a cafe where they said, he sat at the table and asked if Bestel's workshop was still her favorite. She nodded and basically said, "Yup, pretty much." then asked what everyone else thought, and Alicia jumped in that if you set the prejudices aside, the place's conditions are the best of the best, until the moment she tried to picture the curses in Bestel's ghost, and her smile faltered into pure unease about the potential danger for both of them. He shot him a smug grin, then dared, if it comes to it, I'd love to ask how it feels working at the anvil. And honestly, they said he was a legendary blacksmith whose name people still whisper about. She burst into laughter and asked, is that really true? But what happens if he gets injured or cursed? She stared at them and snapped that if they couldn't handle it, then fine, stop working at all, then demanded they dig into the forge's history and learn it properly right now. He said, if they confirm it's safe there, she'll agree, and he pushed for better conditions for the workshop. Then he trailed off like he was about to say the next part. He's genuinely grateful she's even considering this, even with fear crawling up her spine, and she waves it off, saying there's no need to thank her. It's for him. So maybe they should haul back to the best elf forge. They rush in and spot Alma and Leffy, and they say that someone's here, and it's definitely not Sir Rig. She spun around to face them, said his name like it was magic, and told him they hadn't seen each other in forever. Time. She also rang Alicia, and Alicia answered with a flashy, show-stopping greeting. Please, look, she smiled, said hello, and told me she'd heard everything from the mentor, like she couldn't even imagine what was about to happen. The girl beneath the mask was her, and, yeah, she probably acted way out of line, then immediately swallowed her pride and apologized. She told her, don't worry, and then bluntly, almost brutally, said it was wildly inappropriate. By the way, she heard they'd already scouted this place earlier, and when Baker nodded, he admitted they'd weighed a bunch of other options too. But this one felt like the best shot, so they turned around and went back. She beamed and ushered them inside, telling them they could ask anything they wanted. Anything. Seriously? You should grab it? And then Alicia started to get. Rage surged through him as Rig bellowed Alma's name at the top of his lungs, and demanded she stop, right now, because she was driving him crazy with her non-stop pestering of a gentleman who already had a fiancé. Then she turned to him and she shot him a smug smirk and said she wasn't about to do anything like that. She called him Dad and demanded to know what was going through his head. Then he slammed the hit right on her head. Said, right then she snapped her mouth shut, and the words that followed hit like a warning. She needed to act decent. He stared, shocked to the bone, and blurted out, wait, is she your daughter? Daughter. He grinned and corrected himself, more like my adopted daughter. Then he lifted her up. During the trip, she got left behind, and he shrugged like, that's just how it is. He said it like it was nothing, just a small trifle. But you could feel the honor in every word, because he couldn't walk away and leave a kid hanging in trouble. He'd gone through the same thing himself, so when she grinned and said he just couldn't resist her sweet, childish face, it sounded like the truth. He snapped at her to shut up already, then hit her with the real question, so, have you made a decision yet? Still undecided? The protagonist nodded and admitted he'd scouted plenty of spots, but this store felt like the best one of them all. He was about to buy it, then this twist hit him. He hesitated, startled, and asked. Of course he was. He was buzzing with excitement, so he pressed them, were they really sure they wanted to buy this place or not? He nodded and said, for his own peace of mind, he wanted to study the place in depth. He'd begged for a little time. Rig nodded right away and told him it made total sense to be extra careful in a situation like this. Man, he was grateful he even had this option in his pocket, so he straight up asked, can we look around here again? When they finally gave the okay, he rushed back to the forge and told them that this place was still ridiculously beautiful, so Alicia dialed Leffy and asked to get intel on the workshop, and Leffy immediately agreed, swearing she'd go find out. She told her to give it a few days, then she'd ditch this work and hand it over to her. Later, he slipped into the library and realized this wasn't just about picking a workshop, he had to learn how to be a proper nobleman. He knew next to nothing, but he was forced to cram the basics anyway. They lugged in a bunch of huge books, and with a grin full of excitement, she declared that they were finally going to test what they knew in practice. He nodded, convinced he had to carry himself with dignity. Then a sharp knock slammed the door, and she swung the door open and let them in. Leffy stepped inside, bowed low, and announced, the honor is all mine to see the Master F. For the first time, she couldn't believe her luck, and this beautiful day finally brought her to him. Blinked back at her in a confused tone and figured all he had to do was play the part like Lord Goral. Then the conversation kicked off. He talked it through, and while he drilled himself on receiving guests, she played a bold trick, pretending to be a nobleman who'd come calling at her own doorstep. Married Alicia, and now his role as her husband shoots way higher, so he has to step up and make sure he's got to step up as the face in front of the aristocrats. One wrong move, and he'll drag shame on the house of Banished. So he had to hold his confidence high and keep his dignity intact. So once the practicing finally wrapped up, she told him he basically nailed it. But Alicia's voice cut in right after. He still looked nervous, tight, and trapped in his own nerves. She said his speech still carried a lingering uncertainty, so he should mimic Lord Goral's mannerisms, because that would make it easier. But he shot back with a frustrated glare, saying he'd already tried that his whole life. All he'd done was bow to everyone, like it was stitched into his bones, especially after those years getting humiliated in the forge. Now it was tripping him up at every turn. She told him the key was simple: keep practicing. He nodded, ready to do it. She thanked them both and said they probably wrapped things up for today. Then he sprang up from the table with a hard, determined stare and declared he'd head to the forge, because it had been way too long since he'd last picked up a hammer, and it was time to start preparing goods for at the future store. Alicia nudged him and asked if he should rest for a bit first, and he spun toward her with a bright grin, insisting that hustling with his own hands fast chased the fatigue right out of him. Fake stormed into the forge, slammed his focus into forging a brand new sword, and then headed back to the library once the work was done. And he just blurted out that family crests and mottos are crazy hard to keep straight. She nodded and said, "Every noble house in our kingdom has its own legendary past, and that's why the coats of arms and mottos exist, because if he can just remember it, with this in hand, he'll instantly suss out exactly which house that person belongs to. This sets him up to pick the right move, and if he drops their motto, it gives him the perfect excuse to start the conversation and please the interlocutor. He found it airtight and called it the real foundation of everything. So tell me, has she already learned all of this?" She swore it was basically true. She'd been taught since she was a kid. And then she hit me with this: understanding the family history makes coats of arms and mottos way easier to memorize, because after that, they'll take their house bar. Barnestow, just to name one, their motto hits like a blade: sharpen the blade, become the blade. The Barnestow house was founded by a blacksmith who forged weapons for the army, and he didn't just sit back, he fought right beside the warriors. He believed nobles lived on pride and dignity. Now that he's in this place, he's realizing it with every breath. After a while, he kept reading, and Alicia jabbed her finger into, had a cheeky grin and told them they'd already been studying for a full 2 hours. For hours with zero break. Should he even rest? Then he spotted tea and some snacks on the table, and he asked, when did she even have time for that? She said he was so. He didn't even look up, so she scooted her chair right next to him. She leaned her head on his shoulder, and when he asked what was wrong, she just asked, and begged, "Can't you two just cuddle like this?" But the protagonist snapped back, "No," and said. She insisted everything was fine. Then she beamed and said she was just thrilled to sit with him like this, slow and easy, telling him, "You should. He shouldn't torch himself with all that studying. His dad says the same thing, and there's no need to panic," he said, promising. "I'll give it my all." And then, just like that, things kept moving. Just like then he dove into the assignment, and grinned. Turns out about half the answers were right. She grinned and patted his head, praising him for already memorizing so much. This was an absolutely killer result. He had a memory like a steel trap, and he blushed at that and asked if he was acting like a kid in front of her, and she just burst out laughing, calling him a very good child. He swore she'd grow into a loving mother, and she blushed so hard it was painfully obvious. Mortified by it, he blurted, "What's wrong with it?" With that, both of them froze in embarrassment, and Leffy swung in to knock. She slammed a knock on the door, called out that it was her, and warned them not to panic, so they let her in. She bowed, apologizing for barging in at such a bad time. He demanded to know what went down, and she slid over the documents, saying it took forever. But then, boom, she revealed the report with the investigation's results. She cracked open that forge investigation, teamed up with Mr. Rigg, and posted a few soldiers on site for a couple days to watch everything. Then she laid out the results in the report. He snatched it up, dove into the reading, and fired off. "So what problems did you find?" She nodded, saying there were practically none. Then they even brought in a blacksmith, and he had been working. He kept working in the workshop, and nothing happened to him at all. Then the bad reputation hit hard, just like the report proves. They searched every bit of history. No ghostly signs showed up about mental health or lost skills, and they even dug into all the previous owners, only to find out the truth. Most of them started out stubborn as stone, clinging to rules too tightly, or just shaking with nerves, and the way they suddenly lost their skills only fueled the doubts, because this didn't feel like luck, it felt like something psychological was going wrong. He kept digging through it, sure it had only been a couple days of watching, until the truth hit him. There were genuinely no problems at all. Alicia leaned in and asked if that meant everything was finally okay, and Leffy shook her head, saying she believed there weren't any real problems. But these observations were just a few days in, and there could still be facts nobody has found yet, so he refused to let his guard down, he said. He paused with a thoughtful stare and went, "Who knows, maybe that ghost just got sick and hasn't shown up for work lately," and when she heard it, worry flashed across her face as she snapped, "Enough already, stop this," and he said that. "The report says it's safe to buy, so what does she really think?" She shrugged and said, "No problem at all. If Dad's not against it after their talk, she's ready to pick this place too." His workshop would totally crush it there. He thanked her with real gratitude, and in his head he started to think that at the house of the legendary Blacksmith, so feared it went toe-to-toe with the house of Banished itself. Carrying this legendary past on their shoulders, it feels like the perfect launch, and once it kicks off, they all rolled into the cafe, and Goral snapped that he'd heard the news, then eyed Leffy's report like it was a bomb. "Are you really sure about this purchase?" he demanded. The mech didn't flinch and nodded hard. "Yeah, I want to buy that exact store." With a trembling, scared expression, he asked, "So, are you really planning to live alongside a ghost?" She then blurted her father's name at the top of her lungs, and when he answered, he called back to her by name, then asked if she'd be damned if she didn't back her decision, because she was the loudest, the strongest, and the first to shut down this idea of buying it. She said it was true, but if Leffy ran an investigation and found no trouble, then, aside from this workshop felt tailor-made for him, and she didn't mind a bit. He was about to dive. She shot him a look, and demanded to know why he was so worked up. Maybe he should just stay the night himself and go over everything. He leaned in and asked, like a total hypothetical, "Say you run into a ghost in there, what do you do?" And he answered in a steady voice, "Maybe you talk to it first." With a worried stare, he asked, "Do ghosts even talk?" And still keeping his voice steady, he added, "Because." Goral kept trying to make contact with him, even as his nerves kept frying him, and then he shot back. What if he attacks, saying he'd use magic too, to defend himself? Then he yanks Alicia and bolts out of that house right away. His house, he shot the question, does magic even work on ghosts? And his mind started running wild. He wrestled with the idea, then said, "Fine, when that happens, I'll set another ghost on you," and boom, his reaction hit. He reacted dead serious to that answer and snapped that, using a ghost to fight a ghost actually made perfect sense. Logical. He stared him down with a serious face, weighed every detail, and then he said that so he finally handed them his blessing. Fake said thanks, but deep down he couldn't shake the thought, did it actually work? He leaned in with a stern voice and said, "If you're really that confident." He felt like no problem could ever beat him. And when he heard that, he smiled, convinced he trusted him even more then. Then it hit him. If the rumors hadn't started, he would have offered the spot himself. But if anything went sideways, they had to bail out of this place at once. He nodded along and swore he'd protect Alicia. He said he wasn't scared of the task, he just couldn't stand the thought of anything happening to her. She called her dad and snapped that he should have cared more for him, but he told her to stop cold, and that if she did, then he'd take it from there. "Handle the purchase for me," he said, grinning like he'd just won. Then he leaned on him with confidence. She stared at him and asked, "So, are you actually happier now?" He shot back, saying it finally looked like they'd locked in a location. Then she chimed in like, "Okay now." And now, they had to push even harder. He stared with a serious face, knowing he'd been handed this incredible chance. He couldn't afford to mess up. He'd pull out every trick to make sure the shop ran flawless and his noble manners studies landed perfectly. She snapped her fingers, remembering the key detail. Once that location got the final stamp of approval, he'd have to get a trading permit from the Artisans Guild, and he started to say, "That C was spot on, because he didn't get a single thing about these procedures. Still, Goral kept chewing and tossed out that the Artisans Guild was the one that ran blacks. In every city, smiths and other craftsmen weren't just working. They were organized, side by side with groups like the Merchants Guild, because registration was the magic stamp that let you open your own shop. A shop, to trade in the marketplaces. You didn't have to keep filing applications over and over, pay the daily market entrance fee, and boom, you're cleared to sell that day. But if he was opening, if they're going to set up a permanent shop, they better slam through the paperwork. Because once they register with the Craftsmen's Guild, they can advertise their workshop to adventurers and craftsmen. Alicia also told me the Adventurers Guild board can be used for a limited time to post the shop's grand opening, and the protagonist just nodded like, got it, then we need to register right now. Right after he finished the paperwork, he couldn't believe it. Very soon he'd have his own store. She burst out laughing and told him she was counting down to the opening too, and he just said it was all thanks to their help. He'd go all out, and she promised, we'll do it together. And after a while, they were finally walking. As they marched down the street, Alicia said the Artisans Guild was right around the corner. He nodded, but a tight, tense look crossed his face as he started to think that. And, yeah, like always, everyone passing by stared at them, and it made him feel weirdly awkward, so he blurts out, can you tell me why you two walk like this? Because they were already an official couple. Wouldn't it be better to ride in a carriage? She looked confused, then said it was close and not bad on foot. She just trailed off. On top of that, it felt like a date. She wanted to stroll beside him exactly like this, and he totally got what she meant. She rushed up to them, called him over, and said the lady wanted a stroll to brag about her fiancé. Then both of them froze as it. She felt mortified, then shot back indignantly that she needed to stop spouting that nonsense, while his cheeks flamed red. He took that jab lightly, grinning like, sure, that's charming, because yeah, he'd brought the security squad just in case. But they also pulled everyone's eyes. He spun toward them, blurted that he was sorry for dragging them along just because of his store and the night. They cracked their helmets open and told him, don't worry, this is what we do. The two of them would take on anything without hesitation, and Me was so shocked he blurted out, you'd really? Then asked. They asked if it covered all three of them, and they nodded, saying they'd guarded that lady's safety for years, watching over her since childhood with nothing but pride and loyalty. They lit up when they saw her so full of joy, because even today, they're still seeing those two newlyweds together, but hold on, they're not married yet. Alicia, cheeks burning with embarrassment, told the three of them to stop right there. Why are they marching around in full armor for city patrol? That's basically a spotlight. Of course it draws attention. If they want, they could ditch the armor, but right now they're playing the scary card and scaring everyone off. They slammed their helmets shut right away and snapped that it's a hard no, because the guards would smirk, it'd raise alarms, and she should let them keep their faces hidden until they're used to it. Plus, they're apologizing. For this, she shouted, stunned. Was that the whole reason? Then Luffy called him over and told him she'd apologized. He threw them an apology, then burst into laughter and said, honestly, you're hilarious, before he cut himself off as he started to say, I call the low. Alicia pointed out, with a little sting, that it looked like she was adored, then snapped that she wouldn't say it that way, and he'd better not forget his manners either. He realized his attitude toward the soldiers was dead wrong for a nobleman, and he knew he had to straighten up now, stand with pride, not like a clown. Then they ran into Ivaz and Vezir right there on the street, and with a bright smile, he wished him good morning. Fake shot back a cheerful greeting of his own and then asked if they were on a mission right now, and he nodded, then immediately fired back. So, are we on a date now? Like always, those sparks were running hot, fast, and non-stop. His whole body was buzzing, and jealousy snapped like lightning. He spotted her and blurted, wait, is that Allie? Then his eyes narrowed, so you're really the new girl? He insisted it wasn't a date at all, just business at the Artisans Guild, and said that made total sense. So they were headed to the guild, and he snapped his eyes to Vezir and called him a, oh. He grabbed him over and demanded what the problem was, then pressed, don't you know who that person right in front of us is? Ivaz shot back, is that you? After he introduced his new girlfriend, he snapped, called the guy an idiot at the top of his lungs, and declared, this is Lady Alicia. He grew up in this city, so he should have at least recognized her, yet when he saw her, shock hit him hard, and he blurted, wait, is it really you? She agreed, then told him, I used to go by Ali back then, even if we weren't super close, I always. She'd be thrilled to see them again one day, and that hit him like a truck. He was so confused he just blurted. He swore it was her under that mask, talked out of pure ignorance, and begged for forgiveness. She just waved him off, saying there was no need to apologize. She'd hid her identity for some reason, so he had no reason to panic. He instantly snapped calm, burst out laughing, and asked, so you're telling me that's actually true? He caught that shift in an instant and froze. Wait, you switched that fast? So this guy really is the lady's groom everyone's buzzing about. He nodded and agreed. Then Eva chimed in too, saying, yeah, everyone's talking about it. They spread it everywhere, and he even congratulated them to their faces, said they'd absolutely show up for his wedding. Vezir insisted it was a noble's wedding, so people like them couldn't possibly go. Alicia cut him off, refusing that lie and saying she He wanted both of them there, and when he agreed, he straight up said, "If it weren't for you two, I might have never made it as a blacksmith in this city." He beamed so hard with joy that Weezer leaned in like, "Yeah, but then should they even go, trapped among nobles?" The idea hit him so hard his stomach flipped. He felt sick with nerves, plain as that. With a tiny, bitter smile, he thought, "Yeah, if I were in your shoes, I'd feel the same." Then he said it was mission time, and he nodded. Mick shot back, "Cool, we'll head to the guild, see you later," and he agreed. He promised he'd swing by the market soon, thank them, then casually dropped that he'd be opening a store soon too, and they were totally shocked, because the moment he said it, he went right on. He promised he'd spill every detail once it was all settled, so they lit up, swore they'd be there for sure, said their goodbyes, and then he called Alicia. She asked, "So, will we keep going?" And when she nodded, they rushed into the Artisans Guild, only to find the crowd was tiny compared to the Adventurers Guild, because here, only people with real business usually come in. Then, they pushed toward a guild counter filled their view, and the friendly employee beamed, asking how he could help. Then he introduced himself and said that he'd already plotted opening a blacksmith's workshop in the city. Then they told him, "If you're going to say blacksmith, do it right, from the house barn." "Barnistow, they be understood," she nodded, and told everyone that Lord Goral had already sent word to them then. Then he had to fill out those documents, so he nodded, grabbed the pen, and started writing, only to realize, an identity card would be needed. But Alicia was right there, right then, the best proof imaginable, and the moment she read what he wrote, worry hit her hard. He pressed the deal, snagged that very building, and asked her if this place had the same rumors going around. She nodded, then he leaned in. "And the documents? No mistakes?" The employee agreed. "Yeah," he nodded, saying he'd filled it all out perfectly. Then she rushed off to fetch the guildmaster for a private chat, telling him to stay put. Once she was gone, Alicia called him, praised his work, and Fake snapped his head. He leaned in and asked, "So all that's left is the guildmaster's approval, right?" She nodded fast, saying she'd heard refusals almost never happen, so it'll be fine. Then the guildmaster finally showed up, apologized for keeping them waiting, and wait, was that the gentleman from House Barnistow? He nodded and said it was great to meet him, then asked straight out if he brought any product to show. Right then, he immediately. She shoved the sword into his hands and demanded, "This'll do, right?" While he stared and examined it, he studied the thing and swore. It looked like a mithril sword. Then he remembered the catch. Once he uses it, they'll demand he show his work. So he put his heart into the job and whipped up his best creation. Then he inspected it, nodded to himself, and knew it was perfect, just like he'd expected. From House Barnistow's own blacksmith, the skill was downright jaw-dropping. He took the praise with a grateful nod and said, he blurted, "Wait, I totally forgot to introduce myself." Then he introduced himself as Iglyph, the master of this artisans guild, and, bam, his application got approved. Approved? The protagonist stared at him and guessed he was probably a few years older, then thought, man, it's awesome he already runs the guild, and he asked, a little. They didn't look twice at the rumors. They picked that same forge, paid for it, and moved like they had nothing to fear. He went along, and when he asked, "Is something wrong with that?" the answer was a flat no. He snapped that it was all nonsense, swore there were only rumors about the blacksmith's ghost, and prayed they could finally crush the fear for good. He nodded in agreement and figured the research was clean, meaning nothing was wrong. Then he leaned in and asked, So what do you think? Could that blacksmith ghost really be the same Bestel? Iglyph says it's totally possible, but yeah, they should stop spinning ghost tales, because the truth is, that legendary blacksmith died at work, so they'd better be careful. He thanked him for the warning, swore he'd stay on guard, then handed him the license and told him he'd have to put it up on display. They shoved it in a super noticeable spot in the workshop before they rushed back outside. Alicia called him from inside and told him it felt like something was seriously wrong the moment he wasn't there. That workshop. Mac nodded with a sharp, thoughtful gaze and said, even after all this, the investigation still came up with no. When warnings spread to everyone, the vibe turned shaky fast, because, if it were just him, he'd still take the risk, no questions asked, but this was on him, and he couldn't pass the blame. If anything went wrong for her or anyone else, she hurried up to him and said she understood, but the place was still too good to turn down, like any merchant in the city. The city would dream of it, he nodded, saying it had stayed empty for ages because those rumors were pure power. She tightened her expression and said, worst case, we've got bodyguards now, and that means everyone's strong, so it should all work out. Then, about a week later, he spent his days at the market, hyping his future workshop to every visitor, and the customer he caught talking to said that when it finally opened, whenever the door swung open, he'd rush in to refresh the sword's enchantment and swear he'd keep his promise too. So she decided to hold out for him and figured it'd be best if everyone showed up too. Then, after that, he raced back to the estate and announced he'd finally finished buying the building. Goral immediately grinned and said he could use it as a workshop now. He thanked him, and Goral told him to push himself, but don't burn out, because Alicia had warned him he always takes on way more than he should. He denied it, and Goral snapped that a true master doesn't just train, they master self-care. No need to sprint just because the shop was open, and if he ever needed anything, he had to ask the soldiers, or Lifey, for help without holding back. Running a business means you've got to master people, and he knew it, because with them on his side, he finally felt bold enough to ask for help and breathe easy. He rang the master and asked, voice sharp, if he could pick his brain about something important. He agreed to hear him out, then asked for an upgrade for the swords of the soldiers standing guard like, could he even decide that on his own? That idea immediately hooked Goral's attention. He mentioned it and swore he'd heard they were all using run-of-the-mill swords. Decent, but not trustworthy, and since Alicia was going to help him in the shop, he decided they'd get weapons they could finally rely on. He figured their current swords looked good enough, but when he pictured what came next, unease tightened in his chest, especially since this was his way of saying thanks because he wanted to hand all three of them brand new blades and he was about to say. He said, if you're not against it, then I don't see the problem at all. So they don't get handed gear that's too powerful. It's smarter to give them fewer pieces, but make them top tier, because quality beats quantity. Swords. He took them as needed for the reward, understood exactly what his advice meant, and thanked him with real respect. Then the two of them. They stormed out of the office, and she demanded, are the preparations done? The protagonist nodded and muttered that all they could do was pray. Nothing goes wrong in that building. Then she wore a grim, serious look as she headed out too. Leffy and the soldiers kept rechecking it again and again. Everything was perfect, so he leaned in and asked, all right, what swords are you planning to hand them? Then he grinned, tomorrow's training day in the garden, right? I'm gonna talk to them then. He told them to pick the perfect blades from the workshop, and he couldn't shake the feeling that the swords coming from the estate were mostly forged from Ilyas Mithril steel for a reason. If he wants something better, he'll have to forge it himself, because their current swords are universal blades made of Ilyos Mithril steel, and the ones he's aiming to give are also made from that same steel, just upgraded with more power. The enchantments and the forging are coming, so strong they'll make even Deer and Mithril steel look weak, and while it's just a quality boost, it's enough to turn these into unstoppable warriors. He's certain they've got this, and Alicia nodded, saying it looks like they're going to be happy about it. And yeah, just recently, a few of them started eyeing new swords, and when he said it, you could tell he'd been thinking about it nonstop. Right on cue, later at the training ground, he showed up and found. We stumbled on three knights, Capri, Arya, and Pisces, standing there like they owned the whole place. Pisces looked at them and thought, they've got to be a bit older than me, like. At just 20 years old, he finally drew their attention. Someone waved and said hello, then admitted he hardly ever shows up at the training grounds. The mech stared at them and clocked that their ages matched, yet they felt wildly different. Both packed with unreal physiques, the kind that made it obvious why they were sold as first D in the first place. Soldiers, he demands a moment. He's got to tell them something important. Do you have a little free time? They nod and agree. He nodded and told everyone, I talked to Lord Goral yesterday. He'll keep guarding them with us, and the whole group felt a wave of relief. He leaned in and said protecting his life felt like a joy, because they get to see the newlyweds' happy life up close firsthand. An unreal warmth radiated off both of them, and it hit him hard. He got bashful and blurted out, we're not married yet. One of them beamed and said the Lord had already given his blessing. Everything was going to be okay, and there was no doubt they'd get married. Embarrassment hit him hard, and he begged them to stop teasing, while he pushed himself even harder to prove he could handle it. He told them to call it there, and then offered them swords he'd forged himself. They stared in shock, and he pushed. You'll protect the shop too, right? Just to be safe, we should upgrade your gear. Then he leaned in and asked, so, you'll take them? After that, they burst with excitement and asked if he'd forged swords for them so they could wield his incredible blades. They couldn't believe their luck, and he told them not to get too happy yet. He figured it'd get a bit better if the quality was higher, but one of them shut that down and insisted this was more than enough, and that left Fake quietly embarrassed, thinking he'd just let them pick instead. He pulled the swords out of the workshop. Could anyone be disappointed by that? He asked, and right then, they didn't even hesitate. Come with me to the forge. They cheered and promised they'd follow him anywhere. Back at the workshop, he revealed his plan. He was going to show these blades off in the store. Every single one was made right, clean, and solid. So yeah, they were genuinely good. Clean and solid, so yeah. They leaned in for a closer look, and worry hit him hard because he couldn't shake the thought about their reaction. His confidence crumbled, so it hit weaker than he ever expected, and he immediately bowed his head, apologized, and asked if he were really okay. These blades were forged from Ilium mithril steel, probably the very same stuff as the swords they wield. They blurted out in disbelief. Wait, are these swords even made from the same stuff? That can't be right, because these blades aren't just equal, they're way higher quality, at the next level up, and they're packed so many of them in the shop you can barely count. Then they stared at the price like, can they really take this much? They handed it over for free. No way, that's unreal. He stared, shocked, and demanded, is the difference really that massive? They nodded and said, yep, this is the sword we were given. Even he who's usually unbeatable couldn't believe it. If you don't know much, you can't spot the difference. But Fake looked it over and swore there really is one, and he figured these swords were made with simplified, mass production methods to shave off weight per. And yeah, those enchantments are weaker too, so he told them, if they creep in carefully right up to the enchantment and the magical forging, they can nearly match the quality of the material he's bringing, but overall, it's still not the same. If nobody objects, they're finally free to pick what they want, and they're so thrilled they swear they'll serve him for the rest of their lives. Later, he asks if the three of them have found swords that fit them, and they all say yes and show. They pick their own swords, and he lit up like, this is perfect, because if that enchantment starts to fade, they can just call him, and he'll fix it on the spot. With bright, joyful smiles, they thanked him for everything, while you clutched the sword thinking it was him, and the protagonist swore that once it's in hand, it'll swing again and again. One of them apologized and promised he'd think it over and treasure it, like it was the exact same thing he'd already said. Then he trailed off. He grinned to himself, thinking this was the sweetest moment a blacksmith could ever have, watching those proud, happy faces once they took his work in their hands, and honestly, he loved that part even more than the forging itself. From here on out, he was going to chase as many smiles as he possibly could. After a while, he made his way back to his building, and once he stepped inside, he realized one thing. From today on, it wasn't the best place anymore. Vestal Forge stared at his shop, the very first step toward his dream, and watched the payment get made for the purchase. For every coin he earned, serving Lord Goral, until the day he discovered the missing amount. The Lord himself covered it, and gratitude hit him like a tidal wave. He vowed to hand over most of the income from here too. Alicia cracked the door, beckoned him in, and asked if the outside cleaning was finally done. He nodded with a confused blur, and she pressed, so, you're distracted by that view again? He burst into laughter and swore. He still couldn't believe he'd ended up with such a respectable workshop. Then she leaned in and asked if everything outside was already set. Maybe they could finally crack open and see what's inside, Mech thought, after all the help they'd gotten, and the whole setup of goods was almost finished. He opened his mouth to speak, but the clan of metal screamed as it clashed over the fallen rack of swords. And can't believe it. Did it really just drop on its own? She burst out in a sharp gasp, then blurted, what is that? He blurted out, voice trembling. Are you okay? Did it hurt you? And she nodded, like it was nothing, it just fell on its own. She snatched his hand and demanded to know if it was really that thing. Then he flinched, a little nervous. Nervous as hell, he asked if that was really true. Then it turned out to be some petty mishap. Mischief, right? If it really was that ghost from the rumors, it would have sent everything soaring, tossed the goods flying straight past. The streets should have been blaring that message loud and clear. But something was off. There weren't enough swords, and it looked like the whole thing slipped and shifted on accident, then immediately lost its. It tipped off balance and dropped, and she finally steadied herself. His words hit her so hard she figured it was all in her head. He planted the stand in place so nothing could topple it, then leaned in and checked his daggers, muttering that everything was about to. Staying on track was all about lining them up in the perfect order. That's just taste. Then later, she marched up to him and asked, everything's. Seemed fine. He nodded, agreed, and figured the swords hanging on the wall were mostly of. Other shelves stacked daggers and swords of the same top-tier quality, all piled together like they were ready for war. They got crammed together in one barrel, with the price nailed down, same deal for everyone, even if the quality wasn't. It was quality, but somehow still tiny, like it didn't matter. Alicia started poking at his weapons, called his name, and her face lit up with shock. He was shocked he could forge all kinds of swords, and Fake said he just recreated his way, the stuff he'd once seen, right? He remembered all of this and asked, maybe after the fair this week? Because he'd already mentioned the shop at the last one, but he wanted to do it one final time. She nodded, agreeing, and said it felt like it'd be perfect once it was later. The new ads they're rolling out could decide how many customers they'll pull in down the road, so they're gearing up to start next week. He nodded along, then leaned in and asked if she'd truly stay behind that counter, and she promised she would, but he still admitted he was a little worried. She stepped in, told him everything was okay, and the security team promised they'd back them up too. So once he heard that, the tension drained from his face, and he said, "All right, now it's just us and Leffy if we can help." He'd be fine with you thinking they could hire sellers right now, though. If there might be 0 customers, they'd have to be enough for the moment. After that, they'll crack the door and see what happens. Then later he runs into the knights and blurts, "So, where is everyone?" They spin toward him and tell him, "We're up on the 2nd floor, cleaning the kitchen." Alicia promised, "We'll be done soon," and said she'd start cooking dinner next. Then he called her in shock, and with a bright, joyful smile, she told him she'd learn to cook too, so he could trust her. So he leaned in and promised he was really looking forward to it, and then his thoughts cut off as he started to say the first meal she'd ever cook lit up her mind. Then he couldn't stop pacing inside, all nervous and buzzing with anticipation, thinking, will everything be okay? And with a shaky smile he started, "Go forage while she cooked. She promised she'd call you the moment she was done," and all the while he just stared and swore the light was cutting right through the forge itself, so it wasn't dark. But since it was built from stone, a suffocating weight hung in the air of feeling. He loved this tight, shut-in space. No distractions, just pure focus, like he finally found the perfect spot to power through his work, replacing some of those old tools were wrecked, but the majority were still in fighting shape, so what was he supposed to do? Just wait and burn time while she cooked, with no clue how long it would take? Better to make something he could knock out without spending forever. So yeah, maybe he should start making kitchen knives or frying pans. Maybe he should turn the shop into a spot where housewives can walk in too. He spent his days in a tiny village, living life quietly there, until the day he finally stepped into the court. Blacksmith, sure, he forged swords for random adventurers now and then, but deep down he was way more. It felt more like running errands in a plain old general store than stepping into a weapons shop. He didn't just forge farming tools and sharp blades and swords. He also crafted pots, teapots, and cups, basically everything you could hold or heat up, everyday stuff you still use today. Made magical by that time, and packed with nostalgia and gratitude. He became the person he is, right there in that peep. They're the ones who need his weapons, and even his fiancée stands by his side, fully in his corner. And somehow he pulled it off. He fulfilled his dream and opened his own store, like the universe just kept blessing him. He never, ever imagined he'd end up wearing noble status like it was fate's own crown. You built 2 frying pans. Then you reached for the first one, right on your first try. After all this time, did it actually work out? He leaned in, took a deep breath, and, oh, that sweet smell hit him so hard his words caught in his throat. He caught the smell, shot her a question, and when she said it was done, he bolted out. He tossed his gloves on the table and headed off going. He bolted to the forge's exit, and shot a small, confident smile over his shoulder. He froze in shock the moment he spotted something extremely. Barely. Their silhouette lingered beside his friend, so faint you almost missed it. Pains. When he returned, the silhouette vanished like it never existed. He tried to let it go, but his mind refused to accept it. He probably just imagined it. That's what he insisted. He imagined it, but fatigue was messing with his head because the protagonist is probably seeing things. The antagonist stormed into the kitchen, and Alicia caught sight of him in an instant. He leaned in and asked how the forge was running. Then he replied, "It's going." A beat of confusion hit him as he'd just wrapped up, and she lit him up with praise before saying, dinner would be ready any minute, so he told himself to hang tight. Then at least he'd have the plate set. She thanked him, and when the food was finally ready, he rushed to set the plates on the table. Then he slid into his seat and asked, "So it's time for life, and the soldiers, to rest too, right?" She told everyone she already cleared it. Lunch break for sure, but the soldiers still couldn't all step out. She snapped, "Leave at once," because she'd already laid out exactly which order they'd rest in, and he went. She lived up to every expectation. turning to him with that same, "this is normal" confidence. Then she finished cooking like it was nothing at all. He slapped the food onto the plates, grinning as he said it looked mouth-watering, and then she snapped, warning him it was stew. He stared at it, wondering if this was finally the first thing he'd ever dared to eat that she cooked, and he just had no idea how good she can really cook, because the flavor feels like a total mystery, and that nagging doubt comes from one thing: she's a noble woman, and he's dead set on the idea that nobles don't lift a finger, figuring they hand off everything in the house, from cooking to laundry, to someone else. So he's got no clue how good she can cook until the first bite hits, and his reaction snaps out instantly if the flavor throws him off. He said it fast, just to make sure he wouldn't offend her, then dug into her dish and started tasting, only for her to lean in and ask, "So what do you think?" He loved it. He couldn't believe how insanely tasty it was, and the shock spilled out of him instantly. Oh wow. This food was insanely tasty, with ingredients stewed just right, that perfect softness, and flavors that hit exactly where they were supposed to. He figured, of course, these products matter just as much. The secret hit home. Alicia really did cook with soul, and she lit up when she heard he liked it. He kept digging in, then finally slowed down with a satisfied grin. Look, was totally hooked. He said it was way too delicious and begged for more bread, and she promised she'd bring more and told him there was plenty more. And there was more stew. She burst into laughter and said he devoured it so mouth-wateringly, like every bite was pure joy. With a bright, joyful grin, he leaned in and said it was all because it truly was, so good it practically made your stomach growl. It was seriously delicious. So yeah, she's a total genius, she asked with a grin. But wait, wasn't he supposed to be worried? At first, he stumbled through a denial, panicking that she'd clock his awkwardness, because he seriously didn't think she'd ever care what he thought about her food. "Food," she said, with a sharp, slightly annoyed look, as if anyone could learn to whip up that dish. He looked a little uneasy as he apologized, then added, "See? That means even the nobles can do it too. Cook. She told me that at school they teach noble girls everything, including cooking, and then one of them said like it was totally obvious. Everyone's got some knowledge tucked away. Sure, cooking might be a whole different story, but plenty of people do it just for the thrill. Or even open their own establishments." She scooped the stew onto a spoon, blew hard to cool it down, and shoved it into his hand so he could eat. Embarrassment hit him hard, and he blurted, "What's going on?" she started to say. She'd dreamed of doing this for ages. Would he finally say yes? He agreed, took one bite, and ate it. Mac took one bite and shouted that it was delicious. Then, before the moment even cooled, he shot back that he had something to say too. He slipped her a spoon, and the moment she took it, she grinned, ate up, laughed out loud, and said, "Yes. Yes. Yep, now it's her turn." Then, after a while, the knights finally went over his swords in full detail, and bragged that every blade in this shop was so ridiculously well made, it would almost tempt a thief to come back and try their luck. Baku stared at them and swore his deadliest blades were forged from Sierra magic iron, about 10 of them, lined up and ready to cut. They stared at him, and the blades from the lower ranks looked downright pathetic. When they finally noticed something was off, they bombarded him with questions, so he shook his head and swore nothing was wrong. He claimed he was only taking a quick breather, then headed back to scout things, asking, "How's security? Is everything good?" They nodded and assured him, "Yes, everything's fine." They were already plotting the best spots to post the guards, and when he apologized for piling on extra work, they snapped back that it was their job after all. So yeah. He's got one tiny question burning in his head. Can he wear civilian clothes while he's on guard duty and still be properly protected? Armor feels way safer than civilian clothes, so they figured if they played the part and acted like customers. He felt it in his bones. This shop didn't have to feel so suffocating, and yeah, once he saw their side, it all clicked and made perfect sense. He meant every word. These guys could stop crimes in their tracks, but that armor might scare off some buyers, and if they stayed here, the odds of crime would plummet. Yeah, sure. But Alicia was the one that kept him up at night, because plenty of adventurers out there wouldn't have the slightest clue who she was. Like, if they were the kind of people who grew up. She grew up in this city, but now that the new adventurers are rolling in, some of them might try to mess with her, so nobody better lay a hand on her. And honestly, maybe it starts right. Maybe the guards should look scary. He asked if there was a man in armor tucked away in the back room. One of the knights said, "Yeah." The other two, they'd keep watching, all while pretending to be customers. And if anything went wrong, a soldier from the back room would burst out and come charging in to save the day, like it was no big deal. Good plan, he said, because this is what they'd do next. He figured that if anything went wrong, they'd tackle it later. Still, so much was a blur that he'd have to move by instinct, but it was out of their hands. Alicia called him and told him she'd cleared more room for knives and pans, and he thanked her, then warned her not to go too hard, work as much as she could, but never forget to rest. She said she finally knew it, and that she was resting right now. He blinked in shock like, "Wait, you're resting?" But when she thought about the store, she burst out laughing and told him not to pull that confused face. Everything was totally fine. Fine. She got it. He realized that if he kept checking the store every break, that wasn't really rest at all. Then the look on her face hit him like a wave, filling him with strength and calm too. His soul. She noticed and asked what was wrong. With a bright grin, he told her that seeing her face was the best medicine he could ever imagine. Heat flooded her face as she blurted out, loud enough for the whole room. "What are you saying all of a sudden?" After all that, the protagonist figured he was just teasing her out of habit. Because yeah, everything he said was supposed to be the purest. Your truth hits them. And right after that, both of them start feeling painfully embarrassed as the knight swore that everything was fine, like they were the pillars and walls holding the whole house steady. Leffy stepped in, told them to ignore the noise, keep flirting, and just enjoy themselves. He went quiet, blushing hard at the thought of all this, and in his head he snapped at himself like, "You idiots, how could you not notice?" Now he knew if he teased her, it would explode in his face, so he started to. He tried to slip away, called her back, and promised, "We'll catch up later." She froze, stunned by how that came out, and blurted her confusion. Did he really choose to abandon her like this after all that time? Especially when just yesterday at the fair, as the opening day crept closer, he was out there selling swords? He tells his adventurer buddies he's opening a store. Tomorrow it finally happens, but today, he ran the final check and confirmed there were no special issues. Still, knowing trouble could hit the moment tomorrow's doors opened, he made a move. He told them he'd stay here all night, then said he'd hit the ground running in the morning to prep for the opening. Then the knight answered back, "Yeah, I'll handle that thoroughly," and he figured he could trust them with the security because he's tied. If he's staying the night at the Banished house, then he needs a guard posted, since there is. Like items already sitting on shelves, the knights had posted themselves in rotation, guarding this place to stop any theft. Then one of them stepped in. He showed up to Alicia and warned that if anything happened to her, it'd be a disaster, so she needed to head back to the mansion. But Alicia bristled and shot back that everything was fine, and she wasn't going anywhere. Leffy waved her over and told her, "Your fresh clothes are already here, delivered, so come on, you can stay the whole night with me." She looked totally baffled, but then she insisted the others were already here, so no worries, because she was way stronger than any normal person, and with that smug little grin, she gave in. They stared and swore they could trust them. Then the knight promised it would all be fine, and the adventurers, ranked and ready, bowed to guard their precious time alone. She said that. She even set up a proper bedroom for them, so they could use it however they wanted, and both of them were mortified. Alicia called and demanded, "What do you mean by that?" And the other girl just shrugged, saying she only did it to make sure they'd be comfortable, since they were engaged after all. After all, she figured, if we're just in the same room, what's the big deal? Mi's eyes snapped wide because of course it's a big deal. Nobles aren't allowed to get tangled in relationships like that before marriage. I mean, they're not even trying to pull something like that, so maybe it's not a big deal. Then she awkwardly calls him and asks what he thinks, and it basically trails off. Would he feel weird sharing a bed with her? He shook his head, sounding confused, and said he didn't care if she didn't. She laughed it off and told him she didn't mind either, so long as he didn't. He figured it was settled. Later on, they'd sleep in the same room. Then knights in that corridor dragged him in again, calling him, and promised, "If anything happens, call us anytime. We'll be right there, chilling in a free room nearby." So they'd always be ready, he pushed on. And that's when he ran into Leffy, right as she was heading out. She stormed out of the room, slipped up to him, and wished him a good evening. He shot a slightly confused look and asked, "Wait, Alicia's already inside?" She glanced back at the door with a sly little smile, nodded like it was settled, and said she was already set for bed. He told himself he wouldn't do a thing, but for some reason, nerves started clawing at his chest, because sure, one day they'd end up sleeping together, only he just hadn't gotten that far yet somehow. She sure didn't expect it to go down like this, she said. "If you need anything, call me right now." Then she added that she'd be right in the room beneath us, and if he stomped the floor hard, she'd burst over immediately. He frowned, then said the room downstairs was basically a storage closet, jam-packed with stuff, so cramped it was unreal, then asked, "Are you sure?" And she nodded. Yeah, I am, and that's where she cut herself off. He said everything was fine and asked if there were any free rooms left. Maybe she'd pick somewhere else, but she snapped back that she refused and actually liked it there. Fake pressed her, asking if she really did that. And yeah, even in the middle of it all, he couldn't help but respect her professionalism. Then he rushed to apologize for constantly being a headache, and Leffy just smiled and told him he had nothing to worry about. He told her he couldn't stop worrying because what happened to her had flipped her whole life upside down. She snapped, "No way." Guarding their smiles was her joy, and she didn't pick the room right under theirs for work, never for work. She figured that if she just went there, she'd spot right away whether the two of them were up to anything. He froze at that, panicking like he'd just have to take every word back, because all that respect and gratitude he had poured out was gone in an instant. But seriously, what face is he even supposed to wear when he steps into the bedroom now? That door feels like it weighs 1,000 pounds. Then Alicia slams it open. She fires off a question and Leffy starts to speak, but the words cut off. "Strange, right?" he blurted, cheeks burning, then he froze. Did she even hear that? She'd said the door was barely open, so she must. She had to have done it on purpose, because if he just stood there, he'd freeze his butt off, so he should have gone to bed, and then She uncovered her cuteness with a shy little blush, then figured she was only scratching at the leftovers. Remnants of his composure cracked as she flashed her cunning. Then he spotted a double bed and, "So, when did they haul in a bed like this?" she said. "They brought it in pieces and slapped it together while we were resting today, but seriously, what are they even up to?" He perched on the edge of the bed, cheeks burning, and asked in a shy blur if he should just crawl into his sleeping bed. She stared at him, shocked, then whipped around and demanded, "Why are you saying that?" And he shot back, "Come on, does she even understand? He's not really against it. He's just drowning in shame, that's all. If she could, she'd stay right by his side every second. Now tell me, what?" He threw his hand over his face and muttered that, and it hit him. He felt exactly what she felt after that. After that, they collapsed onto the bed side by side. Then he snapped his back, turned to her, and she hit the call button. Then told him straight up that she wanted to see his face. He asked, "But she always clocks it anyway, right?" "Right." She yanked him into a hug and blurted that she wanted him even closer, then made him turn toward her as they stared into each other with bared, blood-red intensity. Blushing faces everywhere. He spun toward her, and for a second, they just stared. They locked eyes, cheeks burning with embarrassment, and he thought, everything is lining up for this moment. Seriously? Does this even happen? What's he supposed to do right now? He's never been this close to a girl, and they're literally sleeping together for the first time. And yeah, because it's always been her he's had his eye on, so tell me, how could something like this possibly happen to him? In reality, he shut his eyes, and she brushed her fingers across his face. His face was ready to unleash something big, but then she snapped her thoughts back. She pressed a fingertip to his. She pressed her lips to her hand, then wrapped her arms around him and whispered, said she'd always dreamed of drifting off to sleep with him, like, oh, both of them were so embarrassed, they couldn't even finish the thought. They kept considering stuck in indecision. Then the main character. The director pulled her into a tight hug and admitted, "I've always wanted this too, I just stayed quiet." And deep down, he really did, he wanted. She wanted it so badly it felt like she might refuse, so he clenched his resolve and kept it out of her reach, right in his own hands. Even now, he fought to hold himself back, and forced himself to ask forgiveness. Alicia clutched his back even tighter and blurted out that. She finally lit up with pure joy. Then, after a while, both of them drifted off and fell asleep. He was out cold, then, midnight out of nowhere, he jolted awake because he heard a blast of thunderous noise, and it hit him that that was the sound of a hammer, and I couldn't help but wonder what on earth it was, because I could feel it coming from just up ahead, where in the workshop. The noise kept climbing, louder, louder, until he could only stare and wonder if it was. It was roaring nonstop, yet he stayed totally lost. She wouldn't so much as look his way. He finally turned his focus on it, then stormed out of the room, and there was Capri just sitting in the hallway like she'd been waiting the whole time, and asked what the hell happened to him. He shrugged it off, denying everything, then demanded. If he'd heard anything at all, he would have reacted, so he swore he heard nothing, flat out, and the Mac just stood there, stunned and confused. He snapped it down, convinced only he could hear what everyone else seemed to miss. With a worried glint in his eyes, he asked if he was really okay. Then he nodded back, agreeing. He looked him dead in the eye and said, "Come on, you probably just made it up." He was up already and the workshop wasn't going to clean itself. After a brutal day of work, he couldn't wait. He headed there. He had to take care of Alicia, so he bolted down the stairs. Then he heard it. The same sound hit again, and he was instantly sure something was definitely going on. Stepping out of nowhere, he burst into the forge, and the first sound hit like a punch. Then, right in the blink of an eye, everything fell silent, and he started tearing through the room. Then a ghost popped up right beside him, and screamed right into his ear, and when he spun around, horror hit him like a punch. He blurted, half surprised, "Wait, why aren't you screaming?" Screaming like, did he honestly get that shocked? Like he didn't see it coming? Speechless, Fake stared at him in shock, and his mind instantly screamed that he was. He was hovering in midair with no legs at all, and somehow he still looked just like a human. "Wait, what was that?" he blurted, asking if that guy was human. "So tell me, was he human? Or a ghost? Then what was he even here for?" He was so shocked he blurted out, "Why are you analyzing this like that?" So calm like that, he had to be faking it. There's no way he wasn't terrified, you idiot. What the hell was he even? He should have been trembling hard. He froze in pure horror the moment he spotted a ghost. Then the very first thing that burst out of him was a scream, right? Even this morning, he pulled off a paranormal scene on purpose, but he shrugged it off like, that's just the most painfully ordinary kind of hooliganism. It practically screamed as an insult. He stared at her face, surprise flickering across it, and then he blurted, "And turns out, yep, ghosts really do exist. Yeah, that's what a ghost is like." And then rage hit him even harder. He started flexing his fists, shouting, "Day after day!" Inside his house, he was flirting up a storm with a girl, a total freak. Then it only got wilder from there. So, what happened in the bed? What a total shame. Doesn't he feel a shred of guilt at all? He's really just a man. So he needs to step up right now and let everyone know exactly how it should be done. But next time, he can't pull that stunt in his own house. One wrong move, and a nightmare would come crashing into him, and the shock on his face was real. He stared at him, shocked he'd just claimed this house as his, then demanded, "So you're real, huh?" "Wait, really? The legendary blacksmith Bastel in the guise of an evil spirit?" Then rage hit him so hard that he couldn't hold it in, because of that, he leaned in and demanded answers. "What evil spirit did you name?" He finally cooled off and admitted the guy was right, because this wasn't just some random homeowner, it was the legendary blacksmith who owned this house, and the protagonist couldn't help but blurt out surprised. He turned out to be younger than he'd ever guessed. He flashed a grin and said it was only natural. "So tell me, would he really want to wear the shape of an old man? Once death hits, everybody's begging for one thing, staying stuck in their prime, forever young." At the prime of life, he stared with a confused look, yet somehow it all still felt like it made perfect sense. After death, it means everything. He's the reason this workshop's price crashed so hard. He crossed his arms and told him, "I know you're about to say something," then admitted, "I don't believe in ghosts, so." He only half trusted the nasty rumors about this house, and the results were doing their best to prove them right. That investigation pointed straight at the blacksmiths who lived here before. Because if ghosts were. So yeah, that one detail changes everything. An evil spirit had cursed every blacksmith who came before him. Dell snapped that it was downright rude, then insisted, "I'm not an evil spirit," but before he could finish, he said he heard the blacksmiths here had all snapped. One by one, they fled this beautiful place, and his mind still wouldn't let it go. With that in mind, he nodded, then declared it was him who stepped in and ruined their work. Each night he hammered away like a storm, drowning everyone in noise and stealing their sleep, and when the mech called him out for it, you know that sealed the case and proved he was an evildoer. An evil spirit, of course. That's when fury flared in him, and he barked that he needed to listen closely because this was his workshop. This whole life is right here, and he's not handing it over to some half-wit. Honestly, he wouldn't trust it to anyone, but if nobody stays in the house, it's only a matter of time before everything crumbles. If it ever comes to that, they'll need someone who can't disgrace this workshop strong in spirit, sharp in skill, and a blacksmith who truly stands out. So he kept putting everyone through the same tests, trying to find someone he could trust, but not one of them passed. All he saw were talentless deadweights, and they don't deserve. "So you want to inherit my legendary workshop, fine, but does that mean you'll test him too?" Bastel leaned in and nodded. If he's truly proud of his talent, he can stay. If he's scared, he's out. He didn't want weak, doubtful people hanging around. "People here," he demanded. "If I mess up, will you curse him?" He nodded, then leaned in again and asked, "And what if something So if anything goes wrong, he's the one who'll pay the price, right? He agreed with that and said he had no reason to hurt those people. So if you weren't a blacksmith, you didn't count, because he never stooped to those dirty tricks. In his world, it was only skill that mattered. And whether this owner could ignite the workshop one more time and drive it back toward the glory it's earned for generations. House Barnistow had clocked him, so Fake decided to hit them with a surprise. Because, of course, the legendary blacksmith was exactly as amazing as they'd heard. He was a great. So yeah, he'd judge him like nothing but a blacksmith, and even admitted he didn't have a problem with it. Bastel just laughed and promised he'd find out what the guy could really do. So yeah, he just watched the workshop quietly, never stepping in unless the work started going bad. But there was one thing that made his guard go up. If he kept flirting with a girl right in front of him, non-stop, he might trigger a special curse, and that meant he had to stay sharp. Honestly, he thought it was petty, and swore to Mr. Gorel that he'd become the best blacksmith in the world, no matter what it took. Because if he wanted that title, he was already halfway into becoming it. He needs skills so sharp a legendary blacksmith would stare and say, "Yep, that's real." Then, like it hit him, he remembered something and asked, "By the way, what did he think of his swords?" Then, in the very next breath, he vanished, gone from this world. And then he realized this ghost wasn't even close to what he pictured. This one looked way more formidable than he ever expected. Silence fell. The cool master stood there, while rumors kept whispering and spreading like wildfire. Exaggerate everything. At least he doesn't look like an evil. At the exact same time, the spirit slipped into the store like a phantom, and the stealth mission launched in silence, right into the heart of it. With a flick of magic, he snatched one of the swords for himself. He dug into it, stared it down, and then admitted that at first. He thought about tossing all these swords out of here, but when he really looked, every blade was top-notch, painstakingly made. Enchantment and magical forging turn even the lowest-ranked blades into weapons far stronger than before. Way better than you'd ever guess. This frying pan too, and if you don't keep your eyes on what matters, focus only on. You can build new weapons, craft all kinds of things, and level up your clients fast. After that, he didn't sell any of that stuff anymore, because somehow everything changed. Something snaps to life inside him, and he clutches his hopes tight, right on the shoulders of a blacksmith, who can actually build a future. Then, after a while, with a grin lighting up his face, the protagonist flipped the workshop door sign and stepped in. He stared at it for a second. Then the realization hit after all this time, his forge was finally open starting today. Alicia swept up to him with a huge grin and told him the preparations were finally done. This thing can be opened any time he wants. Time. He nodded without hesitation, then his mind snapped back to yesterday's mess with Bastel, and he didn't back down. He couldn't bring himself to tell her, because this was her pain too, and the moment he spoke, she'd probably crumble into tears. He swore he wouldn't hurt anyone except him. But now he's choosing to trust him, and he's desperate to check whether he's got what it takes to inherit this store. And, yeah, that's clearly his mission. Then he tilted his head up and started to wonder, like he was staring at something beyond F. From somewhere now, he spotted him jutting out of the second-floor window, caught sight of it and froze, convinced he was staring at something he shouldn't. She stares him down. No warning, no softness, just raw eye contact. She called out to him, demanding to know what in the world happened. Was something waiting up there? He spun around, staring right at her, and then blurted, "D." He denied it cold, then shrugged and said the weather just looked perfect for his first day of work. She nodded right along, saying it felt like one of those perfect days, until they stepped inside, and Caprice snapped that they'd follow the plan. No doubts, no detours. In normal security patrol, 2 guys in civilian clothes took their rounds, and the mech nodded, saying he was counting on him. Now it was just a waiting game to see how many customers would actually show up. Still, no way someone would show up the second the door opened. He braced himself for a long, quiet lull. The nights pressed. So who's actually coming for the lady? Because everyone was dying to know what kind of person she really was. So she was his fiancée, and that explained it. He heard all of it and just nodded like, "I get it." And Leffy added that the Barnistow family was in the middle of it too. So if it turned into a shop for the 2 of them, people would wander in to see them and end up buying goods right away, basically treating the whole thing like a greeting. With a thoughtful look, he said, "If they're here just for her, it's going to be tough. I don't want any guys staring at her." But then he shrugged and added, "They're customers anyway, so it is what it is." Anyway, he had to serve them properly. Then the knights grinned and told him the ladies absolutely adored them. They loved every second, and when their eyes met, tiny smiles lit up their faces as they leaned in and said, he didn't say a word. Then Leverick stormed into the store, instantly grabbing everyone's attention, and he asked. Fate itself reached in and called his name, then told him, we haven't seen each other in forever, and he blurted back. He snapped their names out loud, then told them both he congratulated them. They got ready for the grand opening of the store today. Why use? He couldn't believe the way he spoke to him so stiffly and she shot him a slightly worried look and said, we haven't seen each other in forever. Then she paused, and he finally said, welcome. He spun around, shocked, and blurts out, so that's the kind of place this gentleman runs. Wow! He can't stop praising it. Everything looks top-notch. The layout flows perfectly, and the shelves are packed with weapons of every kind, each one just as high quality as the last. He hesitated for a second, then thanked him and said he was glad he'd come. After all, he was the very first customer. He beamed and said, what a wild coincidence. Honestly, it's a real honor to meet you. He tilted his head with a puzzled grin and blurted, so what's the point of that fancy word, sir? Then he paused. Wait, you're officially bride and groom now, right? And just like that. His rank shot past the ducal house. Then it clicked, so he gets it, and he's thinking you can't just ignore the pride and standing of the ducal house, right? He asked. And even though he got it, this wasn't the real, official reception, so he wondered if he should just handle it like normal, because doubts were still chewing at him, but he pushed anyway, told the other guy to do it, and insisted he wanted them to communicate. Levert leaned in like, we'll handle it like friends, then told me if I insisted, he'd call Lady Alicia and ask if she was cool with it, only for her to ask back, so you two, have you become? He inched that close, hesitated, then finally gave in, and the moment he did, he realized he'd basically stepped into her spotlight as both suitor and rival, in fact. Yeah, he didn't just stay quiet. He raised his hand, nodded, and said, since I gave the order to forge it, they uncovered. They somehow found a common tongue, and even back then, his situation looked the same, at least on the surface, where he kept playing the role like nothing was wrong. She blinked in surprise and basically said, if the two of you are doing well, then I don't care about anything else. Everything's fine. And he knows. He gave a quick nod, thanked her with real sincerity, and then promised he'd ride those warm words from here on out. Even so, he opened up his own store, like everyone expected. Only the protagonists looked him in the eye and said, we just opened, and not a single customer's walked in. So tell me, why did he even show up here? He flashed a small smile and said he just figured he'd swing by for a quick hello. He might still need them. So he made sure they wouldn't forget him. He burst into laughter and said he'd already memorized their faces more than well. Was it that big a deal? Levert blurted, stunned. What was he even going on about? Because the whole town was buzzing about a noble lady and her new fiancé, and his thoughts churned with a feint. He wore a slightly worried look, like this was trouble waiting to happen. Then he gave a small, uneasy smile and said he shouldn't put it on. With that serious face, he'd better carry himself with real dignity, because from his angle, almost anything. Everyone he talked to used to outrank him, but now, boom, he's an aristocrat, he admits it's true, yet he can't shake the shock, and he just laughs like, guess there's nothing I can do about it. He could only shrug at it and tell himself not to sweat so much, because the real fear was Mr. Gorill's name taking a hit. If everything spiraled out of control, what would he even do? Mac finally nodded, admitting that was the exact worry eating at him, and he clung to this one truth: the Lord had been kind to him, so he vowed to become the kind of person who could stand and support him back. Alicia called him over and warned, don't say stuff that'll weigh you down. Levert threw out an apology, told them not to let it stick, and after that he nodded like, I get it, I understand everything. Even from where he stood right now, he couldn't bring himself to believe he was better than everyone else. With all those eyes on them, he had to move fast, stand tall, and take charge, because for the ducal house's pride and for her, he needed to become a real husband, even if he wasn't sure he should. He put on airs, and it was a brutal balancing act, because he insisted he didn't need to say a word at all, like the Lord wasn't the type to care one bit about hierarchies. Hierarchy and relationships, and even among the nobles, people kept whispering about whether he was truly worthy. So a little awareness never hurts. He thanked him for the advice and swore he'd remember it. Leverk spun around and brushed off the thanks like it meant nothing. Yet, as a blacksmith, he kept climbing in status, even as the fake guy blinked in confusion. Leverett said with straight-up admiration that even with all that, he's still clawing his way to become the greatest blacksmith in the world. Mr. Gorrell's betting on him too, so he's going to hammer even harder. It's an incredible dream, and if it's him, there's no question he'll nail it. and he's going to grind every day, swinging that sword like his life depends on it, until he's the best swordsman in the whole world. They both have to take the shot. He nodded, agreed, and said once it's done, he's buying it as a souvenir. Then it was go time. He snatched up the sword and swore he'd swing back to visit them again, and with that, they shared one last goodbye and parted ways. He stormed out of the store, and Alicia let out a sigh with that clearly disappointed look. Then he called her over and said she hadn't said a word to him at all. He got why she felt awkward, but their whole marriage candidate past was over, so she couldn't keep dodging him like that. She tilted her head like she didn't get it, then said, "Yeah, I get it," while admitting it's just a habit she's had forever. That snapped his attention. He leaned in and asked if they were friends back when they were kids. She smiled and said, "Yeah, we were still so little back then that status never even mattered." He kept clowning her, flinging bugs at her, and pushing every boundary. Then she finally caught him staring at her with this heartbreaking, sad look. He snapped, "What's wrong with me?" and told her, "Don't pay attention," while bitterness hit him because he'd known her since childhood, and it felt unfair, and yeah, he was jealous. 30 minutes had already slammed by since the store doors first opened. And shape and date, the shop's totally empty, no crowd, not a single person in sight. He shot a message to the Adventurers Guild about the grand opening, praying anyone actually cared enough to notice the ads. Trade is brutal, and just as the conversation heated up, the store door swung open. He immediately snapped into action and greeted the customer. Rob stepped inside, blurted the name of his store, and asked if this was the right place, because he'd heard a shop was supposed to be open here. And just like that, he came stunned to find him there, and even more shocked when he called him the commander of the night. Under the cloak of night, he called his name and demanded, "Is the owner of this shop here?" The man blinked, totally lost, then nodded and said, "Yeah, it's me." Alicia called him over and asked if they'd ever met, and the protagonist nodded, telling her that long ago, back when he worked at court, they'd crossed paths. He pitched in with sword supplies and kept the blacksmith shop running like a war engine, and now he's the commander of the knight's top figure. Right there in this country stepped forward, bowed to him, and introduced herself, saying she was thrilled to meet someone like him. He stared back and told her he'd never seen her before, but he'd heard her name. He'd heard her name 1,000 times. Then he stared at him in shock and blurted, "Wait, someone like that came all the way to our distant shop. What's going on?" His face was dead serious. "Have you heard anything from Morgan about what's going on in the blacksmithing department?" He agreed. "Told me he pretty much understood everything from the letter he got earlier. Back then, he couldn't live up to his own expectations, so he begged for forgiveness. Then Rob said he got fired the moment all that happened. The old blacksmiths were dragged back in, and the new ones. Everyone got hired, and things finally turned around. Then he searched for that top-notch blacksmith again, because no one had ever matched his skill, and the Mick couldn't believe what he was hearing. Then he burst into laughter and called it all just a joke. He even swung in to say hello again, and still he couldn't find the words to show how thankful he was. He said it was the first time they'd ever told him that, and he swore it happened because he always hid behind Morgan and the others. He muttered, a little annoyed, like it dragged old memories back to life. "So tell me, what happened to him right after that?" He leaned into the subject, and suddenly it hit him. He remembered how he'd asked about it earlier. So when the blacksmiths forced him to quit, did he? He demanded they all be brought back. Then he snapped his gaze away with terror on his face, denied it flat out, and said he'd only managed to haul back a few, and they still couldn't settle the most important one. That was the last straw. Rage snapped in him and he blew up in fury. He slammed his fist on the table and demanded that they finally review the salary and working conditions for. Yeah, so his apology wasn't going to cut it. He yanked his sword free from its sheath, like that moment demanded violence. Its sheath, and yelled with everything he had. "Did you apologize with all your might, sir?" He slammed his forehead into the floor until it broke, right? Rob yanked the sword to stop millimeters from his head, and, terrified out of his mind, he blurted out loud apologies, face set in a serious stare as he started to beg for forgiveness. His face screamed that he'd broken the promise he made just a short time ago, and that's why the guilt wouldn't leave him. One of his squad suddenly needed bodies, so he figured he could ride over as a knight. Then Morgan panicked and started cutting him off like, "Wait, you can't." He was begging for a shot at a better position. He snapped the sword back into its sheath and told them, plain and final, that they could forget this conversation. Horror snapped across his face as he blurted, "Anything but this. I have to wait," because he was already banished from home. He had nowhere to run and nothing left to live for. Then Rob eyed him and suddenly had an idea, a man. He burst into the room, eyes wide with terror, and demanded, "Who are you?" He swore the instructor was Lukal, and that his squad had been pulled straight out of criminals. He can only tame those beasts, so everyone whispers that he's the demonic instructor Morgan begged for, in a shaky, frightened voice. Isn't that a slave collar they just strapped on deserters, so they can't do a single thing? This is one of the most brutal moves there is. Dangerous units inside this country. He proved it with a calm, confident smile and, with a terrifying grin stretched across his face, he announced he'd work as a laborer. In his squad starting at the bottom as a laborer, he'd first forge his body and build the basic physical strength he needs. And he'll be given a spot in the dorm too, because that room belongs to the senior knights, and he'll have to put up with their rules and non-stop orders. The senior knights' orders don't bend for anyone, so he'll warn him in advance. And in their squad, feeling unwell isn't even a word. He knows all this, right? All this. This was education, all right. He yanked him by the collar and barked that it was time to go, because the moment he got his strength back, he'd start forging him into a real knight through training. He blurted, "Let me go," and then, calm as ever, he told him he was happy for him, saying a new duty station had been assigned for the time being, and he stood there with a sour look on his face. He muttered that this was how it all went down. Now he'd reeducate him carefully so nothing like this ever happened again, and in that moment both of them were terrified. He admitted that, until now, he hadn't even spotted the problem, then begged for forgiveness, because it was his fault they lost someone with that kind of talent, all due to his own lack of control, Fake said. He blurted in shock that it wasn't true at all. This mess was locked down to the forge department, and nobody else. So the knight commanders don't have to sweat. Rob told them they handle it every single day, all thanks to the blacksmith's help. He used to shrug it off, but this mess sparked outrage in him, and once he lost the one he loved, it finally hit him. He realized what he'd been taking for granted. If he'd spotted the trouble sooner, if he'd reached out to him faster, he would have done everything in his power to make sure he kept things comfortable, but he'd already bailed. And just like that, they lost the one man they wanted out. He dropped his head again, pleading like his heart was on the line, asking. He begged for forgiveness, but he snapped back, shouting that it wasn't true. Then he told everyone to lift their heads, thrust out his hand, and swore that only he carried the hellish burden. Still, even so, he kept right on, casting his spells with unwavering devotion, and pushed their cause forward every single step. He couldn't thank him enough for everything he'd done so far. His words hit him deep. He nodded through the emotion, and he grabbed his hand like a promise. He said it was a real honor to hear this from the commander of the knights, and he couldn't help but feel. He felt like everything he'd fought for finally paid off. Then he scanned the choices and said he was just happy they could finally talk. So he promised not to get in the way, but would it be fine if he stocked up on a ton of swords and vanished? He laughed, gave his okay, and then he dove in, scrutinizing every blade like it mattered. With a bright smile on her face, Alicia called him over and told him, "You did it, you succeeded." After that, they both stepped outside, and the protagonist snapped a grateful thank you for the purchase. Then he thanked him again. He urged him, saying, "I want your blades to turn into a power that protects people from here on out." He refused to quit. He told them to keep pushing, and he even suggested they meet again someday. Someday, he agreed, then hurried back to the store and told them to think. The knight's commander actually came all this way on purpose, and she lit up, calling it incredible, because he'd saved countless lives in his time, and he just nodded back, agreeing. He nodded and said, "Yeah, there's a ton to do," but he couldn't help grinning, because after all that hard work for those 3 years, it paid off. He could feel it. None of it was for nothing. She told them, "From this day on, we link up as one and push even harder." Harder? Everyone nodded, and then she said it was almost noon. She really hoped more customers would show up, and he agreed, even as he trailed off mid-sentence like something else was about to happen. Alicia leaned in and asked if the whole haunted mansion rumor really ruined their day. Then he sighed with a half-grim look and admitted, yeah, there might be a little truth to it, and this was only the start. Right then, Evos, weather, and one more guy barged into his shop, and he immediately noticed everything. He spotted that girl with them, demanded who she was, then leaned in and called her Aruna, saying she showed up today to forge herself into a weapon. The moment the mech saw the staff in her hands, her mind immediately started to race as she wondered. Is she a real sorceress? He demanded. Is she really a sorceress? Or is it all a mystery, because right now he hasn't crafted a single staff of magical iron yet? She asked. So you're saying if I can do this, then I can do it too? He nodded and said. Yeah, as long as there's an ore. He'd follow the order no matter what, and with a whole stash of magical tools backing him up, he could pull off real magic. He was convinced they boosted his fighting power against monsters, and then it hit him. These weren't just any weapons, they were forged from magical iron. And magical iron doesn't just sit there, it channels magic like a perfect conduit, letting a wizard cast with way less effort. Plus, it plays nicely with other materials too, so mixing it in is ridiculously easy. He said he could conduct the magic perfectly, and that it was made to order, so it'll cost a bit more. With a steady calm on her face, she replied that for this time she just needed a simple knife for self-defense. Fencing off the area and butchering would have been plenty. He jabbed the wall with his knives and barked, "So what about the stuff on this shelf?" Then he sneered, like this corner probably had nothing worth taking. In the corner, most of them cost 30,000 crowns, and she started circling the knives. Then her gut said something was off. Were they different in sharpness? He said those knives on display were forged by his own hands from Alarian magical iron. But every single one came out a little different, small tweaks in design, and even the quality swung from blade to blade. Say you score the sharpness of Alarian iron blades from 1 to 100, one side stays identical. But what happens on the flip changes day to day, because the edge quality shifts with its condition. So yeah, he tries to keep his cool and keep things steady, no problems, and then she drops the dagger in his hand saying she'll take this one instead. "It costs 30 grand, right?" Fake nodded and promised, "I'll guarantee the quality for that price if you're keep casting those maintenance spells, and it'll stay solid for years. Plus, the higher the price, the longer it lasts if you keep up with the upkeep. You won't even need to cast enchantments that often." She looked crushed and admitted she just didn't have much money at all. So she'd be back next time? Alicia slammed a few coins into the cash register. He registered the sale, handed her the knife with its sheath, and thanked her like they'd just sealed the deal. Aruna grabbed the knife and couldn't help but gush over how beautiful it was, and he called it beautiful, and then explained it was something people used all the time. Her blade's edge dulled, and only then did she realize she could still bring it to him, while he decided the safest move was to enchant it once a month, and when he caught himself staring, he looked away and asked. When he asked about the two of them, Eva said they'd come looking for an enchantment too, then weather-snapped that most of it had already faded. It had worked flawlessly so far, exactly like he'd expect, and then the protagonist began, saying that ever since, because their weapons were custom-built, he stepped up and enchanted each one to match their exact fighting style. With a worried stare, he yanked him over and blurted that a monster had shown up nearby. "Tell me, do they know about it?" He shoved the claim back and snapped, "What monster are you talking about?" And then his face crumpled with real fear as he admitted it was something terrifying, a massive, dangerously tough monster. He couldn't even remember its name. Then Weather finally dropped the truth. It was a horn dragon. If he'd heard of it, he'd look pensive, then admit, "I've only heard that it produces." Iva blared, saying his whole body was sheathed in skin like stone. This thing was a monster that could chew up rocks too, so normal attacks were basically useless. He said, "Yeah, that's true," and told me he'd heard it was even tougher to craft and forge than iron. They said, loud and clear, "If you mix magical iron with that stuff, you'll forge a weapon so powerful it'll blow everything out of the water." Honestly, it was pure danger. If he showed up, the peace of the city would shatter, and they wouldn't be able to stop it, so they had to. Even if they dared to label them adventurers, they'd still be forced to call it an S rank. Soma snapped, "Wait, is this opponent really that bad?" Because the moment they put a name like that on the danger, you could feel how terrifying the situation was. Dangerous. Then he started sobbing hard and blurted, "What if that monster shows up here?" He begged, really begged, that the S-ranked gentleman would do something. Weather stared back and snapped, "So you're ready to fight a fellow adventurer?" He didn't even hear it. He clutched his head and shouted, "What are we supposed to do if the dragon attacks the city before that man arrives?" Then he spun around, yelling if situations like this weren't the local lord takes responsibility for it. "So tell me, if that nightmare actually happens, what are they supposed to do?" Alicia's face fell as she said, "We'll only fight with what we've got." So then they'd have to round up adventurers and shove them into battle to wipe out the monster. She'd be counting. It stayed her. Evos went wide-eyed, blurted that he was only a lowly D-rank adventurer. Evils. He would die. So yeah, maybe they should bolt out of the city before it turns into a graveyard. Aruna snapped at him with a disgusted stare, calling him nothing but pathetic. He leapt onto Weather and blared. "What do we do?" Rage flared in her. She snapped back, told him to calm down, and insisted that even if the monster showed up, they'd have to fight. Back, he played it cool, pretending not to notice, praying nothing terrible would hit. Right after they left, his shop suddenly filled up again. New faces kept popping in, and besides the adventurers he already recognized, Fresh customers came streaming in too. Walked in. Alicia instantly grabbed everyone's attention, and customers started flooding the place. Showed up just to catch a glimpse of her. And once people laid eyes on her sweet, gorgeous vibe, they couldn't help but flock in. Because some people barely knew a thing about her, there were always guys who couldn't resist walking up and chatting her up. They'd lay their filthy intentions bare without a shred of shame. So the moment some insolent fool showed up and tried to pull something, he'd rush in without hesitation, and he and the others stayed locked on the situation like hawks, grateful relief washing over him. Leaving her alone in that store at evening would still be pure trouble. When she came in, she told everyone that loads of people had showed up, and you could hear the exhaustion in her voice. She also had to admit they sold more than they ever expected, even though with the nightly orders she'd figured that would have been plenty, but nope, this blew past every expectation. Leffy wondered if he should grab more swords from the warehouse. He nodded, asked her what she meant, and Capri jumped in to offer his help. The protagonist warned that if he didn't whip up another batch soon, they might not have enough to go around, and Alicia nodded, then reminded him that they can't keep selling out like today. He added that weapons only get bought about once a month, so for now they'd just wait and watch. If today's customers come back later though, then they'll have plenty of enchanting work to sink their teeth into. Almay burst into the store, waved him over, and shot him a friendly hello. He greeted them, and she lit up and told him she'd congratulated him for the grand opening. Then she explained she'd come by today, slipping in a little early just to check how everything was going. They were totally packed out here. Then that rig rolled in with her, and he showed up to claim he'd come today for negotiations, and, up to now, he'd been grabbing this gentleman's supplies in the city. But can they keep that deal going even further? He was already plotting to open a shop in the next city. His stuff is so popular that the moment he puts it on the shelf, it sells out instantly. MC leaned in and said, "By the way, we've got new products. Want to take a look?" And without a second thought, he agreed with a bright smile, and told them he'd pay a price higher than what he'd bought it for. So, just like last time, since he crunched the numbers, grabbed a wholesale stash of several dozen items, and wondered, could he squeeze the price down a little? He mulled it over, nodded to himself, then leaned in and said, "Sure, but I've got a condition." He'll spill the details about this store and hype it up. Does that sound good to you? He's thinking, if this is his shot, they said the shop would snag ads in another city, and honestly, this place is packed with regulars because adventurers of every rank keep rolling in. This was the perfect chance to blast the store's fame. He agreed to the condition, and she said it means they've got an agreement, and she's praying their future cooperation finally goes smoothly. Then he asked what rank of good. Rig weighed what he'd need to prep, then said, "High-rank adventurers actually swing by his shop, so why not make gear from Deary and Mithril steel?" He asked straight up what it would cost. Once everything's set, can they even reach a deal? It all comes down to the exact item, so he nodded, then said Alma would take care of it. He's about to hand over the buying here in this city to her, and she lights up with a happy yes, that she was really banking on a killer discount. Alicia shot her a look, and, with a scowl on her face, she decided just how rude this whole act was. And yep, the nerve of it too. Then both of them started. He inspected his products, and, like always, praised the quality as top-notch, though nearly everything else. Everything was already gone, sold out to the last spot. Today, he'd finally snag what he wanted and walk away with 5 pieces. He shot them a quick thank you, spun around, and asked, "So how am I supposed to run the store custom or?" "So, regular sword orders and deliveries are one thing, but real sword making is another, right?" Fake agreed, and he started laying out how forges could be split into 2 main types. The first guy churns out regular swords and lines them up in the window, and the second only takes custom jobs. Once an order lands, production kicks off right away, and that's how those blacksmithing is hard grind. And yeah, custom orders can pay way more since they're pricier, but you only unlock that once you've earned real fame as a blacksmith. He's still a long shot away from that, and with a thoughtful nod he admits, "For now, I'm building my name both ways. If custom orders keep climbing, then I'll probably stop producing." Riggs nodded at the regular swords part and said he understood, because if that was the deal, then Riggs wouldn't be able to buy from him anymore either. Yeah, the thought of that kind of payoff thrilled him, but it was still a long way off. Alma snapped that they had to grab more supplies before any of this went down. Then he said, "If you need magical iron, just send it my way and I'll forward it to you," he said. "If anything like Dirian Mithril steel or stronger shows up, just keep me posted." Then he burst into a laugh and promised, Don't worry, I can get it for you, because, hey, hi, great iron, just like Dirian, Mithril, and Iria, almost never shows up on the open market. She snagged him over, cut the small talk, and asked straight up if she could deliver 5 swords and 10 knives next week. He nodded, and she beamed as she thanked him. They bolted out of the store, waved goodbye, and Alicia lit up, saying it was amazing he'd gotten the order. Yeah, it was going to be tough, but he had to go for it. He nodded and promised that if they truly thought. They stared into the future and realized their bond with him could make or break everything. Later on, they shut the shop down for good and started tallying every last coin of profit. And she said the beginning was straight up perfect. They breezed right past the 1,000,000 mark with ease. She was over the moon about it, snapped that these figures wouldn't embarrass even Mr. Gorel, and then she burst out laughing, and he basically told him, "Yeah, this is exactly what I figured you'd do." But the real question was brutal. Would this keep going, or would tomorrow show up and nobody come at all? She swore everything would work out. Word would spread like wildfire, and customers would storm back, no doubt about it, she truly believed. They bought into it for good, but if that store's fame exploded later, they might drown in demand with the same tired staff they have right now. He burst out laughing, saying it was all too much, and she shot back that they needed to start hiring employees because she refused to waste his time on customer service and wanted him to pour all his energy into creating. She turned back to the workshop's work, and he couldn't miss it. If the sales kept climbing, she'd start hiring people herself. He pushed, "Can you really handle all that?" She nodded and said, "That's my job. As an aristocrat's wife, I run the house." House, Leffy nodded and agreed, then flashed that self-assured smile and told him he didn't need to worry about the little stuff while she handled every servant, every task, and the whole house prep when the guests came. He locked in, hammered out the pact he agreed to with a grin, saying it would help him a ton. Then he pushed on, ready to move next. She burst into laughter, then immediately hurried off to whip up a fresh batch of goods, wishing him good luck as she went. He bet his luck on it, telling her that once that happened, she'd handle dinner. He burst into the forge, heart pounding, and when Bastel said what he could, fear hit him like a wall. Mac blinked, and suddenly it was obvious. Everything was actually going great, and he wasn't terrible after all. Mac just nodded in a confused, "Wait, really?" kind of voice, and he basically blurted, "I don't want to be cursed," like it was the one thing he couldn't risk. Then he insisted he'd already wiped his existence clean from everyone's memory, and he said with a stone-cold serious face, he muttered that he'd finally heard the dragon was showing up, and he could already picture the chance to get his hands on high-ranking magical iron someday. So he started making his list. Listen, he needs to stare at that magical iron way closer because his hands are finally landing in the right spot. He inspected the ore and asked, should he stare at that magical iron even closer? He already seemed to be studying it, so what now? He started to think about. He lived by a simple truth his adoptive father loved to say, learning happens by watching, not by lectures. He was convinced that only the skills he learned by watching could truly become his own, yet he didn't know. So, he wondered if this was really the right way to teach, but this was how he was raised. Then he noticed Bastel was gone. He fired back, asking if it was all some cruel act, like he only showed up to mock him, and he figured, yeah, there was no way he was about to tell Alicia about it. Maybe he should ask LeFay first, but she'd probably tell him he's just hallucinating. After getting crushed by overwork, he finally pushed into a new room and demanded where Alicia was, right as she froze mid-step. While she washed the dishes, she spun to him and said she was headed to the bathroom. Just as he joked, it was perfect timing because he badly needed. He had to talk to her right then. She demanded to know what he wanted to say, and Fake shot back that only this could stay a secret. Had she? One night, out of nowhere, she caught weird noises spilling from the forge, and when she didn't get what he meant, she demanded answers and asked him. He tried to explain what he meant, saying it felt like someone smashing a hammer into magical iron. She mulled it over, then shot back. "Oh, and Capri already told me he'd said this." She double-checked, but nobody had heard a peep, and he muttered with a tense, worried stare, like that one sentence didn't sit right. What did it even mean? Because there was no way only he could have heard it. She heard it and immediately started worrying, then blurted, "Are you okay? Did something happen?" And he answered with a serious look on his face. Turns out the blacksmith Bastel's evil spirit is lurking in this very house, and it's him who forged. He keeps those sounds coming all day, then watches that guy non-stop 24 hours straight, clocking every move, judging whether he's worthy to run this store. She started rubbing his shoulders and told him today had crushed her too, then urged him to hit the bed right now. He snapped loudly for her to wait, but she said that since he couldn't sleep, if she ever fell asleep, she'd lull him with a sweet song. Then he spun to her and blurted, "I'm real. I swear I saw him last night, and I talked to him face to face." Leffy's worry exploded into full panic, and he blurted that he couldn't do it. He had to get back to the real world, and he sounded totally stunned as he started saying he was actually, if his blacksmithing skills don't hit the exact level he wants, he vows he'll lay a curse on him. She snatched a frying pan and roared, demanding to know who that freak was. Who in the world dared turn the master into this wreck? He yanked her in by the shoulders and demanded she calm down and trust him. She finally steadied her breathing, and he said that it looked like he'd be battering the walls non-stop, hammering away until the whole house finally pushed him out, though the rumor too. And yeah, it was true, she told me. I understand. Then I realized the spirit was the whole reason every one of those past people fell into. Blacksmith, so tell me, is the master in danger right now? The protagonist shot back and said, "Nah, everything's fine, for now," like he was trying to convince everyone, including himself. He was just poking around, but it looks like he's only targeting himself. Still, I don't trust him for a second, so he blurted it out to her just in case, and she nodded, a little confused, but said she understood and would keep her guard up. If things turned dangerous, he had to tell her right away, and she'd protect both of them, even up to the cost of her own life. So he said it was still better not to tell Alicia, and Leffy nodded, swearing that then she'd finally stop disappearing on him altogether. Together, he snapped that he wouldn't be able to focus on forging, and even getting to the shop would be a struggle. If that's the case, he'd have no choice but to walk away from this shop, and that would crush Alicia, because everything was going perfectly today, like he'd already made his decision. He chose to bide his time for now because no matter what, Bastel's mission is simple: make sure his skills are strong enough to earn full trust with this kind of responsibility. Shop. So he just needs to earn the legendary blacksmith's respect. She nodded and swore she'd be waiting, burning with impatience. MC shot back that she wasn't scared of ghosts in the slightest, and she even added that she hadn't seen him with her own eyes. She blurts out an apology, but her doubts still cling to her. He laughs and tells her it looks like she has no cracks in her armor at all, and she answers with a tiny, guarded smile. So yeah, he smiled, because there's no such thing as a perfect maid, and when she smiled back, he told her he could finally count on her, but then she glanced aside and added, "Oh, and one more thing." The mistress was about to step out of the bathroom and he needed to run. She had to get ready to help her with her hair, and he couldn't be late, he agreed, then thanked her for listening. She sprinted for the exit, then a spider came barreling in, panicking so hard it shrieked at the top of its lungs. Fear surged through him as he pulled it into a tight hug, then he gasped. He called her in shock and blurted out, "What happened?" She blurted out an apology and Alicia caught it. Still shocked, she just went on from there Then, with her eyes wide in shock, she demanded, "What are you doing here?" And she kicked the conversation off like it was about to explode. With a terrified tremble creeping through him, he shot a tense look at me and blurted out that the bond between the worker and the owner, she was certain she'd read about it in a book, and then Leafy snapped her attention back and turned. He apologized to her, blurted out that it wasn't true, and because she couldn't help it, she startled and freaked out on the spot. She understood. She stood there completely wrong, terrified of insects, until she finally steadied herself, then leaned in and asked, "What about the one on your shoulder now?" Then she froze in pure confusion, because what she saw was a spider on her shoulder, and she let out a full-on scream, screeched in pure terror, then dropped hard to the ground, her face suddenly. All of a sudden, the vibe went ice cold and she got dead serious. She called Mr. Fake and asked, "What is it?" If he needs anything, she'll drop everything for him, she said that. Turns out she's got unexpected weak spots, and when he heard that, he burst out laughing and shot back. "So, is that all?" she asked, then admitted her likes and dislikes are seriously strong, and with that they kept going. She kept pushing the argument until she finally sobbed out, called the mistress, and begged, "Can I stop this pointless thing?" Useless talk be damned. They kept arguing anyway, and with tears streaming down her face, she finally said her image of then that cold-blooded, flawless maid's world crumbled, like everything shattered into pieces, and after a while, the two of them finally sank into bed together, and he admitted he was sorry for crashing in the store again. Then today they sold way more than he ever expected, so he got stuck working late, cranking out extra items until the job was done. Then Belisha reassured him that everything was fine, and you could tell he'd crushed it. "So yeah, about what Ivis and the others were blabbing about?" he asked. "Wait, is she talking about the horn dragon?" And she nodded, saying, "Yep, I asked at the mansion. Father already gave the order." They're whispering that an S-rank adventurer is about to arrive, and he told me, got it. If it's truly S-rank, then they'll come fetch me. She finally cooled off and nodded, saying if everything went their way and they managed to beat him, at least it would look exactly like one of those situations where every adventurer gets dragged into the fight. She said yes, and then he leaned in like, so what kind of person is this adventurer gonna become? When usual was an even period in each and dead. After what felt like forever, Luna, the coachwoman, finally called out to Mrs. Birdie and announced, we've arrived in this area, where everyone swore they'd seen the dragon's horn. She was sitting, sinking into the carriage seat, eating without a care. She suddenly turned her head to look. He shot her a sharp, displeased look, and she stayed ice calm as she asked. He told her to loosen up and promised everything would be okay. There was no need to be that scared, not when she could just. Because of that monster, she admitted she wasn't scared of the dragon at all. She was terrified of what her own hunger would make her do, and she swore that for an adventurer, your body is everything. Before the fight, you've got to fuel up, she blurted, shocked at herself, because she'd totally stuffed herself, and now she was staring down the terrifying question, could she even move once the battle started? Where'd all that mountain of food disappear to? Did her stomach just store it like a database? She pressed 2 fingers to her mouth and asked, do you want her to bring it back? And the thought made her cringe. And Birdie bragged that she used to be a total champion eater, like her stomach was an entire universe. Then Luna snapped, stop talking. She chatted for a moment, then said it was time to go, leaving a container of food behind in the... As the cart rolled in, she jumped out and told her to stay put. If that horn dragon showed up out of nowhere, she was to bolt and run for her life. She stared at her with worry in her eyes and asked, are you sure everything will be okay? Then she answered, calm as anything. If anything happens, I'll run away. To use the cart as bait. Maybe right now is their shot to grab the moment and run, and leave her stuck here instead. Birdie said it was just a joke around here, because monsters are everywhere, so she couldn't afford to relax, she agreed, shot back that everything would be fine, and reminded everyone she was only a B-rank adventurer after all. She laughed, told her it sounded solid, then marched straight to the spot where the monster she needed was last spotted, thinking she'd picked up a guild quest. Arrived at Barnistow's domain. But today, she wasn't about to pick a fight. She didn't waste a second. She stared straight at the monster first, a dragon that looked carved from stone. I can't stop wondering, how brutal is it really? And can she slice through it with that sword without getting overwhelmed? She kept trudging along the rocky shore and then, right there, she spotted something that stopped her cold. He spotted a huge pile of stones. Then, right when he did, a wolf burst out of the shadows, came barreling out from the bushes beside her, and strode straight toward that pile of stone. A whole pile of stone sat there, and then, boom, those rocks revealed themselves as a dragon, which lashed its tail like a weapon, striking the wolf with a brutal wave of force. Stunned by what just happened, he realized somehow, it all led to exactly that fact. It slipped into a perfect disguise as a chunk of stone, and then the monster erupted upright to its full, towering height. And she snapped into shock when she saw the horn getting dragged away. The dragon snapped up the wolf in a blink. It had just struck down its prey and stared at what it did. He stared right at her, then Birdie snatched her sword instantly. He raised the sword and insisted it was probably not a stone at all. But that whole rock trick she had never seen before? I'm freaking out. Could these monsters actually disguise themselves like that? Or is monster research about to reveal something even worse? Will that research lab really pay top dollar for information like this? With that money in hand, she could stuff herself to the limit. Right as the monster lunged, ready to ruin everything. It lunged to smash her with its head, but she snapped aside at the last second and dodged clean. She launched straight at the dragon, swung her sword, and the impact rang out like thunder loud. She snapped out loud that it wasn't going to twitch like that. She'd handle it. It struck with a flash, and still, it couldn't cut through the monster's rock-hard hide, leaving the attacker staring in shock. What the hell is that? Not even a Beria sword can slice it, and that skin is painfully, shockingly hard. It's brutal. This isn't just stone you're looking at. It's like its whole body is forged from magical iron. And the horn dragon lets out a terrifying roar, and she screamed so loud it shook the air, thinking, if this blade can't handle that, then she'd have to draw a blade made of Iria. Right as the monster lunged at her with its, she slashed again with her claws, and, somehow, she dodged once more, and she unleashed the lightning arrow spell, then slammed her magic into it, but none of that even fazed the dragon. She stared him down like, "Wait, I've got to," and then her thoughts cut off. She dreamed of stopping him cold, of paralyzing him in place, and she moved so fast he barely had time to blink. But those attacks wouldn't finish him. This looked like it was going to drag into a brutal, endless brawl, and even imagining it made her stomach drop. Starving. She'd been hungry for days, but today she didn't come for herself, she came for her reconnaissance. She had to lock in on gathering every detail, because later she'd crush him for real, and that meant figuring out how to use it. She grabbed the sword from Iria, yanked it free, and sprinted straight up to the monster smashed in with a brutal strike, and it still barely kept up, until it delivered a monster-level hit that left everything hanging but was yanked back so hard she staggered, eyes wide, like, wait, did he just? He threw up a wall of magic at the last second, and smothered the blow before it could land. If the blade splits, what happens next? Even right. The blade simply wouldn't pierce it. Then, Birdie started running too, because all she could do was sprint, and she saw the monster looming ahead, charged after her and blared it at the top of his lungs, that she couldn't stop herself from leaning just a little more in her. Her stomach revolted. She couldn't take it, and she sprinted too. Luna looked up, and there it was, a dragon lunging after her, and fear slammed into her so hard she couldn't breathe. He shouted to her with full force, "Wait, that's a horn dragon, right?" She sprinted up to her and blurted, "It's latched onto you like it knows you." To her. She had to grab the cart and drive, or else they'd would all die. She shoved the horses forward, begging them to move faster, but they wouldn't. They shrieked at the top of their lungs, and she snapped to attention right away, realizing that they were terrified, so she clocked it, snatched her sword, and swore she'd keep him at bay. And while all that chaos was swirling, she had to wrestle the cart herself. Then she turned and told it where to go. She directed. She poured her energy into her blade, then shouted that he had to grab everything he had, and she sprinted straight at the monster and drove in a blow fast, and landed a brutal, bone-rattling hit to its body right after that. Right after that, she unleashed a surge of magic and shouted loud, then struck. She blared so hard it was basically nearly half of her entire magical power. It looked like the dragon was paralyzed by her, and that crushing moment hit hard enough to show. Her magic finally settled down. She stepped closer and told them it had calmed at last. But this was barely going to last a few minutes. There was no way he was going to finish it off right now. Now, she snatched a fallen shard of the monster's scale, burst into laughter, and told everyone she had some info to share, before the story went further. Once Luna was done prepping, she called out, "It's all set!" Then she waved to the monster like she'd just turned the plan into action. She shot him a serious look and promised she'd come back once she was fully ready. She figured it still had a ton of fight left in it, and killing it now felt totally out of the question. Now she snapped that beating it was a nightmare, because the sword she had in her hands just wasn't enough, and dread started clawing at her. Birdie glanced at the scale they just handed her and asked, "Can we use the dragon hornstone to forge a weapon?" Then she added she'd brought Isria too, maybe this time. Maybe she should head back to the royal capital and have a blacksmith forge it, she asked, clearly uneasy about it, because that would take forever. Right, so she nodded and said it would take about a month, because even as an S-rank adventurer, getting it done in less than a month just wasn't going to happen. Even so, that's still not the end. Right now, only a handful of blacksmiths can forge an area sword, and that's just the start. That enchantment's so tangled and brutal that people don't use swords like that unless they absolutely have to. Most of the time she's swinging a Berea sword, and blacksmiths strong enough to forge that kind of metal are only in the capital. And yeah, there's a waiting list a full year long, so forging a weapon from Esrayao drags on even further. The metal is insanely rare, which means only a handful of blacksmiths have ever touched it, and that number is tiny across the whole land. The whole country's flooded with orders, and she's left standing there like, "What am I even supposed to do now?" Luna snaps her gaze to the side and says, "Looks like you'll have to forfeit the new sword. Any second now, that horn dragon could go on a rampage." Birdie then asks, with a tiny smile she asks, and I swear I can't stop wondering, will she actually tell the horn dragon everything, or will it all leave him waiting? Maybe she can slip him a hint something. He said, "Yeah, just wait a bit. Let them finish preparing the sword so they can kill me." And she slumped out in a tired voice that if she pulled it off, she could try. First, they had to talk to the local lord, so she did. Then she remembered something that snagged her attention like a hook and cloth. People said a top-notch blacksmith had just shown up at the Barneso house. She pressed her questions. Who was he? With her eyes on the road ahead, she said she'd heard his rise didn't stop there. He'd even become the groom of the family's daughter. Turns out the Barnaso family are blacksmiths, so there's this tradition that one of them marries a fellow smith. Birdie tilted her head, eyes thoughtful. She couldn't help wondering just how skilled is this groom. If he could handle Iria or Isria metal, people would have been whispering about him already, but she'd never so much as heard his name. Luna told him, "Maybe you can still help. First we should go into the city." She said yes, with a bright smile, and then gushed that we'd totally score a tasty meal and see him there too. "I can't wait to find out what the food's like." She was already counting down, and then she called him again with a tiny, annoyed edge. Then she said she'd changed her goal again, and after the store opened, the protagonist figured several days had somehow slipped by because he had already. "I've gotten so used to the daily grind that even my prep runs smoothly, with nothing getting dragged or wasted." Time slipped away, but somehow he still squeezed in blacksmithing in the workshop behind the shop. Then Birdie stepped into his store. He started scanning the place, clocked the clues, and blurted that it had to be the very same blacksmith workshop. Then he greeted her. She asked him if he was the owner of the place, and he said yes. Then he caught it instantly. She felt strong, like there was power in her, way too different from any normal adventurer. She asked him straight up if he'd forged all these swords, and when he nodded, she said that meant. Turns out, he really was the fiancé of the local lord's daughter, and the shock hit him so hard he just blurted out, "Wait?" and asked. She asked if she already knew about it, and when she nodded, she added that his skill was even stronger than she'd ever imagined. Where did he even forge his craft as a blacksmith before this? Back when he was good enough to work without breaking a sweat even in the capital, so why wasn't he ever invited to the royal palace? I couldn't shake the feeling she was sizing him up, like she was checking his skill, because she looked like the kind of tough adventurer who'd steamroll anyone. Adventurer. He leaned in and told me he used to be a blacksmith for a neighboring kingdom's court, hammering out enchanted blades and keeping every weapon sharp, powered, and ready for war. It clicked in her head instantly. Now she finally understood why she'd never once heard his name before, because she never even dared to imagine it. Then she shot her hand out to him, and his eyes snapped to the rice sitting on her palm, and Birdie noticed it too, staring right at it. She stared in disbelief, blurted out an apology for her rude behavior, and she started shaking his palm hard, introducing herself with a bright smile, and said it was great to meet him because she was hunting a blacksmith who could forge a soul. She grabbed her sword and darted from workshop to workshop, checking everything, and when the mech finally reached out and shook her hand, her stomach growled loud enough to give her away. She bolted for the exit and promised they'd hammer out the details later because she still had second breakfast to burn and she had to run. His head spun from what he just heard, and then Alicia rushed up to him. He asked if he knew that girl, and when she turned to him, he shook his head and swore he'd never seen her a day in his life. She just stared and said with a sour tone like she couldn't believe everyone was actually warming up to him. And then she tried to act all pleased, like that didn't bother her, only to trail off a little too quickly. Conflicting emotions crashed in his chest. He denied it in a shaky, confused voice, and she shot back that he got along just fine with Alma. He shot that down fast and made it crystal clear it wasn't him at all. It was her constantly hounding him. She pulled him into a tight hug, then snapped, "Idiot," like it personally offended her. While the knights and Leffy beamed at them, Evis burst into the store. He called the two of them over at the store and wished them a bright, cheerful good morning. He locked eyes with him, spotted two more people show up, and shot the question, Did he bring someone new? He lit up with a grin and said they were brand new adventures. Then the two of them started to dig in and examine everything. He stared at the weapons with pure awe, flashed a fake smile, and swore they were basically clones of. He leaned in and promised they could grab anything they wanted, because if they'd just become adventurers, those swords would have been theirs. He told himself to be the best, then stared down their gear swords and knives forged from Afraya, and figured, from the way they were kitted out, that this was exactly how good they were. He spun around, waved him over, and told him how much he appreciated him for getting them back to him. "Iva," he said, "no thanks. The guild needed him, so they put him in charge, because they were barely starting out and had no clue what they were doing yet. So he put them through their paces, and then they demanded he show them a top-notch weapon shop if he knew one." He nodded like, "Yeah, that makes total sense." As expected from him, right? If the guild handed him assignments like that, it meant they trusted him, so he let out a laugh and they practically said they respected his seriousness. Plus he'd landed a solid part-time job, so when he told them that, it sounded a little mercenary even to him. Then he stopped, remembered something, and said, "Oh, by the way, yesterday, a rare monster pounced on them. Tiny monkey-looking but seriously dangerous. He sounded worried and called it a Durank monster, then admitted it was tough, and when asked if they could handle it, he nodded and stared off like he couldn't stop wondering why that monster showed up. He ended up in a place like that. Fake even throughout that the ecosystem might have shifted because of the horn dragon, and he was just getting started. He stared at the shock and asked, "Did it really cause something like this?" And when he nodded, he snapped. Maybe the monsters that never come to the city are finally slipping in. He figured it was an ecosystem shift because every region runs by its own rules. And when one kind of monster multiplies out of control, adventurers are sent in to wipe them out and keep everything balanced, with the guild watching the whole system. Monster extermination gets handled by adventurers on quests, he begged to know. But there's an S-rank adventurer already racing here, so can he really stop and finish? To wrap this monster up fast, Iva snapped that the adventurer was already here, then warned, with dread in her voice, that this one is brutally strong. Monster, yeah, her hits just won't break through it at all. People swear this dragon can be felled with a few blasts of brutal magic, but he can't do it solo in time, so now it's simple. Either forge a stronger sword so their attacks, blasts can punch straight through, or he can round up a band of adventurers and stall for time while he stacks magic. But almost nobody volunteers against something like that monster, because even an S-ranker can barely hold their ground, so that means. Alicia shot a worried look and said nobody wants a job like that. Plus, this town barely ever sees high-ranked adventurers, since the nearest dungeon is low-level, so the place mostly draws fresh newbies. Often, the protagonist blurted it out with worry in his eyes like, is it even possible to forge a stronger sword this fast? Eva blurts that they need a great blacksmith nearby right now. And you should point him out, he starts to say, with us? With a slightly worried look. He can't shake the thought of whether his weapon will even fit an adventurer like them, or if he'll be able to meet the expectations, and then he blurts out, "What is? What is he even talking about? Sure, his blades are razor sharp, but he needs to trust himself more than that." Then the young adventurers call him over and tell him they want his sword, and this dagger is so light he'll. Man, everything here is so wild I can barely choose what to say. Then Mac looks them dead in the eyes and asks if they're coming with them for the quest today, and when they confirm, he fires back. Great, then we're doing it. Do it. Send them on that quest with the chosen sword. If it doesn't fit, they can come back and swap it out, and if everything's perfect, they keep it. Still, he figured the real answer only comes when the blade's tested in battle. They were shocked by it, and he shot back that this was a special case, because after all, they were his students, and they thanked him. He thanked him, forked over the cash for the weapon, then promised they'd be back if anything happened. Alicia called him impressed. "You're really sure?" And he nodded, certain. He nodded and swore the enchantment wouldn't snap all at once. Sure, the magic might fade bit by bit, but the sword itself would never burst into flames. And once the break hits, he can fix it all over again. No limits. Plus, if they want new adventures like this, they can always swing back to this shop once they're stronger, then maybe, just maybe, they'll. She beamed and said they could even commission swords from better iron or have custom weapons forged. Because these newcomers looked so sincere, she just had to back them up, and he nodded like, "Yeah, totally," and that's when he said that he only hoped they wouldn't start messing around recklessly like Iva's. She burst out laughing and said his face looked totally different now. He stared at his kids like a father would, and with a slightly pensive look on his face, he wondered if he'd ever have. They both went red-faced, and he mumbled, totally baffled, that he didn't mean anything by it. Strange. She grabbed his attention and asked how many kids he wanted, and he instantly felt awkward, then stumbled through a confused answer. "Maybe 2. She finally got him, and with a tiny smile she said, "All right, then I'll have to try." He nodded along, and she burst into laughter, saying their kids sounded absolutely amazing. They figured this was a promise. One day, they'd be parents too, but right now, it felt almost impossible to picture. After a while, Leafy snapped into action and claimed a message. Just came in from the mansion, so that S-rank mission is going to camp out here tonight. He spun. He leaned in and asked if it was really true, and she admitted it felt like she was dying to meet him too, so that's. At dinner in the mansion, Mr. Goral was set to show up, and he was ordered to start preparing right away, because that adventurer wanted him to forge a sword meant to slay the horned dragon, and after thinking it over, he asked, "So that adventurer's sword can't cut through scales, right?" She said, "Yeah, probably. No details, just that." At dinner he'd be acting, playing the lady's fiancé. He heard her request and nodded. Then his nerves hit hard, and he started thinking, Alicia already grilled me on a few things during our free time. If they just kept talking, there shouldn't be any. Problems piled up. Then, just a little later, they finally rolled up to the mansion, and Birdie spotted them. He stared at them and said, "We haven't seen each other since this morning." He blurted her name like he'd just been stunned, and she nodded back, saying they should really spend time getting to know each other. Plus, he shouldn't act so stiff because she's just an adventurer. With his nerves on fire, he kept asking himself how he should act, aristocrat or client, until the moment hit. Right now, he wasn't either. He was her fiancé, and she said. He smiled and told him to keep it simpler, because that way they could actually talk everything through, and told her it was good to meet her again. She smiled and agreed, but he couldn't stop thinking that he still didn't quite believe she was that S-rank adventurer. This morning, she decided to put his skills on the line. Then Goral called her up and said, first things first. He was genuinely grateful she took on the task, and she brushed it off like it was nothing, then admitted she wasn't very educated, struggled with polite words, and kept apologizing for it. He said adventurers don't need manners at all. What matters is she rips the dragon's horn to pieces. Before they dig in, eat first, because that food will turn cold fast, and she couldn't stop smiling. The protagonist felt it too. The antagonist stared at her and thought, she's got a real thing for eating. Then he snapped back to the memory of meeting her that morning and turned to, and he said, I heard she's been eating up great, so he'd stack the food even higher. She could gorge on it as much as she wanted. She said other aristocrats constantly snapped at her for it, and this was the first time she'd ever seen something like it. An understanding aristocrat, he even asked if he really didn't look like one. She smiled bright as she ate and told him, no way, it was even better that way. Talk to him felt effortless. Then he said, he told them to drop the formalities and just dig in while they talked about the dragon's horn. Then he smirked at him like, yeah, he'd even factored in that he didn't know every etiquette rule. That's so crazy nice. Birdie finally stops eating, calls him over, and gets straight to the point. She's got a request, and she wants him. So he demanded it. Make her a brand new sword, because she just tried to take down that monster, and its hide was rock hard, and her current blade couldn't cut it. He finally got where she was coming from, nodded, and said forging a new sword wouldn't be an issue, until he admitted he only had magical iron up to Saria's level, and anything beyond that was going to be a nightmare. You can score it from Rhea metal, but it won't come fast, she said in that calm voice. Everything's fine. She dragged Esrea into it and demanded he work with it. Everyone was stunned, and he tried to say it was. It was an insanely rare material, and she warned him that to make it work, he'd have to add horn dragon scales too. Then he blinked in total shock. She burst out laughing and told him she doesn't just come on command, and he realized processing Esrea was going to be. This is brutal. Almost nobody on Earth can pull it off. And if we're being real, he's got zero confidence. Confident in his skills, he stood there while she stabbed the air with a fork, and after seeing his swords, she said she had to address him. Then he agreed. He stared at that order like it didn't make sense, then shot back. I've never worked with Ezraiya, so I can't promise anything. She promised she'd make the sword she needed, and in a calm voice, she said she knew he'd figure it out somehow. He was still standing there. He couldn't shake the nerves, so he blurted, if I fail, can we still beat the dragon? All he'd ever handled was Iria, so when nobody knew when that dragon would finally show up, could he honestly take on something like that? He'd never even laid eyes on an Estria blade, and he'd never built anything from scratch without someone showing him first, so the whole idea felt impossible to start. And she just spoke calmly like it was no big deal. Yeah, maybe that was true, but he could still handle it. Still, worry punched through his voice as he told her, don't say that, please. She didn't say it for nothing. She'd already walked the whole city, like it was nothing. And he decided he was the best blacksmith in this whole place, so she begged him to at least. Goral snapped him over, told him to give it a shot, and said he'd just be expanding his own. His choices shrank to nothing. There are almost no blacksmiths who can forge for Ezra, and right now, they're only found in the capital. Even if you begged them for an order, you'd be stuck waiting, because they were buried under other jobs, like real court blacksmiths. They forge weapons for the state, so not even the Duke could bully them into rushing. If luck was on your side, it still wouldn't land for about a month, considering. During the travel time, the Lord straight up asked, can I start right now? And when he got the green light, he fired back with a bold, all right. He said that meant they had a new option. Otherwise, they'd all be forced to team up and go hunt the dragon together. If he failed, it would drag them into a bloodbath with casualties everywhere, but if he pulled it off, she could take down the dragon by herself. Birdie basically told him, try all you want, fail all you want, and nothing can get worse. He nodded right away and promised they'd prepare too, just in case. Then both peppered him with questions, and Alicia slid a hand onto his shoulder to steady him. With a hard, determined stare, he nodded and promised he'd forge the finest sword, because if he wanted to be the greatest blacksmith in the world, then he was going to go all in. He threw himself into it, dead set on winning, then admitted he couldn't rush it, because he needed time to experiment and find the right way. She grinned and promised she'd wait as long as it took, and he froze. "You sure?" When she said she'd asked the horn dragon to hold off. He grinned and said, in that same breath, that she should tell him to not go down to the city. She agreed. Then Alicia called her and asked if there was a sword from Esra. Birdie leaned in like, "Yeah, I can handle it," then grinned and admitted she's actually an S rank, swearing she trusts his blade work, so she told him to let her take the lead and crush that monster. She finally eased up, nodded along, and with a bright smile she called him over, then asked, "Wait, were you really born a commoner? Or was he a nobleman? And just how far had they really gone between them?" The questions hit like a slap, and they could barely breathe from embarrassment. Fake leaned in and asked if they were done with the dragon talk yet, and she snapped back loud and proud that they'd already covered it. Then he would. He'd forge the sword, and she'd use it to end it. No drama, just fate. So after that, they could finally talk like normal people. He was stunned by her logic, said he was a commoner, and then married her and walked into the... She stepped into the family, paused like she was weighing every thought, and said she was sure. So that's why he didn't carry himself like some aristocrat, and he couldn't help asking, a little worried, "Wait, is that really true?" "True," she nodded with a bright smile, saying he was really putting in the effort. And honestly, it was kinda sweet. He couldn't help but think she seemed to say it without any malice, but it still felt off. Alicia said that he'd only just started learning how to act like a proper nobleman, and in his head, he was convinced he'd fooled everyone. He was trying to look the part, but somehow a commoner still slipped through, like he had to push even harder to fully fake it. Harder, she leaned in with bright eyes. "So how far have the two of you come?" That question hooked Goral too, and he pressed, "What about you?" Asked what kind of question that was. "They're just an ordinary couple." Birdie understood him, spun around, and fired back with a question. He tested his skills as a blacksmith, bragging that he was the best around, an outright standout. She kept chewing and fired off the question. Were the Barnistow family tied to blacksmithing? And he nodded, agreeing. They said it started as a blacksmith's line, then these guys fought their way through war, earned nobility, and rose higher than anyone expected. He called out to her and said, "Wait, one last request," then demanded she leave the dragon's horn exactly as it was, because it was meant to stir something, disturbing the residents. So, if she could, she'd smash it the moment she got the chance, and yeah, he'd already told the other blacksmiths too, including himself. She could order weapons way beyond just him, and with a satisfied look on her face, she nodded and said she promised she'd factor it in when she started prepping. "And hey, real quick, does he really have a forge in that mansion? Will you finally get to see it?" He nodded and said, "Yeah, then we go right now." They sprinted to the forge and she spun around, eyes wide, and gasped. "There's so much here. Did you make all of this?" she asked. "Is this Freya for this metal? Because it's insanely high level?" And then she grabbed one of the swords. And he said it was unbelievable, like he was squeezing every last drop of power from the material, and she couldn't believe her eyes, because she'd never seen anything like it. He felt relieved to hear that, and then she said, and she straight up said, "If you can do something like that, then I'm handing the new sword to you, no question." He swung his sword around and demanded answers. Didn't he learn blacksmithing from his father, or was he hiding as some legendary master? He shut the claim down and swore he was nothing more than a simple village blacksmith. And back then, he had no clue where he even learned it. He couldn't make heads or tails of it yet, and not a soul in the village got it either, so everyone shrugged and decided he was just plain ordinary. She told me that made sense, but I'm not gonna lie, I was shocked, because maybe he was just better than the rest. The blacksmiths from the capital had his back, and she reached out, telling him, "Maybe you'll finally make it." Then they clasped hands and sealed it, and she told him straight up, "I'm counting on you. If he went for it, he'd make it." So he nodded, agreed, and admitted he was terrified, but he also knew he couldn't back down. He wanted to give it a shot too. She could count on him. And then she suddenly remembered something and said she didn't think One'sria would. It wasn't enough, so he ordered more Iria, because with the scales it'll forge the perfect sword, and he was stunned. He swallowed that fear, assuming this would be the hardest job of his life, then told himself he could handle it, and the very next day he was. As he strolled down the street, Goral caught up, greeted him, and asked straight up if he was headed there. Then the protagonist turned. He spun toward him, said, "Good morning," nodded along, and told him, "I was just thinking." Then he asked, "Were you thinking about working with Ezraiya? Did he have any ideas?" He apologized and admitted he was still racking his brain, then promised he'd do everything in his power to make it work. He wanted to settle this fast, and he meant it. He was banking on him, so he leaned in and asked, "So how's the store doing?" And he answered, "Everything's going great so far. Familiar adventurers keep showing up, bringing in fresh clients," and he said that's why he's so confident it'll keep going. He trusts her completely. Alicia never gets in his way. Honestly, he'd been terrified she wouldn't handle the store, but then she proved him wrong. She's been crushing it, helping even the toughest customers. With her backing him up, everything runs perfectly. "Perfect," he murmured like he was deep in thought, and it looked like he'd been worrying for nothing because she was already an adult, but he just couldn't stop worrying, and with a tiny smile he admitted that if he ever had a daughter, he'd end up just like this, because one day he's sure he'll get to see his grandchildren. MC felt the embarrassment hit him, then cut in and asked her about his sons, carefully, without spilling details, so he could finally ask, "How are they doing now?" Paul said, "Basically, they're living for pure pleasure," and joked that maybe they'd be the first to hand him some grandkids, then his face flushed with instant embarrassment. He burst out laughing, froze at a loss for words, then leaned in with a serious face and asked, "What's wrong?" because he meant she had no charm, period. But he shot that down and insisted, "No way, she's actually really attractive. Totally attractive. But they're not married yet, and he won't risk a single thing that could stain her name, because he's determined to bring them closer step by step, pushing toward." He leaned into it, flashed back to the past, and said they'd already hashed this out, so honestly, if that was the deal, he wouldn't mind talking about it again. With a little more conversation out of him, he lit up at the positive answer, then said Alicia's brothers are older than he is, and now they're working on part of the estates. You could say he's in an internship as future rulers pretend to listen closely, like they're hanging on his every word. And he said his wife, yeah, the woman who was their stepmother, was also right there with them. So did she really tell him about this? He nodded and said she mentioned it only a bit but never gave any real details. He told her that her biological mother was already gone, that her name was Orlira, and that she was sick and getting treated outside the city. Then he even wrote to her about what they were doing. He smirked and said he'd love to meet her someday, and Goral nodded, answering that she'd want the same thing too. They also wanted to meet him, hit the coast in summer, bask in the sea, and swim to their heart's content, and when he said it sounded perfect, they were all in. Perfect. Once everything finally calms down, they'll absolutely come for it. After a stretch of tense walking, he finally reached the forge, slipped into his work uniform, and got ready to hit the metal. Birdie waved him over and wished him a bright morning, then asked with a grin if he'd already gone hungry. She started work? Good, 'cause she caught him in time. He greeted her with a good morning, and she shoved a box into his hands and said she wanted to hand it to him. So he slammed it onto the table, then tore the cover open with his hands. He cracked it open, and there they were, magic stones glittering inside, and he snatched one up in his palm. And he straight up said it felt like it was breathing, "So tell me, is this thing built to last, or do we need to pierce it?" She nodded and told him that even among the horned dragons, this specimen is pure rarity, and that it's far stronger than anything they've ever seen. These aren't just any monsters. This is the kind of power that forges a sword destined to turn into a national treasure-level weapon. And yup, Iria and Esria are in there too. He stared at it with a tense, tight-lipped look, and she just shoved it into his hands. She shoved another stone into his hands and said, "This is the scale of a horned dragon. Now forge it into the finest sword you've ever made." He nodded in agreement and said the materials were perfect, and suddenly everything was on him. She agreed too. He nodded and promised he could count on him, and then he grinned, like the blacksmith's blood was already boiling, and said, "All right, but first they've gotta..." They had to study everything right then, and they'd talk later, because she was so hooked that she blurted out, "Can I watch you work?" He agreed, then snapped that he'd be swamped and couldn't afford to get sidetracked. She started to say something, but the rest got cut off. A smile lit up her face. She just had to see how he forged it because that sword was hers, and he didn't even object. He grabbed different materials and convinced himself there was no problem with them at all. With Iria, except Esria was nothing like her. Right here, you could practically feel the magic heavy in the air, packed so tight it was almost too much to even breathe. Like, yeah, this little bit had power. Literally crushed his focus. And right beside him she leaned in and said she'd heard they needed a scorching ultra-high temperature to make it work, and the protagonist snapped that the real problem wasn't just the heat. Temperature is everything. Ezria is so delicate that if you heat it too roughly, its full power won't show, and Birdie immediately asked whether he could process it right. He nodded and promised, "I'll make it work somehow. And if it pays off, his skill won't just improve, it'll level up into something brand new." He hits a new level, hungry to try every method he can, and she just laughs, wishing him luck. Then grins and says she can't wait to see how it goes. He nodded, then shot off the question, could he borrow one of her swords? She said sure, and asked if he wanted to customize it for her. He nodded right away, and she shoved her sword into his hands, then grinned and said it was made of birria, so he leaned in and started studying it like it was the rarest treasure. He leaned in, staring like a master at work, convinced this blade was crafted with real care. Then he smiled at the enchantment, simple, gorgeous, and he started to examine it. She studied the spell like it might bite back, then demanded, straight to the point, whether the court blacksmiths forged it. She nodded and said it sure looked like it, and this. She was in the store and grabbed it as a sample, and then he told her that he'd use it as his guide while working with Estria. He knew he couldn't just copy the exact method, so he focused on the real first step, study the ore first, because trying to melt it like any other magical metal wouldn't cut it. They had to nail the perfect smelting heat, so Birdie hung nearby and stared at him, asking if magical iron could truly be resmelted. He nodded, and he claimed you could reuse it. Melt the sword down and forge a new one, and the quality stays locked in, even if you toss in different materials or ranks of iron. The only thing that matters is separating it the right way during smelting. When you could reuse it. Can he forge a blade from magical iron alone? If he truly masters Ezria, he'll fuse in Dragonhorn's scales. She burst into a grin and said, "This is perfect." First, they melt the magical iron and go straight to forging. He nodded, snatched up her sword, and dove headfirst into further study of figuring out the exact length and weight her ideal sword should have. Then she wrapped it up. Max staked 4 units of area, and, just like that, claimed victory over Ezria in one fell swoop. One container, he kicked off with fire magic, convinced he had to melt it first. He shoved his focus back into the work and blurted out that the area melted like it was nothing. But the Ezria still didn't go down easy, didn't melt nothing. The magic glitched and wouldn't work, and he'd never felt anything like this before. This sensation hit him like nothing else. He realized he had to crank his magic up. Then he snapped his hands to his head like it was all about to explode, which made Birdie's stomach drop, and she rushed over to ask if he was okay, only for him to groan, he complained of, with a brutal headache pounding in his skull. He finally admitted that for the first time, even after he cranked up the magical power, nothing happened, no effect, no change, not a single ripple. The sharp pain finally eased up, and he muttered that he'd have to study this iron much more carefully. He flipped the whole idea of magic, then kept hammering away, thinking he had to do more than just boost it. He cast the magic so it burrowed straight through and hit the exact deadly core of the iron. He finally figured out what to do, then it started to melt right in front of him, and he blurted, "It worked. Like a spark of magic found the right way, maybe even those secret paths for spells in Israel. In other metals it shoots straight, or comes out chunky, but in this one, it's razor thin, and it's a total mind bender, like a labyrinth where every turn forces you to thread the needle, with paths twisting up, down, and every which way. Different directions." She stared in shock, and then he blurted that it was seriously complicated. After a bit, he finally said that the Ezria finally melted down, but the 2 different metals were still at odds. Didn't sit right in her head. She stared at what he'd made and snapped. He swore it wasn't visible at all, then threw open the magic windows and muttered, "Ah." If these were other metals, they'd have blended together with zero drama. He stares down the data on the molten iron Ezria, and the readings scream that the Ezria is cleanly split apart. The state is crystal clear, like water and oil tangled together, and Birdie blurts out, "Is it something else?" Ezria was at the center of it. He threw in a fake agreement and insisted the quality was all that good. Had become worse than it was before it melted. Now it has to be hardened again, or else it won't hold, not ever. Restore the quality, then mix it again after that. He ripped the metal free and somehow managed to separate them cleanly. She pulled away from him. Then a short while later her eyes fluttered shut, but right when it felt safe, she woke up. Because he shouted, "Great, now it's merged!" She sprinted to him with a joyful grin on his face. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and laughed, saying it took forever. But yeah, he pulled it off and managed to make the two magical irons fuse together, and the sword's base was finally ready. She leaned in with a curious, excited look and asked, "So what happens next?" He tells them they've got to forge a metal plate, and the stakes suddenly jump through the roof. He dumped the molten iron into a mold, and right when once it hardened, he grabbed a hammer and declared, "All right, now we've gotta." He kept grinding to give it shape, convinced that even with the mix, it's still not perfect. So is he really processing that Isria correction? Because he has no sample, he moves by touch alone, so you've got to do it carefully. He carefully ran the magical processing, boosting the quality to the next level. Then he cracked open the system window. Headache slammed back into his skull, and he blurted that this is packed with a ton of info. You've got to pay attention because you can't afford to miss what's coming next. We have to make a move, push with force, and get things moving. She scooted right beside him and asked how things were going, and he snapped his head toward her and said, "And he told me, don't worry, everything's fine." But then he added, "Just trust me, you'll have to burn twice the effort and twice the time." He keeps snapping to attention, checking the magical data over and over, then fixing every mistake. It usually takes under an hour, but it wasn't like that at all. He kept at it, throwing himself into the work, and by evening, he had carved the sword to perfection, and then he finally let his thoughts drift. She stared at it, thinking it looked almost identical to her sword, like they belonged to the same world. Birdie grinned and asked, "Hey, are you done yet?" You done?" Still, the protagonist shot off an apology and swore he'd poured maximum magical power into the sword. But it's barely distinguishable from made from Beria. It lasted for 2 weeks. Then she stared at it with a puzzled face and grabbed the sword with her hand. He leaned in and told me one wild thing. Magical iron repels itself, and he still never spilled the real perks of Isria. This metal's mixed in all the wrong ways, and it messes with Iria's magic. Use the sword in a fight, and it'll start cracking as time goes on. She got it and asked, "So it's that hard, right?" He nodded and said, "You can't just beat a dragon like that. It has to be remade. It'll take more time." "Can I wait a little?" she asked, and she nodded again. If he ever needed anything, he could just call her. She'd left the forge, and when she was watching, shame crushed him. So he spun toward the sword and he told him he'd have to melt it all down again and start over, because there wasn't a second to waste. He thought he needed a whole new angle of attack. But the harder he tried, the more impossible it felt, like everything was dragging him through pain. Bestel clambered out of the table and waved at him, so fear slammed into him hard. He dated him with a grin. Then the horror hit him hard as he stared back and demanded, "What are you doing here?" He burst into loud laughter, grinning like the world was finally safe again, and blurted out that he was scared at last. Mick thought. He figured he was still worried, so he asked, "Can I come here too?" The guy looked him dead in the eyes and said he was like a forged spirit. He could slip between all the forges in this city. He felt it, like an evil spirit had its claws in the air. With a barely there, joyful smile, he leaned in and said, "So this was actually pretty handy." Yeah, he worked with Ezria, right? After he got a positive answer, he leaned in and asked for advice, because he'd already been through that nightmare himself. He said, with a grim stare, he insisted he'd learned blacksmithing just by watching. No lessons, no teachers, pure observation. He said it felt just like his father-in-law. But before he could think twice, the city was in danger and time was gone. She studied him calmly and asked, "So you already get what Isria is, huh? Because this isn't some material you can just pick up and learn." He nodded, already knowing how fragile it all was, and how seriously you had to handle it. If Bestel said that he'd say it once then, because he'd already said it, he should study the metal even closer. He stared at the sword with a tense, uneasy look and asked, Where else could he possibly look? And what, exactly, was he supposed to search for? He shut his eyes and said, "If I can process it, then maybe the blacksmith standing right beside me can pull it off too." Fake instantly perked up and blurted that the first head of the Banished clan absolutely. Later on, Alicia slid over with a cup of tea and quizzed him, "So, how's the forging going?" He threw out a real apology and admitted, straight from the heart, that everything was falling apart fast. It still needed time, she insisted, telling him not to stress. He'd only just started working with Isria after all, and everything was fine. Then he asked how things were going at the shop. She shrugged it off like nothing was wrong. There were still goods on the shelf, and at this pace they'd easily make it a whole week. He called it good news, and then he even promised the charms too. If anyone placed an order, they'd take it in a heartbeat, because he could handle it, she told him. She knew he'd overdone it before, and she snapped that he just couldn't push himself too hard. She'd break it all down for the customers, then send him out so he could finally focus on the Azraya. And he agreed without hesitation. He nodded and admitted they had no clue when the dragon would finally rip into the city, so they had to scramble right now. She nodded and said they were cheering for him, and then it hit him. He still needed to talk about something. He tossed out a question like, "So, does the first head of the family have anything? Notes, a diary, anything at all? Because come on, he'd been. If he was the king everyone acknowledged, then he probably knew exactly how to handle Azria." So she stared at it for a second and thought, yeah, maybe he really did write it all down. She lit up with a grin and said they had to dive into the archives. He remembered how they drilled the rules of etiquette there, and then she said there were books everywhere, especially the ancient ones. But then she just shrugged, and the details got lost. They're gonna have to hunt for it, but once they start, they'll spot it fast. Every single one of them. Quick together they'll snap this problem shut for the city's sake. And his family, and the only thing she cared about was helping him. He flashed a grateful smile and said he'd been counting on them. Then, just a few days later, he started wondering if he was really able to process the Estria over and over again. But no matter what he tried, he couldn't forge a sword that satisfied him. He threw everything at the problem, yet nothing ever worked. After every try, exhaustion slammed into him so hard his brain felt like it was about to overheat and fry. That's why he can't squeeze in many attempts a day. Because nothing's getting better, not even a little, and this has never happened to him before. Later, he showed up for lunch like nothing happened, and that's when the fear hit. If he keeps acting like this, he's going to let everyone down. Looking drained and on the edge, Alicia's worry hit first. She leaned in and asked, "Are you okay?" before he could even finish. He fought through it, snapped back to reality for a moment, and agreed. Still, she was right there with a wall up and nowhere near done. Still worried, she pressed him and asked if he was finally getting some real rest. He nodded in agreement, and Goro locked eyes with him and fired off a question, asked if it was really that hard. Then he nodded, agreed, and told him that that easy plan he imagined turned into a brutal nightmare. Only after everything started crashing down did he finally realize just how hard processing really was. Birdie quietly waved him down and told him, "You don't need to push yourself like that. Breathe, relax." The protagonist shot his head up and demanded, "So, how's it going watching that dragon?" With a tiny smile, she reassured him that things were okay, for now, and if anything happened, she'd at least keep him detained, so he finally could stop stressing and threw himself into his work. Then he thanked her, dug in for a moment, then bolted out into the corridor, and in the middle of his thoughts, monsters. Everything about it was a gamble. He had zero time to slow down, no second to waste. Walking right beside him, she clocked the tight tension on his face, and the sudden surprise he couldn't hide. He looked totally baffled, and she cut in like, "Ow!" He admitted he was wiped out, and she snapped that she couldn't let him crash like last time. So he didn't have to burn himself out, he insisted. "I'm not overexerting myself." He took a breath, realizing everything had changed, then hugged her back and admitted that before it was nothing but brutal days. But now he was charging straight for his goal, and even the burn in his body felt satisfying, because if he lands it, he's about to hit a whole new level. Yeah, he's terrified, but every time he tries and messes up, he gets pushed even further. She perked up, instantly got what he meant, and told him, "Don't worry, I'll track down the diary you need way faster than you think." He needs to hang back for a moment. Together, they're going to push through, and she's dead sure he's got the talent to win. But if he really needs help, he'll just say it with that little smile. This is already enough. She's already fueling his will, so for her, he'll forge the finest sword he can, and until it's ready, she just needs to wait a little. After a while, they reached the archive and started hunting for the book they needed, only to gasp at how weird the shelves were, because none of it was about blacksmithing at all. Alicia nodded and said, "So what you're looking at, isn't it?" And then she cut off like she was about to say the rest. In the earlier chapters, Leffy and the others collected books as a hobby. Then Leffy called the lady and told her to rest if she needed it, because they'd carry on the search by themselves, and the knights agreed. He agreed with her and snapped that she wasn't resting at all. Everyone's scared for her health, and they won't stop worrying. She snapped that there was no time to waste. kept searching anyway, and pushed through because he was already giving it everything he had. Birdie burst in with a grin, told them she'd come to help, and admitted they hadn't found it yet. So they still haven't found the book they need, huh? She's gonna jump in and help them track it down. She spun around and told her, "I've been fending off that dragon all day, but I'm done. I need to rest." Then she let out a laugh and snapped, "That's nonsense." She was a little hungry, so she adjusted the direction just enough, and with time still on their side, she lowered her. Her head snapped up with a worried look, and she asked, "But the dragon's still coming straight here, right?" Her anxiety spiked because she figured it out, and Alicia said it was crystal clear from her father's behavior, and she even wrestled with whether she should tell him about it. She warned, "The dragon's heading here, and every monster it meets gets crushed along the way because it's here to wipe out the weak, and then, maybe." But her worry kept everything in check, so they should stop drifting and lock in on the job. Then she stepped closer. He slid up to her and said, even with that smile, he'd heard she was the toughest fighter around, so Birdie's face flushed with pure embarrassment, and she snapped. She shouted that it wasn't her image but kept that calm smile anyway, insisting she was eating well every single day, so she was absolutely in top shape. So she shows up to help, and the moment she does, she makes it clear. She wants the best sword he'll forge, no delays, she'll do whatever it takes. She knew if she chased hard enough, they'd uncover this diary, so she sprinted into the search, and right after, she spotted the book and stared at it. And he said it like it was nothing but sparks flying between them, because she loved her fiancé with her whole heart. It was crystal clear she was mortified by what happened to her. He leaned in and demanded what was wrong with her out of nowhere. She just burst into laughter and told him that she admitted she was just a little jealous, then asked if I had anyone. After a moment of thought, I shook my head and said, no, just a flat, final no. Enough to let her live free and gorge on delicious food, because her partner is food too, and Alicia asked, voice slipping into a little shy stutter. She snapped, surprised. You don't have to work? Work is just how you pay for something delicious? Then she grinned and asked, hey, can you eat a dragon? She burst into laughter. Then the thought of Mac hit her, and she realized they'd both been having the time of their lives with what they were doing. Suddenly, her face crumpled into heartbreak. Birdie clocked it instantly and asked, what's wrong? Then she flashed a small smile and said, you're shining, like something good's happening. She couldn't figure her out, so she whipped her head around and muttered that it was getting pretty dark in here. She snapped back, that's not what I meant, and admitted she's got a real dream. Then she looked genuinely shocked that anyone thought otherwise and tried to explain, but she couldn't say she had anything like that. Alicia nodded and said, that's exactly why I admire him. Then her voice cracked as she hugged the book to her chest, squeezing it tight. And she figured, yeah, she doesn't have that kind of thing, so she's decided to back his dream no matter what. Though it feels like the whole moment is weighed down with raw emotion, because she hasn't been. Ever since she was a kid, she's been sure of herself. But now, with him right there, doubts crash in, and she wonders if she's even worthy to stand beside him. She stepped in and blurted, wait, doesn't your dream mean you want to marry him and live happily ever after? Confusion flashed across her face as she pushed again. No, I get it, it's not a dream, it's a wish, right? Birdie grinned and said, yeah, it's still a good dream, and I've got a wish too. Then she leaned in like it was the real deal, fully built, big time, and absolutely amazing. She had to treasure it and fight for it, and she'd definitely need to invite her to the wedding. Those words hit her like a relief, and she agreed like there was no question left. She lit up like a spark and blurted, so we'll get delicious food, right? But Alicia instantly got flustered because she'd gone right back to talking about food. She burst into laughter and swore it was nothing but a joke, telling her to just wait. She'd be looking forward to it. Then she thanked her, and that's where it. And somehow, at the exact same time, she lifted the whole crowd's spirits right back up. Bake crouched before a sword, convinced he could mold it into something new. But this wasn't a blade you could just shape and give away, not like that. He swore he could do better, yet the how wouldn't come, and then he tried. He tried every trick he could think of, but nothing clicked. Then, piece by piece over these days, he finally saw the real truth. What makes Azraya special isn't just its glow. It's the hook, the resistance, and when he felt it, everything clicked. Like the metal had a mind of its own. It shoved everything away, blocking him so completely he couldn't get a single step further. By the time I figured out how to do it, the sun was already sinking. Somehow the whole day vanished way too fast. And once again, nothing moved forward. No progress at all. Maybe it was just too soon for him to team up with Ezria, so what was he supposed to do? To do it, the dragon could strike any second, and there was zero time left. He was cut off. Alicia burst into the room mid-thought, beaming at him, and said in a happy voice, "Can I steal your attention for a minute?" He spun around. He leaned in toward her with a tense stare and snapped, "What happened?" And she flashed a joyful grin as she said that she finally cracked the case and found the diary of the first head of the Banished family, and man, he was absolutely over the moon about it. Ideas. With a bold move, he snatched the diary from her hands and flipped open the pages. She said the whole truth about blacksmithing was right there, like it was written just for her, and it had to help. He skimmed those entries and blurted, shocked, "Wow, that's actually really interesting." And right away, the first head turned out to be a total fan of Blacksmith. Smithing. He even wrote that his wife chewed him out for it, then burst into laughter and said it was exactly the kind of thing he'd do. Dude, look at this page. It talks about Azria, and the main character literally read it out loud, the most important. The real key with this magical metal is the dialogue talk to it right, and you'll form the connection you need to make it work. With it, she understood nothing at all, but he already had a sudden hunch hit him, and he snapped his eyes to his sword resting on the table. Then he started to think, like the answer was about to strike. He thought it through for a second, then grinned like he'd cracked the whole mystery. "So that's the thing." She blinked in disbelief and fired back, "Wait, do you truly get what you just said?" He practically burst with excitement and said, "Don't worry, I just need to talk to the magical metal." So that's the resistance he felt. The Ezra has a will, almost like a living person, and it's got its own shape it wants to become. Here's the crazy simple fix: start a dialogue with it, shape it, force it into the form it's craving, and that's it. Alicia stared at it, completely baffled, and blurted out that she didn't get a single thing. He opened the system window. A brutal headache hit him, and he told everyone that the magical information in the Ezra. It all shifts depending on where the processing goes. Then, out of nowhere, it starts to fight back, and that's where things get intense. However, there were moments when it gave in, and that's exactly what she said through the dialogue. With a confused voice, she finally started to get it, like the magical resistance was forcing her to read the metal's will, and push it until the metal itself finally accepts it, unless it refuses the exact shape they're demanding. Mech said that if that happens, they've got to negotiate, win the metal's trust, steer its development the right way, and make sure it all clicks, because this is the most important step in processing it. Battle. She stared at him, totally thrown off, like, "Wait, it's obvious, right?" But even as she said it, the truth wasn't fully there yet. Immediately, right after that, he shattered the sword into smaller pieces and dropped them inside the container. The metal started to melt down, and he figured the heat would melt the blade first and let him split the metals all over again, and it just might. It had to lock in solid, and he had to fix their whole quality, because he specifically needed to melt the Estria. He started blasting fire magic, instantly realized the heat was way too intense, and wait, this feels like the metal was getting rattled by magic, and he nodded like he finally got it. Then he cranked up the heat. If it's not hot enough, he'll crank it up a notch, then it's too hot, and he can't help cursing how wildly fickle everything is. This won't be easy. He kept tweaking the temperature, talking to the metal like it could hear him, until he melted it exactly the way Estria wanted, and then he fused it with the Iria kept talking, and even then the dialogue didn't stop. Pastel stared at what was about to happen. He shot the words out like he couldn't even think straight, saying his head was already melting. Alicia stood right there, staring, wondering if he was really telling the truth. They kept talking, pushing that fake idea that the whole area had melted too, so now they had to combine the two, the plan they'd already agreed on. When they tried to work the metals, they had to scrape away every part the area wouldn't take, like skimming frothy foam off the top while you're cooking. It screamed, "I hate that," the whole time, until it got cut out, and then you realized it just wouldn't blend right. You had to. He had torn out so much gear, but it still felt like there wasn't enough space, like he needed to understand this through the resistance itself. Then they realized they'd better bring Beria into the mix, and lucky for them, they already had some saved in reserve. He shouted with pure joy, and she smiled back and asked, "What happened?" He grinned and swore that even metals of the same rank still had their own quirks, like Beria surely had. It just had its own little pull, but he'd ignored that truth until now, and still hadn't completely unleashed what they were truly capable of. Then he finally took it in, and after a bit he snapped, "Excellent!" The whole area accepted it, all three. 3 metals fused into one, and Bastel stared at it, then snapped that it was only the start because there was still a mountain of work left to fix, and that Ezra would fight back every single time, no doubt about it. The protagonist just nodded with a small grin, saying, Yeah, it'll take time. Time. He let out a low chuckle, swore this was only the opening act, and nodded like he meant it. He cracked open the system windows and declared, everything's just getting started, and you could hear it in the air. The clock chimed, he whipped around and demanded. When lunchtime rolled around, Alicia nodded and admitted she'd been so caught up in it that she honestly thought he'd forget to eat. To eat again, he started sliding off his gloves to grab food, and she burst out laughing, calling him amazing, and then he just smirked with a small smile. She smiled, and so did he, because finding that diary was a huge relief for him. It helped more than he could say, and she lit up with a happy grin, waving it off like, "There's no need to thank me," and then she was gone. He lit up, ready to help, and he told her she already does so much for him every day. She burst out laughing, saying she loved hearing that. Then she grabbed his hands and urged him to give it a try, and he nodded back with a grin, clearly thrilled. With that nasty look on their face, Bestelle broke down in tears and snapped that they were flirting here again, like, seriously, should they start cursing them? First they showed up. Then later they hit the hall, right when Goro called him over and demanded to know how the progress was going. He said he dug into the diary of the first head of the family, and there, buried in the pages, he found a real clue. So if he keeps this up with the same drive, it'll all fall into place. He just has to keep going. With a tight, slightly worried look, they nodded, said, "I understand," and then, "Good." He caught the next part and noted it. He clocked that he was hyped and asked what was going on, but he shook his head with a confused, shaky voice, denying it. And Birdie chowed down like crazy, grinned in that cheerful voice and said, "Yeah, just like I figured." Then he pushed forward, cracked the coping plan, and looked on like he meant it. He stared at her, nodded, and admitted he needed a little more time. He figured he could wrap it up in 2 days. She snapped back in shock, and his tense expression said everything as he continued. On his face, it hit him. Already a week had crawled by since the order was accepted. There was no more room to stall, and yeah, he'd totally ditched the shop. She dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief and gasped that it was even faster than she'd imagined. Yet she knew she'd made the right move by asking him. He promised he'd rush to the finish and hand the sword to her immediately, right away. He couldn't shake the horn dragon situation still gnawing at his mind, but the way she acted told him it was all good, for now. After dinner, she slipped into her room, flopped onto the bed, and wore a peaceful, satisfied smile like everything was finally right. Luna pounded on the door, shouted her name, and begged, "Can you give me a minute?" And then she let her in. She hurried in and demanded to know what had happened, right as her voice cracked mid-question. She wore a slightly worried look, like she needed to be 100% certain everything was fine, because that dragon could hit the city as early as, like tomorrow? Birdie shot back, acting shocked out of nowhere, then slipped into the seat beside her and nodded along, fully agreeing. She nodded and snapped that she'd better stop pretending, like already, and her thoughts just kept racing. With a stern face, she caught herself watching, because during dinner, right as Lord Goral was about to finally say what he meant, she looked at him and said, it felt like the monster was already clocking in. Its arrival in the city was inevitable, and it was dragging more monsters in its wake. She said it with a frustrated look, like, yeah, this isn't just a monster, this is a whole different level. She said the horned dragon could subjugate anyone. Then everyone's already been ordered, and it's up to the adventurers and soldiers to carry it out. Soldiers and knights are scrambling to brace the defenses, while outside the city, the mages are only just getting started, poised to strike. She was probably already putting up barriers, and to calm her down she promised, everything's going to be fine, but rage flashed across her face as she snapped, what are you even talking about? Then she blasted the question like a thunderclap, do we even have time to make me a sword? And she pushed it further. Just how much longer? She snapped, staring at the blade, like it could actually cut through that monster. Are you sure this sword can finish it? And when her fear spilled out loud, she shot back, if I'm so worried, then you could have gone to dinner with Goral yourself. Luna's courage shook in her voice, and she insisted, I'm only a coachman. The truth hit harder than fear. Being allowed to live here felt like an honor so big it was almost too heavy to carry. She couldn't stomach eating at the same table as them. That was way too bold, and with a sour, disgruntled tone she snapped, like, I'm complicated. Then her eyes went worried as she pressed, did I even tell him the dragon's coming? And she warned, if he doesn't start pushing himself to the limit, we're done, Birdie said. He said she never told him that, because if he was already stressed, he'd mess up the sword. She barked it out loud, this is pointless, and warned that if he got rushed, it would only make things way worse. And then she said that he was already throwing everything he had. Pushing harder wouldn't change a thing, so she asked, what if he did anyway? He didn't make it in time. and she snapped back in a serious voice that she'd stall the dragon, because he couldn't fight forever. Forever either. She flashed a confident smile and said, honestly, everything would be fine, he'd be done soon, so she needed to stop spiraling. Luna finally steadied herself and asked. She turned the question back on him and shrugged. How can I trust you like that? Then answered without hesitation, because I've got intuition. And then her tears burst out. She laughed through them and snapped that it meant she'd die soon, so everyone's eyes instantly turned when the knock on the door snapped through the room. Leffy called out that dessert was ready, and Birdie shot up abruptly, beaming with pure joy. She finally managed to step in, pushed her way into the room with a cart in tow, flashed a tiny smile, and let out a tired sigh as if everything had hit her all at once. With clear annoyance, she snapped that even now her heart was still craving desserts. She burst into laughter and said, if I'm going to die, I'm doing it full. Then she lifted the dish up to show. Luna's eyes widened even more. She blurted, wait, this is a whole meal? Where's the dessert? Then she tossed her an onigiri, beaming like it was nothing, and told her to eat up and call her back. Calm down, she snapped with an icy, annoyed voice, then shot back. Is there a separate stomach just for desserts? And she practically shouted that this wasn't dessert at all, it was the main. The very next morning, the fake stared at the system windows with a sly grin and said he'd finally dialed everything in, and that the whole magical lattice of those metals was finally perfect. Now it was time to fuse it with the dragon scales, the final step. He started channeling magic, and then the horn dragon scales. Dragons are built like living tanks, so if you use their power as a blade material, your sword turns brutally hard and way stronger. But since they can't stand the heat, it takes forever to process it, so they smelted slow and steady, and carefully, so he didn't shatter the internal magical structure, but he'd already handled dragon materials before, so he knew exactly how to work with them, and compared to Isria, it's nothing to him. If you want to melt something nearly unbreakable, that's exactly his gift. The Stell watched this, wide-eyed. He leaned in with that sharp, curious look and said he was doing really well, like things were finally turning around, and that's what this means. He clearly knows how to handle dragon materials. Then he glanced at the clock. He nodded and told me he'd already been through this before. The melting took hours on its own. Then he finally called. He shouted his name, telling him he'd checked what was happening outside. And yeah, there was almost nothing. Time was up. He froze in shock, absolutely stunned, and couldn't wrap his head around what just happened. He blurted out that the horn dragon would slam into the city today. And then so he's got to slam this out as fast as he can. He has to handle it right now. He snapped back to his senses and immediately nodded in agreement. He swore he'd crush it with everything he had, and then he just kept working non-stop. He thought he'd fused the scales to the magical metal, and suddenly they looked like they'd become. They merged as one, but their magic structure refused to fully connect, so to make it work, they had to. And right after that, he pushed back into a new fight, starting a fresh talk with Ezraiya, the most stubborn material of all, the protagonist. And he snapped back that it was capricious, admitting the work was brutal, yet he was even starting to feel sympathy for it, because the more trouble a kid stirs up, the cuter everyone thinks he is, right? And then he read the words logged in the system. He shoved through the system window and surged into the next stage, then grabbed a hammer like it was his key to finally getting to Magical Fort. Hammering it down, he had almost nothing left, yet with every strike, he forged a blade and fused the magical structures from every material, stitched into one pure, unstoppable force. But the power balance here is anything but simple. If you hit it too hard, the Ezraiya snaps with rage, and then he boosts his power right here and right there. Here, he'll do it his way no matter what, and every single one of them has a line they refuse to cross, Birdie. The blade's length and weight are what matter most. Those two details decide everything. Ezraiya's got pride too. It never stops throwing its demands at you, and if you listen close, you'll hear the pressure building. As he listened, he finally locked in the shape and magic framework. Then every material snapped together flawlessly, like they were always meant to fit. The Ezraiya finished forming too, and he stared out the window, grinning because he said he was almost done. The last step is simple. Cast the enchantment, and it's done. That blade is about to be ready, and then a massive system window burst onto the screen, making. Right in front of him, he said. It's sure, the enchantment hadn't taken hold yet, but that blade already looked like the real deal. These materials are unreal. This is straight up incredible. He's gonna master the craft, and the resistance is gone for good. At first glance, everything lines up, but those tiny details still demand fine-tuning. You'll need to dial it in while you wrestle with the metal's resistance, because the durability here is straight up unbelievable. This blade drinks in special enhancements that normal magical metals can't survive, swallowing them whole while. One after another, still not enough? Then he steps up too and gives it everything he's got. He fires off wind magic, and insisted the sword stay razor sharp, then swore he'd sharpen it even more himself with. He channeled high-density wind magic, and the spell snapped into place, purifying the enchantment and sharpening the blade until it felt deadly. Only Azraya and horned dragon scales can stand up to it. After a while, the Mech finally grabbed the sword, and a rush of pure joy hit like lightning. The look on his face screamed, "This is exactly perfect." He swung the sword, and when he spoke, it sounded like space itself had pulled the blade through time, was slicing through everything. This sword cut like it was unstoppable. His energy tanked, and he couldn't help wondering if this was only the start of it. With gulping down the owner's magical power all by itself, somehow, in this volume, it's still pretty bearable, like the story hands him a magic sword and somehow keeps it under control. It looked like he'd just built something unreal, something that blew minds. He had to get this to Birdie fast urgent, and he lunged to slide the sword back into its sheath, but something totally unexpected stopped him. Right as expected, he sliced it in two, then froze, shocked, and blurted out asking if he really didn't want to put the sheath back on. She snapped the sheath back on. Because you really shouldn't leave a sword naked, maybe. Maybe you should drop it down, right? Because that's the whole problem. If that table's not set right, we're in trouble. We're cut clean in half. Then he slammed the sword onto the table and stared in disbelief as not a single scratch remained, and he instantly understood what that meant when he said it seemed the owner's emotions. The power was warped through magic, too. This sword could slice anything, yet somehow cut nothing at all, and that's exactly why it was destined to turn into a true, unstoppable great sword. A sheathless sword and a support birdie. He slung the blade behind his back and blurted that it was absolutely amazing. The blade pressed into his back, yet not a single cut landed, like the sword itself was picking its owner, and he knew it, thinking it over with a faint, uneasy pause. A worried little look flickered across his face, like he couldn't shake the thought that one day they'd call it a magic sword, after it proved it could cut down a horned dragon. That was the last straw for him. Bastel shot up to his side and declared, "This blade is magnificent." So this was his Esri. A magic sword. Nice work. Fake snapped his gaze on him and warned that he wouldn't have reached this alone. It all comes down to that diary Alicia found. Thanks to the nudge he got, he pushed forward and made it happen. But now he's not the Black. Smith was on the hunt, he said. Maybe you're right, but then he smirked and said he's got people who back him up, and that's the whole story. Talent. He's survived on his own his whole life. People whispered that he was a lone genius, and nobody even knew his real character. Believe it or not, he wasn't cold or cruel. He was painfully shy. He knows it's different. He can bring people together and turn it into something. He channeled it into raw strength and told everyone, "You're all just kind, and that's it." He laughed and said, "Maybe it's true after all," but then he shot it down. There's no way he'll ever become the legendary Jinjiro Bastel because they're nothing alike. He can become the legendary Jinjiro Fake, and that workshop needs his full attention, now. He nods and agrees with a grin. He thanked him for those words, then waved him off and barked that he had to rush. Grabbed the sword, he burst out of the forge in a flash, and right away ran into Alicia. In the corridor, she waved him over and demanded to know if he was done yet. He nodded, swore he'd bring it to her right now. With a worried stare, she blurted that the Horn Dragon was already closing in from the west. Dad's got command now. Adventurers and soldiers are already clashing in the chaos. She's right there too. And then he finally. She looked panicked and blurted that they had to run there right now, her voice trembling with worry. So alone? He nodded, then swore that if he trained up his body enchantment and sprinted with every ounce of speed, with that kind of power, it looked like he'd reach them in a flash, so he sprinted forward, and she pleaded for him to be careful. Careful? He slipped out of the estate and sprinted straight into the night. In the dead of night, they told him to stop right there and let him through, because he didn't have a choice, he had to deliver the sword. They warned him, voice shaking, that monsters were swarming outside the city walls, yet he looked like. He reached the gate and suddenly convinced himself it was night, but it felt so weightless, like nothing was there. So tell me, were the magic stones scattered across the floor? He spotted wave after wave of battle-worn people and his stomach dropped. This looked hopeless until he realized most had still managed to get back. He charged in from the front lines, but everyone around him was getting torn up, seriously wounded. And the worst part was, if only he'd forged the sword sooner, but it was still too early to wallow in regret. "Threat," he roared again, demanding they let him through, insisting he had to deliver everything. Deliver this sword. He tore through the forest, convinced he'd handled monsters before. But honestly, aside from the horn dragon, there's no way any truly brutal enemies are waiting there. Several wolves blocked the protagonist's path, snarling like they owned the road ahead. He snatched the sword, begged for strength, and then tore through several monsters at once. With one brutal swing of his sword, he carved through the moment. Then he kept sprinting, and his mind started running wild, thinking about how it was that sharp, like it could slice through anything. Could this possibly be the same sword he forged? He took a breath, stared at his sword, and said, "This blade is truly..." It was absolutely legendary, and he swore he'd unveil it to its real owner sooner than anyone could blink. At the same time, the birdies locked eyes and stared at a dragon stood right before her, wearing a tense, ready-to-explode expression. Her sword was nearly shattered. Then he blared her name and shouted, I'm... He'd brought the sword. Then she spun toward him with bright, joyful eyes and blurted that she'd been waiting for this moment, waiting for him. She darted aside from the monster's claw, and he got blasted. Blown away by its sheer force, he instantly convinced himself he was finally about to come to this place. She was still keeping that monster at bay. Then he demanded the sword again, begging it to give him more, to power him up for the final strike and drive his head forward with all his might. With a brutal swing, he hacked the head of that monstrous beast away, and the horn dragon instantly snapped back to its senses. And he admitted he could only keep it at bay for a split second, like it was already slipping past him. It seemed that this was the absolute limit of his strength. He sprinted straight at her and shouted her name, He shouted her name at the top of his lungs, and she grinned as she told him it meant everything. She was done for, and MUC slid the sword into her hands, said, "I'm with you," and then set out. Swore he was sorry for making her wait, and asked for forgiveness right then. She burst into pure delight the moment she grabbed the sword in her hands and asked, bright-eyed and thrilled, "Full tone. Now tell me, what's his name?" He slid his fingers along the sword's blade, like he already knew its secrets, and shouted that this final aerial enchantment was the end of it all. She snatched the sword into her hand and grinned like she was about to start a fight. He said the name, and a huge grin spread across his face as he thought that was the name the sword itself was craving, as if it needed it to finish what it started. Unleash it fully. Watch its power explode, she sprinted toward. She stared him down as the massive dragon roared at her, shaking the air. He was drowning in worry for her. But Birdie slipped past the monster's strike like it couldn't touch her. He lunged in, shouted at the top of his lungs that he was only strong and fought like an idiot dragon. Then she shoved all her power into the next move. He raised his sword, hesitated for one heartbeat, and then charged. "Goodbye, monster." She snapped a lightning-fast sword strike and crushed through with terrifying ease, severed its head. Then he froze, stunned by what he'd just witnessed, and the lifeless body of a slain monster crashed down like a final scream. Behind her, a brutal crash erupted. He froze in pure shock because she ended it in a single strike, and then she said, with a voice that made everything go, with a satisfied smile, Arya Lura gushed, "That sword is so cool," and he froze, stunned at just how awesome it was. And yeah, she was already insanely strong to start. Then that sword, it started turning. Turns out, the second he grabbed it, he wasn't even going all out. Birdie spun around, grinned at him, and admitted with that smile that, hey, turns out he's no slouch in a fight either, and that punch? Absolutely perfect. He burst out laughing and admitted that, honestly, he truly thought fear would finish him off. Fear gripped her. Then she smirked and practically gloated that the fact he could run forward at all was already more than enough to earn her approval. Respect. Would he really want to be her apprentice? He let out a fake laugh, shook it off, and flat out refused, saying that he said he wanted to keep pushing past every limit as a blacksmith, and she thanked him with a warm, shining smile. He forced a shaky smile at the sword, choking out that she was truly sorry. Then he stared straight down at the blade, and he can't stop asking what that strange sadness even means. Now he's got to pull out all the stops with her. After they crushed the horn dragon, cheering adventurers and soldiers surged toward them, bursting with pure joy. They stared them down and said, "Good, you made it just in time before the damage kept piling up," and when he heard them call her a hero, his mind just wouldn't stop believing she really was a hero. And he couldn't believe it. People actually screaming their names back at them, shouting, "Heroes!" like the whole world was chanting it. He cringed from embarrassment, but she stayed totally calm about it. "I too, friend." His voice cracked with disbelief. Wait, could this mean the same danger was coming for him too? Birdie nodded with a grin, and that little smile instantly soothed him as they pushed forward. They erupted into loud, joy-filled chanting, screaming their names like they'd won the world.